Oh yeah, we like that right there. Thick skin, we all jump in. Treat you like the next to kin. Get your feelings hurt, show your skirt. The big homie Mo, putting in work, giving us time to speak our mind. Kelly loves him, so love is blind. My freckle face, Will Johnson, more hood, less refined. More likely to tell you to eat a dick. Troll a fuckery till it makes him sick. If you put together a team, he'll be my top pick. Don't come around here, let your skin thick skin, we all get it in. Eddie trigger me way back when with hope I couldn't cope. Had to learn to love her. Now Mo's like my red bone brother. Still sometimes we get at each other. He really loves John, calls him a sand nigga. It's Sunday night rumble, you might get triggered. That's why we call it thick skin. Go figure. We looking at the bigger picture. No crack on fella, cause boy I get you. If Bernie was giving away free chicken, I'll be right there with you. Late night with Mo, munchies in the kitchen. I said it before, tired of black people. Thick skin, here we go again. If Mo don't win, then we all jump in. The first to say my name way back when I had 2 subscribers, it was both kin. Didn't do social media back then, so thank you for inviting me in. Hard to find a place where asshole fits in, and if you don't like it, please sit and spin. Don't turn the other cheek, we test your chin. Still sharp and steel, that's how we win.
Gotta be old, motherfucker. Gotta be old, motherfucker. Gotta be old, motherfucker. It's a that's a beta male mentality. That's a beta male mentality. You just tell me a beta male, look what he got on. Someone send him a GoFundMe and get him a different shirt. Tell me that fuck. It's the album film.
Okay, so where the fuck you put your dick? Not where his goes.
You worry about other people's dick, nigga.
All right. What's good, everybody? What is good, everybody? Shout out to everybody. Yes. Welcome to the final countdown. And look, I said I'm ready to be Patty right. I mean, I might not be ready to be Patty yet, but I just want to show you a little thumbnail over here. Y'all already know what it is with me. Y'all already know the deal. You dig? You feel what I'm saying? So let me give a shout out to the chat room before I go ahead and say something, okay? Before I say something. All right. Let me give a shout out to, hold on, man. Thing going fast. What's going on, Kim? Kim in the house. And we got John in the house. We got Deborah. Deborah, what's up, Deborah? What's up, Deb? How you doing? And of course, we got J Calf. J Calf in the house. He be everywhere. We bring that over here. And we got Byron. What's up, Byron? What's good, everyone? Miss all outspoken, opinionated assholes. Fuck you too, nigga. Okay, what's up, Alex Bleeping Jones right here. Shout out to you, Alex Bleeping Jones. All right. And we got Carolyn in the house. What's going on? Carolyn in the house. And we got the rapper. What's up, the rapper in the house? What's up, rapper? How you doing, bro? It's good to see a rapper. Yep, rapper always show up. And we got Kelly Baby in the house. What's up, Kelly Baby? What's up, Boski? What's up, girlfriend? How you doing, baby? Mwah. You know? And who else we got in the house? Let me see if got some other people, new other people just running up in here. Who's up in here, man? Who coming up here? Oh, we got Shell in the house. We got Pro-Life Warrior. What's going on, Shell? How you doing? Got Shell in the house. All right. What you doing late, Michelle, man? You missed the intro and everything. You all late. You know what I'm saying? I think you on CPT. All right, we got Buffalo. What's up, Al? Shout out to you. We got Lisa in the house. We got Sherry. Shout out to you, Sherry. All right, people get notifications now. We got Nick in the house. What's up, Nick? Nick the Quick. What's up, Nick? All right, shout out to you, Nick. Just having a good day and night. That's what's up, Michelle. You know what I'm saying? That's what we got to do. Have a good day and a good night. We got to have that. We got to have it, y'all. You feel what I'm saying? I'm just like, man, I'm preparing y'all on this final countdown right here, man. I'm preparing myself, and we got to prepare ourselves a place. You dig what I'm saying? Hold on, we got some other people rolling in the chat room over here. Hold on, I see you. What's up? What's up? Truth out there. Trump train. That's right. Trump 2020. We got Cali Unknown. What's up, Cali? Cali Unknown. Okay. It's right there. I'm on the chat room, kind of going fast, like I'm off. Everybody commenting so fast. Oh yeah, I did want to pin this one here. We got Buffalo, yep, Buffalo, and we got Truth out there. What's up? I'm gonna keep that Trump train rolling for sure. You dig? I'm gonna keep that motherfucker rolling. Welcome everybody to Thick Skin Only, not easily triggered. So we're gonna go ahead and roll with this, okay? This is the final countdown, everybody, and we're gonna go ahead and have a blast tonight. We're gonna go ahead and talk about this. For real. We're gonna have a blast with this, you dig what I'm saying? We gonna have a blast. Let's do this. Let's have a blast right here. Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Let's keep it rolling, man. Let's keep this motherfucker rolling. We around the corner. All right, how many people are ready for this? Are y'all ready for 2020? Oh, yeah, y'all better be ready. Yeah, we're gonna do this, y'all. What's up, Vince? Make sure y'all share this shit. Drop link. Drop the motherfucking link. We finna bring this, y'all, you dig? We got this, y'all. What's up, Jersey Hammer? We got this. We strong. All right, all right, all right. All right, drop that motherfucking link, John. Drop it all. Drop that motherfucking link. Drop the motherfucking link, man. I know everybody got something to shake over here. Because there's a lot happening right now. But it's a lot of stuff that's not being told in the mainstream media. It's not being told. We are they are trying to have us be controlled by the fake news, by the fake media. Fuck the fake news. All right, y'all see the link. Y'all got the link right here, man. You dig? We're gonna rock this. Rock that, homie. We're gonna rock it, and yeah, we got this. What's up, Huckleberry? How you doing? I'll be looking at y'all people, man. Y'all just get on my motherfucking nerves. For real. Y'all get on my motherfucking nerves. Y'all get on it. Yeah. And I don't want the corny stuff on here tonight, man. Y'all gonna come with some shits over here tonight. Because I'm gonna be like RB, I'm gonna put your motherfuckers away. Y'all come with some corny shit on me. No, for real, yo. Yeah, some of y'all be getting on my goddamn nerve. Can't take a motherfucking joke. Can't take the motherfucking truth. Can't even take the motherfucking truth. Maybe me drop my phone. I started yelling. Like, Mo, stop that yelling. That Mo yell. Hey, did I calm down a lot, John? Remember I used to yell all the time?
Jack said that was scary. That wasn't funny.
Scary.
Yeah, I don't know if he meant scary looking.
Oh, but this is the final countdown, everybody. We got a couple of days left in this motherfucker, and we could have more than a couple of days left. We could have a couple of weeks in this motherfucker left. Could have a couple of months in this motherfucker. Do you motherfuckers know what we up against? We are up against principalities. We are up against darkness. We are up against demonic spirits. Civil War. They ain't ready for it. Are y'all ready for Civil War? I'm telling you, you motherfuckers can't even handle motherfuckers' mouth. And y'all worry, come on, man. You can't even hear, oh, he said something stupid. I'm tired y'all motherfuckers with that. Donald Trump said something motherfucking stupid. Donald Trump, he's a fucking homophobic. He said this. Fuck you, and fuck anybody else. Donald Trump, speak his motherfucking mind. You motherfucking hate that. You offended. I don't give a fuck. You said Trump is racist. I don't give a fuck if he's racist or not. Which I'm not saying he's racist. I wouldn't give a fucking not. Y'all so worried about what people say, how they say it. He said what he said. He never said he hate Mexicans.
And here's the thing. They're being programmed. They're being taught what to think instead of thinking for themselves.
Yes.
Going to a Trump rally themselves. Listen.
Hey, hold on for a second, Shell. Hold on for a second, Shell. I want to give a shout out to the super chat. Shout out to you, Billy. Hit that. Trump 120. Thank you for the super chat. All right, go ahead.
You know, this is what I tell people. You know, if you think he's racist and you hate him so much, go stand in line, talk to the people, talk to the supporters, talk to the people who were post-liberals or past Democrats, talk to the people who are Democrat, are voting for Trump this year. Then go listen to the words for President Trump themselves. Don't listen to the cut it, edit words that the fake news media is feeding you, and start thinking for yourselves. Stop thinking about yourself and think about your damn country, because it's your job to put food on your table, not the president's.
Do these motherfuckers know that it's not even about color right now, but these motherfucking on our side make about it ain't even about color. It's about good versus evil, and that's it.
That's where we are today.
We got to get out of that fucking mentality. We got to get out of that. See, Michelle. You on my shit. I cuss like a motherfucker over here. I know you rated PG over there, but you know, all babies matter. Yes, it's matter. These motherfuckers.
Doggies' lives matter too, right, Louie?
Oh shit! Look at this Viking right here, man. Who the fuck is? What's up, Byron?
No, bro.
Fuck you, Mo.
Fuck you too. God damn it.
What's good, my brother?
Hey, what's good, bro? Oh, you celebrating Halloween?
Yeah, okay. Hell yeah, why not, man?
Why not?
Where'd Pro-Life Warrior go? She left.
I think she having bad connection. Oh,
because I was gonna kind of comment on what she was saying. I do agree with some of what she was saying, man. Yeah. You know, I'm not a fervent Trump supporter. You know, because
yeah.
You know, because personally, I think all politicians are scum.
Right.
You know, but people are focusing on the wrong shit, in my opinion. You know, they're focusing on stuff that, you know, it takes a whole probably 10 minutes of simple research to, you know, find out that everything that the media and that the mainstream is telling them is all a bunch of bogus bullshit.
Yeah, a bunch of bogus bullshit.
I mean, Trump has his issues that you could legitimately not like him for.
I don't know what happened.
You know what I'm saying?
Left.
And that's my problem is people want to sit in, like she was saying, you know, people want to sit and
actually buy into all this, mainstream garbage that's being spoon fed to everybody.
Yeah.
And they don't want, and they don't want to actually, if they want to be mad about something, they can't be mad about, they refuse to be mad about legitimate reasons to not like the man.
Yeah.
I'm not, you've heard me, dude. I got my own personal qualms with the man, and
right. It's all good.
I told you the things that I didn't like about him. He made.
And I ain't trying to change your motherfucking mind either, man. I ain't got time to argue your ass.
No, and I'm not trying to argue with you. That's a losing battle anyhow.
I want to find common ground, man.
The thing is, with me, there's campaign promises he made that he didn't follow through with. That personally upset me and rubbed me the wrong.
Most of the reason why he couldn't, Brian, was because the Democrats refused to come to the table and be bipartisan.
The only thing that Congress actually, that he needed Congress's help with for his campaign promises was the putting Hillary in prison, because that takes an act of Congress to have her arrested. And he also needed them to come to the table with him to repeal and remove Obamacare, because he can't do that through executive order.
And he doesn't want to remove Affordable Care Act. That never came up. Only thing he refuses to do is sign something where Affordable Care Act makes you, the taxpayer, pay for full-term abortions or abortions. The Democrats want to add that in. That's why Chuck Schumer said we have to do everything we can to stop Amy Coney Barrett becoming the justice, because they were afraid she was going to pull the Affordable Care Act. No, right. She would have stopped forcing abortions and taxpayers by paying for abortions, but she would never get rid of health care.
Well, and if you listen to them, their whole spin on everything right now anyhow is they keep using that, they're going to get rid of pre-existing illness, bill that was added to the Affordable Health Care Act. And if they listen to anybody that's been talking in the Senate, the Senate and the House, they have 100% agreement on everybody in Congress. Everybody.
President
that pre-existing illness thing, that's not going to go away. Nobody wants to remove that. That shouldn't have been something that had to have been added just within the last 4 years anyhow.
President Trump acted right to try. Right to try gives people with medical conditions and cancer and AIDS, HIV have a right to life.
But he can't do everything. He can't.
And he's not.
And he's not supposed to do everything. That's the whole purpose of the separation of powers.
See, the thing is, I know Trump can't do everything, and sometimes I say like, hey, I wish Trump called certain shit out. I do. Trump calls shit out. I wish he would. Too. Go into more of the black community and call shit out over there. More like really.
I wish he'd shut the fuck up.
Send some motherfuckers over here.
There's times. Sometimes I wish he'd put his damn phone down and get the hell off Twitter.
No, I wish he'd just keep. You got to think of what people have said about him for the past. Since he walked down that escalator, man, we're talking about.
I get that, but we've all been through that. Like Mo says, you got thick skin or you don't.
Well, if he sits down and doesn't say nothing and don't fight back, then he's weak. We can't have a weak president.
See, I feel on my part over here that there are conservatives over here, black conservatives, and they're not aggressive as I am in the hood. They're not. And they could be that voice and do all that. You know what I'm saying? I see some shit. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes I don't say everything. Okay?
Hey man, I feel sorry for black conservatives, man, because they're pretty much fucking shunned, dude.
I know what you're talking about.
You guys can't even really be honest with your own people and shit about anything, without that whole herd mentality of them wanting to make you out to be some kind of traitor to your own people.
Yeah, we're Nazis. Go figure. Like Antifa calls us Nazis when they're they support the exact thing that the communists support.
Well, it's kind of like I found it funny that Governor Whitmer was calling the guys that were allegedly trying to kidnap and kill her white supremacists. I found that really comical, seeing as how she is the whitest governor on the face of the planet.
That whole thing was just.
Hey, who was this motherfucker in the background? No, I'm looking backstage and shit. I'm careful. Al Witter. Who's Al Witter?
Whitman.
Whitmer. Where? Oh, hold on. Let me
Is that somebody you know?
let me take a look because I'm careful. I'm gonna be form bombing and shit.
But yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, you got to be careful now.
Pro
Hey,
life
who's your man?
warrior. You know,
Yeah, you got to watch out for
and
Wolf.
I know firsthand
Gotta
about
watch
what
out
was
for
going
Wolf.
on with that Michigan thing. So I know a lot of what they were saying
Who
is
is this
all
motherfucker right here?
You know, and I know firsthand about.
I'm not hiding my face.
He's wearing a
Show
gas
yourself.
mask.
I usually don't hide my face, but it's Halloween, man.
Hey, Al, show yourself, punk.
See, he showed himself. He's staying back in the weight
Aw,
room.
did you kick him off or did he get?
No,
did
he's in
you-
the weight room. I want to see who he is.
I'm letting my inner demon out.
Who are you, man?
I ain't scared of the goddamn shit. Antifa don't want to come around me. None of these Democrats want to fucking do this.
Antifa.
All right, what's up, bro?
Ain't nothing, man. How you doing?
All right. You have to watch my channel, man.
No,
I got to turn something down.
Yeah, they
Somebody needs to hand all them Antifa a box of fucking Summer's Eve.
Yep.
Anyway,
But no, that's what I was trying to tell dude earlier, man. Honestly, you know, I don't know for sure. You know, it's kind of up in the air on whether or not anything's going to happen. A lot of people think something is. A lot of people say there aren't. I mean, there's so much out there right now in the
In
chatter.
some areas, they're going to
realm.
stop them.
You know, there's so much chatter going on that me personally, I think that the best thing that, you know, the Patriot community could really do to help themselves is just let these motherfuckers fight amongst themselves and eradicate themselves, you know, because that eliminates half the fucking problem right there and half the battle.
Well, the thing is, they're going to sit there, they're going to start shit, they're going to burn down all the goddamn
That
cities.
makes it authentic, you man out in the back.
Yeah, but see, what the thing you got to understand about the left is there's so many different factions that they actually war amongst themselves.
Oh, I know they do. But, you know, where I live in Richmond. I went down there to the rally down in down when they were bitching about the guns.
Oh, for that lobby day?
Yeah, I went down to lobby day. Dude, they were saying on the news 25,000. It wasn't 25,000. It was 80.
I thought I heard numbers of upwards to 100 and 120,000 there. I know that I was told that you couldn't get nowhere within like a 10-mile radius to park anywhere in Richmond.
Go ahead.
No, what it was is I took a shuttle in, and when I got in there, I took a look around. I mean, it was 6 blocks total radius that was closed off. So 6 blocks, that's about 85.
No, I'm saying they were saying that there was no parking available. You had to shuttle in.
Oh, hell no, there was no parking. I mean, they shut everything down. You couldn't get in there. You couldn't get in close. Yeah.
Didn't Northam try and prevent you guys from bringing guns in there too?
He tried, but yeah, that didn't work.
Hey,
Isn't that funny that that's how those tyrants always act? The first thing they want to do is take away your right to defend yourself.
They want to take away. Northam was sitting there trying to take away AR-15s, AK-47s.
Northam was trying to make it illegal to even train together. He was going to make the whole act of training together as if it was a paramilitary organization, which automatically makes it illegal in the United States.
Yeah, he was going to make it to where more than 2 people training together was illegal. So
dude, you couldn't even teach somebody self-defense, you know, just basic self-defense. That was going to be illegal.
Yeah, all martial arts classes would have been illegal, everything else. So,
you know, I found that funny too, coming from Governor Blackface himself.
Do what now?
I said I found that comical that was all coming from Governor Blackface himself.
Oh, that bastard wasn't even goddamn. He wasn't even goddamn in Richmond when we all showed up. He was down in North.
He was scared for his fucking life, man. People were wanting to. There were people there that were actively wanting to arrest that man and hold him hold a trial for treason against him.
Man, there was somebody who built a 12-foot guillotine. They built a guillotine and brought it down there.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, hell, dude, he even went so far because I know that all the sheriffs had basically told him that they were not going to enforce his tyrannical, unconstitutional acts that he was trying to pass. And he went so far that he said that if the sheriffs and the state police and local police didn't enforce his laws, that he was going to fire them all and have them all jailed.
Yeah, he was like that. He said that in I went to school with the sheriff in my county. So I sat there.
Hey, hang on a second. Hang on. Mo, you want to say something?
Hey, let me get a shout out to the great douchebag. Thank you for the super chat. You said Rob won't believe Bill and Ted Excellent Adventure was a bogus journey. Joe Biden hires a photographer to manage his self. Next. Thank you for the super chat.
Hey, on a side note to the great douchebag, the new Bill and Ted is the most wonderful movie that was ever put out recently. Just wanted to throw that in there. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off, brother.
Ain't no problem. But yeah, I told the sheriff and shit where I live, I was like, you know what? He ain't gonna come out this far. Sheriff said, I know he's not gonna come out this far. He's like, yeah, we will shoot their asses. Okay. I said, so if he passes this law to where you got to come take people's guns, he went, yeah, that's not happening. He said, all y'all are crazy. He said,
I'm still trying to wrap my head around how he even got elected in North Carolina or in Virginia. I mean, he goes against everything Virginia stands for.
Northern Virginia. They're the ones that did it. Everywhere in the state is red except for like the cities.
Well, look, dude, that is a prime example on why an electoral college is needed across the country for the presidential election then. Because if one or two cities in a state can dictate the outcome of a gubernatorial election, then we know damn well that California, Texas, and New York would completely change the outcome of a presidential election.
Los Angeles has 10 million people. So that takes out Los Angeles County itself can take out a bunch of states by itself. So, and we know LA is going to go blue.
Hey, Cali Unknown mentioned something about ballot harvesting, and that is true. And you know what's funny about ballot harvesting is it's not illegal.
No. It isn't.
That is 100% legal for them to do that shit and defraud the American people.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's coming. It is coming. This election is going to be in the Supreme Court. It's going to be in the courts. There's no question about that. Even if Trump does win by a landslide, they're going to push it. Dude, it's going to be worse than when Al Gore conceded to George Bush. Yeah, it's going to be worse. Even if it's a landslide, either side is going to say it's crooked, just because all the shit goes on. But looking at everything going on, other than the mainstream news and shit like that, the rally sizes themselves, Trump has it. He's going to get it by a landslide.
Jesus, you ready?
What up, Shell? Hey, show that again, Shell.
My ER? Hold on.
Yeah, show that shit. Hold on. Let me get rid of these comments. Get rid of that comments real quick. There you go. Look at that shit. Don't make me spray.
Oh, now you're going to get Mike up here. Mike's going to be up here doing show and tell.
I got a nice
crazy ass white people on my shit.
Let's just you guys want to hear a story?
They're gonna play short them goddamn crackers.
Every time I went to the store to any kind of store that sold guns, my husband and my kids would be looking for me, and all my husband would have to say, "Where do you think she is?"
Yeah.
Hey Mo, show mine, brother.
Hold on, I got you, my nigga. All right, here you go.
See that shit? Don't tread on me.
Don't tread on me. Look at B right here, man. I'm gonna call you B. Fuck Byron. I'm gonna call you B.
See, that's
Hey, and you know what?
I live
You
in
gotta
New York.
get
This
man.
right
I'm calling
here,
you B-Dog now.
this right here was a gift from the federal government themselves. This
Cool.
is what my stimulus package bought me.
You're lucky because I live in New York
Jonathan,
State,
what's
so
up, Jonathan?
my
Sweet,
gun
bro.
was made after the STAFE Act bill, thanks to Como
No.
There we
and his
go.
Attorney General.
Oh shit, we got show and tell over here. Look at this. So that's how you get. You got some crazy ass far right wingers on this motherfucker.
They
Hey,
don't. They
you want right wing shit.
Hey, yeah,
Turn
well,
off-
that's what he
Yeah,
said.
but the-
There ain't
but the-
nothing right wing about being a gun owner. And
But the
actually,
real
you want to know
question
what
is,
That,
do you
that's what
have
you would
ammo?
consider us.
The real
That's
question
what they
is,
would
how much
consider
ammo
us.
do you have?
A lot.
I got about 5,000 rounds of
Far
223.
right winger too. So hey,
Shit. Damn.
I'm with y'all. I'm with the far right wingers. But
During
that's what
COVID,
y'all consider.
I stocked up. Believe it or not.
You know what I found absolutely extra funny and comical about this whole lockdown shit was when this happened, there was a influx, a huge surge of left-wingers going out trying to buy guns. And
Yeah.
they were so pissed off when they found out that they couldn't buy guns like they thought they could.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's hilarious.
When they got told, when most of them got told they had to wait 3 to 5 days before they could even get their gun.
Well, especially when Antifa
Well,
started showing up
3,000
in their
rounds isn't very
neighborhoods and
much when
shit.
you have
They
100
started
round
getting scared.
magazines.
No, I got
3,000
5,000
rounds isn't
rounds.
very much when you have 100 round
Who's
magazines.
up now?
3,000 rounds is a lot if you actually use the bullet correctly. You know, don't waste them. You
That's
know,
why you have to learn. That's why you have to learn to reload your ammo.
Yep. Well, they said there. They said, they put out a tweet when all the riots and stuff were going on. They said, yeah, we're coming out to the counties next. I said there. I told dude, I said, you really
Nice.
don't want to do that. You really don't want to do that. I was like, I got 3,000 reasons right now why you should knock on my door.
I got 3 reasons: my wife and 2 kids. I dare somebody to make that mistake.
Byron, you look so cool.
Absolutely.
I hope I never have
Nice
to.
hat.
Brian, I'm not. I never hope I have to be in that situation. But
Exactly.
God forbid, anybody comes in my home that's unwanted.
Yeah.
Let me just exactly what the sheriff told me one time when I bought one of my guns. Make sure they're dead.
Yeah, and depending on what state you live in, like we
I
got
live in New
robbed.
York.
We got robbed at gunpoint when I lived in Ohio, and that's what got me into home defense and actually learning how to defend and protect and all that stuff. That's what actually got me moved into the whole militia movement. But when that happened, the sheriff had told us when we were in Ohio that make sure that if that ever happens again, that when you kill them, and this is in Ohio, make sure that you kill them, because if you kill them, there's no one to dispute what you're saying. It's your word against a dead man. He said, and 2, make sure that you shoot them in the front and not in the back, because forensics will be able to tell the difference.
Oh yeah.
He said if they do happen to be in the doorway and they fall outside the door or coming through a window,
Wow.
after you shoot them, make sure you pull them in your house.
That's what he told me too.
Oh yeah.
Like I
haven't
said,
seen- you haven't seen the
we would
ceramic
prefer you
bullets?
just go ahead and kill them because it saves us on paperwork.
You haven't seen the bullets that's pressed ceramics that it pretty much dissolves once it goes in,
Oh yeah, the frangible.
so it's hard to pull forensics.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
The only
Hey,
things are
Michelle.
expensive. They're like $70 for 10
What's up,
rounds.
Lisa?
Me personally,
I'm
I'm a
just
big
waiting for
fan
John
of
to
12
finish.
gauge shotguns with buckshot, man. That
Mhm.
makes great home defense.
Well, it's-
I use the ones with the 1.5 ounce slugs in it.
Well, the
Yeah.
reason why I'd say buckshot is buckshot ain't going to go through the walls and accidentally hit somebody in your house.
A 30-30 is a
Well,
good.
if it
home
comes down
defense.
to where you're having to use that, it more than likely, shoot.
I always-
No, I'd rather
It's
just use the
firing. You're not
buckshot
gonna
because,
be that
dude, you'd be
worried.
surprised just how much of a person's fucking body buckshot will erase right now.
I always tell people if they want to know a good home defense gun, especially for the ladies, a 30-30.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
buckshot,
man, I'll
that
tell
won't
you
even
what,
work if
ammo
they're-
for those
they're
things
within
are
like
freaking
12 feet, maybe.
expensive.
Yeah, but
If you're within
that is
12
one thing
feet,
I've
maybe 10
concentrated on
feet,
buying
buckshot,
is a
maybe.
lot of 30-30 ammo.
You
That's
know,
what I got under
hell,
my bed.
before the pandemic, 30-30 ammo, what, it was like, what, almost 20-30 bucks for like 15, 20 rounds?
It tripled up in costs. Like I had to hunt it down. Like sometimes it wouldn't be there. I had to go to 5 or 6 different gun stores or what have you.
And it's crazy
What,
too,
you
man,
get
because you can literally get a Marlin lever action 30-30 for less than $300,
Right.
you know, but they want to charge, you know, an arm and a leg for a damn round.
Well, same thing with 22.
Yeah, that's what they did in California as well.
That's
Can y'all hear me?
crazy.
Hell,
Hey, Jonathan.
California, they
Jonathan.
just basically told you guys can't have mags, you guys can't have more than 2 rounds in your rifle.
Yeah,
You got to have them plugs and stoppers.
I got to
Well,
deal with
Byron.
Como. I got to deal with
Background
Como.
check on buying ammo.
Did you guys
Well,
ever hear
Byron,
of
we
the
got
New York?
1020 laws still. We still got the 1020 laws for each bullet 7 years. So we still
Have
got
you
that
heard
in
of the
place.
New York Safe
Really?
Act? The New York Safe Act Como made with his upwing left-hearted libtard attorney general, who's still going after the NRA. Yeah, they totally modified a lot of guns thanks to that.
Yeah, I got a lot of buddies that live over in New York that aren't happy with Governor Deathman.
Yeah, my husband used to call him something else, but I probably shouldn't say it out loud.
Dude, he's a fucking death dealer is what he is. Him and fucking Governor Whitmer are fucking responsible for at least themselves between 20 and 25,000 deaths.
Because they're
Hey Mo,
white.
your boys in the chat room, RBR.
They support population control. That's why. Not only do they want to eradicate unborn, but they want to eradicate the elderly. Just like communists do, like China. They don't care.
Oh, hell,
Hey, RBR, go fuck off with that Nazi, commie, fucking racist bullshit,
Yeah,
motherfucker.
you guys are probably going to be scaring RBR showing all those weapons.
Hell, and guns
I
we
think
trust.
was that the person that got who went after me because I was pro-life and owned a gun?
No, he probably went after you because you're white.
Oh,
Yeah, he does do that.
RBR, all you got to do is be white. All you got to do is have little to no melanin in your skin, and you're a Nazi and a racist and every other fucking ist and phobe and whatever else he can come up with to top it off.
okay, now I remember.
You know, you're like a fucking banana split sundae cone
and
of
he calls
fucking
you a third
racism all
grader.
rolled into one.
So what do we
And he
doing
calls
on
people third graders when he acts like a third grader himself.
What was that, Al?
Okay, Michelle. Now I was what I was saying.
What are we doing watch on election night? Who's watching what?
Where RBR at? I don't see RBR.
I'm paying
There you go.
attention as closely as I can. I'm working for the Tom Reed campaign, so my congressman, and they don't have anybody in my area to work for the campaign, so I've been to door pushing, and I've never seen, let me just say, in just my district alone, I've never seen so many Trump supporters, people who didn't vote for him in 2016 that will be now. We're talking over 327 people who never voted for Trump will be voting for Trump just in this district.
Oh yeah.
I've been doing a lot of door to. I even drove around streets I never even knew they were there.
Hey, thank you, Dishbag, for the super chat.
Lisa, good to see you. What were you saying, Lisa?
Does RBR know that
Did you
man
see my
wasn't
comment
around
in
4
the
million
chat?
years ago?
I'll go look at it.
RBR, you lucky I can get truth talk on this.
Yeah, I always get right on. So
I'm gonna cuss your ass out.
What comment?
John,
Man didn't exist 4 million years ago.
Put it in the private chat, Lisa.
No, I put it in your chat when you were live.
Oh yeah, I
I said
shared
about
that one
Pennsylvania
number.
with the ballots. I just did a video on it.
Yeah, I also
So,
shared that number too that people can call in case they're an emergency. Because Antifa and
The
Black Lives
886
Matter threatened
Arvo.
that they're gonna.
Yeah, if you get. No.
So have any of you guys read the article about a group
I just
about a
did
group called Shut Down
a
DC?
report.
Yeah, I have heard.
No.
I heard about that.
Shut me
No,
up.
I got some questions on it.
Yeah, apparently there's some there's actually some high-ranking members in government positions that are part of this that are planning on mobilizing and having direct action on basically trying to, what is it? They're trying to set up little spots around the White House. That way they can take control of it.
Well, let me ask you guys this. Did you hear that we rescued a hostage yesterday? The Navy SEALs from Nigeria?
Yep.
Was it Osama?
No.
I mean, that's a bad joke, but I was just curious.
That was genuinely funny. That was genuinely funny.
Killed like he was supposed to have been.
That was genuinely funny. That was. But yeah, John, I heard about that though. Man, we got a lot of things we need to clean up on the second term, man. I don't know, man. The situation in Somalia, it's either we gonna bang it out or we just gonna just leave it, let it be long. Cause
well,
Nigerian
right now, PA's trying. I just did a video about the PA ballots. It's a mess. There's a couple articles out there where they want to have a committee and no volunteers. I did a video about ballots. It's a mess. There's a couple articles out there where they want to have a committee.
There he is.
Volunteers.
Conspiracy box.
Ballots. It's a mess. There's a couple articles out there where they.
What's up, you racist Uncle Tom?
Here you go.
It's a mess. There's a couple articles out there where they.
What's up, you racist?
Let's just say, did he find some campers?
Yeah, you got feedback.
What's up, you racist?
We got immunity. Fix your mic, man. You got feedback in the background. You got to turn your device off.
I swear, RBR is so fucking slow.
Yeah, he actually runs a channel.
Yeah,
He's probably live right now. He's probably live right now.
Live right now. Let me show these codes.
That's why he's got
He's
background
trying to
sound.
use your fucking channel for clickbait so he can get clicks on his channel, Mo.
I'm okay with that shit.
Yep. Just drop Mo's PayPal link. That's all he asks.
RBR is fucking nut.
Add some money to his Cash App, RBR, if you're going to be using him like that.
All I just wish is that he would learn the truth about, American history and the truth about the Democratic Party and who they were from the very beginning.
Oh, he knows the history. He just buys into that Southern switch.
RBR is going to get triggered on that comment.
You get triggered and call you cuss you out.
Yeah. You're a white supremacist.
Hillsdale University, free class right now if he wants to take it. They'll offer a free class.
All Nazis.
Finished the third grade a long time ago.
That want to kill the black man.
Anybody that has real knowledge anybody that uses an encyclopedia instead of Wikipedia is a Nazi.
Bring it.
Bring it, Javier. What you got to say?
Nothing on Wikipedia is true. It's a bunch of Nazis like you with fake conspiracy theories, lying.
You're
told you.
You're
Nothing,
stupid, you bad wench.
Not a communist, sorry.
Yes.
It's about capitalism.
You ain't nothing but a house nigga.
You're just too dumb to know what it is. You're a
Keep
Marxist.
calling me dumb, dude. You keep calling me stupid.
Yes, you have an intellect of a third grade.
You call everybody, anybody who supports Trump or anybody who supports the Constitution, our forefathers. Let's say they support Abraham Lincoln, and you call them dumb.
Constitution.
Unless they support your ideology, then they're good people. I get it.
Yes, unless they support
Yeah, you're a typical liberal, man. I'm going to force my ideology on people under the guise that it's for the betterment of humanity.
Well, the Nazis have a place where you can go and have your own Nazi
Because I'm an ignorant fucking black man that thinks he knows something because mommy patted me on my back when I was a little kid and said I was a smart one.
Yeah, that's stupid. Because your parents.
So is eating crayons, but you still seem to do that.
Yeah, well, you can have personal attacks all you want because you're a racist.
Yeah, you know what? You started that personal attack game, fucking Uncle
Your
Tom.
mic is breaking up a little bit, RBR.
I was born black. So.
You know, if you actually would have been decent and humane and came to me like a fucking actual human being and maybe a fucking gentleman, then we wouldn't be playing this game. But you don't have that in your fucking ability to do that because you're not a fucking decent human being. You're a piece of shit.
I agree, Byron. Byron, RBR completely doxed me because of my beliefs, man. RBR doxed me, and
I've never.
It's people like you that are steering young black kids the wrong way and teaching them the wrong message. It's people like you that are fucking up your own community because you don't know how to fucking stop preaching that fucking nonsense. You're an idiot. You're stupid. You're stupid. You're stupid. You're stupid.
All right,
You're
let's
stupid.
hear what RBR
Your opinion
has to
don't
say.
matter.
Yeah,
Let's hear what RBR has to say.
Go ahead, RBR.
Hear what I have to say. They just want to attack me. See, this is how racists get their anger out. Instead of the conversation.
where do you get?
Excuse me, you attack.
Where do you get that?
You little.
Yeah, but let him talk. Let him talk.
Hold on. Let everyone talk. Oh, he got
The only person I'm racist against is you.
Yeah, that's stupid. I'm the only one telling. So that's dumb. All right. So anyway, I'm the only black person here that hasn't joined the Klan. So that's stupid. But anyway,
you're a fucking ignorant fuck, dude.
I'm ignorant.
You're the one that's doing the orientation, dude.
Your own fucking
Little third grade boy.
Hold on. I want to hear.
Fire RBR.
No, wait. You know what? Let's do what Mo said. Let's do him like Trump did Biden and let him speak so he can sink his own
Let him
ship.
speak. I'm gonna mute everybody's mic. Say something, RBR.
Yeah, well, all I'm saying, the reason that racists like to attack black people who don't want to join the Klan and help them destroy democracy and kill off everybody in America that's not white is because they can't really win an argument. They're about bullying. They're about childishness. They're about third grade intellects. We can have a conversation. It's not about you forcing your Marxist ideology down my throat. Look, you're a bunch of racists. You're 20% of the goddamn population. You're the dumbest people on earth. You're behind in every area. 87% of the people on welfare and food stamps are white. All of the serial killers, all of the murderers, all of the Nazis, all of the Ku Klux Klan, they're white. You have no business being in charge of a fucking government. You're just
Yeah, RBR making us look bad. RBR making us look
All right,
bad.
RBR.
RBR making us look bad.
I'm gonna bite my tongue, Mo.
No, it's RBR. Come on, y'all know this RBR.
All right, well, let me finish.
He
Now,
makes up his facts and his numbers.
yeah, I'm making up the facts, but the fact you are the
You know you
dumbest.
do, RBR. Come on.
I made up 2 + 2 = 4. Okay, great. Now, the thing
That's
about
all you learned. That's all you ever learned. You can never go past that.
Well, hold on, coon nigga, coon racist.
Oh, now I'm a nigga. You already called me sand nigga already. I already know.
White nigger. He's a white nigger. But anyway,
Yeah, right.
I
RBR, I'm gonna punch the shit out you, man. For one
this is
thing, you're making us look bad, bruh.
I'm
You're
making the
making
coon
us look bad.
I'm making Herman Cain look bad. Okay, great. Now, what I'm
Shut
saying
the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
is,
Matter of fact, I'm tired of you, RBR. You dox me and shit, man.
what do you mean by
That's the whole
dox?
bullshit.
That means?
First of all, you fucking bullshit.
What are you
Just because
talking
I
about?
don't agree with your politics, man.
I don't know
You's a
you.
fucking nut. You's
What's
a
wrong with that
fucking nut.
ass mentally ill? Now, see, they would have shot him. The racist cops would have shot him because he's mentally ill. I don't know this dude. How could I have doxed him? I don't even know who he is. Which cool on?
You be the first one shot, dude. You're mentally ill.
Oh, I'm mentally ill because I don't want to join the Klan and destroy America and kill 80% of the population. That's not white. Really? We're the mentally ill.
What are you already talking about?
Listen to how you're talking. Like a third
Can I have a
grader,
second to respond
a nut
back now?
job. You are a nut job.
I just got one thing to say. One thing to say. Okay? The reason why you use racism for your argument is because you have no intelligent argument. That's why you always fall back to your crutch. And that's all I got to say about that.
Okay, well, I say that the truth is a very good argument, and you motherfuckers should try it sometime. All right, you fucking
Dude, you don't even know. You wouldn't know what the truth was if you fucking fell down a flight of stairs and it smacked you in the fucking face.
Well, let me tell you the truth, Mr. Racist, Mr. Nazi,
You're
Mr.
so
Klan.
fucking nutty. RBR want to comment everybody white.
I'm curious. You know, inquiring minds want to know what's the truth, racist.
Yeah.
Yes.
RBR, you're gonna cry after Trump wins?
Crazy.
Are you gonna cry after Trump wins? Come
He's
on.
probably going to commit suicide.
Come on, RBR. You know you're gonna cry a little bit.
No, he already won. Did I cry? Did you hear
No,
me
but
cry?
when he wins in 2020, right here in a few days.
Make America great. So Mexico's going to pay for the wall if he wins in 2020.
They are with the
RBR.
USMCA.
Remember, John, this is the
RBR.
same guy that
You
thinks
hate-
that Obama was the GOAT. You know, the same guy
Yeah,
that dropped
Obama's
more
the
bombs
black
on
geek.
Syria than any
That's a-
president in history.
No,
Well, that would be
Obama was the great messiah. You don't know that? RBR said that.
about Obama because you hate him because he's black. I do know that.
I wonder if RBR hates
I
him.
voted for Obama, dumbass.
That's a lie. All the
Oh, that's a lie. You really? I'm. You know that for a fact. You were standing right beside me in the poll. You're about an ignorant fuck.
Well, I know that 1% of white people that were Republican voted
Hey,
for.
dude, you realize you're not even a full-blooded black person if you're from this country. So quit with that fucking color shit.
I'm
We're all
African.
American, bro. We're all American. Every fucking person in this country that's been here and goes back multiple generations is mixed race. Get over it.
No, you Nazis are not Americans. You're German. Oh, now, so what I was saying was,
Hey, RBR, explain this one. How did we get to 33.1% GDP this last quarter?
Boy,
because
That was
you
because
really
of the
are-
fucking
Oh, it's because of Obama.
GDP. Hold on.
Switch it to Obama.
Well, it was next to Obama. He did $3 trillion.
It was.
I thought Trump was going to ruin
Are you
everything.
really? You're really saying that the economy was because of Obama? The same guy that looked at Trump and said, "You're going to fix the economy with what magic wand?" Really?
Do you want to listen, dumb racist, or you just want
That
to
came right out of your fucking goat's mouth. He even said that it can't be fixed. There's no magic wand out there to fix it, Mr. Trump.
That's not true.
That is a fact, and that is true.
Look it up on YouTube, you fuck.
If you put $3 trillion into the economy, then the economy will go up 33%. When Obama put $4 trillion into the economy, bailed out the banks, bailed out GM, the GDP grew a record 45%. We created 25 million new jobs. He deposited $31 trillion into the Fed Bank and the U.S. Treasury. That Trump inherited, by the way, and is trying to take credit for. But if he realized that stimulus, right, Trump started the economy, then his dumb ass, as dumb as he is, because white people are the dumbest people on earth, and Trump is right there with them. Now, if they realize that putting $3 trillion into the economy would stimulate the economy because Obama did it, then I think that we would have to give Obama credit because he used a policy of Barack Obama's called the stimulus. Am I wrong? Is that true?
No,
or
that's not something
Yeah,
I was
because the
starting.
economy was doing good before that.
Hold on. Maybe he got rid of all the regulations, so the goddamn Wall Street and Lehman Brothers and Wells Fargo and Bernie Madoff.
Oh, really? Blue collar wages went up higher than white collar wages.
That's a lie.
No, it's not. Look at the jobs reports.
Check. Hold on. When you get a $1,200 check,
We're talking about the jobs report, not $1,200 check.
well, we're not
Talking
talking
like
about
December, November,
That's funny,
October of last
Alex
year.
Sleeping Jones.
Job
That is
wages
great.
went up for blue collar,
Yeah, well, the GDP
higher than it did for white collar.
Hey Mo, go ahead and tell everybody what Alex Sleeping Joe said about RBR.
because we got a $3 trillion stimulus. Even the people that were dumb like you who didn't understand stimuluses, you stupid idiots. This motherfucker
I'm
got
pretty
elected.
sure the only
Projecting as
thing
usual.
that Obama's stimulus did was bail out the fucking banks and the auto industry that fucked everyone over.
Well, that was Bush, and Obama got the money
Yeah.
back.
The shovel ready
He got
jobs,
the
where
money
were
back.
they?
Really?
Where were the
He
shovel
got the
ready
money
jobs?
back. How did he get the
Yeah.
money back? Because I'm
Cash
pretty
for
sure
clunkers?
that we were
Cash for clunkers?
Because he knows I know the answer. He got the money back.
How?
back.
How?
Well, because giving them the
Arguing with
money.
this crazy ass.
Was that the money he gave to Iran?
No, that was their money, you fucking idiot. You dumb niggas.
No,
still think-
not the
wasn't their
cash
money.
wasn't. The cash
That
wasn't.
wasn't their money. If that was their money, it
cash
would have
in the
been fucking
airplanes
put on a
wasn't their
fucking
money.
plane and sent overnight.
The
Shut
money
your
that was released was their money, but the money that was sent on the airplanes was not their money.
money. It was their money that Jimmy
No,
Carter-
it wasn't.
and
No,
when
it was not. That was
And the
Obama
money you're
funding
talking
their
about that was
fucking nuclear
released
program.
was seized after the Shah died.
Up. That's their whole argument is to lie and make shit up. Get the fuck out
No,
of here.
that's right. You are. That's exactly what you do. You lie and make shit up.
Dumb. Hold on, dumb.
You have a news show about your own shit that you make up. You make little memes, and then you say, "Oh, look, here's the news," and it happens to be a meme that you created. That's how
John,
fake
his
you are.
ignorant ass wonders why people
You're such a
attack him right off the
narcissist.
rip.
Yeah, they do because I'm coming out here telling
No,
the truth.
because you're an ignorant fuck that just wants to call names and fucking tell lies, dude. You can't treat nobody. You ain't going to get respect if you can't treat people with respect.
These motherfuckers wasn't even born in 1974. That was Jimmy Carter who seized.
Yeah, you're right. I was born before that.
Why don't you just?
Nixon was president in
Can I-
74, dog. What are you talking
I
about?
think this
Nixon was
guy needs
president.
a history lesson, dude.
I'm
What's
saying Carter. It was Nixon in 74.
RBR? You need
He's one of them guys that buy into critical race theory too.
I'm posting all this stuff, and I'm just giving you just
Yeah, and-
facts from the very beginning.
They're just
Wake
Under-
up, dude.
Yeah, under Carter, we had the Iran
Talking
hostage
about Carter.
crisis when they took over the embassy in Tehran, Iran.
What was it?
But John,
490
LBR got his
What-
time messed
Isn't
up.
that when they had the oil embargo too?
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
Oil embargo.
Oil embargo.
Talking about.
Yeah, people waiting in line,
Yeah, that was
using
Reagan,
odd number plates and shit like that. Yes.
dumb fuck. Reagan was president in 1980 with the gas lines. What Jimmy Carter did.
No, there wasn't gas lines in 1980.
Over 81, you stupid.
Stop it, RBR.
Let me talk to you, dumb racist, because I know you don't know the truth, which is so sickening about which is why
Why you
nobody
stuck my ass?
your dumb asses. You are the dumbest fucking people on earth. Why in the fuck would we put you in charge of a government? All right. So Jimmy Carter did
We
the,
damn sure don't want your
Because that makes you even dumber.
Because we saw what happened when we put someone like you in fucking in charge of shit. We end up in more debt and a dude rolling around with a Cadillac on 22s.
shit. How come this damn nigga
We
Jonathan?
won't even talk about Hunter Biden's laptop.
Yeah, that's a messed up debunked story too. So that's a fucking lie.
Debunked by who?
Explain it, then,
Debunked by
RBR.
who?
Explain it.
By who?
Explain the laptop, RBR.
mad,
Who debunked it?
RBR?
Let's
No,
talk
I
about
want
The
RBR to
Southern
say
Poverty
laptop.
Law Center?
Act. Hold on. Let's talk about the Oil Reserve Act that Jimmy Carter signed with OPEC to make sure that we never have another oil crisis again. And what was that? Well, we
That
locked
was bullshit.
from OPEC. I know the truth is bullshit to you because you're racist, because you're Nazis, because you're third graders. But anyway, let me
Dog,
tell
that
you.
was Reagan that time.
So,
That was Reagan that time.
You ever lived in another country? I have.
Signed the deal with OPEC.
What is RBR talking about?
Gas. Hold on, that we would buy gas at
Typical Democrat.
1970 prices. It was called the Oil Reserve Act. Jimmy Carter dumped 33 million. Obama dropped 33
Yeah, dumb fuck.
33 billion barrels of oil into the market to make the price go down after Bush had the gas prices up to $5. So that
Wait a
oil.
minute, whoa.
That was under Obama, $5.
No,
You're
no.
talking Carter to Bush? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hey, RBR, did you vote for Hillary?
Point. Carter was
Did you vote for Hillary?
a Nazi.
Did you vote for Hillary?
Yes, he did.
Yes.
He was Carter to Bush. What the hell?
He voted for Hillary Clinton.
Right. But why would I vote for the Nazi? Did you vote for the Nazi?
You
You're
voted for the Nazi. Hillary Clinton deleted all the emails.
You want to talk about
Nazi
racial
in the
injustice and
United
civil rights?
Nazi,
For years.
Let's
Dumb
go
ass.
all the way back
to
to
what?
1888. You want it? You want to?
You want to go back 4 million years ago when?
I give it to you, RBR. You're a hardcore Democrat. You stand up. I give you that.
No, I stand up with
Even
truth.
if he's delusional.
Well,
I give him respect for that.
Bernie Sanders ran as a Democrat. I'm not. Antifa's acting like they're Democrats. They're Marxists. They're communists. No, I'm an Obamacrat. I deal with the truth. I deal with the real.
You don't
RBR.
talk with Bernie, you don't talk with Bernie, though. But you talk with Biden, though.
Yeah, Democrats are doomed if that's true, RBR.
Well,
What
that's
the
fine.
hell did
The
Obama do for America for 8 years?
Obama grew the economy a record 45%. Obama saved the
Bullshit.
Obama created 25 million new jobs.
My ass.
Obama
Trump just grew the economy 33.1%, which is a historical record.
And actually, Obama had historically record
never
low
made
growth during
GDP.
his presidency.
He never made a GDP over 3%.
Obama gave
Japan is
98
correct. Japan
in
is
this country
correct.
Obama gave
It was
shit.
a slow,
affordable health care at a
slow
savings
recovery.
of over $1 trillion a year. Obama did $300 billion.
Mr. Hannon was
Obama
correct.
said the new normal for the GDP was going to be 1 to 1.5%.
That's a lie.
That was
Bush-
going to be the new normal.
No, Bush's
Yes,
GDP
he did. He
that.
said that.
No, he didn't. That's another fucking
Yes, he
lie.
did. He said that's the new normal.
Someone take you goddamn son of a bitch. Look it up.
Would have been the new normal if you kept electing
Look it
Democrats.
up, you goddamn dumb
Yeah,
racist.
1.5%. And Trump just got a 33.5% GDP this last quarter.
That was 1 quarter. Obama.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty high 33.5.
Would you listen, dumb fuck? Now,
Dude,
over-
unemployment was at a record fucking high when Obama was in office.
I know that Obama is black, but we're not stupid. We know why you hate Obama. But
Hey,
anyway,
RBR, were you a crack baby?
Because of this fucking
No.
politics.
Were you a
He's
crack
got,
baby or something?
he's got a lot of anger issues.
they don't want
Because
to
you
talk.
have a learning disability.
Okay,
No,
well, that's
deep.
what-
You got
Thanks
some deep-rooted anger in you, brother.
You're lost. You're a bunch of fucking racists. Blow up.
RBR was saying Carter in 74. Brad, we had Richard Nixon in 74.
Talk about being.
He's snapping, man. He's all
You need
triggered
to,
now.
Mo. You need to share this shit out because this is called definitely a trigger moment.
Fewer is
RBR.
It's called Final Countdown. Final Countdown to RBR.
I'll never.
Try to get on here again.
I'll never forget.
Final countdown.
Can I just talk for a second? I'll never forget when you disrespected me the night when I came on here. Just a couple. No, shut up for a second. I'll never forget when you disrespected me when I came on here and I told Mo that I lost my husband and my daughter. I'll never forget when you disrespected me,
triggered a lot.
asshole.
Good.
That's
He
what I
left.
thought because he remembers exactly what he said.
Triggered.
Pro-life
Yeah,
warrior.
dude,
I'm sorry
he
for your
did the
loss
same
on
thing
that
to me
one.
the first night
Thank
I was
you.
on, as he instantly jumped on me, attacked me, and said I was a fucking racist.
Yeah, I told him I want to give him a history lesson.
I think he was a crack baby.
He's got
Byron, I found out to be disgusting, man, because he went off on you first. He attacked you first. That's crazy, bro.
He's got some.
So, you know,
deep-rooted
personally,
anger
if you want my
issues.
opinion, like you said earlier, and like I already said, he makes people from your guys' community look bad. And he's actually what's stifling there being actual intellectual growth, because there's people like that preaching that kind of hate to young, impressionable minds. And
My
they
daughter-
actually
But see,
believe that
but you know
shit.
what? That's a mistake because you know what? All black people don't think alike. He's not like because he thinks that way. All black.
I'm
people
not saying that they all think alike, but it's
No,
people like
he's
him
right.
that get people into that.
Young minds
He's
are
just an
really-
individual
Hey, he's
that's
a
lost.
Look,
Yeah.
all it takes is for the fucker to sit there and talk his shit. Once he talks his shit and people listen to it, they absorb it.
exactly,
And-
and especially
and-
young minds. Young minds
Man,
today
you
are
got me for ruining
brainwashed
nothing, man.
because of
I
that.
kind of
People
feel
like
bad
that.
for him, y'all.
He's
I
talking
do
shit in the
too.
chat room now.
I
He's talking
do.
shit in the chat room now.
I do, and I challenge him one day. Even offline, I'll give him a history lesson.
See, I like
He feels better.
I
He
don't
feels
want
better
that.
as a keyboard warrior.
like
He feels better as a keyboard warrior than coming up here and talking.
Like,
Yeah,
I don't want to be.
Yeah,
I
with
would
you.
love to actually do a real one-on-one debate with him.
I do want to. I'm going to do a one-on-one debate with him. Me and him. I'm going to let him
Yeah.
talk.
But you're going to have to do like
The
they
problem
did at
is he
the
doesn't
fucking
listen- he
presidential
doesn't-
debate. And you're going to have to mute mics.
He doesn't listen, and he'll just start calling you a racist, Nazi, and
Well,
you know.
and all that does is it shows that he really has no actual argument.
No, I mean,
You know, because that's the fallback for anyone that doesn't have an argument is you're a racist or you're a misogynist or you're a homophobe or
No, look what he just said right here. Look at him right here. I'm going to pin what he just said. These dumb Nazis. That's all he do. Dumb. He call everybody Nazis.
Yeah, that's
Hey.
what I'm saying.
ask him why nobody in Russia ever bitches about Putin. And you never hear anything bad about Putin from his
He
people.
don't see shit Biden does wrong. That's wrong. He don't see shit. Biden does
I'll
wrong.
never forget what he said to
Yeah,
me.
he didn't want to talk about the laptop. It's been debunked, but he wouldn't tell me, who debunked it.
Can
He's
anybody
right.
hear me? Oh,
You
there
know,
we
I
go.
have a theory about that laptop thing too. I really do. I almost wonder if Hunter Biden, when he dropped that off, he did it because he's just done. He wants to be done with it all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
he
an
wants to be
intervention.
told.
Honey B said lay off CNN.
Well, let's face it.
Get off of
Let's face
Google.
it. Hunter
Quit
Biden
Googling
never had a
shit.
good relationship with his dad.
Do what?
Hunter Biden never had a good relationship with his dad, so.
No, he didn't. And his dad, after Bo died, he just used Hunter as a political fucking pawn to do
Bo
his
was
dirty
his.
work.
Hey,
Bo
Michelle,
was
did
his
you see
favorite.
that email that Hunter
Pimp
wrote
Daddy
about
Biden.
him having
Pimp Daddy
having
Biden.
being naked in front of his 14-year-old stepdaughter /
Yeah, I heard about that.
And those photos got
that was
leaked,
his.
too.
That was also because he
That was
married
his brother's
dead-
daughter.
Yeah, it
He's
was
got
his
a-
brother's
he's got a
wife that he
Pornhub.
married.
He's got a
Yeah,
Pornhub
because
account.
after his brother died, he left his wife and then ended up marrying his
her.
brother's wife.
And then started walking around naked and doing stuff to the
Yeah.
14-year-old.
He's got a Pornhub account.
Well, almost
minute,
every
what?
guy on the planet has a Pornhub account. That's
Well,
not fair.
See, I'm not going to talk about that stuff, but anyway, but I'm just saying he does, and that was leaked out there. Now let's just say if that was Don Jr. right now, holy shit, that would be the end of the world. Like, you know what I mean? And it's just so. It just
Jimmy,
blows my
Mo
mind.
could-
Never here to end.
Mo will bring you in.
I don't know, RBR, maybe
Mo.
for the same reason that everybody was forced to talk about a bunch of fake dossiers that were brought up on some bullshit fucking information that the feds and the CIA all knew was bullshit. How about that? Why did it matter when it was Trump and all the shit was coming out against him, but now that it's the guy that you support, none of that shit matters?
So now RBR admits that the laptop's real. He's just saying it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
But now he's admitting that it's real. But I thought it was debunked. See, that's the thing about RBR. His stories don't, they don't add up.
Like,
He
man, it's fuck
flip-flops like
RBR
Joe
with me,
Biden
dog.
does.
Exactly, John. Exactly.
It's fuck RBR, man. Because RBR.
Damn, I
stalks me on
missed
my
RBR.
He's a little third grade boy.
What's up, Conspiracy
Mentally
Box?
delusional little boy.
What's
That's all
going
he is.
on, Brian?
Just give him
Mo,
that
can I
far
say
and
something?
go away.
What up, Mo?
Mo, can I say something?
Yeah, you missed the show and tell earlier.
Lisa, Shell.
I want to just say this. It comes to like this, like you said before, Mo, and I said this. It's good versus evil. This is not a Biden administration. It's totally Harris. Harris has run for president twice now, guys. Not even made it to 3%. The American people didn't even like her. I said from the very beginning Biden was going to choose her because she's the far most left-wing liberal, right?
Yep.
And even Biden, we all know he's went through 2 major brain surgeries. He's just mentally not there. So this is what Nancy Pelosi has in mind because they think Biden's going to win. So Nancy Pelosi will try to impeach them. She'll come up with something to get rid of Kamala Harris, and that would leave who in power.
Then she becomes President Pelosi.
That's exactly right.
Well, it's either that or
welcome to-
Kamala Harris. Kamala will be president and Pelosi will be vice president.
Yes, and what did Pelosi say the first day she would do in the White House? She's going to take every rifle away from the American citizen, and you could only own one gun. That's it.
Well, you saw what Biden's new tax plan or new tax plan is going to be on gun owners if he gets elected.
Yeah. He wants us to pay taxes. Exactly right.
Every year.
Every year. What?
Every year on every rifle.
Like we don't pay
like car
enough taxes.
registration. Like
Yep.
car registration.
You need a damn license for
And the
everything
thing
today.
is if you don't pay it, then you are faced with up to a $25,000 fine and 5 years in prison.
What?
My
See,
shit
this
was
is why I
written in the
don't fuck
record.
with motherfuckers at all.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yep.
All
That's
You
when
know,
start
this is
digging
coming
holes.
from the same
Start
dude that
digging holes at that
co-authored the
point.
95 Crime Bill Act.
You start digging
Yeah, like in
holes
California, we
after
got
that.
10-20 laws, man. For each bullet, 7 years. So we still got that from Gray Davis.
Racists aren't scared of Kamala Harris. Black people should be scared of Kamala Harris. She used that fucking 94 crime bill to lock up more fucking African Americans than any fucking attorney general in American history.
She sure did.
Yep.
Like,
People-
Fucking
people who
ignorant
sold-
fuck.
Drug dealers who sold dime bags, just little dime bags, right? She
Why
put
don't
in
you
prison
ask
for
people in
34
California-
years.
Dude, RBR, why don't you
RBR 's a
actually get a
fucking
hold of people that
cartoon, man.
lived in California and were victims of her crime bill that
Because
she
that would take
enforced?
work. That would take work, and he ain't doing that.
Let's not forget the millions and billions of dollars secretly that Planned Parenthood has fueled her campaigns and her cause. Meanwhile, what she was
Mention if
attorney
Trump's such a
general.
fucking racist, dude, how come your fucking goat didn't do any fucking prison reform? He didn't do shit for your fucking people, for your race. Actually, he made things harder on your race than what it had to be. It took a racist white dude to actually unincarcerate people that had no business being in prison for 10, 20 years.
Dude, Donald Trump is the worst fucking racist there is. He sucks at it.
I know, man.
Like
I mean, he's so fucking racist that prior to him running for president, fucking, what was it, Jesse Jackson and fucking Al Sharpton were giving him fucking accommodations and awards for all of his work in the minority communities.
Yeah,
he was talked about by rappers. Everybody wanted to be like him. He was in all kinds of fucking TV shows, movies. Everybody
get an award?
revered him, and then all of a sudden he became a racist overnight. Get the fuck out
The
of here.
harder the deal
Did
was
he
the
get an
number one
award?
selling book. Just saying.
Margaret
man.
Sanger is the reason for the fucking abortion rate, you moron.
Oh, don't even get me going on that issue.
But yeah, man, like only thing I can say is my uncles got released, man. That's the only thing I appreciate, man. That's why I said salute to old boy, man. I ain't got no issues. My uncle's released because of the First Step Act. I'm much appreciated. They said that.
Mo, you have family.
Mo's uncle too. Mo's uncle
Yeah.
too got released.
Yeah, dude, and it was about time because if you really think
Yeah.
about it, it was absolutely absurd that people that were getting busted for minor marijuana charges were getting 10, 20 years, and people that were fucking going out and raping little kids were getting out in 2 to 10 months.
The first week he did,
Hey,
Trump did a
Michelle.
Mexico City policy.
Michelle, he
What?
said, RBR said Planned Parenthood reduced the black abortion rate 80%.
Oh, here's
Yeah,
the fact
Margaret
about
Sanger was the one that was
They
in charge
it's a
that
lie.
started Planned
If anything,
Parenthood.
they increased it. They didn't decrease it.
black babies
Right.
are the number one right
Yeah.
now, just in New York State alone, being aborted more than born right now, just because we're
Yep.
allowed to be
Yep, more babies are aborted than born.
because we're
Yep.
allowed up to 9 months in this state now.
He probably
So-
thinks Planned Parenthood actually provides birth control for women too.
Most of them, here's the thing about, the Title X program. It's all about reproductive health care for women, cancer screening, birth control, STD checks, cervical cancer screening. But in that stipulation, it said you cannot use this money to abort and kill babies. So you know what Planned Parenthood said? Nope, we don't want any of part of that. So they pulled away from the Title X program. So that right there tells you that they don't care about reproductive health care for women. They only care about pushing their agenda is killing the innocent.
They got 500 million last year tax dollars.
They got money
You know,
during the stimulus.
imagine what the black population in this country would be if Planned Parenthood hadn't murdered all those babies.
68 million, brother, since
In fact,
1973.
that stimulus that Nancy wants that passed in the House.
Yeah,
That's
that's
money for Planned
got
Parenthood.
money in there for abortion.
Yeah,
That
man,
fucking
I'm
tripped me
pretty
out when I read that
disappointed
shit,
in
man.
Yeah, well, people are dying from coronavirus, but we want to increase money to
1973,
funding
Joe
abortion.
Biden, 1973, joined the political arena, right? Every abortion bill he voted for, we're talking 68 million innocent babies aborted because of Joe's policies. His pushing for that agenda.
But what about all the women that are raped and deal with incest? You know, the
I
whole
get
1%
that, but that's
of the
1%.
people. You know, the whole 1% of the abortion rate. You know, the truth of the
Yeah,
matter is,
but
abortion
nowadays,
should not be
if you
used as
get
birth
raped-
control.
If you get raped nowadays, you go to the police or the emergency room. In the kit, it has the Plan B in it pill.
Reverend Al
Yeah.
Jackson
That's
was
in
conceived
the
by
back.
rape.
RBR, Planned Parenthood doesn't offer referrals. They actually sell
Jesse
abortion.
Jackson.
They
Jesse
are
Jackson.
abortion salesmen.
Jesse Jackson was conceived.
That's why they want
by
late
rape.
term abortion, because the body is mostly formed, so it can
You know,
make more
just
money.
like Planned Parenthood sells abortion, it's just the same as, you know, the welfare office selling women on leaving their fucking husband or their boyfriend. That way they can have the government provide them with everything.
Oh yeah, the California governor now gives them to in college universities that like candy now.
Well, look, when me and my wife had our first kid, you know, she got laid off from her job, and I was only making like 15, 16 bucks an hour, not a whole lot,
You're
you know.
triggering RBR.
So she went up to the welfare office to try and get a little bit of help. And they told her that as long as me and her were together, they wouldn't do nothing for her. But if she left me, they would provide her with food. They would make sure she had a house to live in, give her a car, and make sure that she didn't need anything. And my wife went the fuck off on them. She said, "How the fuck can you guys call yourselves job and family services when your job is to separate families?"
Yep. I mean, when my
Trying
wife
to destroy the patriarchy. Trying to destroy that patriarchy.
and I'm sitting there taking care of my daughter, who was at the time 6 months old, I went in there. First time I've ever applied for help in my life. I went into the room and said, "What do you need?" I said, "I don't know. I'm just going to apply for everything and see what happens." So they looked at me and said, is your wife getting a paycheck? I was like, yeah, she'll get another check for vacation time and shit like that. Well, you're not eligible for that.
Hey, RBR, why don't you ask Nigeria how they're doing with that polio outbreak that fucking Bill Gates just caused over there with that vaccine that he tried pushing on them?
Yeah, in other words,
That was the AIDS vaccine.
look,
Was it the AIDS vaccine?
Look, the
Yeah, I think that was the AIDS vaccine.
If I was
But they all ended up with
I'd
polio.
get shit. If I
Yes, they
was-
did. Yes, they
But
did.
because I was white, I wasn't going to get a damn thing. Anyway,
But man, that's crazy, man. They trying to destroy the patriarchy. What they try to do with the Mr. Hennon, they was literally trying to get his wife to go against them.
Yeah, that's exactly
fucked
what they
Hey,
were
I'm
doing.
trying to say
And that,
something,
they,
guys.
well, see, look, dude, there's a system to why things are the way they are. You know, I think, I'm a firm believer that a lot of this started, as far as the collapse of, the actual societal unit, like the community unit. It started when Reagan passed that No-Fault Divorce Act that allowed people to get divorced for whatever fucking reason they wanted, rather than it having to be a legitimate reason like adultery. You know what I'm saying? Prior to that, because
how did
I
Obama
really
reduce
honestly believe
abortion 80%?
if you look at it like this, in order to get a nation to fall apart, first you have to destroy the family unit. And once you destroy the family unit, then you can destroy the community unit. And once you destroy the community, then you can destroy the state. And once you destroy the state, you can destroy the country. But you have to start from the bottom and start with the family first.
Exactly.
How did
man.
Obama reduce
Mo.
abortion 80%?
Do what?
How did Obama reduce abortion 80%? That's what he's saying.
No, that's just more conjecture. He likes to hear himself talk or type or whatever. He's a narcissist, man.
So I'm looking
Textbook
at two
narcissist.
Yeah, he sure is a narcissist.
Texas
He's
and-
a narcissist.
Exactly.
How is Texas and Georgia in play? How are they?
Hey, Mo, I was talking to you the whole time.
They're not
And
in
I
play.
had to pay a water bill. I came back, man. My bad.
Just
You're
at
on
least
the
what you
quiet
think?
conspiracy box.
what was that?
You're quiet. You ain't got shit to say.
I know I'm quiet. I'm listening to the conversation. I mean, I got in a little bit late, and you guys were already on one, and I missed RBR, so I'm like, ah.
Well,
Look,
he's
everybody
still in the chat room, dude. You can still go off on him. He's still an ignorant fuck.
I mean,
Under Obama administration was
He's
the
using
highest.
the Washington Post, who's owned by Bezos.
Under Obama
He's
administration,
using
was
the
highest.
Washington Post, who's owned by Bezos. That's his argument.
Oh, come on, guys. He's full of shit. Why are we applying all the time to him? He's Mr.
He has no
Popularity in the
argument.
fucking chat room at this point.
Yeah, that's why
He's
Obama.
an idiot little boy.
That's why Obama
I know, but
supported
you know,
Karen
but you
Baby for
notice
9
he's
months.
triggering
Under a rock
everybody, man.
somewhere.
He's like a king of a troll because he's fucking triggering everybody. Everybody's mad at him. I get
No.
mad at him. Believe me, I get mad at it. But I'm
The
watching
He's a
him.
provocateur. RBR is a provocateur. That's what he does. He's a provocateur. He goes around.
He's paid by Soros.
He's a bitch.
I figured it out. That's how he makes his living. He is paid by Soros. You're funded by
Obama-
Soros, aren't you, you fucking ignorant fuck?
Obama didn't reduce abortion. Obama, under his administration, was the highest.
Well, RBR, somebody scrambled your fucking brains really good. I don't know who the fuck did it, man, but woo!
Hey, dude, that is the end result of inbreeding.
Oh,
or being a crack baby.
Yeah, that's why Obama pushed killing babies at 9 months too, right? You sick bastard.
I was gonna say he kind of
RBR.
reminds me of that Grandmaster J dude, but no, I got a lot more respect for the Grandmaster J dude.
For real,
RBR
man.
is just
For real.
RBR is just retarded, man.
At least Grandmaster J tries to actually have knowledge and information, and RBR's
He is
more.
I'm
retarded.
completely opposite of being a Nazi, okay, dude? So
RBR
said,
is just fucking out there, man.
I challenge him on a one-on-one debate on abortion issues.
Right.
That's the only word
Dude,
he
can't.
knows.
Problem is
That's
you'll never be able to get a word in edgewise with it.
His 3 words
Yeah.
are not
Because he has to swear and insult people as he
I can't
talks.
see the other word.
He thinks that's intelligence, and it's nothing but ignorance.
Oh my God, RBR is using the Commie News Network as a fucking reliable source.
He thinks he's intelligent, right?
Hey, leave RBR
He's
alone. I like
not.
RBR. I like RBR, y'all.
Fuck RBR, man.
He's
Bitch
Mo,
ass.
RBR don't like you.
He said, fuck RBR, man. He's a bitch ass.
Look at Jonathan said, fuck him.
He a bitch, man.
Yeah,
Mo,
but
he a bitch.
Dude,
the
his
article
own
that he
followers
sent.
troll him.
Check this out. The article that he sent. It's talking about Trump lowered the abortion rate, actually.
Hey, you
because
know
it
what?
says that it lowered it in 2017 when Trump was the president.
He's a parody,
Hey,
Jonathan.
And that
Mo,
the rate was
hey,
higher
Hey, Mo, can we get
in
a fight night?
2011
Can we get a
when
Mo
Obama
fight
was
night?
president.
Huh?
Can we get a Mo fight night going on?
Thank you,
RBR,
Jonathan, because that's a fact.
RBR versus Queen.
Queen, where's Queen at? Is Queen, you looking at
President Trump is the most pro-life president in history.
Y'all the Queen
Okay.
by y'all wherever you at. That's my girl.
Period. RBR. Most
He's
pro-life
still
president.
a fucking
in history.
asshole, though.
I would
But
love
yet,
to see
he's a
that.
racist.
I would love to see
RBR,
them
I
both
went and
go
looked
at
at the
it.
one, the
I'd love to see
Associated
them beat
Press
'em up,
one. I
man.
already looked at it. And it was actually talking about Trump lowering the rate in 2017.
Hey, remember he said that Obama was the one that raised or made the economy a flourish too. After right before he handed over the thrones to fucking Trump, said on national TV, "I don't know what magic wand you got that's going to fix the
Let's not
economy,
forget.
but."
Hey, let's not forget
It's called math.
Well, actually, he said bring back manufacturing. You would need a magic wand. He
Let's
was talking
not
about
forget-
manufacturing.
Let's not
Right.
forget he
It's called a
stopped giving money to
calculator.
our military. He weakened
look.
our military.
Hey, look, y'all. I made history. I'm the only.
How many
motherfucker-
Air Force bases closed, Jonathan,
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
United
y'all
States
motherfuckers.
under
Nah,
Obama
I ain't
administration?
A lot. Over
That's a
200.
lot.
Hey, Mo's trying to speak, guys.
Over 200.
Hey, time out. Let
God
Mo
damn,
speak.
y'all
Trying
motherfuckers.
to speak.
I'm gonna mute all you motherfuckers. God damn, won't y'all shut the fuck up? Let me speak. All right?
We on
God
full. My
damn
bad.
it. Y'all motherfuckers. Okay.
Now who's triggered?
Hell no.
Y'all motherfuckers gonna let me speak. God damn it.
You
Y'all
got
been
Mo's like, this is my
fucking
show,
say
motherfucker.
You
Mo,
got the
shut your
floor.
light skin ass up.
This nigga, fuck you.
Shut your light skin ass.
Hey, dude, Mo is the darkest redhead I've ever seen in my life, dude. He is an ugly motherfucker.
Man, I'm pretty, man. Don't hurt me because I'm beautiful, Byron.
Most far right wing. Most far right.
Byron.
Damn.
The only thing you got going for you, Mo, is that
But he
I
got
don't know.
freckles.
Is this
You let
roast
me
Mo
on
night?
you let me on your platform to vent.
Is this
Vent,
roast Mo night?
nigga. Vent.
Everybody
I'm-
roasting on Mo.
And I love you for it, brother.
Pettiness over here.
So what do you
I stay
think, Mo?
petty.
What do you think, Mo? You want to get that
Man
fight
got the
night going on?
crossbow.
Yeah, somebody
Yeah.
want to argue? Can anybody?
Let's take this
Rambo
argument
shit.
offline,
Queen
RBR.
versus RBR.
No. She always serves.
No, we need to have like tiers and shit and light and heavyweight belts for this.
Okay.
Real. For real.
He just literally tried to compare Trump killed more people for the COVID stuff. So he's definitely reading in the stuff
Yeah.
from the
Trump
front
had
line
nothing
media.
to do with
You
the
mean the
COVID
China
death.
virus?
Not
Hey,
to
Uber
mention
guy
the
did
fucking.
say he wanted to debate RBR. Uber guy did say he wanted me
Not to
monitor
mention,
his
if you
channel.
want my opinion,
He
COVID
wanted
is
me to-
fake
he wanted
as
to debate him on
fuck.
his channel.
Democrats
Uber guy wants
support
to debate him.
COVID is
Demo-
not fake.
Oh my
It
God!
ain't
Here comes- Hey y'all!
What?
Here comes an
You
argument
didn't
person, and this ain't RBR. Here you go.
Democrats support population
Let's give it up for fellas. Hey y'all! We
fella
can't
in the
argue.
What's going on?
All right, fella, what you gonna argue about?
What's up, Jelly Roll? All right, here comes fella. Here we go.
Yep.
Fella,
Talk about
turn
the
your
laptop.
background off, nigga.
Fella,
I want to
I
hear you
sent you the
freestyle,
email.
Jelly Roll.
Fella, turn your
I
background on.
sent fella the email. He didn't respond back.
All right. Fella, get up here and argue like you always do.
Come
You're
on,
an
come
RBR
on,
shit.
fella.
Yep.
Let's
You gotta argue about the laptop.
Go argue about the laptop. What the fuck you gotta say? See, we want to argue tonight, motherfucker.
Yeah, we
Bring
do.
your game. Bring your A
Bring
game
your meat.
fella, tonight.
Bring it, bitch.
Oh, we gotta argue, man.
You always want to argue. Now you want to argue. Now you want to argue, man.
Let me tell you, I've been listening.
All right. Wait, hold up. Can I
Look.
want to send this out to fella real quick. This is gonna be basic principles. It might turn all of y'all's brains on here real quick.
Shit.
Is the purpose of the law intended to plunder your fellow man?
Come on.
Oh,
Are we
got
talking
quiet
about by
again.
today's standards or historical?
In the present tense, is the purpose
Well,
of
in the
law?
present tense, then I'm going to answer before he does. Yes, the intent of it is to plunder your wealth.
Yes.
Okay, if the purpose of the law is misused, absolutely. But if the purpose of the law used in the correct way should not be plundering your fellow man through taxes, through taking your property, through removing your rights.
Yeah.
Correct?
That's why income tax is actually illegal. It was only supposed to be temporary.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, technically,
All right, so
according to the Constitution, if you think about it, according to the Constitution, federal income tax is only legal while we're in a state of war. But that's why America has been in a constant state of war for 242 years out of its existence.
Mm-hmm.
True. Okay,
Yeah, man,
now
we
who put that in
active.
turbo mode? Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Yeah, he's a fucking he was a tyrant, dude, and the Democrats fucking worship him like a hero.
They did. They still do. Just like LBJ.
Still
And
do.
everybody knows what LBJ says.
Yep.
Fuck
Fuck
your boy.
LBJ.
You know
Fuck
what?
him, man. You destroyed it on my community, dog.
I live in San Marcos, Texas.
LBJ is the one that had Kennedy shot. He was he started a coup. He started a coup underground. That's what got LBJ shot. And that he acted all solemn to take the oath. And there you go.
You got that reversed. It was Kennedy that got shot, and it was by LBJ. Kennedy was assassinated, and it was mainly because they didn't want to go, because Kennedy didn't want to go and get involved. Kennedy didn't want to get involved in the whole Vietnam deal.
I can't say that.
Hold on, I told Kelly to send her name.
Kelly, I mean,
but no, I don't think
Kennedy's one of the ones that sent him in the beginning.
Kennedy was the one that he wanted to get everything straight, but LBJ wanted out. So that's what that was.
Kennedy outed.
Fella, you didn't even reply to my
Kennedy
email,
he
dog.
sent in advisors.
Do what?
Originally, Kennedy sent in advisors, and then later it was increased with Johnson sending regular troops.
Right. Kennedy didn't want to actually partake in the actual Vietnam War. Not to mention, he was also going to get rid of the Federal Reserve, and he was going to do away with the CIA and the FBI, and he was going to minimize government reach.
He was talking about everybody. He was putting it all out there.
What happened to the laptop?
Do what?
Kennedy, if I was alive back then, I would have voted for Kennedy because Kennedy was putting it all out there.
No, I was trying to catch what Holler was saying, or Fellow was saying.
I thought y'all was talking about a laptop.
Well, we're waiting on you to respond on the laptop, brother. We want to hear your opinion.
Fellas, sit up and respond to this shit. Get your ass up, nigga. I know you got to get working on it.
I don't need to sit up and talk.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hey, RBR, the people that died in the United States from COVID weren't just black. They were white, they were Hispanic.
He's frozen.
Who froze?
Okay, has Joe Biden or Hunter Biden said that the laptop wasn't his?
No.
No, in
No, it's
fact,
actually
the lawyer called the computer place and told them that they wanted Hunter's laptop back, which confirms that it was Hunter's laptop.
I got a question.
Plus, they have a signature.
Hey, hold on. I want to hear the Biden supporters' opinion on this.
No, I want to know
right
what crime did he do on a laptop?
Who the fuck's a Biden supporter?
Money laundering. Looks like rape, underage sex,
pedophilia,
drugs, smoking methamphetamine. It looks like, or cocaine.
That's Hunter Biden, right?
Underage sex.
Well,
And the
Biden was actually implicated as one of the recipients of the money that was being laundered.
Yeah, and the emails proved that he was laundering money.
He was
to his dad.
he was basically the main guy.
10% went to the big guy.
He was the CEO, the big thief.
The big guy.
See, this didn't just implicate Hunter. It implicated Hunter. It implicated his dad. And it implicated Joe's brother, Hunter's uncle.
Dude, Hunter's the Biden family's
Jim
business
Biden.
partner just came out and is fucking releasing everything as well.
Right. He's got three cell phones that he's kept throughout since this has been going on. That's not been touched. That he just turned over to the FBI.
Yep.
So all Joe Biden got on him is receiving money.
No, it's more than that. It's using his position to secure money.
Hey, fella, wait a minute, fella. If Trump was caught receiving money, you would have been like, put him in jail.
Listen, it was proven that the laptop was all these dealings was done after in 2017, and Biden wasn't the vice president at 2017.
No, it was before 2017.
Back to 2015.
I ain't telling y'all what came out. Y'all ask my opinion. I'm telling y'all, but y'all every time I do that, y'all call me a lie. So
because it did come out in 2015.
I'm telling y'all, all his dealings with China and all the dealings with that laptop was with Joe Biden was done in 2017, and he was not in office. So you cannot use that as a crutch to get Joe Biden.
But some of it occurred before 2017.
I'm telling
you, crooked is a motherfucker, dude.
All right, it don't matter.
Well, the thing is it isn't just China that he's implicated with. He's implicated
Ukraine,
with
Russia.
receiving money from Ukraine and Russia as well.
Yep. Luxembourg. All over.
And really, by all rights, Biden shouldn't even be allowed to run for president anyhow because of how he did Ukraine with his quid pro quo.
Let me ask you this though: how come Biden can't be technically running for president, but Trump ain't letting us know none of his dealings because he didn't release none of his taxes?
What's his taxes got to do with anything?
Because the special counsel investigated him and found nothing.
Time out. I want to know specifically will you guys time out for a second?
He's not going to release it.
Because if Trump released his taxes, then you know who all the people he paid as contractors. And if Russia is listed or Ukraine is listed as something he paid out that he deducted on his taxes, then you know you got dealings with this stuff.
Well, look, we already
looked at all that.
Well, first off, we already
looked at all
know
his
that
taxes and financial dealings to
we
find a
already
Russia
know-
connection.
we already know
Find
Trump.
nothing.
And he
We already know Trump has a Russia business connection because he has hotels in Russia.
Exactly. Hold up. You know, Trump is a worldwide businessman. That's what it is.
You
He's
know-
got businesses all
Trump
over
his
the
own mouth
world.
said he didn't have no dealings with Russia. No business.
Now let me spin this at you. Have you ever thought and looked at it this way? Have you ever thought that maybe the reason why Trump doesn't want to show his tax returns is because it's going to show that he's not the billionaire that he's trying to make himself out to be? Because in his mind, status and what his money says he is more important than anything else in the world.
I mean, I know he's a billionaire.
He's also under audit.
He might not have $20 billion, but he's got billions of dollars.
You know, and the truth of the matter is,
capital.
regardless of what he paid in
Capital.
taxes, you got to remember that Trump pays accountants more than we even pay in taxes ourselves to do his taxes for him.
If I had that much money, goddamn it,
You know what I'm saying? So, and you don't think that he ain't going to utilize the tax code to get whatever tax breaks he possibly can? There's nothing unlawful about that.
Fella, you have a business, man. So if you have an accountant that isn't trying to do everything he can in order for you to keep as much of the money that you are deserving of keeping, then he's not fully doing his job. And most accountants that aren't high dollar accountants like that don't really fucking do that. They don't know the depth of a lot of the shit that you can write off and how you can work that system legitimately.
Yep, the loopholes.
You know, personally, I've always been a firm believer is I don't understand what the tax thing, what the big deal is about it, because honestly, Trump he's done enough shit on his own to piss people off, but he's proven that he's not really in bed with anybody. He has pissed off everybody on the planet.
All the big corporations are pissed at Trump. That should be enough right there.
Hey, Michelle, you really triggered RBR, man. He's really going off on you right now.
He pisses off everybody.
You really triggered RBR.
If you're pissing off
RBR, go suck on a goat, man. Damn.
But I'm just saying, as far as that laptop and it implicating Biden, you know, that's actually concrete proof that he was in, you know, was in bed with too many foreign actors, man, that had, you know, their own. He had another country's interest before America's interest. He was selling America out.
He wasn't in office during the time.
He was, though, because it goes back to 2015, brother. All this shit goes back to 2015. And it probably goes back even farther than that, because there was mentions of Obama on that fucking laptop.
And Jim Biden did a bunch of stuff in Iraq with housing where they took money from the government.
You know, and that's just like you realize that Nancy Pelosi and her oldest son are also involved in that whole fucking Ukraine fucking energy fucking scandal.
Yep.
All of the
goddamn, they done ran a criminal organization.
They are running a criminal organization. They have been for a long time.
Yeah, crooked
They own
motherfuckers.
rights to mineral rights in Afghanistan, Iraq, all this overseas stuff. They own rights to all of that stuff, and then they point their
And
finger
when
at
you-
Trump like, "Oh, you're
That's why, 'cause-
colluding with foreign
Everything
entities."
they choose.
Hey, you got to talk closer into your mic, man.
Yeah, brother,
Really
you're getting
quiet.
talked over because you're not close enough for us to hear you.
Yeah, your mic's not picking up. It's real quiet.
Does that mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're quiet. That's why you're
My
getting
bad.
stepped on.
Eat the mic, man. Eat the mic.
Not like Dre, though. Not like Dre.
Where's Dre at, speaking of that?
I don't know. Don't eat the mic like Dre.
Darth Vader.
Yeah, we've heard Dre breathe on that mic a little bit.
I've heard him snore on that mic.
Yep, shots fired.
I want to know one question.
Shit, I've heard Mo snore before.
I want to know one question. Election night, where's everybody going to be? Who are we talking to? Where are we going to be?
Oh yeah.
RBR, how did Trump bribe the fucking president of the Ukraine when the president of the Ukraine himself even said that he wasn't bribed? I mean, how are you coming up with that information when the president of Ukraine himself gave a fucking, what was it, was it a Time magazine interview and straight up came out and said that he was not bribed?
Fellow will argue that. Because he's going to say that he withheld funds until, right, fella?
The funds were already released before he even would give that fucking interview, because the president of Ukraine even stated that he didn't even know that the funds were being held.
Yep, and he released them on time.
Look at Bella. Look at that fat son bitch.
You know, and the truth of the matter is it's not uncommon for anybody to sit and hold back federal aid to any other foreign country, especially a foreign country that is known to have corruption embedded into its government.
Obama gave them blankets and pillows, and Trump gave them Javelin missile tank busters.
That's right. Look at fella. He ain't gonna talk shit.
You know, and the truth of the matter is,
no, because he's going to say as soon as he starts talking, you're not going to let him talk. As soon as he starts talking, you won't let him talk.
What Biden did to the former president of the Ukraine was a textbook definition of a quid pro quo. He told them to fire the fucking the investigator that was investigating the
you fire the investigator and you get the money. You don't fire the investigator.
He said you don't. And what do you know? The son of a bitch called me back in an hour and said that he got rid of him, and I gave him the money. And that was specifically for his own personal gain. That's what a quid pro quo is. When you hold something over someone's head for your own personal gain.
So anyway, fella will talk if you let him talk. So you, don't interrupt him for like 2 minutes. Let fella talk for 2 minutes.
Okay, we give him floor, fella.
Because he's not going to talk if you interrupt him.
Fella ain't going to say
Fella
shit.
respond to my email.
Fella,
mute everybody but fella. Let him talk.
I didn't look at my emails today. You know, I ain't got no daycare kids, so today I ain't good on my computer.
All right, for sure.
About the quid pro quo. It was not just Joe Biden who told the wanted that district attorney fired from the Ukraine. Okay, it was China, it was Japan, and it was the United States, and there was a couple other countries that wanted him gone because he was corrupt. It's documented. Yes, it's documented. Okay, what? And he did.
Don't interrupt him.
He did withhold the money. He said he withheld the money, but it wasn't a personal thing. It was a collaboration with other countries, and that's proven. You can look it up. So he told him if he don't fire that district attorney who's not investigating corruption over there, then they will not get that promised money. After they fired him, they released the money.
But the thing is his son was on the board and had no business being on the board.
No, but listen. And after he fired him, then his son got investigated by the new prosecutor that the Ukraine government hired to replace the old dude.
If you want to call that an investigation, because basically everything that they were investigating got dropped and swept under the rug.
I can't control nobody's investigation.
No, now what I'm saying is the truth of the matter is can you explain why a crackhead was sitting on the board of basically a nuclear power company with no experience in that energy field at all whatsoever, bringing home what was it like $70,000 a month?
How many months he did?
And that's what the original investigation was over, is why these people were getting money and not having no qualifications to hold the jobs they had.
Right.
How long he been collecting that money?
And they asked him at that ABC interview, was it because you think you had qualification? He goes, no. He goes, do you think it's because of your name? And he goes, probably.
Somebody else's kid was on that board as well.
It was Nancy Pelosi's oldest son.
Yep.
No,
fella, if you can't,
it was John Kerry's stepson.
Yeah, if you can't see that level where, I mean, look at that, John Kerry's stepson,
Whitey Bulger's nephew.
These are people that have been making themselves wealthy.
I'm not justifying Hunter Biden or Joe Biden or even Trump for doing anything that's going to benefit their family. I'm not saying that. None of that shit benefiting me or my people or my community. So what I'm telling y'all is we running up the coconut tree for no fucking reason.
Yeah, but we can't be having politicians selling us out. We can't have politicians selling us out.
No, time out. To a degree, what he said does make sense, because we're sitting here arguing about shit that's already said and done. That we already know what it is. And that's taking our focus off of what the real issue is.
I just want to let y'all know though, if Biden wins,
The real issue is corruption.
Listen,
It is.
If Biden win and the transition that Biden take over, and he just don't be the president, and like
Where
Trump,
was Trump's peaceful transition?
He had an inauguration. He got a peaceful transition.
No, where was his peaceful transition?
No, he
They've been at
didn't.
war with him since the day he got
Hold
an
on,
office.
Brian, let him finish.
Resist. Hashtag
He
resistance.
still got the baton handed to him.
They've been
He still got
war
an
with-
inauguration.
They've been trying to impeach Trump before he even was inaugurated.
No.
They won.
Yeah, they did.
They wanted to get rid of the electoral college because he won.
They've been trying
No,
to do
they
that.
didn't. They wanted to get rid of
Yeah, they
electoral
did.
college. They wanted to get rid of the electoral college back in Bush days. When Bush stole his first election, they wanted to get rid of electoral college, but we couldn't
Who's
do
they?
it.
The Democrats, right?
Yeah, I think it's only
Because
fair
every
that
time they
minority-
lose, they want to change the rules.
No, I think it's only fair that the Republicans will never win an election in this country from 12 to 16 years, from starting 16 years ago. The way
That's
the
bullshit
population
because
votes.
Obama was the
Then how
only
did
person
Obama
to
win?
win the electoral college and the popular vote.
Specifically, that a Republican will never win the president without the electoral college because their population is basically Democratic, and people don't like to hear that.
The fact of the matter is
because the
that
West Coast and the
Every year,
historically,
That's because the
Obama
West
is
Coast and New
when
York
Bush won
population.
twice, when Bush won twice, it was a million votes that the Democrats won over him. The popular vote won twice. Both elections went to Democrat. We should have won them 2 elections.
Okay,
Obama.
No, there was all kinds of fucking election fraud in Florida on that one.
Hey, fella, explain this, fella. Why all of a sudden, if you look at most Trump supporters are former Democrats? I promise you that. It's a fact. Most Trump supporters voted for Obama the first term. Fella, no. Fella.
You asked the question.
Shut up and no. Let me finish the question then.
What's the question?
Okay. What I'm saying is, over 50%. I'm gonna say 80% Trump supporters voted for Obama. I ain't gonna say Democrat, but yeah, that too. But voted for Obama the first term. It's written. It's right there. I can bring up all the
I voted for Obama the first term.
Yeah, I did.
Because I'm a firm believer. I don't believe in political sides. That's like fucking,
Right.
basically, team sport to me.
Yeah, bear down.
Yeah, fella, I voted for Obama.
I vote for the person the best suits my beliefs and how I feel things should be.
Exactly.
Y'all know what the average income for Wisconsin is?
The average income for Wisconsin? What the median income is?
Yeah, the average.
The median income.
Yeah, I can tell y'all what
Isn't the median income about 42,000?
No, well that's from Milwaukee. The average is 100,000 to 91,000 to 130,000 for each state. Each city is different in the state. But
So that's statewide?
Yeah, the average is about 100,000. Milwaukee though is from 53 to 63,000. So basically, if we are making only $63,000 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, why would we vote for somebody who's gonna raise our taxes up?
That's what
You mean like
that's what
Biden?
fucking
Like
Biden
Biden?
plans on doing.
That is Donald J. Trump.
No, Biden's the one that said he was going to get rid of the taxes.
Oh my God! You don't even.
He was going to raise taxes.
John, why do you always
Even
do that?
50 Cent said 65% the taxes are going to go up.
You don't even look at their policies, do you?
Where are you reading
I
this
went to
stuff
Biden's
from?
You mean the
webpage.
Green New Deal?
Yeah, fella, where are you getting this stuff
Medicare
from?
for all?
Can you just all
Open
tell us right
borders?
now? No, guys, let me talk for a second, fella.
And actually, I just
Where do you
I
get
just
this
Google
information
searched
from?
and Wisconsin's median income is $59,000.
Tell us
Yes,
all
but
where
if
you get
if
this
I broke it
information
down
from,
through.
fella.
I broke it down through the cities. Each city is different. And the highest.
No, this is for the whole state. This is for the whole state. I just Googled the whole state, and it says it's $59,209, the median income.
Listen, I know Sherwood make a lot more money than Milwaukee County.
But yeah, actually, Biden, he did say that he's planning on raising taxes on everybody. That's the only way he can pay for all these giveaways.
Fucked up.
And energy prices are going to go up when he gets rid of oil and fracking.
Oh Jesus!
Biden said he's gonna raise taxes on anybody who making $150,000.
Fella, where do you get your information from? I want you to tell us all where you're getting all this information from, please.
You didn't
Put
see
it out there.
Yeah, search your source.
Show us.
You didn't see Trump budget. His budget plan is on his website.
Whose budget plan?
Trump budget plan.
You mean the platinum plan?
No. That's how you. That's the plan.
That's where he said he's getting all this
You only
information
vote
from.
Democrat because we were taught that way. We were taught that way.
Is y'all listening to me?
And fella, well, we taught to vote Democrat our whole life.
No, I'm actually. Is y'all listening to me? Because
I'm listening to
y'all want y'all. Okay.
But when you taught that way,
I wasn't taught no way.
We all taught to be a Democratic plantation.
Oh, babies have no say. That is just so uncruel and unhumane. You are a dark, inhumane person, and I pray for your soul, RBR. I truly will tonight pray for your soul for that comment you just made. That is just the most disgusting, inhumane, disgusting comment. I will admit my whole entire life being on social media.
For RBR,
That is just disgusting.
He dies fucking horribly. Anyway.
I love this. I wish I could share a live video that somebody shared with me of a live dismemberment abortion, and you could see right on the ultrasound how that baby is
Mullen
crying.
get flagged for that.
Oh, I know.
That's legit too. Legit crying.
Yeah, I know, but that's why they'll flag it.
And I approve that.
Yeah, I shared it on Facebook, and now I'm not allowed to. I don't think I'm allowed to go live on that other account. So yeah, for sharing that.
Sharing what?
A real what a dismemberment abortion looks like, and how on the ultrasound, because the doctor has to follow by inserting that tool. He has to look on the ultrasound, and meanwhile they have a heart monitor on the mom's belly, and that heartbeat is beating, and that doctor reaches in with his clamp.
So y'all jumped off taxes
reaches
to go back to abortion?
reaches that arm off, right? That
She's
baby is
just
fully
she's
capable of
responding to
feeling that
RBR's
pain.
comment.
Fully capable of feeling that pain. And fella, yeah, I do care about those babies outside the womb. I care about those kids thrown into the foster care system. I care about those boys who are growing up with their parents incarcerated and thrown into the gang style. I feel for those kids. So don't tell me what I don't care about, fella. Because I fight for
Talking
them
about
too.
babies being illegal. How are babies illegal?
Hey, pro-life, I didn't say nothing today. I didn't say nothing at all about your beliefs.
Well, I thought you were about to go down that rabbit hole because RBR likes to go down that rabbit hole too.
I don't talk about abortion with you.
Well, it's a little more logical than RPR.
Since I found out about your family, I mean, that's a topic I don't want to talk about because I care about babies too. I just got a different belief about rape and incest.
Well, that's only 1% right now in this country. And
Look, a lot of people
Not
have
the
the
baby's
same
fault.
consensus that there is a small percentage
Well,
of people that
I
wear.
think since we're on abortion, I think that abortion
should be adopted. Let's push for adoption.
I think it should be illegal for abortion, but if a family can prove that they was raped or had incest or them two topics or the complication, they should get a special legislation from the government to say it's all right to get abortion.
Did you know that doctors can operate on babies inside the womb?
Incest or abortion. That's it. Rape, incest, or abortion.
I can't be for that.
And very rare.
I don't know if I was gonna go leave the house tomorrow. I don't know.
I disagree. I talked to people who've given their baby up for adoption that's been raped and conceived, but that is a very hard issue with a lot of people. And I even had somebody on my show talk about how she was raped, and she told her testimony how she gave her baby up for adoption, and 26 years later she found her daughter, and now they're like best friends.
I mean,
My wife knows somebody that was raped, and she actually raised the baby.
Yeah, well, look at Jesse Jackson, Reverend Jesse Jackson, who pushes for abortion. He was conceived through rape. Did you guys know that? His mother was raped.
I mean, just because I disagree with it, I don't think that it's our right when it comes to circumstances like that to take that choice away from someone. But I do disagree with using abortion as birth control.
Exactly.
I'm with you, Brian.
Exactly.
All right, now we got that abortion taken care of. Let's get back on this taxes and these policies that these government entities be making. Now, I was saying before that people say, "Where's I'm
They're
getting
gonna
my
tax your
tax?"
smart house, Bella.
No, the reason I said people been asking me where I get my tax information from. You can read it on their websites, on their specific websites. Like when Trump he said something about a platinum package. It's so vague but when you read it and then you got to go through and look up that particular thing he's trying to pass. I mean, that's that. But I was talking about the his tax plan. When he first got into office, he was saying that for the first 4 years, he was going to lower taxes for the middle class, and then after that, it's going to go up.
He did that with his tax break.
Well, and not only that, the thing with the middle class thing, Bella, is that actually the House forced him.
He got rid of the mandate also.
The House forced him to put a time limit on the middle class's tax break.
Pretty much.
Well, actually, it's a rule. It's a rule in the Congress that if it doesn't pay for itself within so many years, that it can't be allowed to run like that.
But
it
my
has to be
thing
renewed
is,
The corporate shit's permanent, though. The corporate shit's permanent. Because I have an LLC, and that shit's permanent.
Hey, y'all can look this up. Y'all don't have to take my word for it because Joe Biden probably said if you make over $150,000 a year, then you go get taxed. It's going to be higher for you, but if you make under $150,000,
he said he was going to get rid of the Trump tax cuts across the board.
Well, the Trump tax cuts really didn't help the middle class. They really didn't.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't, dude. Because I'm gonna tell you, I watched my taxes go up and my income tax return drop this last year.
Anybody making
all right, so why are we shaking our heads about
$100,000 a year? Got a
his speaker, his microphone crap.
Decrease.
Hey man, hey, honest,
you're almost as bad as Whisper.
Your microphone is killing. Is it coming off of your laptop?
I'm on my iPad right now.
Dude,
yeah, you might want to check the settings in your mic.
You don't have headphones? Do you have headphones?
You never see it, but it will raise.
Plug in your
headphones. I do know though. If you read Trump's tax plan, it did have a bunch. It more so helped the big business, and it really helped the real estate industry.
Well,
that's where it really attacked and got a lot of breaks.
Hey y'all, but
which in turn created jobs.
Let's say that I'm telling the truth. Let's hypothetically say I'm telling the truth about these plans. Now, if I already told y'all that Wisconsin minimum income is $60,000 a year, and Trump is not lowering our taxes, or lowering our taxes, but he increasing our taxes. Why would my state vote for Trump if it's all about money to them? If it's all about money to the population and to save money, under Joe Biden, we would be saving money because our taxes wouldn't be raised. Why would anybody vote for Trump?
Wait. Where do you get that Joe Biden's not
breathing in her mic, man?
Will go up under Biden.
That ain't me breathing in the mic.
Joe Biden actually said that. I'm raising taxes. He said that.
There's invisible taxes.
He did say that, but he didn't say for the middle class.
Yeah, he did.
Tobacco tax.
He had that, dude. There was that one. There was that one rally he had, and it was in Pennsylvania. He told all the Pennsylvania constituents that he was raising the middle class.
Brian, you seem like a well-educated person. Can you tell me what is considered middle class? $60,000 is not middle class.
No, that's lower middle class.
I know. I'm just saying that it's not middle class. Though.
You know, middle class goes from 60,000 to 120,000.
But again, I rose to 60,000. But you just told me the average Wisconsin income is 53,000 or 56,000.
No, 59,000.
Okay, then we don't qualify. Right? I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking.
Well, yeah, right. What you're saying is, if you go by what Wisconsin's median income is, then then you guys aren't going to get hit by his tax plan.
Yes, but
there is a difference. Hold up, there is a difference between state to state to state to state.
I know.
on
Who cares
what
about y'all
goddamn
state right
income
now?
is what.
I'm talking about the Milwaukee, the Wisconsin residents. I'm just saying Wisconsin and Michigan and Ohio. Was it Ohio? Yeah, well, Ohio. What made Trump win the last election? I'm basically telling you what made Trump win the last election, and why would we vote for him if it don't benefit us financially?
Well, I'm with you there, dude. I'm not a Trump supporter.
Hey, you know what? Why don't we have Jonathan tell us? He's our financial expert in here. He can explain it, I'm sure.
Who?
Jonathan,
you got
tell
the
them
same
why
problem, man. Your
about
mic
the
is
taxes.
jacked up, dude. You're getting stepped
Can you
on
hear
too,
me?
bro. We
Yeah,
can
I
hear
can
you
Yeah,
now.
go ahead,
Here.
Jonathan.
You got the floor.
Okay, now when it comes to the tax situation, the city and the state wants to recoup on the taxes that was cut. Now the Trump tax cuts help LLCs out. 'Cause I have an LLC and I managed to register as an S corporation, but I'm living through my LLC due to the fact that taxes were slightly raised to middle class in order to recoup the side that was pretty much cut. So $3 trillion in tax cuts to corporations and businesses, the city and the state needs to recoup somehow. So that's why city and the state is raising taxes to recoup some money back to their pot. Now, raising taxes to $400,000 income, that hurts people due to the fact that businesses, because you're taxing incomes of businesses, corporations, and individuals. They're the job creators. Now, I like the Tom Steyer's tax plan where he was willing to cut 5 to 6% of people that was making under 70,000, and that was actually a specifically targeted tax cut that actually worked. Now, when it comes to the Trump tax
Herman
cuts, it's
Cain
really
had
big
something like
business.
that too.
It's
The
really big
999
business
plan.
and real estate and opportunity zones. Because I know a lot of dudes. I got a homie named Kenny Rushing. He loves Donald Trump due to the fact that opportunity zones and the real estate tax cuts help him pretty much leverage his money and roll out into 1031 tax exchanges, opportunity zones, and just sheltering money. So the regular middle class didn't necessarily benefit, but people that were in business, LLCs, home businesses, they pretty much saw the benefit if they registered their LLC as a S corporation. And that's where I highly suggest people in the panel, get your LLC lined up, live inside your LLC, because 21 beats 35. But when it comes to tax cuts 2.0, he needs to cut them, cut the lower class, lower middle class, the $60,000 to $70,000 range. It needs to be cut because it will help stimulate the economy. It will provide more spending. But I just recommend people just to get in business or find get in real estate of some kind, fixing flippers, construction.
Right. I agree with you, man. The biggest lie we've been told is to put all our eggs in a corporation rather than be independent business owners.
Yeah, man. Because like the job and tax cuts pretty much rewarded warehousing and manufacturing. Most of the tax credits went to there and real estate mega developers. Because if you look at Forbes, a lot of the mega developers' net worths moonshotted after the ink was dry on that. So,
well, and what they said, I mean, his tax cuts to the corporations did help stimulate job growth because it gave more money back to the corporation for them to actually be able to hire more employees, but it didn't with the lower middle class. It actually kind of left them stagnant.
So, how many employees does Walmart have?
Well, actually, they came out and said that
2 million.
the average middle class they got
How many do you think
$6,000.
employees Walmart have in Wisconsin? And most of y'all is making under $10 an hour. Well, probably a little bit more now since Walmart.
Actually, Walmart across the board is getting ready to hike their fucking minimum wage.
I know. I'm just saying. I ain't talking about the future. I'm talking about now. Let's just say they making an average of $13. that's still under poverty right there. You know what I'm saying? You still can't make ends meet on if you got a family. So what I'm telling y'all is corporations might be making a lot of money. You know how much
That's
money
because there wasn't a lot of
you know
job
how much,
choices.
You know how much money the CEO make of Walmart?
If
he
there's more
bring home-
competition,
Entirely
then the
too
price
damn
for
much. Entirely
the
too
prices
damn much.
to hire
You
someone
understand what
goes
I'm
up.
saying, then? So now that you understand that, why get a corporation's money? I mean, some particular corporations extra money and lower their taxes because they actually produce jobs that don't benefit the middle class. That kind of crazy.
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm with you where I think that there comes a point
they're
to
able
where
to pay taxes.
I understand,
That's
and
what
I'm
it's
with you
about.
when
So
they're.
you give somebody a job so they can pay taxes. Come on now.
Yep.
Why give them a job if they
But that's how they think of it. They think of it that
on that too.
at least they have a job.
You know the government is fucking us over. Because
I'm not saying it's right, but that's the way they think.
We pay sales tax. We pay income tax. We pay property tax.
Yep.
Yeah, we pay
Yep.
school tax. We pay them federal. We pay every tax. But then we have to work. We can't go say I don't want to work no more. Where we gonna go if we don't work no more? We be homeless.
Find you a sugar mama.
Job so they can.
But no, honestly, if you want my opinion, I was real in favor of what was it, Ted Cruz's 10% flat tax. I think that if we did a flat tax in this country all the way across the board,
Well, that's
of like
what Herman Cain was talking about.
you know, 10%, I mean that would actually work and it would actually help reduce the fucking deficit.
I think his was 9% because it was 999.
You know, they cut the damn military spending. We can get out this deficit hole.
No, we need our military, brother.
Well, I didn't say get rid of the military. I said cut the military.
You know, because I mean,
because I can tell you right now, they did an audit on one of the branches. They found out that they was buying toilet seats for $900 a toilet seat, and that sounds like outrageous to me.
What we really need to do is we need to find out where that fucking what was it, fucking $260 billion went that came up missing in the fucking Department of Defense when the fucking towers came down.
Dick Cheney made money through Halliburton on all that
But
stuff.
you gotta understand what I'm saying, though. I'm furious because we elect these people to represent us, try to save us money, to make our life easier so we can pursue happiness. But how are we gonna?
So you should be upset about corruption then, right?
Their job's not really to make our life easy. Their job is actually to basically to keep legislation going so that we can be free citizens.
We ain't free.
Well, we're not anymore. You're right.
Yeah, once you get a social security number, you owe money.
We was never free when they started making us pay taxes.
You're exactly right. In
number,
1913, when the Federal Reserve came into play and the fucking income tax.
Therein
you
lies,
owe the national debt.
Hey guys, therein lies the crux of the beginning of this. The first thing is understanding. I've sat here for the last 20 minutes listening to you guys ramble on about taxes and the tax cuts that they're doing and this and that. Listen, part of the problem is the fact that we have a Federal Reserve that's not Federal Reserve. It's basically fiat money that it's printing out.
Yeah,
we're paying exponentially for all of that. Okay, so when they take out your income tax, you know the idea of I mean, honestly, you guys should check out Irwin Schiff and check out some of the stuff that's probably still online, hopefully. And if you haven't watched the Aaron Russo documentary From Freedom to Fascism, to understand that the whole income tax thing is a fucking scam. And it's the very thing that's allowed for a lot of these monies to go to these dark operations, both on the surface and on the bottom, because people's pockets have to get lined. And so it's our money that's doing it. Now, is it going to affect your road building and all that? No, not really. And you also got to consider we have a gross national product that comes in. With all the tariffs,
the federal government's supposed to get their revenue.
They have bonds, like for instance, if they want a highway or a school.
That's why corporations are supposed to pay the taxes.
They put out bonds, and so you give money and you get interest on that money, and it's a bond, and so they'll sell bonds to build a school or build a highway or build a road.
Right.
the city people in that city, they buy into the bonds.
The whole factor of the corporations are the ones
They don't
that are
have to
supposed
have
to be
taxes.
paying the taxes. They're the ones that are supposed to be paying the taxes like that. They're
Yes,
taxing,
you're right.
They're taxing your sweat equity and your time.
Yeah.
It's your life that's getting taxed. And if you get a
That's
job,
why we broke away from England.
you automatically have to pay
Was
a dole to
taxation.
somebody. Okay.
Well, I believe in
Yeah, you're
supply
only
and
supposed to pay taxes on profits and gains, and when you work, you're not profiting or gaining anything. You're trading time for money.
Well, I
So
believe
you
in
know,
supply.
I mean, the
Hey,
Constitution.
I got a question for everybody.
You're entitled to the
I
fruits
know
of your
you.
labor.
I know you're supposed to claim
Right.
your casino winnings, but can you claim your casino losses?
Yes,
Yes, you can, sir.
you absolutely
Yes, you
can. You can claim that on your taxes
As what though?
Yes,
As
you
a loss?
as a loss.
Loss.
Hell yeah, it's about to go down.
That would be like a business expense.
Yeah, like
I'll
if
be
you did it
I'll
at
be
Vegas where
I'll
it's
be
legal gambling.
Huh?
why you always talking shit, man? You never come with no facts.
Yeah, you
talk
can't
about
be shooting fucking dice in the corner and fucking think you're gonna write that off, man.
No.
God damn, RBR.
I got proof. I'm talking about state lotto.
You got receipts. All right.
I got receipts and everything.
Well, if you
write everything off.
technically, if you save receipts, you can write off damn near everything you purchase.
Yeah.
Right off everything.
Not-
Exactly. See, Byron,
Not all of it. Not all of it.
Almost all the way, dude. You can write off all the way down to your grocery bill because you can find a way to make that to where it applies
It's
to
a
your
business
work.
expense. Yeah,
No,
it's a business
I got
expense.
like every time we go out to eat, or I order food for the daycare.
That receipt.
If I'm like cooking, I do claim that is because I'm using it as a business expense. You know, McDonald's
Well,
here, whatever.
But what I'm saying is, when you go to work, do you pack a lunch?
I work at home.
But do you
My
pack a
whole
lunch?
My whole
Do you-
refrigerator is lunch.
Oh, I'm saying, do you pack a lunch?
I work in a daycare, so everything.
Okay,
is,
so what I'm saying is, you get in your fridge and you eat, right?
Yeah, I claim that.
So-
no.
so therefore you
Don't
can
get me
even
wrong,
write
I
off
claim everything that go on, but certain things that I was told like you can't double dip. Like if you do transportation, you only can do mileage, or you only can do gas and expense for your vehicle. You can't.
That
do
is
both.
true, but most generally you want to go with fuel because it's going to be the most expensive.
Not
Yeah,
for
the fuel.
me. It's mileage for me.
Well, if you're running a daycare out of your home, I can see that.
Yeah.
But see, the other thing is, since you're running a daycare, you might even be able to write off your fucking utility bills on that.
I do. I write off 83%. That's
Keep doing that.
So see, you're using the Trump write-off scheme, man.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not.
man,
That's-
fella.
that's-
Yes, you are,
that's-
man.
That's
Fella
not. That's
capping.
not.
Fella
That's
is
any
capping.
self-employed
You
business.
are.
Don't forget, I've been open for what 9-10 years, so I've been doing the same shit since Obama.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is that
this is the
what I-
first time in 2019 that I had to pay higher income taxes.
Fella, what I'm saying is you're using the same tax write-offs and the same loopholes that these big businesses use to try and circumvent your tax that you owe to the government.
I want to say like, hold on. I mean, I never thought that I could put all my haircuts inside of fucking tax write-off.
You sure can.
Yeah, because you gotta look good for your business. You gotta look good for your
Dude,
business.
you can write your clothes off on your taxes.
Dude,
My
suits
clothes
being
expensive
right
too.
off. My suits is
Y'all might see this gray shirt every day. But I got like 100 pairs of these motherfuckers.
Oh
You know, see, that's the thing that I'm getting into now. Is see, my wife, she's actually a salary employee, so she's gotten into new tax brackets that I'm not used to. So I've taxes, and now I'm learning how to save receipts for everything, to write everything that I possibly can off.
You writing off your cleaning supplies too, fella?
You don't have to save every receipt. You can make a ledger of all the stuff you buy. I mean,
You can make a ledger, but you still want receipts if you get audited because the fucking IRS wants to see physical copies.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But sometimes, like if I buy something from somebody on the streets, I ain't got no proof of that. But if somebody come in with some shit that like the detergent, I'll buy it from them and I'll use it for the daycare.
But
So,
you can
yeah.
write that off.
I know, but they won't They Jim down the street won't give me no receipt. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm going?
Just make up. All you got to do is get a receipt.
I
Just get
know,
a receipt book and just write your own receipt.
That's why I put it in a ledger that's saying I got 2 gallons of bleach from some random, and this is how much I paid for it. That's how I do it.
You know, like I run a failing art business right now.
Audited. Wait till you get audited.
Hold on, we got information man in the house, man. Look, I think he got a lot of sense. Let me hear what the nigga gotta say.
I wanted to say something because I heard some of the things that you all were saying earlier about the government and how these politicians, they really work for us. We don't work for them, but a lot of times they act like we work for them. And I wanted to say, I had mentioned in the chat room that America is like a corporation. We are when we're born into the world, we become a human commodity. That's what the human resource department, when you break down what human resource means, right. You are a human commodity to this corporation, which they have your number on the stock exchange because they know what they can predict the life expectancy of you as a human, what they're going to get out of you in terms of taxes, work, and what have you. And I think, and I've had my clashes with him in the past. I think Real Brother Network in the chat room was saying that, well, I was wrong, that I was saying something that's a Marxist thing because the government is supposed to work for the people. That's actually true it's true in theory, but in reality, it's not necessarily working for us because you've got the rich and the poor. And so you have a divide in the country economically because there's an old saying, it does not matter who your politicians are. Politicians are slaves to the corporations because they need what? To become president, to become a senator or anything, you need campaign donations, and the corporations can give them the most money, which means they're going to do the bidding of the corporations, what is in best interest of them, and then they'll make promises to the people, but they'll get around to helping those big donors a lot quicker than they will they'll give us excuses where they'll do the bidding of those bigger donors who, if I give you $1 million, Brother Mo, if I gave you $1 million, $12 million, for example, in your campaign versus someone else who gave you $100, and I gave you $12 million and said, look, I want you to do this. Maybe you could do this when you get in office to help out the situation. Who do you think you're going to be willing to do something for when you get into office, when you get in office first? The guy that gave you $100 or the guy that gave you $12 million and probably going to give you some more money, Brother Mo, or anybody? What do you think?
And that's why the Biden problem is the way it is, fella. What he said right there, it's all the compromising that you do. And you break down the integrity of what it's supposed to be. Honorable people in honorable positions doing the honorable thing for the people of the country. But I think it's the people that have allowed them that have allowed themselves to get ignorant and also indoctrinated to be ignorant of just basic shit. Forget about all the complicated stuff. Just basic shit nobody seems to agree with.
Yeah, just basic knowledge in general.
And it's not like some mystery. It's information that's readily available.
Okay.
They found a way to reverse it now.
True.
Now that you're working for the government because you're paying taxes to them.
Right. Let me ask you a very important question then, because I believe in a thing called cultural conditioning. We live in a society where a lot of people are pretty strongly swayed by mass media, whether it be print media, radio, audio media, and then we got the dummy box called television. My question is, do you believe that it's the mass media that has sort of conditioned people's mind not to see the real truth? Meaning a lot of us are in a dream world where we want to believe in certain things when we should look at the world for what it really is. Are we being culturally conditioned by like the Matrix, sir? Thank you.
Yeah,
so are we being culturally conditioned by bad media, by a bad system that is putting a wool over some people's eye? Because one of the most important things I learned when I was in college is that you have to develop critical thinking skills. And a lot of people don't have it, believe it or not.
Exactly.
Well,
I agree.
you're absolutely right. There, media is used for that. If you really go back to the beginning and the implementation of entertainment, as they call it, when they brought in the radio and all that stuff, the purpose of that was to convince people they were being entertained, but for them to be subliminally brainwashed into being dumbed down and receiving a specific message.
It's just
Hey,
programming.
RBR, if you have something to say about Information Man, come up here. RBR, you got something to say about Information Man? Why don't you come up here? Hit the link.
It's as simple as I know a lot of you guys are probably the same age I am, if not older, in your early 40s or whatnot. So you remember back in the day when television used to shut off at the end of the night. Midnight would hit. You would see they'd sing the national anthem, and then you get snow.
Night show.
And if
now conclude our broadcast day.
Yep, and if you go back and you look at they've actually slowed down the national anthem and how they used to print the words to the national anthem on the screen, and there are actually subliminal messages hidden within that national anthem when they would end the broadcast day.
Yeah, they were doing that back in the 50s and 60s. There's a video. There's a video on YouTube.
Yep.
It's that particular video that they would show.
They used to use that in the movie theaters to make you hungry and
so the whole entertainment industry from its inception was created specifically for, basically molding people's minds into what they wanted it to be.
I wouldn't say it was created specifically for. It was used. It was a perfect tool to implement those kind of things. They were interested in mind control and all that kind of stuff. So they were using the things that they had learned and also experimenting with new ideas on the public, and that's what you got. In that particular thing in the 50s and 60s, you had a lot more things going on, but that was one of them.
Right. That's why they, you're right, and that plays into the whole, changing frequencies of certain programs and the way music is actually being distributed and, using certain color variations in television tubes because it actually helps them program certain messages and images into your mind.
It's a form of hypnosis.
They've already mapped the mind. They're already doing the interfacing between man and computer. They don't.
I think we've already hit the singularity.
The singularities are already, but not in not to the degree. It's in their creating stage.
Hey, I got a question for Information Man. Information Man, I was looking at on a video, right? How did you last 5 hours with a one-on-one interview with RBR? I was watching
you need a medal for that one.
Brother.
You need a medal for that one. I couldn't stand that.
You got a medal for that one. I think.
You need a fucking Nobel Prize for that shit, dude.
That was bad.
Old beer too.
Who was it? Wait, who was on your show?
No.
RBR.
He had RBR. He was very patient with that dude.
Yeah, I interviewed RBR a long time ago. I tried to be very patient, but this is the thing. I don't know if he's coming on the panel or not, but I'm not getting into the back and forth, arguing, bickering. I'm not getting into that. It's a waste of time and breath. But he made a statement, and I'm going to reply to that again. Yes, Obama, as many politicians, take money from everybody. However, as I said before, corporations are some of the biggest donors. And so politicians do live off getting the biggest buck for the bang to do what they want to do. I wanted to say something about the television. I don't know how many of you, if any of you guys on the panel realize that what was one of the powerful things that they had in Germany that the whole world wanted? Because at one point in time, Hitler was on the Time magazine in America because at one time they liked this guy.
Yeah, he was the man of the year.
And you know why? He had something that the world wanted and America wanted particularly. He was the biggest manipulator of what? Of radio media pushing the propaganda. Yep. And then he took it to the next level, which was what? Television.
Well, and then he took it to the next level after
And
that. And
film.
he took it to the schools and the kids.
Right. But my point that I'm trying to make here is that Germany, they've been ahead of us in a lot of creations in back in the past. The television was the one thing that they had developed that they had that rest of the world was starving for, and Hitler knew how to use that medium along as well as radio before that to really push his propaganda, and it was powerful.
I don't recall Germany having television at that time. There was film.
Okay, film.
They've got plenty of films of
film. But that's the film is the beginning of
predecessor to
ushering.
the
Yeah, it's the it's the
still
usher.
Visual, it's still
Yes.
the visual medium.
I stand corrected on that. But he was able to use that visual, powerful as we have television today, that played a big role in creating an atmosphere in Germany that made people turn against Jewish people.
Exactly.
And so it's the same mechanism. Right. It's the same mechanism
done the same thing. Yeah.
that is being used on American citizens right here in the 21st century, in which media is even more powerful today. And
actually, the American government's been doing this since the end of World War II. That's why all the major players, all the major players from Germany were brought to America, and they just took Hitler's plan and they spread it out and made it happen a lot slower.
Have any of you? I think I've asked this in a past panel. Have any of you ever seen the movie that Richard Dreyfuss is in? It's called Moon Over Parador.
Sounds familiar.
It sounds familiar to me too.
Well, it's a good movie. You guys ought to check it out. But it's an interesting plot because he's an actor.
Yep,
he
he's
goes to
hired
this
to be
country
a
named
part-
Parador that has a dictator,
Mm-hmm.
and the dictator ends up fucking dying, and his second in command decides to fucking approach Richard Dreyfuss to go ahead and play like him because he had heard him do some impressions.
And he looked like him too, right?
Yeah, so he ends up playing the dictator, and they want him to do all kinds of shit, and then he catches on wise and he starts doing positive things.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting the positive things that he was doing, but I look at Trump doing many of the same kind of Parador things, and I think what we have going on in these days with all this mind control that's subverted everything, because all the kids have been indoctrinated. I mean, we've even to a degree. Yeah, exactly. We have as well. But we've been able to get past the curve. You know what I'm saying? We can see shit ain't right. Some of us. RBR, I can't say that for, but a lot of us.
I mean, it's like I tell my kids. I remember when communist Russia fell, and I remember prior to communist Russia in the history books, they were addressed as the USSR. But after communist Russia fell and the USSR broke apart, the next year we got new history books, and the USSR was never mentioned again.
Yeah, I can see that. I was out of school by that time, I think.
But what I'm saying is it's just simple things like that. When you erase a part of history, and a very important part of history that people should be aware of, then it allows people to make those mistakes again because they aren't being taught what caused the problem.
Well, that's what they're doing with slavery right now. They're taking down all the statues because they don't want to teach it anymore.
Well, I get what you're saying about the statues, my brother, but let me throw this out there because I believe in thinking in logic. Ask yourself, is there any culture or any country in the world that puts up monuments and maintains flags of a traitorous or those who went against the country? So we live in America where there was a civil war, and yet those that were in that civil war, we would call in this case the South, were considered traitors to the nation. Now, those of you that are from the South that believe in that history and that culture, I'm not trying to do any disrespect to your upbringing, as much as I don't want anybody to disrespect my upbringing, but I just don't understand for the most of me why we live in a country where we would name army bases and pay homage to individuals who actually went against the Union. If you go to Germany, they're not hanging any swastikas up. They don't have statues of Hitler, at least being sponsored by the states or the nation. Okay. And if you were to put that stuff out, you get a heavy fine or you probably be arrested. But we live in a country where we want to give respect to people for the most part who were traitors. Now, another part of history, General Lee. A lot of people don't realize that when General Lee was buried in his coffin and died, he said himself that the Confederate flag should be done away with. He didn't want it buried with him because he admitted himself that we were traitors and we should have never went against the Union. Now you've got someone that they look up to who said that flag should not be celebrated. The man himself, General Lee.
Well,
it's quiet.
Yeah, you raised a really good point that's been brought up many times. I think at the end of the day, in my opinion, I believe you're right on a moral platitude, but I also believe that the people need to make that decision within its legislation. The shit's there because of history. We should be taught. We should be taught. They lost the war. Exactly.
But you do realize. Wait a minute. You do realize that those monuments weren't put up until after, if I'm not mistaken, when black people got the right to vote, and it was the daughters. It was the daughters of the Confederacy who spent the money to put those monuments up, and those monuments. For you, I don't know. For other people, they mean different things. For me as a black man, I realize that those monuments were put up specifically to send a message to black people.
Remind us.
It was to remind us of that you're a slave. We're still in control, because they were put up as a front and as a protest to black people getting the Voters' Right Act of 1965, when LB said himself, we have lost the South forever, because the Dixiecrats, who were the ones who created the Democratic Party, which the Ku Klux Klan came out of, did not like what was going down, and they jumped from the Dixiecrat Party into the Republican Party. See, a lot of Republicans sometimes don't want to admit that part of their history, as much as they say the Democrats were an evil party, when those same evil individuals jumped right into the Republican Party, like the Strom Thurmonds of the world, who, by the way, Joe Biden crafted. Yeah, he's number one. Strom Thurmond, who he crafted that 94 crime bill with Joe Biden. Joe Biden liked all those guys. He hung out with all those individuals. So all I'm basically saying in a nutshell is that this history means different things to different people. For me, it means a lot of pain for a lot of people from my background, which is why we don't want to see it. We don't want to see it because it has a different emotional effect for us. That's all.
I completely agree with you, Bud. But what about them tearing down statues that had nothing to do with the Confederacy? They're just tearing down everything now.
Everything. Statues of Jesus, going into churches, stealing crosses.
Sir, can you tell me?
Jesus.
No, I don't agree with tearing down. See, that's the one thing I crossed the line on. I don't believe in tearing down people's religious symbols. That's crossing a hell of a line. But besides religious symbols, can you tell me what the other symbols or statues that people are tearing down that have nothing to do with the Confederacy?
There's been statues of George.
There's a statue of.
Wait a minute. Let me hear. You said there's a statue of who again?
There's been statues of Washington torn down.
Okay,
sorry, go ahead, Brian. I'll let you talk.
Go. I want to hear what you're saying.
I said that in some states there's been statues of Washington that's been torn down. There's been statues of Jefferson torn down.
Mm-hmm.
An abolitionist was taken down.
Yeah.
There was a priest that was taken down, a statue, or he was a monk or something.
Yeah.
There was it was in Seattle where there was a statue of Washington tore down, but they left up a statue of fucking Lenin.
Yeah. I think
there was a statue of Abraham Lincoln with the freed slave at his feet that was actually paid for by runaway slaves that joined the Union to fight against the Confederacy. They're the ones that actually paid for it was like a replica of that, right? So they paid to have one created, and then it was paid to have like the actual statue created. And I'm wondering, like that was the big one that bothered me, because when you look at that statue, everybody says, oh, it's a black man kneeling to a white man. But when I look at that statue, that black man is coming off of his knees and he is looking up, and the chains are cut. It's like he's like stepping into the world.
Yeah, I think.
I think respect for Lincoln at all.
Yeah, wasn't that a statue of Ulysses S. Grant on his horse?
Was it?
Yeah, but see, that's Lucy.
I think it was Grant.
See, those monuments still have a painful history. You can't get away from that. But let me say something about George Washington. For some people, the Washington and Abraham Lincoln, for some of us who know some additional history to that, it still has it's still symbols of a past. For some of us, this isn't a great history. When you look at George Washington, for example, I know people say, well, he was the first president of the country. However, how many of you know about a black man named Joe Hanson, who some say was actually the first black president of the United States? And matter of fact, he might have been the first president before George Washington. He's actually in the back of the $2 bill in a chamber with other white men in government. And it's a very small picture. You would have to take a magnifying glass to kind of point him out in the back of the $2 bill.
Actually, the first president of the 13 colonies before we had the Continental Congress.
Right. And so one of the things about George Washington history that does bother me personally is that there was an old story about him having wooden teeth. Actually, it was not wooden teeth. What he would do is that he would take the teeth out of the slaves. He had their teeth taken out and had their teeth put into his mouth because he didn't have teeth. That's the sort of stuff that he did to his slaves. Of course, we know that Thomas Jefferson had black children, which he went into those slave quarters and did various things to produce those kids. And there was rape and all sort of things that were happening in this country. In places like Maryland, where they had slave breeding, where they would make people, make them produce children with the goal of putting those kids into slavery. So George Washington and individuals like that.
They looked at him like livestock.
And that's where the term motherfucker comes from.
Yeah, that's right. So those of us who know that history, we're going to have a different way that we look at individuals like a George Washington or even a Thomas Jefferson. That's all I'm trying to say.
Now my argument to that's going to be, though, is if you can find me one man or woman that's ever been on the face of the planet that's been 100%, basically Christ-like, like Christ himself, that, didn't have some dirt to go along with what they did to help the progression of a nation.
No, I'm sorry, sir.
Listen,
this is
said earlier, those statues were put up intentionally to remind us of where we come from.
I understand what you're saying about the South.
I get what kind of person they were. It was done to remind us of slavery.
Right. So
wait. The posting up of a statue of Washington is not. The purpose is to remind you of slavery.
He owned slaves, sir.
No, I know he owned slaves.
He's not a hero to me.
Listen.
You got to accept the fact, though, too, that your own people own slaves.
Here we
go with the bullshit. Listen to the slaves. Does that make it right?
The point. No, wait a minute.
What the fuck they did?
The point. Let me make a point here.
And Soros.
This isn't like I said before. This isn't about, well, this guy, everybody has done this and everybody's done that. What I simply said tonight is that for some people of my background, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, and all these individuals, we know things about their history that is not favorable to us as a people. Let's teach the
full history.
And there's some people who have a different view of these individuals based on whatever culturally connection they have. For me as a black man, I don't look favorably on these individuals. Okay,
Well,
now
like the
I'm not. That doesn't mean I'm.
Then why don't we start
Right.
teaching?
That doesn't
the
mean.
good, the bad of
Why
the
don't we put a
history?
That doesn't. Wait a minute. First of all, sir, I'm 50 years old. Ever since I can remember when I was in school, from elementary school to high school to junior high school, the majority of the history that is taught to most black people in these primal years of school is a history that comes from a Eurocentric value or a American value, which is about Lincoln, George Washington. Very little is talked about the contributions of black people. Normally, when they talk about black people in school, they start off with "we were in slavery," and then they'll go to Dr. King as if those are the only parts of our history. I have spent most of my years in school, and hearing.
I was touching on that. What
Okay.
indoctrination.
But that's part of the indoctrination. Thank you.
Maybe we need to start teaching, the good and the bad, rather than a one-sided skewed view of it.
Okay, then this is the point here. Then I don't know. I know that some of you are Trump supporters. What you're saying makes sense, but guess what? Don't kill the messenger here, because it ain't me. It's his administration. Trump is going around saying that we should not be teaching people in schools and people in sensitivity training and all that sort of stuff on jobs, that you should not be teaching things that make America look unfavorable to people, because if you start teaching them about the negative things that America has engaged in when it comes to race and issues like that, that you're actually teaching people to hate America. So the Trump administration. Yes, he has said it out of his mouth. Donald Trump has said out of his mouth that we should not have classes or classes that teach people to have a sort of hate towards America, and in some cases to make white people feel guilty about the things that happened in history that were negative. Now, he has said that in some of his Raleigh speeches, and matter of fact,
yeah, you're right.
His administration wants to make it a law. You know what that will do?
1776.
Right.
And I think he had a lot to do with these statues being taken down.
He said he put that in specifically to counter the 1619 project. He put the 1776.
Okay, I get that, but that will have rippling effects. For example, he gave money to black colleges based on, people don't want to deal with this. It was the Congress made up of Democrats and Republicans who put that bill together to give historical black colleges more money, and then Donald Trump simply signed the bill, and of course he got credit for that, even though he didn't do the crafting of it. Okay, now, do you know this? I read a report about this. If you at a historical black college, if you have any courses that teach these sort of history that we're talking about tonight, under Donald Trump's administration, if this whole thing passes and gets completely crafted, that the historical black colleges will lose certain federal money under his administration sanction of this. So the very schools that he gave money to will also be penalized. Let's say you have a job where you need sensitivity training because you have racial problems at work.
Listen, what he signed is something to cover them for 10 years instead of them having to come back every year.
Yes.
That was simply put.
But that's not what I'm talking about, sir. What he signed is something to give them money. But what I'm saying is look, in historical black colleges, like any college, you have what you call history classes, right? If your history class is going to teach some of the history of the negatives of American society in terms of what they did to people, if it falls under that statute, you lose federal money. I just read an article about that broke it down. That's from HBC Digest. It deals with black colleges. So
there's rules that went along with
that makes sense.
That's all I'm trying to say.
They had to
most government funding works like
that's
that.
one of the rules that he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm not on here trying to tell.
Rules in order to take the money.
No, that makes sense.
Once they took the money, they agreed to those rules.
Right. Don't get me wrong. I'm not on here trying to tell people who to vote for. I'm just telling you what the facts are.
Yeah, that's what I'm explaining.
But that's how the government operates. You do what we tell us and we take our money back.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's why, in all honesty,
he's doing the same thing
opinion,
with sanctuary cities and stuff. He's putting it in where if you take the money, you can't be a sanctuary city. He's doing that in a lot of laws now.
Well, if you don't do what they say, they take the money back.
Respectfully, if you would like my
that's
opinion on it,
true.
that's where I think that we should really pull the federal government and their funding out of our education system to begin with anyhow.
But they're not even a part of the government. They're not a part of the government.
You're right. That should be the
According
state.
to the Constitution,
that
not supposed to be involved in that.
You know, that's
The only thing that the federal
we
government is
as a
supposed to be involved in
populace,
is foreign affairs.
we as a population of people have remained ignorant. So when we talk about the mind control shit, there's still the responsibility of all of us as individuals. Okay.
You know, to uphold our end of the bargain to hold together this what was supposed to be a republic.
You know, and unfortunately, there are different opinions because of cultural and social differences along the line. I just think that in all reality, I mean, look, I've got no inheritance from anything that has to do with anything in the past. Okay. I'm more concerned about now and going forward.
Well, neither have we.
You know, and well, I mean, and I understand that, but I see a world that can go, you know, all
One of
kinds
two
of ways, but only one way is going to fucking be helpful to all of us. You know, I don't see any of us wanting to go back to countries that, you know, even if we can identify with those countries, it's not necessarily where we want to be. You know, it's a nice thought until you actually get there.
RBR is arguing with you, information man.
Nah, he's not arguing with me. I know what he's talking about. He's saying that Obama put a large package for the HBCUs in 2017. I already know that. And had he listened to what I said earlier and get the wax out of his ear, I said it was the Congress with the Democrats as well as the Republicans in Congress who actually crafted the bill that gave the HBCs this extra money under Trump's administration. And then Trump, what he did is he simply said, okay, we're going to make this permanent. And he actually signed it. But it was still the Democrats and Republicans that put the package together. And really, this is really the responsibility of the Department of Education that's really supposed to be responsible in this country to craft this.
Shouldn't exist, really, in all honesty.
I agree.
Yeah. It's not in the Constitution.
Well, there's probably many, but wait a minute, sir. There's probably many departments within government that are not under the Constitution. Homeland Security is not under the Constitution. Matter of fact,
90% of the government institutions.
right. Matter of fact, let me ask you this question, and this is just reality. Would you say that government has gotten bigger under Democrats, or has it gotten bigger under Republicans? Because the last time I checked, Homeland Security.
To be honest with you, I think both parties are culpable in this. I don't think it's one over the other.
Because it was under, I think, George Bush Jr. when he was in office that we got the home. Let me finish, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That we got Homeland Security. It was under George Bush Jr., Republican, that we got the Patriot Act. All these things that do what, sir? I'm just using logic here.
Well,
that do what?
That do what? Constitutional rights.
Right. Thank you. Strip all your civil liberties. Where now the FBI and all them weren't supposed to be able to bug the everyday regular citizen. But under that system, now they can do everything to us, and this is how they hide it and disguise it. They disguise it in the name of the terrorists are coming to get us. The terrorists are coming to get us.
All I gotta say to you guys,
and the metadata. And the metadata they collect on everybody.
My argument to what you're saying, information man, is the fact that, you know, unfortunately, we live in a society to where, whether good or bad, the president is the one. Whoever's in office is the one who basically is the face of everything that happens when he's in office. But the truth behind it all is, like I said, both Democrats and Republicans are culpable in all this because it takes an act of Congress for all of these things to actually happen.
Precisely.
Hey, look, man, you really want to
you want to slow that whole
program? You want to slow that whole program down? If you want to slow the whole new world order program down, you got to get rid of your phone. You got to get off the internet.
Yo, what do you want to get rid of?
This is what I'm talking about. So, you know, I understand and I appreciate, man, I really do and understand, and I appreciate the argument for all these things that are ours in the past, but they're kept on our fucking conscience. I'd like to remind you when we're talking
That's
about the
called
media,
American history, man.
Yeah. Well,
That's
here's
what
the
it's
thing. Here's the thing about the American history. Okay, we've had how many years? Almost 150 years of mass media, from the fucking printing. Longer for the printing press, but newspaper, radio, film, video, internet.
It all started with the.
But we also know that they're not talking about real history either, though.
I understand that, but that's the
When you
crux.
start talking about slavery,
But here's the
Because
thing. Here's the
all
thing.
that.
This is the crux. This
Written
is
by the
crux.
conquerors.
The normal people of this society, when I say normal fucking regular people, I'm talking about people that don't have the biases, or let's just say the extreme biases, because everybody has biases. Okay?
Yeah.
The extreme biases, the shit that makes everything fucked up and ugly. Then you got all these criminal elements. When you have a system that is a good system, but you put people in there that are corrupting it and willing to fucking stretch all of its boundaries and then fucking break through them and make arguments to justify doing things that are against it. There's no law that can be passed that if it's repugnant to the Constitution, it can't stand. Okay? But that's a mental thing. The Constitution itself is a mental thing. Okay? It's a matter of how we stand and how we enact that in our lives.
Well, it protects us as citizens.
But it only
Because
protects.
according to politicians, the politicians just shit all over the Constitution. They don't care about that.
But I understand that. But the people are not playing their role in it.
Right.
Look,
it only protects you as
if
far as
things
you're
would
willing
never
to
have
take it.
things would never have gotten this bad if people were actually paying attention. But we have been dumbed down.
I agree. I
longer-
agree with that.
And put it this way, it's longer than you and I have been alive. Any of us on here have been alive.
Right.
Okay. And it's just been growing and growing. And you have one generation bleeds into another, and they get taught by their families, and they get indoctrinated by schools. And as they fucking refine their whole little scheme and how to mind control people, they kept on doing it.
What they're doing now is like pumping fear into society with this COVID-19, all this shit. Like my man said earlier, the terrorists are coming, so we have to tap everybody's goddamn phone. I mean, it's just how they package it and how they make it look good to the public. And really, they're just taking away your constitutional rights. Just like with all the gun violence, they want to turn your guns in. I'm not turning my gun in, okay?
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. 20 years ago, you couldn't have the kind of conversation that we're having right now because none of the information was spread across the masses. Okay, most people were still stuck in the fucking matrix. Some people were being awakened because there were people that have been trying to expose this shit forever. They've been trying to expose it. But people don't want to believe it. You know, it's like Bigfoot. I mean, hey, Bigfoot doesn't exist until you see a Bigfoot, you know?
Right.
And
But
then
can
what
I
do you
say
got,
this?
you know?
I feel like it doesn't really matter who gets in the White House. These 1%ers, these the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, they have a plan that they want to execute, and it's going to be done no matter who's in the White House.
Well, people fail to realize that the president's role is basically nothing more than the grand marshal of the parade.
We have a polyocracy, gentlemen. We vote for the elite or the rich every 4 to 8 years. We don't select presidents. They're selected for us. We're simply voting for them. And the one thing that shows you that we don't have a just system is that they don't allow us to have a system in which we can say none of the above. We don't like these candidates. Give us candidates of our choosing to vote for. We simply have a system that's paid for, brought for, and given to us just like a commercial on TV. And let me just say this to let me right.
State
Yeah.
and local
All government
and all those people.
Yeah, all government is local. I totally agree. All government is local. I totally agree. But normally when we vote for people, they're usually brought to the forefront to us. And then we look at their record and we say, okay, this person's for what I'm looking for or not. But it's all a game. I think Andrew, you was Brother Harris, you were pointing to something that I agree with, and everyone is talking about on here about the conspiracy and the 1%. Well, check this out. I know everybody, some people are Trump supporters, but keep this in mind. Trump is no different than the 1%ers that you talk about.
What I've been saying.
And the reason why I can say this, and you can do the research for yourself, the man that he has in charge of his Commerce Department is called Will.
Mnuchin, the former
No. That's the treasurer. No, listen to me now. That's the treasurer. His economist, his other economist is Wilbur Ross, and Wilbur Ross has connections to the Rothschild family. Matter of fact, he's not a blood member, but he is a sworn-in member of the Rothschild family. When Donald Trump had the bankruptcy with the casino in Atlantic City, that's where he got his money, because when you have over 30 or more bankruptcies that he has, and that's just a fact, there's not many American banks that are going to give you money. So you have to either get that from foreign entities or have some rich insider who has the power and connections. So Wilbur Ross had the connections, the Rothschild connections, to help Donald Trump out. And one of the things about politics that I've always noticed, and Mo, I've said this to you, one hand washes the other. There are no permanent enemies. There are no permanent friends. There is just permanent interests. And the interest that Donald Trump proceeded upon Wilbur Ross was that, hey, you helped me out way back when I was going cash poor. So now I'm going to hook you up and put you into what? Into office. So you can't tell me, I don't care whether it's Democrat or Republican, they always take care of their own first. Got to remember, a lot of these politicians, and I know Donald Trump's not a traditional politician by any means, but a lot of these politicians, they go to the same schools together. They're part of the same fraternities together, Skull and Bone. They know the same circles. So when you see them giving money, when you see them giving money to the corporations first or to some of their cronies, that's because they have a relationship.
I gotta get out of here.
That's because they have a relationship.
You can't expect the cabal to get rid of
You can call me nuts all you want, but what I'm saying is true. So
no, I agree with you.
It's true.
I've said that you cannot expect the cabal to do away with the cabal.
Yeah, I already know how truth is. It makes people run away because they don't want to hear truth. But what I'm saying, we'll go to bed. Good night. But I'm not nuts. Everything I'm saying is based in truth.
I always said there's people on his administration that are not.
That's not even what. I mean, you just called me nuts.
People that
you just called him nuts. Now you're
so you're saying, wait a minute. Before you go, what did I say that was wrong? I said Donald Trump lost his. He had money problems with the casino. That's a fact. Wilbur Ross helped bail him out. That's a fact. I also said that Wilbur Ross is related to the Rothschild family, and he helped Donald Trump out. And Wilbur Ross is a part of the 1%, and he gave him a cushy job within his administration, which is what most of these politicians do. They help each other's out, or rich people help rich people out. Most of these politicians go to school together. That's a fact. Skull and Bones, they're a member of all these fraternal organizations. And when we're wondering as everyday citizens, why is it these politicians always help out these people? Because they have relationships with these individuals that goes all the way back to college, high school, and so on and so forth. That's what I said. Now, what is nuts about what I just said?
Nothing.
That's totally
crickets.
100%.
Okay, then.
But you just called them nuts.
I know, but ma'am, I hope you have a good night. I hope you have a good night, ma'am. That's all I want to say.
Good night, Mo. Good night, Mo. Talk to you guys later. Bye, guys.
Yeah.
No,
hey, Mo,
information guy.
I
man.
said that.
Kelly just said that.
Information man.
I heard it in the echoes. I heard it in the shadows. That's all I know.
I gotta take my doggies outside and stuff. So, and Sarah's got to be picked up in the morning. She spent the night at her friend's, so I got to pick her up at 7 a.m. And it's like 3 o'clock my time. So,
all right. Oh, wait, before you take off, I wanted to let everybody know me and one of my buddies, Jeremy Dieters from Columbus, Ohio, we're going to be doing an interview on Da Vinci's YouTube channel tomorrow at 11.
Okay.
And it's going to be covering the truth about the whole Michigan thing, the Michigan plot, because we are actually
how they not cleaning the water?
Huh? No, we're talking about the alleged attempt to kidnap and kill Governor Whitmer.
When are they going to clean the water?
That'll probably never happen, dude.
Well, I'm not interested in anything else but that.
Well, I'm just trying to clear some men's names that have been wrongfully imprisoned.
Meanwhile, yeah.
roll with
Meanwhile, dirty water in Flint is killing people.
Hey, dude, I've preached on that myself, and I've actually went on many water
And we
runs
had
to
a
help them
president
guys
that's
out
been
up
in
there.
office almost 4 years and haven't done absolutely nothing about it.
You know what's interesting?
You know, my answer to that is I know
Well, he
that-
wants to make America great, though.
Hold on, time out.
We ain't got clean water.
I understand they need clean water, but I also know that the city of Flint was given millions of dollars in funding to try and help fix that from the federal government, and the actual city legislators squandered that money away, and it's happened twice now.
That's a fact. That's a
That
fact.
is true. There is
I
another
agree. So why aren't people going to jail? Why aren't people being arrested? Just
Well,
like
and
these
see,
quick
that's
ass
where we get right back to where we were.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Back into the
And
circle
not
we've been
being
talking
arrested.
about.
Hey, Dre, we all agree. Hey, Dre, we all agree with you, but
That is a
water's
good
still
point.
bad.
That is
I
a
don't give a
good.
shit. Some of these motherfuckers need to start going to jail.
I know, especially since
We can
Trump
talk all day
says.
about the shit and look past it.
But
But
in the
some
in the
people need to
meantime,
start
who's
being
gonna
held
clean up the
accountable,
water?
Well,
including
look,
these goddamn police.
Look, and that's the point of it. That's the point of this interview that I'm having tomorrow. Is I want to point out. We're trying to point out the fact that people are going to prison and being held and being labeled criminals and enemies of the state and the country for trying to do things to actually make things better and to help the people in this country, while actual war criminals and criminals against the people in this country are sitting in cushy jobs in
The
their
real
high
criminals.
towers with fucking political fucking immunity and aren't being held accountable and think they do not have to be held accountable or held subject to the same laws that they've imposed on us.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And something
And
needs
that's
to
what
be done
the
about it.
colonists stood up against England over that, and that's what
There
they-
shouldn't be any kind of
Well,
immunity
Dre-
for any of these bastards who commit crimes,
Well,
whether
Dre,
they're the
let me ask you something.
politicians, police, or anybody else.
Who in Michigan, amongst the people, what organization is actually championing this whole fucking thing and doing things to change it?
Well, championing
Well,
what?
you got a lot of people that are trying to do something about it. But what I'm saying is the government is not doing shit. The people that we're voting for, people that are taking our tax dollars, these motherfuckers ain't doing shit.
You know why,
Well, look, the thing
brother?
is our infrastructure has been so fucked for so long that what's happening in Flint, it's only a matter of time before that starts
Okay.
happening all across.
Motherfuckers should be
But
going to jail.
let me make a point
because
here.
we spent a lot of money overseas.
Yeah, let me
helping
make a
other
point.
Countries build their infrastructure.
Right. Let me make a point here that some of you may agree with or you may not agree with. Let me go back to Obama. I know people have all their different views about Obama, but this is the facts. When Obama was in office, he did talk about trying to create a package to deal with infrastructure in this country, because you had the crumbling
remember
bridges
that.
like you had in Minnesota with the crumbling bridge. Because let me just say something.
problem
If I don't know how many of you have a passport and have traveled out of the country. If you go to Japan is a country built for the future. They got speed trains. In America, our
And who built
infrastructure is
Built that in
really
Japan.
no. I'm talking about in
We did.
You
After
talking
World
about a
War
place
II,
that have
we
No.
were-
Listen
spent a
to
lot
me.
of- the US
No.
spent a lot of money rebuilding
Listen what I'm
Japan.
saying. Listen what I'm saying.
But you talking about a place that
No,
has the best
let me-
interest of their
let me-
people. Japan has their
Let me-
people's best interest
that-
at heart.
yes, I
America
understand.
doesn't.
And I understand that. Let me finish my damn point. I just want to make a point, man. I can't talk over everybody. God. Japan did get help from the United States, but I'm talking about the speed train. Japan built their speed train. America gave them the foundation to get back on their feet, but they took the ball and after America helped them, they took it to a whole nother level. When I'm saying in America,
We did that here.
let me finish, please, sir. Our infrastructure is old here. It's broken down because the politicians are not taking care of the home. They got all their goddamn interests outside of the country. Now, my point being is that when Obama was in office, he was trying to push forth a infrastructure bill. And this is just the truth. You may not want to agree with it, but it's the truth. When he was in office, it was the Republican.
When was
Let me finish, sir.
I'm just asking. Can you tell me when? Which time frame? The first 4 years or the second 4 years? When was it that he decided he was going to develop it?
I believe it was the first 4 years.
It was the first. I'm about to say that. I'm about to say that. The first 4 years, besides just this whole focus on the medical, the first 4 years of his presidency, it was even in his run up to become president. He said, we got to build infrastructure. We got to create green energy and all these other things for the future. When he tried to present a infrastructure package, it was the Republican. It was a Republican dominated Congress at that time.
Not the first years.
Not the first. When he first. Let me finish. When he first got into office, yes, it was mostly Democrats. But eventually, the Democrats lost the seats, and it was dominated by the Republicans. And the Republicans, exactly. The Republicans stalemated everything that he wanted to do. Matter of fact, when Obama got inaugurated on his inauguration, you had Republicans who met in secret, saying that whatever he wants to pass, we're going to block it. Well, guess
McConnell.
The infrastructure bill was purposely blocked by the Republicans because they didn't want to see him have success. So if you want to point blame at anything, we once again have to point blame at the goddamn Congress. And I have to be honest. And the Republicans at that time, they fucked up, and that fuck up is causing us a lot of problems today with our fucked up infrastructure. That's all I wanted to say, fellas.
Thank you. I agree with that because I'm going to touch on the fact that it's Congress as a whole, man, because it bounces back and forth, depending on who's in power and whatnot or whatever. That's why really these motherfuckers shouldn't be sitting in Congress, in the House or the Senate for 30, 40, 50 fucking years.
No, we need term limits.
I mean, the fact that we got people sitting in Congress that are twice the age of most of the fucking voters on the planet is insanity.
So I study civil engineering at the University of Arizona. I'm a part of a organization called the American Society of Civil Engineers. Every year we release a report card on every state. Like every state has their own ASC, and then there's a national one. Every year we release an infrastructure report card for each individual state and for the nation as a whole. And this year we just released it a week and a half ago. And it was overall as a nation, we're at a D+ right now for infrastructure.
That's a damn shame.
I particularly study hydraulic engineering. So I study things like trying to fix water pipes for Flint, Michigan, or trying to get sediment out of our dams that are about to fail because we didn't know about sediment transport back in the day, and it's clogging our dams and it's messing with our hydroelectric power generation. So this is like right up my alley on what I study. And, I don't like Andre, who do you think should go to jail in Flint?
The governor, first of all, who refused to fix the water situation over there. He had publicly announced that he was not going to do it. He should be the first motherfucker to go to jail. And the mayor, anybody else who's involved that's sitting back watching this shit. Well, people are dying from toxic water. This should not be happening in America.
Everyone, and let me say something, please.
I hear people talking about America's so great, but what about Michigan that has water for damn near 8 years now? They have toxic water over there.
Okay, let me say this one thing real quick. There is another YouTuber, Truth Teller 410. I'm sure Information Man knows who that is, potentially.
Yes.
Okay. He actually works in that business. He offered to fix their water at a very, very low cost. They denied.
Okay, so who denied? Who denied?
Michigan denied it.
Okay, the politics over there is corrupt. Every last one of those bastards should be in prison. Anybody who says something like that, no, we're not going to fix the water.
So those guys that went over there to citizens arrest the governor. That's basically what you guys should be doing. That's really what you guys should be doing. That's part of the thing in the Constitution that we're not holding
rebel against tyranny. We can
Because
rebel
look,
against
I want you
tyranny.
to understand that those guys in Michigan that just got arrested, that is legitimately what they were going to do, was arrest the governor and hold a trial, a legit trial, to hold her accountable and charge her with treason against.
So all
people in
these
Michigan.
bastards are corrupt are being protected. That's what I'm saying.
See, but look, man, but they're being labeled white supremacists.
No, it's
Far right.
beyond that now. They're labeling these people extremists, and they're calling them paramilitary.
I don't
And
give a damn what.
paramilitary is illegal in this country.
Well,
gentlemen,
you got all these so-called fucking people walking around with guns, calling themselves what is that word?
The Boogaloo Boys.
Militia. Right.
I mean, what about those people? I mean, what's the difference?
What about them?
What do you mean?
What I'm saying is, how come nobody's locking those people up?
Because
what they're saying, what they're doing
But
is
you got
they're
people that are trying to do the right. Hold on, I hear what you're saying.
I'm actually
You got
personally
people that are
involved in
trying
this.
to
I
do
have
what's
firsthand
right.
experience and knowledge on this because I
I
was
hear
at
what you're
involved.
saying.
I'm
You got
trying to
people
tell
that are
you.
trying to do the right thing are being arrested.
No, I'm telling
by
you
the
why
government.
Brian, let him talk, man. Let him talk.
I'm saying the people that went over there to try to arrest the governor, which is what they should have done, are being arrested by the same fucking government who's saying, no, we're not going to fix the water.
Right. And
So
it's
these
because of-
suckers are being
The
protected.
Fed stepped in though and stopped it.
No, it's
I don't
beyond
give a
that.
fuck who
Facebook even stepped in.
Well, these people should be in jail.
All right. Well, gentlemen, good night. I'm going to get ready to get off the panel. Been a great
You got your own
discussion with
channel,
you.
Information Man.
Yeah, Information Man Show.
I like you, bro. I'm
All right, man.
I like the information, man. I look you up, bro.
Thanks a lot, Mo and your lady. Have a good night, and thank you for allowing me to come on up and have the hearty conversation. I thought RBR was going to come up so he can get up here and talk about Obama 1,000 times and say how the Russians, we want the Russians to take us over and all that type of stuff.
He got tired and went to bed. He
Hell, he-
tired himself out.
Yeah, according to him, I'm a goddamn Nazi.
About to be racist or Nazis? Just curious.
What do you say, sir?
Did you find any of us to be racist Nazis?
No, I don't walk away with that impression. My impression is that you have your views based on what you've experienced. All of our views, gentlemen and lady, all of our views are based on our experience, also our culture, what we've been through. So like I said before, when I look at certain things in the country, I look at it through a different lens based on my experience and as well as you. We may be different in some ways, but at the same time, we still American, and we still need to realize that this is the country that we live in, and we got to do something to make the country better for everybody.
Right.
And we got and right now, what I'm concerned is the topic that I brought up, which is, or what you guys brought up too, is that we got infrastructure that is crumbling, and we still got places in this country where they don't have Wi-Fi. Come on now, folks.
We still have places in this country that don't have running water.
Thank you. How many of you are aware of the Brown Belt area in Alabama, where you have a lot of blacks that are very poor, where they got feces coming out of their sewage? They had a official from the what do you call that, the United Nations, who came out and did a survey in Alabama in the Brown Belt, Black Belt areas. And he said it's damn near as bad as a third world country in another place.
Yeah.
So we got serious problems.
That's awful.
And I was just on here last week talking about the black areas in Chicago, where they have police that can arrest you and hold you up to 3 days, 48 hours without any phone call or any legal representation, and they're totally torturing people in this black zone.
I'll leave you with this too. The one thing that's holding us back as a country, and I wish for the life of me that we could get the hell over it, the racial stuff is holding us back as a country. Because if just think about it like this, if we gave everybody the same respect and we didn't suppress people's opportunities in jobs and education and science, God can only tell how more brilliant of a country we could be if we just allow people to be able to be what they want to be without discriminating against them.
We live in a country where they think it can only happen to us and it can't happen to them. That's
Right.
the problem.
But what I'm saying is,
what you gotta understand, if it can happen to us, it can happen to you too.
Right, but
That's what you gotta fucking
discrimination and racism and all these different isms in our country, as well as sexism, it's holding us back in our development because you're holding back brilliant minds. So if you have a female, a woman who wants to be a scientist or an engineer, like the guy on here that's in engineer school, and we hold her back because we want to be sexist towards that woman, no matter what race she is, that woman might be a brilliant engineer or scientist that could solve some of our problems. You see what I'm saying? We are holding our development back.
Well, we're talking about a country that women had to fight for the right to vote and work. You gotta understand that.
Right. But you do realize this.
Shit going on here.
You do realize this, though, Brother Andre, and it's always been a thorn in history. You know that black men got the right to vote before white women. And in the past, white women didn't like that. But white women got another way that they got back at that, because when they passed the Affirmative Action Act, a lot of white women did benefit from affirmative action, and nobody talks about that.
70%, brother, I say it all the time on this show that white women get 70% of the affirmative action benefits. Black people do not benefit from affirmative action because they grouped all these other groups in there, homosexuals and everybody else, and threw them in there with us as minorities, and we don't get shit. When you get through dividing up everything, we don't get nothing.
Well, I think that's one of the classic
affirmative action was
failures.
created for black people.
One of the classic failures of this country, in my opinion, is the fact that we want to group and label people up into groups rather than just seeing each other as fucking human beings.
But that's what they do. He's black, he's white, he's yellow, he's red. It's bullshit.
But because it's been a part of the pathology of American psyche, I'm going to say it again. It is holding us back.
Hey,
it's holding us back in our development.
Here's something to
Good night, gentlemen.
Hey, here's something to counter
Good
some
night,
mind
thank
control.
you.
When you
Thank
say,
you.
when you say,
All right, have a good night.
You want to counter some mind control? When you say
smoke weed,
when you say white man, black man, red man, yellow man, you put the man second. Stop putting the man second.
Color first, man second.
Okay, it needs to be man. You know, we need to get past this fucking
men and women, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, you know what, man? I mean, I got family from all over the place. But you know what I am? I'm an American.
It's a social construct, and it's designed to do exactly what it's doing. It's divide us. Yeah, and we got to understand this is what's being done to us. This is what's being done to us,
and we're all being tacked on a different cultural level.
Absolutely. I used to.
all of it. I'm sorry to say, but all of it benefits the Crown of England.
Try to keep each of us on a specific level so that ultimately we facilitate their end goals.
I mean, that's what they're doing. He's Republican. He's Democrat.
All of it
he's
serving
black,
to
he's
benefit
white,
the Crown of
he's
England.
brown. And yeah, that's right.
That's why I said, look, man, I'm an American. I'm not a Cuban American. I'm not poor. I'm an American.
I posted a quote. I know none of you guys are in Discord, but I posted a quote by the Rockefellers. This is all designed to keep us divided.
Absolutely.
And why they fuck everybody in the end.
That's a fact, brother. That is a 100% fact.
Yo, can I share my screen with you guys? I want to show you guys something.
Mo, can you share a screen?
Yeah, I can do it.
What's up, Kelly?
Hey, how you doing?
Mo made Kelly.
Hey. Yeah, he made me push the button.
Oh, you're the pilot now. Okay.
Yeah.
He said, "Fuck all these motherfuckers. All they want to do is
you're a
talk over
co-pilot.
each other."
You're a co-pilot, Mo.
She's the director of production now.
Yeah.
Tell Mo you need a fucking raise.
Yeah, and tell him you need a
You don't want
coffee
to fucking
too.
kills though.
Tell him to go get you a beer.
You want a beer
I
and a
saw
couple
Michelle
tacos?
left, so I came over to lean some estrogen into the panel too.
I don't
To support
need to
Kelly.
ask him. I don't have to ask him for a beer when he'll hand me his card. So
right.
I
I
heard
didn't
that,
say
Kim.
ask him for a beer. I said tell him you need a beer. Tell him to get you a beer.
Tell him I want you in the fucking kitchen barefoot with no shirt on, making me a fucking sandwich.
he'll do that too. Okay, let
And
me
you
see.
better look cute, Mo.
No, waffles and pancakes.
Oh, yeah, is that my screen?
Don't nobody want to make
Yeah.
waffles or pancakes with no shirt on because you don't need to have burns.
I'm trying to see what I can see.
That's how you make bacon, anyhow.
Zoom
All right.
it up.
Bad idea with bacon.
How do I
No,
do
that's
that?
the only way to make bacon, man.
Yeah, don't nobody
Battle
want
scarred.
burned titties. I don't care whether you're a man or a woman.
screen
Don't
it.
nobody
Full
want
screen it.
burned titties.
Go ahead and full
All
screen
right.
it. Yeah.
All right. So to give you guys a little background, and I'm actually, hold on. Oh, I was going to turn my camera on. Never mind.
And I was going to say zoom the screen in too, if you can. Zoom it in further.
I think that's as far as I can go, man.
You can't
Don't
do that
show us
pinch
any
and spread to
porn.
white to like on a phone or on a trackpad where you pinch it and
No, it just keeps making. There we go. All
there
right.
you go.
Give you guys a little background. I spent 8
If
years
they
in the
make
Marine
a
Corps.
computer screen that you can pinch to make the page bigger.
The trackpad, it does it.
The trackpad.
Yeah, it does it. Yeah.
So I spent 8 years in the Marine Corps from 2005 to 2013 as a member of 1st Recon Battalion of 1st Force Reconnaissance Company. I have an entire hard drive here full of all the manuals that were available at the time when I got out. But I wanted to show this when Information Man was on, because we've been talking a lot about psychological operations. And so I pulled these up. These are actual military PDFs.
You ain't gonna get in trouble, are you, brother? You're not gonna get in trouble for doing that, right?
It is what the fuck it is, man.
He took
These
it
are-
over.
Okay, God bless you, brother.
These are military publications about psychological operations, and I have conducted psychological operations, unfortunately, in Iraq. But this is full-blown psyops, so if you ever have anybody that doubts that the United States government does this in any way, shape, or form, tell them you have seen official military publications that are top secret.
Oh, this shit's on my Facebook
Absolutely.
page now.
Hey, come on, man.
you're-
Hey, can you put that up on a site so we can grab it or what?
I might get in trouble for that. Yeah, I just wanted to show you guys. I didn't realize we
John,
were
share the
making-
link to Discord.
So, well, it's on my laptop. It's on a hard drive that I don't
That's
generally
his
keep
personal
plugged in.
documentation.
So, yeah, don't
It
attach my
says
name.
right there about public release on that document.
Yeah, it does.
Well, he didn't
Some
really
of the
give real information. It's just a general,
But anyways,
Declassified.
I just want to show you guys. Some of it is. Some of the other publications I have are not. If I go back to, can I open that up again? Let's see.
So when
We
did
had the
you?
same
When
thing. We had
did
the same thing in the Air
listen,
Force.
Well,
there's
there was
actually
that one that they did.
can
We had the
They
same
did
thing in
one
the Air
in.
Force.
there's actual
They
documentation.
did one in
that
Vietnam.
they
Oh my
released.
God.
They've
They did
released
one
the
in
papers.
Vietnam where they actually were playing the sounds of what was mimicked to be walking souls, and that was Operation Walking Souls or Wandering Souls, something like that, to scare off the
absolutely.
Viet Cong.
They know far more about the way the brain operates and how to control us than we could even attempt to try and.
Exactly. As I keep trying to tell people that they don't get it. It's like.
But I have the
serious.
full blown, and if I go to my psychological operations, there's more than that single folder. Some of them are still top secret. So, yeah. But, anyways, yeah, I just want to show you guys that real quick because we were talking about psychological operations, and I know you guys know they exist and you guys believe that they exist, but some people don't, and so I just wanted to bring that up and show you guys, like, hey, if anybody ever says they don't believe that shit beyond any of the evidence you can provide them, you can let them know, like, I've seen the military publications firsthand. They do
Well,
exist.
I appreciate you bringing that up because we
those
were
have been
just
around for a
discussing this in a different chat earlier about psyops and what was a psyop and whether or not we were being duped into one of the greatest psyops of all time right now.
Oh, we absolutely are.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
we
a firm
dealt with
believer
that one
COVID-
in the Air Force.
I really firmly believe that COVID-19 doesn't even exist.
The Air Force, we have our own.
Okay,
too,
so
psyops.
part of that conversation could be whether or not they actually are conducting mass lockups all over the world. The other psyop could be whether or not it is all a front to do that, or whether or not we're all just passively participating spectators. And
think about it. I mean, we're all online discussing.
Time.
They're able to clock who we are. You know, they're able to
some
find
of us
out
are
who
actively being watched and monitored.
you know. So it's like okay, let's fucking stir up the hornet's nest, see what comes up, and then you get folks like us. You know,
Well,
and then we
you know,
get
the
put
thing
we get
is
put
I
on a
actually-
list.
I actually looked on the CDC's website for the whole manual and the documentation they have for the whole COVID-19. All right. And if you go to page 39 on there, they actually have a section on page 39 of this document where they specifically
Is that the
state outright.
separation quarantine part?
No, it's the one where they specifically state that they do not actually have, nor is there anywhere on the face of the planet, a living sample of the COVID-19 virus.
Okay, John, we were talking about this the other night. What
Yeah,
did you
that's not
say?
true. That's not true.
But it says it right on their site.
I don't care what it says. It's not updated then because it's not true.
And they were also
in the beginning,
ones who were saying flat out.
that was true. In the beginning, that was true. The Chinese was not giving it out. But once we started getting cases here, we were able to extract it. And that's how come we're able to work on a vaccine and all the other stuff. It's because we now have a sample.
Well,
But in the
if they
beginning,
have
we
let
didn't
me
have a
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. If they have an active sample, then why don't they have a test that can test specifically for the COVID-19 strain rather than testing for a generic coronavirus?
Because
No,
there
they
are
do.
no
They
tests
do.
yet
There's
that
one
are
No, they
able to
don't.
do.
There's more than one
There are
test.
no tests
yeah.
that are able to. There
There is
okay,
no
so they
test
do
that
the
we have
blood
yet
test
that
and
tests
they do
specifically for COVID-19. It's all
they do the
coronavirus.
blood test that tests for antibodies, and then they do the other one that is the nasal test that tests
You're
for
not
whether or
li-
not
you're
the
not-
virus
And that
is
one's
present.
not accurate.
You are
Yeah, and
not
the nasal's not that accurate.
following what I'm saying. They do not have a test that is COVID-19 specific, that tests specifically for COVID-19. It tests for the coronavirus.
Okay, you do know that COVID-19 is SARS, right? It's SARS-2.
Which is still it's still a different virus than SARS.
Hold on, y'all. What up, Mo?
Don't tell me quit drinking.
Hey, Mo, get me a beer. Make me a sandwich too.
The unfortunate thing about all of this is we'll never know.
Well, you're right. We won't.
None of us will probably be alive to see it proved.
So RB, what you know, in your military learned mind, what do you see?
Well, I mean, straight up, like the first thing I see is this is the exact way that the United States conducts regime changes in other countries.
Yeah.
I think they used it to for a reason for a legitimate reason on why our economy is going to be destabilized.
Well, I mean, people don't understand COVID. The social distancing itself is a violation of your constitutional rights, where you have the right to peacefully assemble and gather.
Well, you know why they got you to why they got people social distancing, right?
Well, I understand. Well, they say because of COVID-19.
Well, no,
there's
they
people
here for satellites to pick people up and be able to do facial recognition.
Oh, you
But then
may
why
be
the
right.
Mask? Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
But
Miss
also
White.
The social distancing is being used to get people because it makes it easier for the satellites we have in the sky to actually recognize people and do facial recognition. When people are spaced apart, the satellites can actually pick each individual out. When we're lumped
And it's not
together, it
just
makes it
satellites.
harder
Well,
for
how
them to
can
do
you
their
do that
job.
with a
It's not
mask
just
on?
satellite.
How can they do that with a mask? If
You got
a mask
eyeballs,
on?
don't
Because
you?
Because your
AI has
eye, your
evolved.
bone structure, your eyes and your bone structure.
You realize that they have a complete
As
and
long as they can
total.
match up
They
so
have a
many
complete and
points.
total layout of every single human being on the planet, thanks to social media.
Yeah,
Because
I
we've
understand
willingly
that.
given-
Metadata.
We've
I know that.
willingly given them our fucking blueprint.
Well, what is
Metadata.
that? What is that? A violation of your privacy. So they're having ways to make you voluntarily
Yeah, but the
give
law
up
they
your
found
con-
under Bush.
But you're
Here's the thing.
voluntarily giving up your constitutional
Yes,
right.
yes. It's
Yeah,
the
but
thing.
that law
It's
they
not a
passed under
violation.
Bush.
Bush because we're all metadata. Everybody that has a digital footprint becomes metadata.
You know, but I'm just saying that's the point of the social distancing. It's so that their fucking
Well,
so
it's
their
a violation of your
identification tools can be
constitutional
used.
rights, though.
You know, just
Yeah,
like
but they do whatever
the
they
You don't
reason
think
for
it
the
could
mask.
be discouraging? You don't think it could potentially be discouraging herd immunity too?
No, I don't. That's
I mean,
what the
we have the
masks.
right
The masks
to
serve two
peacefully.
purposes. That's what the masks are for. They serve two
But
purposes.
You have a right to
Discourage
peacefully
herd immunity.
assemble and gather in America. When you do something like social distancing, it's really a violation of your constitutional right.
Exactly.
Well, the truth of the matter is, social distancing is a violation of human rights because humans are
Yes.
social people generally.
And let me say this
You know,
about masks.
But
Not
what
all
I'm
masks
trying
are
to make a
created
point,
equal.
okay? The masks, they serve two purposes too. One is to kind of, I guess, hinder herd immunity, but the second one is a psychological purpose. It's so people
But
can't
it's
see
also a
emotion.
physical aspect to it because it's also a physical
God.
aspect because over a period of time you can get sick wearing these masks because you're constantly breathing in carbon.
Bacterial
which is your body's
infection,
I
getting rid
heard
of.
a woman, she got
bacterial
Legionnaire's disease.
upper
She got
respiratory
Legionnaire's disease from
infections.
the mask.
Yes, they're mad scientists. These
Not
people
good.
you're dealing with, they're mad scientists. They know what they're doing.
The mask
Fuck yeah, they
purpose,
do.
the reason why they keep pushing it is it's a psychological thing.
That too. No, it's killing more than one bird with one stone.
It's called
Okay.
compliance.
So you, like I said, you're
Not
giving up your
compliance, but you let
constitutional.
me- Jesus Christ, I give up.
It is compliance when you're giving up your constitutional rights. It is.
No,
you're
you
complying.
won't let me make my point. You guys keep interrupting me. I'm trying to make a point here.
Okay, what is your point, man? What's your
My
temper
point
tantrum?
is that this is psychological on two levels. Okay,
I agree with
First,
you. When
and I'm
you
trying
said
to
it.
tell you how it's psychological if you'll allow me. It's
I already
psychological on
know.
two levels because one, you cannot see anybody's facial expressions. Human beings are creatures of of seeing things, and when you interact with other people and you can't see their facial expressions, it makes everything dull and it counteracts everything that we are created to do. Secondly, when you constantly see people walking around with masks on their face, it constantly reiterates that you need to be fearful of something that's not there.
Well, fear is the reason why you're wearing it.
Yeah.
Fear
one way or
is the
another.
reason why you're wearing the mask.
Either the direct fear or the because everyone around you is fearful, and so
Or
therefore
because
it's
you want to
something
be
of fear.
identified as a social justice warrior.
Yeah, you're being forced to fucking and
Well,
they
you don't
use-
want to catch COVID-19. I mean,
to comply.
Dude, I ain't worried about COVID-19. I ain't
Well,
wearing a
no,
mask. I
no.
ain't going to wear a mask. And if anybody was going to catch it, it'd be this dude right here because I go out all over the place around all kinds of people and don't give a fuck.
so since you have been doing that since the beginning, right?
Yes, I have.
So why haven't you got COVID-19? So now this is
Explain
question.
to me because
This is why people question whether it's real or not.
and
I
I'm
don't
one of them
think Trump
guys.
has
I
it.
don't believe it's real. I
I don't think
that
Donald Trump had it. I don't think he had COVID-19.
Well, I know damn well Trump didn't have it. He wasn't even in a hospital. He was on a fucking ship or an airplane when he gave that address.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, you know
So
what?
this-
He might have had a COVID type. Might have had just a fucking cold.
You want to know what I think?
I don't care what it was. It wasn't COVID-19,
I
and they
think
said
he
he
had
had COVID-19.
I think he had a mild heart attack because the way he was acting when he got out of the hospital and gave that first address,
No
it
way.
reminds
No, the
me of when
Simpsons
my
said he
uncle
would
had a heart
die.
attack.
The Simpsons said he would die, so I don't know. They've been pretty accurate.
You know, I'm just saying if he had COVID-19, he's like 74 years old. He has major heart conditions. He should have died from it.
How did he? What major heart? Wait. What major heart conditions?
He even admitted he has heart conditions, dude.
No, he
he
didn't.
suffered
When?
from,
When?
he suffered
When?
from a
When?
heart
When?
attack 2 years
When
ago.
and where did he say he had heart conditions?
He just
So,
said
John,
it in a
hold on.
fucking address he gave not even 2 weeks ago.
I have to
He
ask
didn't
you
have
this,
heart
John.
conditions.
John,
He's been tested.
John,
He doesn't have heart
John,
conditions. Okay.
Yes, he
John.
does.
No, he
John.
doesn't. I happen to know one of the doctors that work with him. All right.
Okay.
John, John. So do you think at 74 years old, Donald Trump is the picture of health?
Nope. I think he's overweight. But I'll tell
He's
you what. It
overweight,
was the
that
Regeneron.
He
needs to
might
be
have
in
heart
hospital.
problems.
It was the
He might have
Regeneron
heart
that's what
problems,
did it.
John.
That
John, he may have
Regeneron
heart
is what did
problems.
it.
His arteries are probably clogging up, buddy. I'm telling you. He's 74
Look,
years
I'm
old.
telling you right now, the reason why they
The
did what they
Admiral
did was
came out and
the
said
reason
he
why
gave
they
the
did
heart
what they
he
did
gave all the
with
readings to it.
coronavirus is to get people to accept that vaccine and start wearing masks.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
I
believe
think
it.
he was forced into that. That wasn't by choice.
And he said something about having the military giving the vaccine to people.
Dude, he's been
Pay
pushing
attention.
That
that
was
narrative
just for
since the
logistics.
Pay
beginning.
attention to what he said, John.
That was for
He did
logistics.
say that. He said
For
it.
lo- He said for
He
yeah,
said it. I don't
the
give a
guy
damn
in charge
why.
of the general.
He said
Who's in
it.
charge of logistics for the military.
John, it
for
doesn't
distribution.
matter. He
It
said
doesn't matter
it.
what the reasoning is behind it. He said he was going
That's
to
some
use our
scary
military to force a vaccine on people.
That's scary, man.
Wait. He never said he was going to force.
Yes,
the
he
vaccine on
did.
anybody.
He said he was going to have the military do it. That's all that matters.
We all understand that the
Hey, man,
president
it
only
says he
has
has
so
a
much
car.
power.
It says he has a
John.
common. It
John,
says
shit's
he
getting
has a
scary
common
here.
form of heart disease.
Shit is
Thank
getting
you.
scary
I was
here.
just looking it up too, Conspiracy Box. Thank you.
And what Kamala Harris wants to do, take our guns. That's the same shit Hitler did, okay? It helps the military if they take our guns. Nobody's going to turn their fucking gun in. I'm
You know,
not.
that's like the other thing that I try to get people to understand. This whole QAnon thing, that's a fucking psyop from hell.
What do you think, RB?
He's not here. Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah. No, not RBR. Yeah, I'm not that clown.
Fuck RBR.
No, let's get RB's
that's
opinion
RBR.
on QAnon.
No, I think there are some things in it that could be legitimate insofar as the information, but in general, how it's being presented to us and the lack of total disclosure of everything.
Thank you.
It appears like it could be a psyop. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, because if you look at what they've been doing, they just dangle just enough information to sometimes be right, even though most of the time what they're saying doesn't happen.
Yeah, yeah.
The
It's too bad.
CIA has been involved in domestic shit for a long time.
I mean, Christ,
Yeah,
what was the first
mix a
thing
little bit of
QAnon
the
was going
lie.
to happen was Hillary was going to get put in prison way back 3 years ago. That never happened.
Yeah.
So then that brings into question the whole pedophilia thing.
They mix
No,
a little bit of the lie with the truth.
The
That would
pedophilia
bring-
thing is a whole different thing, though.
They would break, but it's all
I
mixed
think
up.
they're
in
trying.
this.
But see, the thing is that that's where you get into the deep state is real, and they're trying to lump one thing into another thing to discredit everything.
That's one of the ways they conduct psychological operations.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying is like, how much of it can you trust in any direction?
None of it.
None. What he said, none.
It doesn't even matter who we vote for, to be honest with you.
My philosophy is all
None of this fucking matters.
My philosophy is all politicians are crooks.
RB, you want to know what I've been telling people for a long time is what I would like to see is just one election year, one election cycle when we're voting for a president for the entire nation to stand down and not vote and see what happens, because that right there in and of itself will tell everybody everything they need to know about this.
Either that or they need to, either that or create a third party.
No, what I'm saying, Conspiracy
We can
Box,
create a
is
third party, fuck with Republicans,
if we don't
fuck
vote
Democrats,
and we
we
don't
can put
take
our
part in
people in there.
that, Jesus Christ! If we don't vote and the people don't take
Well,
part
you
in it,
over talking
and
me,
they-
so what do you
and
mean,
they
Jesus Christ?
they still choose a leader, even though the people haven't voted, that will show the nation that their voice isn't being heard, that it isn't being listened to, and their vote doesn't matter.
No, I agree with that. That's a great point. But I also think we need to create a third party and put our people in there, and that'll get their attention too.
I think that
now
we
we're
need
saying
to, I think we
both of
need
you
to go away
guys.
with political parties altogether in general.
There are other parties. The
Well, they
problem-
don't exist because you don't hear about them.
A Congress
You
can
only-
appoint a
exactly.
president.
Dude, there's a
more
Green
media.
Party there's a Green Party candidate that runs every election cycle, and a
That's the media.
Libertarian
There's
Party.
a
candidate.
Libertarian.
Let me say,
There's the Constitution Party. There's several
let's
parties.
say let's say you get a third party person in, okay? It's not going to change anything because the system is set up Democrat, Republican. The people that are in quote
It's set up as a duopoly.
they're already establishment. You know, that's where the change is going to take place. The president, that's minor.
Yeah, he doesn't hit
But if
the
you
amount
get
of
a
power
person
the
in there
president
from that
has is
third,
really
Because the
is
president
very,
can't
very.
change that much.
The
but if you
president's
get a
power is-
third person in there with a third party, then you can put your people in there too.
No, what you
gotta
really need to
build
do
that.
is
You got to build that foundation, though. You got to do that.
What he's saying is the president
looked
really
at Trump
doesn't
as a
matter as
third
much
party.
as what you think it does. What we
No,
need to do.
I agree with him. That's
Look at
true.
Trump.
What needs to happen
They
is
looked at him
Congress
like a
needs to
third
be
party.
torn down from.
You can still build
Both
something.
parties went against Trump. Okay,
I
the
hate
deep
to
state,
say it, but I hate to
both
say it,
parties
the way-
went against Trump, and then
the way
Trump
all
was an
this-
outsider. So that's why I'm saying any outsider you bring in, they're going to see as a threat, and they're going to try to shut them down. So it's got to
That's
be
true.
more
You
than
know
just
that's gonna
changing.
happen.
Yeah, so it's more than just choosing. We got a candidate,
But,
third party.
but
their
Trump's
president.
not an outsider,
It's gotta
dude. This
be
has
more
all been
than
an
that.
act. This has been an act.
Even
They
though it's
put
an act, it
They
teaches
put
us
an
something.
actor in office, dude.
It teaches us something. That if you put somebody
He's
that
not
doesn't
the first
comply with
actor
the,
they
with
put
the,
in office either.
Right, and you saw what happened with
Yeah,
the first
Ronald
actor.
Reagan
He
was an
disabled the
actor.
family unit.
And
Ronald
he
Reagan
won
was an actor.
48 out of the 50 states.
That's right. That
Yeah,
was
but he is also directly responsible for why we have divorce rates as high as they are.
Who?
Reagan with his No Fault Divorce Act that he fucking signed into power, allowing people to get a divorce for whatever the fuck they wanted instead of dealing with their fucking problems like they should.
Actually, it started with welfare by getting the father out of the home.
It's
It's all
all
those
one
things,
thing.
guys.
It
You're
doesn't
not.
matter.
You're only arguing different slices of the same.
we're
fucking
not
pie.
we're arguing semantics at this point.
Seriously, and it's,
Well,
it's like
all of that- all
because
of the
one guy's
pieces of
slice has a
all
little
of
bit more
that.
fucking pepperoni. I mean, it's
All of the
it's the same
pieces of
thing.
all of that directly, whether it's Trump or Biden, all of it, the patriarchy in and of itself, all serves to benefit the Crown of England.
That's right. That's
my
true.
point with Trump is really that would be the greatest deception ever had, was to convince the American people that a fucking billionaire was on their side and understood the plight of the fucking common man and the middle class worker, the blue collar worker, and that he was going to go in there and try and
And what do you think Kennedy was? What do you think John F. Kennedy was? He came from a rich family
But he also wanted to get rid of the
and
Federal Reserve.
a crime family at that, because his grandfather and father were bootleggers.
Well, he wanted to get rid of the Federal Reserve System.
Yes, he was, and he was going to
Yeah.
fucking limit the government's reach on the. He was actually going to give states their sovereignty back.
And if I'm not mistaken, Carter had wealth because he owned the peanut plantation.
Yeah, he was a wealthy
All
peanut.
of them came from wealth.
My point that I've been trying to get across with a lot of people that are like super duper diehard, swing off of Trump's left nut like Obama supporters swung off of Obama's right nut. Is the fact that the man literally comes from everything that we stand against.
That's true.
Everything.
What man
He
is
almost
that?
comes off as anti-American to me.
Who's that?
Trump. And in all honesty, the man never accomplished anything he campaigned on.
That's a lie.
No, it is not.
Okay, what has he done? Name one thing. He hasn't got rid of Obamacare.
I'm
He
not
ain't built a
talking
wall.
about that big ass fucking grocery list of shit that people throw
he
out.
hasn't built a wall, and he
You
got
don't
rid of
want to
Obamacare.
listen. I'm telling you, NAFTA, he changed that. USMCA.
No, he didn't campaign
changed
about
trade.
that. though.
Congress changed NAFTA.
He didn't
Yes, he
campaign
did.
about that.
Congress
he did not
changed
campaign
NAFTA.
about that, John.
That's a lie.
He
Congress had
negotiated.
to write that
They
bill into
approved
law.
the deal.
Congress
He didn't-
had to write
You wanna
that bill into
let me
law.
talk?
He did not
You talked all
campaign
night. Now
about
you don't
that,
want to hear
John.
me? Now you don't want to
You've
hear the
been talking
facts?
over everybody all
You want
night.
to talk all night? I'm
You've been
telling you
talking.
the facts. Shut
Congress
the fuck
wrote
up
that
for a
into
minute.
law.
Shut your fucking lips for 2 minutes. If you know how. Like I said, Donald Trump's trade negotiation agreed and made an agreement with all 3 countries. Then it had to be approved by Congress and ratified. But they started the deal. They're the ones that put it together.
Oh shit! LA City wants to segregate again. Fuck. You're just gonna be going around in circles
And I can tell you other things he did. So don't say he didn't do shit.
I can tell you things he didn't do.
That's
You know,
baby
you-
Darth Vader.
Look, dude, you can
But
thank
you
Trump
can't
for
say he
favor
didn't
all
do
you want.
shit.
That- You know,
Because
and
he
you know
did do
what?
shit.
You know what you're doing? You are acting the same way that you used to condemn Obama supporters for being when
No, we
when
said
they.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you
No,
are.
because I
John,
don't
we
like you
said-
talking bullshit that's not true.
John, we said he didn't do what he said he campaigned on.
He
His
did do
campaign
some of the
was
stuff
about
that he
building
campaigned
a
on.
wall and get rid of Obamacare. He hasn't done neither one of those.
Well,
Yes,
let
he
me ask
did.
you. Wait, hold
Well,
on.
no,
hold on.
Obamacare, you're right. He didn't do Obamacare, and that was because McCain
Okay,
at the
where's the
last
wall?
minute put thumbs
Where's the
down.
wall, John?
You want to know what?
420
wall?
miles have already been built or
Oh,
refurbished.
Jesus Christ. I don't believe it.
Well, and you know what? The biggest one for me, which was a blatant lie, was we're going to get Wall Street out of Washington, and he brought him right into the fucking White House and made him part of his cabinet.
You're not going to hear me argue that because I don't like Wilbur.
I don't like any of them because 6 of his fucking cabinet members are big Wall
Wasn't
Street
that-
You know,
heads.
I'm not going to,
Well-
let me tell you something. I'm going to
You
tell
know-
you Trump's not perfect, okay? But
Okay,
I'm
what
not going
about
to
the
say
guy
that
he
he
got out
didn't
of
do
jail?
shit.
But he's not the savior
Because he
that a lot
did
of
do
people are
shit,
making him out to be.
And he did
What
do
is
some
that?
of the
What about
things
the
that he
guy who got out
campaigned
of
on.
jail? That Stone guy. What's his name?
Roger Stone.
Roger Stone.
Yeah, well,
Or
they're
what
buddies.
about the fucking governor, the former governor of Chicago that he fucking pardoned on some bullshit?
You mean the Democrat? Yeah.
Whatever his fucking name was, that fucking what the fuck was his name? He I know he got put in fucking prison for fucking what was it, embezzling or some shit like that, or money laundering.
Rod
Man, that's a long
Blagojevich.
list of those motherfuckers.
Yeah, fucking what was his name?
Blagojevich.
Bernie
Blagojevich,
Madoff.
yeah.
Blagojevich.
Blagojevich.
You know, the one thing that really pissed me off the most was the very first thing that he promised when he threw his hat in the ring was that he was going to pardon the Hammonds and Bundys that were wrongfully imprisoned over some bullshit, and he never did it. He made them
Yeah, they got
fight.
out. What do you mean? They got
What are you talking about?
They fought their own
They
way
were in
out.
Oregon, man.
Their shit was thrown out. They were fucking cleared.
That's
But they
right.
had
And
to
you know, let me
fight
tell you
for 4
something.
years.
For
They
him,
fought that shit.
for him
It
to
was
pardon, let me tell you something. In order for you to accept a pardon, you have to admit you did a crime. Okay? So it's better that you get acquitted than to accept a pardon. In order to get a pardon, that means you did a crime.
You tell that to somebody who's sitting it behind bars, not knowing why they're behind bars, not giving any explanation as to why they're behind
Yeah.
bars, or any time
And that's
frame of
what
when they're going to
he's
get
been
out,
letting people
or when
out.
they're even going to see a courtroom.
But that's after a conviction.
I think we should all do the Macarena.
I concur.
I mean, to be
Just
fair
saying.
though, and I'm not standing up for the dude at all, but that Rod Blagojevich, whatever you said his name was,
Rob
Yeah,
Blagojevich.
Rod.
the jury couldn't reach a verdict, and he got 14 years for lying to the FBI. Regardless if you and I believe what he did, the jury
Yep.
didn't convict him. He got
I
14
honestly
years.
think
for
he
what's
was
considered a
framed.
process.
I honestly believe he was framed.
Well, we
And
don't
he
know.
could have been.
We real,
You know,
you know,
I'm gonna tell
honest
you
to God,
Him
honest
and
to God, we
Daley-
just don't
him
know.
and Daly did not get along. And
You know,
Daley's got the Daley's got strong ties here in Chicago.
We don't know who's rubbing who's Johnson out there. Okay, so we can't go by all this bullshit.
I'm
Hey,
from
no,
Chicago.
it was nothing
Okay,
personal,
so-
John.
I'm
You
from
know, no
Chicago.
hard feelings or anything. I hope you don't take it that way.
And then I don't think you realize how powerful the
Both of
Dailies
you
are.
shut the fuck up.
Why don't you shut the fuck up? You've been talking the whole time. Won't let anybody
I
else
think-
talk.
The fucking goddamn bit, Andre. I've stayed quiet and
Why
only
don't
hit
you
it
try to
every
stick
once
your
in a
head
while,
up your
man.
ass to see if it fits?
Hey, wait.
I tried that.
Andre.
I
Why
tried
you
that.
talking to me like that, man? I didn't do nothing to you, bro.
I just
Actually-
know me personally. I promised everybody that with my vote with Trump that I was going to hold him to a higher standard and hold him accountable for things that I felt were wrong.
I think we should hold each other accountable for what we're doing locally and stuff. You know, I think
agree
we
with
should.
that, too.
I 100% think that we need to get off all the bullshit and ask ourselves individually, what in the fuck am I doing besides bitching? I don't care if it's Obama or Clinton's or the fucking Bushes or who in the hell ever.
Grandmama,
It's not, listen, it's not them. It is us. We the people. Holy shit. Quit bitching about all this bullshit and start finding some solutions.
Well, I know myself personally, I just moved to Muncie about 9 months ago, but I've been actively trying to learn the political climate around here
Good
and
job.
getting in touch with people that are in, the city council. I just met the mayor yesterday, and I'm trying to actively take, measures to insert myself into politics around here.
Absolutely, it's a must thing. Oh my God! Okay, you met the mayor. Now
Yeah.
see if he has a legitimate oath of office and a legitimate
Does,
bond.
man. I actually did some research on him.
Yeah, you got to find that shit out, and if they don't, you throw it in their face and say, "Hey, yo."
Well, he actually, when I met him yesterday, he gave me his contact information. He asked me to email him because he's going to help me get information to start after school, get funding to start an after school program for some of the kids here in Muncie.
Well, that'll
Man,
work.
how many times you gotta realize these politicians ain't shit. None of them.
Well, they're politicians,
And if
but
you look-
but
if
you
you
know,
look
let me
this up,
remind
you can
you
find the
something.
bullshit.
They're other than just being politicians.
They were
They're-
once one of us.
They are also still people. Okay,
But
they
none of them
still
are doing
they're
any
still.
good. What good?
thought they were
are
reptilians.
they
Let me finish.
doing?
Let me finish.
None of them are doing any good, man.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
None of them are doing any good, man.
okay, so
then that's
somebody.
when we need to step up into politics and throw our hats in the ring.
You vote for these
Well,
bastards and they get in
damn
there
well
and
we
they
have
do,
no chance.
they do totally the opposite of what they say they're gonna do.
Okay, so
Hey,
who do you go
citizen,
after?
Come on, man. Come up and talk.
Who do you go after? You go after, the corporation, the city council, the whole group, the county. No, you go after that person. If he has done you wrong, you go after him. If the lady in Walmart did me wrong, I'm not going after Walmart. I'm going after her because the next person
Well, you
that
could
has
go
her
after Walmart
job,
because they hired her. You can go after Walmart because they hired her.
but I'm not going
man,
to.
listen,
Well,
I'm not going to. I'm not going to go after the
Alright.
corporation.
Do
I'm
better
going to go
job at
after.
hiring better people.
No,
You
I'm going to go
promise
after the
you
individual.
you promise customer service, you're supposed to get that.
If you're a fucking
Okay, don't-
cop
don't
and you
screw around
violate my
promises.
constitutional rights, I'm not going after the police department. I'm going after the cop.
I'm going after
That's
the whole
the other
goddamn
thing. I think we need
corporation.
more people that are
Which has
constitutional minded
immunity.
that need to be in the police
I'm
department.
going after the whole
Okay, so
corporation.
another thing.
Cop
Okay,
without
so
immunity.
I'm trying to get you guys back kind of on target a little bit. Okay, so if your county is doing you wrong, are you going to go after the county or are you going to go after the
You
individual?
could.
You
Some of them
could,
have
yeah, but
immunity from lawsuits.
right. Oh hell, they do. That's why they have
Yeah,
an
they do.
oath. They have an oath of office and a bond.
Yeah, I watched the active sitting sheriff of Allen County, Ohio, get arrested and charged by the fucking FBI for money laundering, racketeering, and all kinds of shit.
Bam. They're individuals. They're individual people just like you and I. They're not above the law. They're not above us. They don't have any different rights than we do. They're on the same fucking level. If you
I don't believe that.
Why don't you believe that?
I'm going to tell you, just like I was telling you about the dailies here in Chicago. They nephew murdered a man maybe about 5 years ago. And they found him not guilty. How ironic.
I saw that. I saw that case. And you know what? Let me tell you something.
I was
That's
telling you,
I saw the
earlier
case.
about the Daily family. They carry a lot of weight, and it's not just.
I
in
hope
the
they
city,
do.
And,
I hope
in
they
the
do.
State of Illinois.
Yeah, I saw that
So,
today, brother.
this
I
is what
mean,
I'm
let me
trying to
tell you
tell
something. And that shit's
And him
wrong.
and Blagojevich
And
didn't get along.
somebody
Hold
needs
on,
to
man,
be
let
held
Trace- let
accountable.
let
All right,
Trace-
I'm
Him
sorry.
and
I'm sorry. I'm
Blagojevich didn't
listening.
get along, so they bumped heads all the time. I'm no doubt if Daley's had something to do with that. Just like when Harold Washington died, Daley knew he couldn't beat him. So they poisoned the man.
Okay.
There was a lot of talk about that. How ironic Harold Washington's heart doctor was the Daley's family doctor. That's kind of strange.
That is strange.
What are we talking about?
I'm just saying.
In Chicago, listen. In Chicago,
Daily
a cop
name carries a lot of weight here.
in Chicago, a
That's all I'm
cop got
saying.
off, and it was blatant murder, and it was 5 years ago, and he's been in court back and forth. I saw that.
Yeah.
That came out today, brother. I know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, it's
and that
crazy
is
corruption
criminal.
there.
That's
Yeah,
criminal.
there's a lot of that shit going on here. It ain't
Yeah.
what
So
you
are
are,
there-
it's who you are. Oh,
Are
he's
there
a
any
cop.
lawyers
Oh,
in here?
he can do this and get away with it.
Well, man, it's like this. The unfortunate thing is that we've allowed it to get too big in this us and them kind of situation where, look, in conscience, we are supposed to be the ones in charge, right? But the only way that you're going to be in charge is to know how to sift and see and know what it's supposed to be and know what actual fuckery looks like. It sounds
Hey,
like.
what do
That's
Tommy
greasing
Gunn?
palms.
They're greasing palms. They're greasing palms all the time.
You know, one of the issues that's happening with all these cops getting off on this shit is that the idea of justice is that the punishment has to fit the crime, and because there's so much public outrage, the district attorneys and the attorney generals of the states or the cities are overcharging them. And if you sit on a jury, I'm sure some of you probably sat on a jury before.
Overcharging the cops?
What I'm saying is
charges.
they're overcharging the cops with regard to with like
Oh no,
they
that's
might
not
say
happening.
like murder
That's
3.
not happening. They're undercharging if
No. Check it out, bud. Here's what's happening. The law says very specifically, like if you're on a jury, right? The judge will tell you if you're gonna find this person guilty of murder 1, it has to meet this, and this requirement. And so if you charge somebody with murder 1, like one of those requirements, say on like first degree murder, is premeditation. So if
Right.
you charge a cop with first degree murder, but you can't prove premeditation, the charges go bye-bye.
I know. Then they have to be charged with they have to be charged with a lesser charge then.
It's not necessarily a lesser charge. It's the charge that fits what the action was.
Let me throw something else.
I don't think any of it is fitting any. When you got girls who kill rapists, guys who are sex trafficking and raping girls, and the girl who's being raped kills one of them, she gets life in prison, while this bastard gets no time, even if he's caught sex trafficking her.
Well,
If
is
he's caught sex trafficking-
it in the moment of being raped, or is it after the rape has occurred and she's
Wait.
had time to think about it?
Well,
and
even
goes
these
after killing
pedophiles aren't even getting charged. They're
No,
molesting little
I-
babies and not even being charged.
them motherfuckers just need to be fucking snuffed, man.
I agree with
mean,
you.
the legal system is fucked up. I would get
Yeah,
less
there's
charged
a
for
guy here
molesting
in
a
Indiana
child
that just
than I
got
would for
charged.
selling cocaine. I could
There's a
sell
guy here in
cocaine and I
Indiana-
might get life in prison.
There's a
Where
guy in Indiana
someone
that-
who violates a little baby gets a couple of months in jail and does it again.
There's a guy here in Indiana that just got charged and got, I think it was like a 15-year prison sentence for using social media to go out and find sex offenders and beat the shit out of them.
He's a smart guy.
So, Andre, what I was referring to was we were just talking about this cop that got off in Chicago. And I have a buddy who goes to school at the University of Arizona's School of Law. And he was telling me, like, that cop that murdered George Floyd, Derek Chauvin or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, he's
He had-
out.
Yeah, and one of the reasons is because they charge him with first-degree murder, and they have to prove meditation, so they had to drop that to a lesser charge. But if the DA doesn't drop that to a lesser charge, or the prosecutor doesn't drop that to a lesser charge before it goes to jury and it goes to trial, then they're being tried on that initial charge. And if you can't prove everything under that charge, then they're going to walk. And so part of this has to do with, like, attorney generals and district attorneys aren't charging them appropriately, and they're getting off. That's why they're walking. Because they're
What's a
charging
big
them
secret-
with crimes.
What's a
that
big
exceed-
secret in that case is a lot of people don't know those two guys work together.
Yeah, they were
And it
bouncers
was
at a
also
club.
said that Floyd screws his daughter.
Well, you know,
I thought it was his
What I heard.
girlfriend.
I don't
His
know
daughter,
anything
it was
about
his
that.
daughter. It was his daughter because
I
she
heard
used
that
to.
that
She worked
dude
at that
got off on
bar.
that shit.
She worked at that bar that they were working at.
So
His daughter worked there.
the issue though is that you have to be able to prove that to a jury.
Well, it's proof that they work together. Even
No,
the
you have to be
owner,
able to prove that
the
because
owner
they
even
work
came out and
together.
said that they worked together, and then they
No,
didn't
I
get
know.
along. She said it.
I know. What I'm saying though is that if you overcharge them and you have to prove meditation, you can't just say.
Well, the fact that they had history together, you can prove that if they had history together.
But
You
you
can
would
prove
have
it.
to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
And you would have to prove premeditation. Just because they knew each other doesn't necessarily mean you can prove premeditation.
But they did have prior. They did have
I
prior
can tell his
conflicts with
intent
each
was to
other
kill
too.
that. His intentions was to kill that guy.
I completely agree with you. I completely agree
So
with you.
it may have been something that I didn't even know they knew each other at that time. So once I realized that, I said, yeah, this had to be a reason why he did it. And you're right, you got to be able to prove it. But the fact that they have history together, you know, you never know what can come out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Derek Chauvin.
I believe that.
Chauvin or Chauvin.
Yeah. Well, I believe that there was actually reports that came out that Chauvin and Floyd had actually got into multiple altercations at that nightclub they worked in because of the way that Chauvin handled people in the nightclub.
Yeah,
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I haven't heard that information.
You can build a reasonable case for premeditation because they had history together. Now, if you get people start talking like that, people are going to start thinking, well, they did have bad blood.
No,
Hey, Brian,
They have bad intention to kill
can
him.
you find that article and share it? Because I have yet to see anything that has said that.
That they
I will hey man, before we get off here, I'll link up. We'll link up contacts, and I'll see if I can dig it up, and I'll shoot it your way.
Well, even the owner of the nightclub has came out and said that they had altercations.
I mean, I vaguely remember like what he said. There was a couple instances where Chauvin had gotten too aggressive with some of the customers that were coming into the nightclub, and Floyd had interacted and pulled him off. And and I also remember hearing that Chauvin had gotten fired because of it from that nightclub.
They were known to Chauvin. He was known to pepper spray people.
You know, the other thing I found a little suspicious about the whole instance too. I don't know if any of you guys ever heard about this part, but the fact that the people that lived in the neighborhood that he lived in, you know how he said that they kept saying that he worked for the Minneapolis Police Department for like 10, 12 years, something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the people in his neighborhood said that him and his wife had just moved into that house like a year prior. And when they arrested him in his other home down in Florida.
Yeah,
makes
that good money, I guess.
But how do we know that these people weren't a part of another society that's above our pay grade?
Well, there is
a conspiracy theory about this.
Yeah, there is chatter about that.
You got all kind of cults and things going on.
No, there's a conspiracy behind this where they're saying that Floyd wasn't actually killed, that he got put into the car and someone else was a body double.
And I know the police are nothing but a fraternity or cult, whatever you want to call it.
I heard the same thing happen actually in England on the same day.
Floyd ain't dead.
They are brotherhood, and they are also Masons also.
Right.
Well, they say that Floyd, hey, listen, they say that Floyd ain't dead. That the brother that came on TV.
Bullshit.
That his twin is actually Floyd.
That's a conspiracy there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, there is that chatter. There is.
Well,
that
you know, and the thing is there's a lot of people that looked at it, and if you look at the cameras, the people that were in the pictures while Floyd was actually getting choked out, that you see that they showed, they're not in any of the fucking security footage.
something weird going on. Just
You know,
like
and then there's
kid
that
in,
big. There was that big to do about the chest tattoo that was missing.
Yeah. Well, you had the kid in North Carolina that was found out rolling his mat. All of a sudden, the videotape is all fucking distorted. You know, and the kid's father was an FBI.
Well, I also looked up the gas prices of Minneapolis and the city in that month in this year, and the gas prices didn't match. The gas prices that matched that price were in Tennessee.
Well, and if you think about it, you could almost predict that Floyd was going to happen because when it happened, it was right at the height of all the protests
Yes,
and rallies
ma'am.
that were
Loud
going
and
on
proud.
against the coronavirus. You know, you
Hey,
had all
Moose
these-
Man. Moose Man out there in the chat room. I'm with you 100%, bro.
I just wanted to bring up that it's not just the cops that are at fault. The DA, the attorneys, the prosecutors, they just.
Okay,
whole
so
fucking
you bring up the DA and the attorneys and the cops all in the same sentence. Let me throw something at you guys, man. Holy shit, who are the cops working for? They're working for the attorneys. Who are the attorneys? The British Accredited Registry. They're working offshore. The cops are working for the district attorneys. If the cops want to indict somebody, they have to go through a ADA, assistant district attorney, and say, yeah, you know, we got this on this guy and we got to go through you. But it also goes the other way. If a cop gets indicted, it has to go through a district attorney. But wait just a minute. Let's think about this. They're all working together. Okay, it's not the cops. It's holy crap, people. You got to look at the big, huge picture. Okay, you gotta gather up some shit on these people. You know, like, okay, so my district attorney, does he have the correct oath of office and the bond? And did he do that oath of office according to my state constitution? Has all these things that he's done against the people with codes and regulations and tickets and your fucking turn signal ain't working, we're gonna pull you over and see if we can find something else on you, and if you're stupid you're gonna talk to us. But it's all about the corporations. They all work together. But how in the hell are we gonna stop all? Absolutely, it's a freaking business. But how are we going to stop that? Are we going to stop that by looking at all the conspiracy theories and looking at all the problems we got going on around us with Biden tapes and Hunter tapes and these tapes and those tapes? Or are we going to get off our freaking chairs and get down there and get in the middle of what the hell's going on? And when I say that, it's like, okay, so I'm in a big city of 300,000 people or whatever, and I'm going to go down to the county commissioners meeting and see who else is out there. Because there's somebody like-minded trying to get this shit straightened out.
You want to know what's crazy about what you're saying is
Okay, I like what Ryan or what Rapper just be here.
Hold on, we got people talking over each other.
One at a time. One at a time.
Rapper put on here that Maurice Delk in chat, we need our military on standby election day because of the fools will be rioting. I actually posted something in Mo's Discord that was a list of Antifa and BLM riot locations on November 4th, one of which is actually 10 minutes away from my house.
Denver, Albuquerque. Yeah, I saw that, and that was a great post, by the way.
They already have troops staging.
And matter of fact, the National Guard is in, let me see if I can get my test right again. Washington, Arizona, Colorado, Texas, Michigan, Wisconsin, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Virginia.
The homeless guy, and the way you was like this, I'm watching the whole thing. I just worked all fucking day. Then why would you know what that's like?
Okay, I'll mute it.
Hey, Dre, mute.
Why would you call somebody?
I muted him.
Bam.
So I had an
You're outta
interesting
here.
thought the other day watching some YouTube videos, and I was listening to some dude that is a protester. He openly was talking about, I think he was talking to Vice about how he was funded by Soros, said how he was able to get funded by Soros, that he actually makes good money doing it because it's set up to where the more people you get involved counter protesting and protesting, you get paid more money. So it's kind of like a pyramid scheme that's set up.
Yep.
What's to say that people like us can't get on Soros's website and, you know, have him fund us and act like we're protesters and have him fund the movement against him?
Well, how you know? Let's go one further. How about we get on the Democratic websites and sign in as and get on their email list and see what the hell they're doing? They ain't doing shit. All they ever do is ask for money. I've been on and I go to their meetings. And I'm telling you, it's a fucking joke. It's like a group of Karens all getting together to bitch about Trump or bitch about this and it's like, hi, how you doing? We got cake and cookies. We got coffee and everybody's happy. And all they do is bitch. They never ever fucking talk about changing anything. And yeah, I go to their
Vodka
meetings.
for Ricky.
Yes, please. I like vodka.
Everyone wants to take a life. Yep.
There's
Man.
nothing here that would ever be resolved without violence.
I disagree. I disagree. You don't have to use violence. You use their system against them.
I'd like
Okay,
to say
so if they
You don't fully understand their
Democracy is
Nobody
not
does.
fought
Hell,
by
I don't.
the bullet of a gun.
I'd like to see. I'd like to talk about for a second the topic that Moose Man has up there. I'd like to say something, man. That I appreciate cops. I believe it's a necessary thing, and just like any position of power and authority that's granted by the people, I think it needs to be sat by honorable people. That being said, there is a culture and a personality culture that seems to encompass a lot of cops in many places, probably most places in the United States.
Okay, so we're talking about unarmed people being shot. We're not talking about armed criminals. Our problem is unarmed citizens being shot by police.
and I
the
see that
problem we have.
happening. Yeah,
That's
there's
not
a problem.
If you talking about armed criminals, you got people shooting up schools and get arrested without any incident. Okay, we're talking about people that are regular, everyday people getting stopped for traffic stops. Some of them are being approached while they're working and being shot by police. So I don't know where he's coming from, but
No, I agree with you.
My beef is with cops are doing illegal things.
I agree with you 100%, but you know what? You gotta understand.
Who are
You
putting
gotta
their life on the line.
One second.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you, Jose Garcia. Let's form groups to catch the child pedos. I agree. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my beef is with cops who are doing illegal things.
Yes,
And
I agree with you, man.
I don't have a
Tyrants.
problem with cops that are doing their job.
No.
We're not talking about cops stopping criminals. We're talking about people who are being shot and are unarmed, who's not even
Sure.
a threat.
That's happening. I mean, there was a case
you
out
know,
today.
and there's no cop should be able to say, just because you're a cop, you know that shit is fucking wrong, and you know the personality types, and you know the situations, and you guys got to develop better methods, man. You're fucking killing the citizenry, and the citizenry is turning against you.
What about the good
Make
cops?
more stun guns available.
I'm not talking
John,
about
we're
the
not
good cops.
talking
We
about
know
good
there's
cops.
I got a
We know
We're
statement.
not talking about good cops.
I got a statement.
We're talking about all these corrupt fucking police officers.
And I agree with you 100%. But what about the good cops that are exposing the bad cops?
They're being punished by their own police officers.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
That's true.
No, they're
One
not.
guy,
They are.
one guy, the guy who
No,
put the
they
video
are
out,
not.
he
Not
fucking
in
got
all
demoted.
cases. Not in all cases.
They
They
get
don't persecute
harassed.
me. They don't
The guy who
persecute
put
me.
the video out was demoted.
Look, I got body cam footage just the other day of a tyrant cop attacking a 72-year-old freaking rancher. And his attitude sucked. And I brought that forward. I said, hey, here's the CD, you know. I went to my sheriff and I said, here's the CD, sheriff. Have a look at that and I'll wait. I don't know where this fucker came from.
And what happened?
Apparently the sheriff's talking to him. Haven't seen him out on patrol.
Well, you should go back and find out what was.
I will. I promise you, I will. But the whole thing is it's not I'm afraid of the cops. It's they got to be afraid of us. Every single elected official has to be afraid of us. Why are you afraid of your mayor? Because he's got that tag? He's working for me. He's a fucking dumbass. Take that job. And that's our biggest fucking problem. In my opinion, that's our biggest problem, is we think we're afraid of them. They are supposed to be afraid of us.
Well, clearly they're not.
Solution to counter it.
What's that, Mo?
I said, what? It's Brian, and I said, what's your solution to counter it then?
What's my solution? Get in their face. Be part of your community. Get in their face. Go to the meetings. Hold them accountable. Hold them accountable according to the Constitution.
Here's the thing.
Listen, I was asked a question, and I'll yield after this. I will. I promise. Okay, hold them to your state constitution. If they cross the line, go after their bond. Put a lien on their freaking bank accounts in their homes. Let them know you're driving, not them. Oh, God, it can't be done. Bullshit, it's already been done. It's been done here in my county. It's been done in other counties here in Colorado. It's been done to judges, where judges couldn't get a fucking loan for their daughter to go to college. That's when he woke the fuck up and said, holy shit, they got me by the balls. We had one judge here. As soon as he became a judge here and he moved into the judge's quarters, which is my fucking building. As soon as he moved into the quarters, we went and had a meeting. There was 4 of us. We went and sat down and had a meeting with him. And we told him straight up, you're working for us. And if you fuck up, we're coming after you. He resigned in 3 weeks. He said, these guys are fucking serious. And that's how you got to be. Why are you so afraid of these people? You see the auditors out there, they're not afraid. They're recording cops. I watched several videos of auditors recording cops in Albuquerque. Albuquerque is a fucking hotbed. Holy shit.
That's where one of my friends lives.
It's crazy in Albuquerque, but are they afraid? Should we be afraid? Don't be afraid. Get in their face. Let them know who's driving. And I yield. Thank you, guys. I love you.
Well, I was going to say, since we were on the subject of police officers are supposed to uphold the law, and that means that these folks sitting in power have to be held to the same account. And when you have police forces that they don't know the law, all they know how to do is just be authoritarian and step and impede onto your civil rights and civil liberties.
You are 100% correct.
So
help me understand something. Do they uphold the law or the Constitution?
They uphold
the law.
They uphold codes. Listen, they uphold codes and statutes.
But that's not
pretty much.
And who makes the codes and statutes?
Now we
the lawyers, the legal system, the bar association. Well, hell, damn, we don't want any boats in anybody's driveway here, so let's make a code and enforce a code that you can't have a fucking boat in your driveway. And then they give you a ticket and tow off your boat. Those are codes and statutes. That's what they're doing.
Ricky.
So that's not the law then.
Hell no, it's not the law.
Nope. It's not.
It's codes and statutes. The only people that can make the law are the Supreme Court.
I thought you was going to yield so Duke could actually respond to your comment.
I'll be good. I'm sorry. I get excited, buddy. I'm sorry. I'll yield.
Go ahead, Brian.
No, I was doing that for you, brother, because I wanted to hear you finish making your point.
Well,
yes, please do.
I mean, I think my point is kind of just illuminated in that you know, the cops are supposed to be the defensive between the people and the state, even though the state hires them. They're supposed to be working for us, but they end up working just like everybody else. They throw their loyalties to the people that are paying them.
Well, don't forget you have sheriffs.
Yeah, well, the sheriffs exactly. Well, you have places. But you have places like where I'm at, where the sheriff really isn't working for the people. He's really working for the damn casinos. So,
here in Chicago, they work for the state. You're in your court systems. They're on your highways, expressways, anything that's dealing with state, they are involved in it.
Correct.
They execute warrants. If the judge puts out warrants and stuff, they execute that. You know, they work closely with the judges.
The judge is part of the corporation.
Here in Illinois.
But the idea, so those kind of sheriffs are really, they're not the kind of sheriffs we're talking. The sheriffs that we're talking about are the ones that are elected by the people. The sheriff
I believe only the sheriff himself is elected, and then he hires deputies.
Right, and he hires the deputies.
That's correct.
And the sheriff himself really has the most power out of any government official, including the president, when it comes to his job and the people, because he answers directly to the people, or at least he's supposed to. You know, and that means that the people that he hires.
That was the beauty. That's one of the beauties here. One of classmates of mine actually was elected as the county sheriff here, and he's from one of the ADOS families that's here local. And he's been one of the most successful sheriffs that we've had in this county in the last 30 years, and keeping crime down and keeping people to be able to go home every night.
You know, I know for a fact that the sheriff is literally the only legitimate law enforcement entity there is in each state. Every other one is
in each county.
Some places have constables.
Well, to me, that's what a cop is.
The cop is a revenue generation officer.
Yes. So is the sheriff's department. If you think about it, okay, who's protecting the court system? Okay, so if you go to the court system, and you go to court, and you walk up the stairs, and you go through the freaking radar machine, see if you have any Uzis or AK-47s on you. Dare not bring your fucking cell phone, but who's doing that? It's the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department is protecting the court system. The court system is a corporation.
Well, you know, ever since the founding institution of the court system itself, even back in the Revolutionary days, you were asked to check your weapons at the door. You know, just to have that level of, you know, I guess safety or whatever. But that's how it's always been, you know.
Yeah, I believe that.
You know, it's like, you know, how saloons used to make people, you know, hand over their guns before they walk in.
We still do that here.
You know,
let me tell you something.
During a car
Let me tell you something. I get out of my truck and I walk into a bar, and I got a firearm on my sidearm. Don't go anywhere without it. And I walk up to the bartender and I hand her my weapon. I surrender my weapon. It's, what do you want? What do you think? Beer? Okay. You know.
Well, I'll tell you what, Indiana's the first state I ever lived in where you can literally walk into any fucking building around here with a gun holstered on your side as long as you got a permit.
I don't have to have a permit. See, that's where we're going all wrong. Allowing them to make more fucking they're making more.
I understand that, but
freaking
at the
on
same
and on
time-
and on.
At
Who
the
are
same
they?
time, I
Who the
understand
fuck
that,
are they?
but listen, man. At the same time, the state of the way
I
the world is
understand what
right
you're saying.
now, I can't afford to get thrown in jail for something petty like not having a permit that
No, I
costs me
understand what
almost
you're saying. If you have
$30.
a constitutional right to own a gun, you shouldn't need a permit.
Yeah.
It's your right to
Or,
own a gun.
or let
Yeah,
me go
but
one
with
further.
with
If you
that
went to
gives
prison,
you the ability to be able to prevent things like Sandy Hook and be able to tie that gun to the
Absolutely,
specific
girlfriend.
owner so that you have something like Sandy Hook not happen.
How about we say it like
Right.
this? You know, Brian, you're sovereign to yourself. You own yourself.
Right.
You are in charge of your decisions. You
Right, and
have the, you have
I
the
made
right
that decision to
defend
get that
yourself.
permit.
You have the right to defend yourself. You have the
Yep.
right to go get the permit, but you should not have to need a permit to execute your right.
Now, see, the thing is I have the right on my own personal property to do exactly what you said, but I do not have a right to go on someone else's property brandishing a weapon.
Correct.
So therefore,
Don't use-
technically, by all rights, as soon
don't
as I
use
step
that word
off of my
brandish.
land onto someone
Hold on,
else's
hold on.
land,
But let's listen. Yeah, when your gun is holstered, you're not brandishing it. It's on
right?
your
Don't
side.
use that word.
When you
Right,
brandish
but-
it is in your fucking hand, dude.
okay, I'm sorry. I used the wrong verbiage. I apologize. But
Well, you
understand
should be
the point
sorry.
that I was trying
And
to
you
make.
you need a spanking now.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Don't do that, man. You'll give me a chubby.
I think the point Brian was making is that he's just making a game theory choice for his life and who he need and his family right now. So
Yes,
the law,
thank you.
The law says he has to carry a permit, and shit's crazy. If shit pops off, he probably wants to be there to protect his family. He can't afford to go to jail or get shot fighting the cops right now before shit pops off. He wants to make
Right.
sure he's there, so he's going to follow the rules. That way,
Right.
he has.
No, I agree. I agree.
But say, but here's
And
About
because
it
I'm
there.
one of them guys, I carry a gun everywhere I go, dude.
But Brian, you remember me saying this, and you were actually going to talk to me about it. When I was telling you about, what the hell? Now I just forgot the stoner moment, man. It was
I
there,
carry doggy
and it just
biscuits.
went gone. God damn it! Sorry. It had to do with the guns. It had to do with.
It's all good, but how long?
Ah,
And,
fuck
and you know, how long are we going to allow them to chip away at our Second Amendment right? How long are we going to allow the different states and the different counties or the different places here in this conglomeration of countries called the United States? How long are we going to let them fuck with us? And what are we going to do? Are we going to get
My
our guns
question
and
is
go out
why
there
is
and
it-
shoot them? No.
That goes back
My
to what
question is
that,
why is
that
the only country
Rockefeller
the Second
quote
Amendment
was.
right?
That
Well, I remember
Rockefeller
when I
quote
was-
said basically. That Rockefeller quote basically said that they were going to continue to chip away at our rights and take
That's
away
a-
our rights further and
And that's-
further
Right.
until
that's
we're
a fact.
basically in a little box and we have no rights.
So there was a conversation that was going on in another panel a few weeks ago. And I think it was when Brian first got on, and we were talking about, well, what do we do? I mean, we can talk about all the problem, but it seems like we're all kind of aware. We might see them slightly different, but we see problems, and especially the ones that we can all kind of chime in and actually just about agree on. But in order to
That's a
solve
good
these
point.
things, there are requirements to doing any of this kind of stuff. So the first thing you have to ask yourself is, what are you willing to give up?
Thank you.
What are you willing to give up? How much courage in your conviction of what it is that you feel and believe needs to be done is there in you to motivate you individually, just at the start, individually, to do what you need to do in order to move forward with the getting it better, the making it right, the fighting
can
back,
answer that.
whatever you want to call it.
Well, one of the things that I actually did was after I got that post about the projected areas where they were going to riot on the 4th of November, was I sent that direct link to my friend that is the sheriff and to his family and to his cousins and his siblings and to his children and to other people in this county, so that they can spread the word, so that hopefully they can talk down their friends or their family or potentially protect them and get the word out so that if something happens, then they've got at least a couple of days that they can make some sort of plan or itinerary to potentially protect not only the people that may be engaging in their right to peacefully protest and congregate and gather, but also to protect the community at large.
Well, we can't do that because of COVID-19.
I'll tell you a
Well,
little story.
spreading the
Can't
word
peacefully
is the
gather.
beginning.
But see, once again, therein lies. We go back to it. What are you willing to give up?
Oh, I'll tell you right now.
That also requires.
I got a story about giving some shit up.
You have some supposed mandate. Hold on, Ricky. So you have some,
All right.
some mandate about a supposed disease that's out there, and everybody's catching it and dying, and all this, and you have all these other factors that we see. They're going after and wanting to grab more and more and more, all the way to the point to turn us into a communist regime, or just ultimately just to get us into a civil war in order for them to further their New World Order agenda. Whatever the fuck it is, we have a sense that ain't going fucking well. So if you're going to do something about it, you first got to get over the first initial fear that supposedly has us locked down. And if we keep on bringing up, well, what about COVID? What about it? It's here. It's happening, whether it's a psyop, whether it's a real thing mixed with the psyop, whatever the fuck it is, it's here. And at the same time, the fucking possible end to the United States of America as we have ever known it is upon us. And it may already be happening, even if Trump is elected, because maybe he is part of it. The real clue is are we aware enough to look at it and say no? And then, at what point do you stand up and say no? We're on this format, and we talk a lot of shit to one another, and we may believe it, but how much of a courage or conviction do you have in order to move forward with something that's going to make a difference? Because there are things that can be done without bloodshed. I'm not going to say that it wouldn't cause it, but there are things that can be done without bloodshed by the people in order to make this happen. But everybody's got to be on the same page, and it just can't be folks that are like us. There are a ton of people that are not like us, where they're emotionally just so attached to their logic stream that they can't think logically. It's all emotion, and
If I may.
there's no selling them on a way, because they see things differently. But anyway, my point is that what you have to motivate your courage or conviction, or define where your convictions are, so that you can have the courage to move forward on them. Anyway, that's it. That's all I had to say.
I love you, brother.
I hear you, brother.
Okay, you mentioned fear, and you mentioned my convictions.
I mean, in general, all of us, everybody's not just yours.
Well, okay, so
this is something that everybody individually, I think, has to consider. If you're
Absolutely.
going to work on work on a
Absolutely.
solution or find a solution, you have to develop what that solution is going to take. And
Right.
if you really look at it, what it's going to take is possible sacrifices that normally we would not want to make. So if your courage of conviction is there, then that's kind of like where it moves forward on an individual basis. On a grander scheme, there is no leadership. There is no coordinated plan. There is no action plan. Nobody believes the next guy on their fucking information, even though they're on the same side of things. So, I mean, it happens here on the panel. So this is that human being thing, and then in the world that we're in, it's even fucking
okay,
worse.
so
I
let me
think.
go to my conviction. Just my little incident. All right. So I'm making really good money in 2008. I'm living in Wyoming and working for the oil industry, and everything took a shit, and I had to move back over here in Colorado, up here in the mountains. And I was here about 3 months. Hadn't even had my license plate changed. They wanted to give me a fucking ticket for that. Oh my God. Anyway, just got here, just getting settled. Everything crashed and burned for me. And there's a guy standing out on the street saying that they want to change the status of where I live to a HOA at this next meeting. And I'm like, well, what the fuck? I'm going to that. And come to find out that that was part of it. This is in 2009. And then come to find out, I start learning about this group of people called the Metro District attacking a shepherd. He was 69 or something. Well, fucking shepherd out here in the country, out here in the mountains. I'm not in the damn city. I'm up here in the mountains. He ain't doing nothing wrong, but they were attacking him. And they kept attacking him and attacking him and attacking him. That's when I started waking up to, who are they? Why can, all of a sudden, why can they, the county of Archuleta County, and we the people of Archuleta, which is a false, it's not even there. We the people of the state of Colorado versus you. Well, that is an entity that doesn't even exist. We looked it up, went to court and said, hey, fuck you. So how come all of a sudden they're making all these freaking codes and regulations and telling me I can't have freaking cars in my driveway, extra cars? I got, what, 9? I got 7 cars and 2 pickups in my fucking yard. You know, and they can't tell me shit. They've came and tried, and I said, no, I don't think so. You don't have that authority over me. And they said, well, I said, bring it on. Take it to court. All right. So let's go to court on that. But my point is how long are we going to put up with them doing this shit to us? I had to wake up one day. I woke up one day when they were attacking some rancher because he was running his sheep out in the field. And it just happened
Physically
to be...
or verbally?
Huh?
Physically or verbally?
Lawsuits and...
Okay.
Oh, fucking tickets and lawsuits and this and that and the other, on and on and on. Come to find out, he has every right to do whatever the fuck he wants to do because Colorado is a fence-out state. If you don't want them in your yard, you fence them out. You know, free range.
I have to address Moose Man in the chat room. 13 black people shot by cops last year. You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. That is not
I think he's correct.
And that's not an accurate number, dude. Come on, man. Are you fucking kidding me? And
In Chicago or where?
In the whole country of the United States. 13 black people were killed by police.
But Dre, let me just do explosive, Dre.
Hundreds of people are shot by Black Lives Matter. That is not accurate, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
I think he was specific and he said by police. I think more white people have been shot by police.
More than 13
Actually,
people,
I think that statistics show that
by police, dude.
Albuquerque, New Mexico,
only 13 people were shot. That is bullshit.
By police.
FBI
Black
statistics
people?
say
I think he's talking
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, brother. It doesn't
Are you guys
matter.
fucking crazy or what?
It doesn't matter. We just got to get on the same
Only
page.
13
We
people?
got to.
Come on, cut it out.
No, I'm not advocating for that. I'm simply saying that's what the FBI statistics report, is that there were 13
That's not
unarmed
even
black
accurate.
people.
That's nowhere near accurate. I can name 13 people off the top of my head, plus 20 more people that were shot by
Was that
police.
RB, was that
Black
13
people that were
unarmed?
shot
Were
by
they
police.
unarmed?
That's not. Come on. What do you think, John?
No, what,
That's
no,
the only
hold on a
thing that's-
second, Andre.
those
I'm
people that are
asking.
being shot by police. Unarmed people.
There's a
13
difference
blacks
between if they're
unarmed.
stating unarmed or armed black people.
I haven't
Unarmed.
heard an armed person being shot yet.
There were, well, no, because we don't,
You
like
got
you brought up
motherfuckers
earlier,
gonna shoot
Dre,
up
we're
a
not-
whole. People gonna shoot up a whole school and nothing happens. Come on, man. Cut the
So,
It
shit.
doesn't
I
matter.
don't know. I don't know.
Andre,
Just
I
gotta
don't know
love
what
each
side
other.
you guys are in. It matters.
it
When you got-
absolutely
Oh,
matters.
we gotta
Andre,
step
not
forward. We gotta step
Andre.
forward, people. Get out of the box, man. You know,
Andre.
they're trying to keep us into this box of
Yeah, but you're not gonna tell
propaganda.
me
And
13.
no,
people
no,
were
no.
shot
I
by
don't
police.
agree or disagree.
You
But the
fucking
whole
kidding
thing
me.
is, we got to get out of the box, man. We got to look at the real picture.
Yeah, you're getting upset about, a number when, really the thing that we should be getting upset about is the fact that people are getting killed by cops every single day of our life, period. And that shouldn't be happening.
Right. And they're pulling us over for fucking bullshit tickets and we got to go to court to their fucking court system. And if there's no fucking victim, there is, listen, if there's no victim, there is no crime. How come this great big freaking corporation's making all this money suppressing us? The Bar Association, your counties, your this and that. What the fuck is going on, and when is it going to stop? And I got to make another drink because this is Mo's panel.
Share that screen.
I don't see any criminals getting killed.
Yo, Dre. I wasn't saying that what he said is right or wrong. I was simply saying that the FBI statistics suggest that there were 13 unarmed black people shot.
They need to work on their statistics because they don't know what the fuck
can you put that screen up?
And then, so it says 13 unarmed black men shot in 2019.
Oh, come on.
Over 250
John?
are shot and killed. Over 250 were shot. And then the statistics are similar with Hispanics and whites. But so I'm not telling you that that's what it is. I'm just saying that.
I don't believe. I'm not a big believer in demographics. I don't believe in all that shit.
Screens?
I think it's a lot of
I
more. I think it's more indoctrination.
The problem with statistics
is the propaganda.
Is Kelly there?
The problem with statistics when it comes to that kind of stuff is the fact that you got to understand that probably. I would say, a fair estimate would be 40% of most of these police shootings don't even get reported to the FBI to begin with.
Absolutely.
And then the ones that are getting reported, you got to understand, the cops are reporting them and then they're going to the morgue. And then you have whoever's at the morgue reporting it as just a gun death.
Exactly.
All right.
So it's a lot of,
what was it? It was, I think it was called, it's Western Harvard University did
it's all how you write the report.
It's not accurate. That's my point.
Yeah. It's not a reflection of reality.
Western Harvard University actually did a study. It was a 2-year study back in, I think it was 2015 and 2016, where they only calculated the police shootings. And I believe it was 23 states in the United States. And of them 23 states, of the reported deaths that they found that the police only reported on average about 45 to 50% of them to the FBI, and that of them 23 states that it was actually on average 1,000, and this is just men, 1,000 men are murdered by the cops every single year. So that's an average of almost 3 people are murdered by the cops every single day.
That's what I'm saying.
And you can literally get online and you can Google search any day of the year, police involved homicide, and you will find 3 or 4 or 5 of them every day for whatever date you look up.
And it's got to be found to be a homicide. It could be, like you said, it could fall under other categories.
Well,
they always doctrine up the shit. It was like how police are always justified in a shooting. Always.
Well, a lot of it goes back to one, like RB was saying, was the fact that when the police get charged, they overcharge just so the jury can't convict them of the charge that they're being charged with, and that's done intentionally.
Precisely.
Or you also have that qualified immunity clause that these cops seem to fall under, where basically they are allowed to be ignorant to the law, whereas when we step in front of a judge, we are told ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Right. Yeah, you understand what
Did you all already find the 142 number?
The 142 what, for deaths?
Yes, no.
For deaths?
It said for police police killings. It was 700 and something. Okay.
Yeah, RB read it to us.
What your guy says only 13.
I had to go out and come back in because my audio is garbage, and I keep hearing crackling on everybody
13,
when they
only
talk.
13.
Yeah, that's what I was having problems too.
No,
You know,
it was
and the truth of the matter
142 or 7 or something.
I was
The
having
way
the
I
same
feel about
problem,
it, and
Carolyn.
this is no way to be disrespectful or anything, but I think the truth of the matter is we're the only way we're ever going to get past this whole situation with the police shootings and the things that are going on is if we stop seeing it as one race and another race and start seeing it as there are too many people that are just being killed blatantly
But
by
that's the way
cops,
society is
regardless of race.
projecting it. That's the way they're projecting it. And most man, the police are not working. It's not working.
And I understand
And don't think
black
that there's
community
not
gets
police
infuriated
gangs.
with
They're
it
not
because,
working.
they're the
There
ones that
are
are
police
constantly.
criminal gangs that operate
You
as
know,
a
and
gang.
well,
That
and
actually
you're
happens.
talking about a force
Yeah, I
of
know.
folks that's militarized with their weaponry and shit, man.
Well, and then
Yeah,
on
they'll
top of
go
the
in
thing, I'm
strong
sure
arm.
RB can agree with this. You got a lot of people in the police
If they know
department
you
coming
have
back
money.
from urban
There's more than
combat
13
overseas that are
unarmed.
suffering from PTSD, being given a badge and a gun that have no business being handed a badge and a gun.
More than 13 people unarmed have been shot, most man.
They busted
More
that
than
group in
13.
L.A.
Those are not
They had a
accurate numbers.
tattoo that they all had that made them a part of that gang that worked L.A. And they were involved in drug dealing, murder, everything.
I mean, like the small little area I was from in Ohio, I couldn't believe it. It was like 3 years ago. The federal government did a grant in that area. It was a 3-county grant where they gave used fully automatic M4 rifles to local police departments that had no business having them to begin with. I mean, little podunk towns that had no more than like maybe 1,500 people in them were being given, the police department was given like 4 or 5 fully automatic M4s. Why?
Well, they can buy
They
them
have
too
to use
legally,
budget or lose the
as long as
budget.
they have, they have
didn't buy 'em,
letterhead
though.
from the
It was a
department.
federal grant where it was given to them.
Yeah, but they could buy them on their own. Like, say, for instance, I was working
Well,
as an
they
officer.
didn't. They didn't.
I could go and buy I could go buy one as long as I
FFL
had.
license to have a fully automatic weapon. So
That didn't happen in this case, John.
Also, you could get from a letterhead from the department, and that authorizes you to have it, and you
No.
don't need that FFL to get it. Than that purpose. But you
For
have
a
to have the letterhead
population
from the police
of
department.
1,500 people, you think you need
Well,
that?
that's what I'm saying, though. They should have to carry that tax stamp just like I do. They shouldn't just be able to get it
Yeah.
with a letterhead.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's how easy it is for them to get it, though. And the same thing with like Glock. Glock sells handguns to them super cheap, just to law enforcement.
The
I can
reality of
attest
it
to
is,
that. I worked at
really kind
Beretta
of
for
right back to
7
what
years.
Conspiracy Box says all the time is we're just talking in circles about the same thing and really not solving anything. What are we willing to do and sacrifice to actually make a real change?
Well, I think it goes to what we've been talking about all night.
Some
How
people
big
have to be enlightened first.
it's a global cabal. It's psychological operations. I know Ricky seems to think that he's got the insight on all of it. No offense, Ricky, but this is pretty in depth. It's super powerful families that have been doing this for hundreds of years, and I'm going to be hard pressed to believe that you are fully involved or know full well what goes on behind the scenes. So that goes back to my point. The only way we end any of this, because this isn't, maybe the police shootings is an American problem, but in general, this fucking type of power grab is an international problem. It's happening in every fucking country across the globe, and it's the same power structure that's doing it. So that goes back to my original comment. I said the only way we end this is through violence, and everybody can advocate that that's not the way to go. I'm not saying that's the way we need to go. I'm simply saying
I agree with that.
That's how you end it.
Statement.
And yeah, I agree with you, man, because in all honesty, we've become too complacent and we allowed them to grasp way more power than they ever should have to begin with, to where we're really left with no option but that. I mean, how many decades have we been standing on State House steps and marching on to DC, pleading with these people to hear our voices to no avail?
The tree of liberty needs to be watered with the blood of patriots and tyrants every once in a while. Isn't that kind of like what it says?
Yeah, and wasn't it Thomas Jefferson that stated that, revolution should really happen pretty regularly to keep government in check?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's right. And that's
But,
not happening.
Well, and the whole racial division only goes to serve, as I said from the get-go, the Crown of England. Because as long as she is in place and her patriarchy that she has set up all over the world is in place, nothing is going to change.
Well, have you been privy to what's been going on with that and the gentleman who claims he is the rightful heir, and a lot of like suspicious things like the closing of the castle? They're saying remodeling, but nothing's taking place, or they're doing a massive remodeling, but that nobody's seen the Queen.
Well, from one conspiracy
I think she's a
to
fucking
another,
vampire anyhow.
I venture to say she is the oldest relic in that castle.
It's vampire.
Well, this guy's from Scotland. I mean, this is a real thing going on. Like
I was hearing
legal
stuff like
papers
you want
have
to
been
arrest
filed. Legal papers have been filed. All kinds of shit.
Yeah, I heard they want to arrest her. That's what I heard.
Yeah, interesting
I've
things.
actually
but it's
read
like,
arrested
who
and
knows?
executed.
Are we talking about Queen Elizabeth now?
Yes.
Yeah.
The power structure.
Well, that would almost make sense as to why, Prince Harry and his fucking wife decided to become American citizens.
I think a lot of Americans are.
Well, and through that lineage.
England still owns United States.
No,
Yeah,
I
we're
think
out
they're
here.
actually American citizens because I know his wife is planning on running for some kind of Senate seat or something next year.
Oh.
Well, England still owns United States. A lot of people
They
don't
still own
know
the
that.
world, man.
Well, Prince Harry actually disavowed all of his apparently stepped away and disavowed all of his royal privileges.
Said I'm out of here.
Because
Yeah.
I don't want nothing to do with it.
treating his wife biasly. Put it that way.
Yep. The press in England called her all kinds of stuff.
So he's not accepting that.
Yeah, but
That's
here's
his
the
wife?
thing, man. The thing is, he's selling the fucking New World Order spiel as well.
He
It's
is.
just soft. So, fuck them both.
Holy crap,
Yeah.
Moose Man. Moose Man's still in the chat room. Nobody kicked him out yet.
Why would we kick him out? This is America.
Everybody has the right to sound like a dumbass in this country. I mean, you guys have been listening to me all night.
Fuck, me too.
I'm probably going to get ready and end this soon because it's going on 5 hours.
You're a buzzkill.
Yeah, we're just
Holy
getting
crap,
into
it's
it.
Halloween night and you got an extra hour. Come on.
Okay, so I'll just go to bed and then it'll just go off on its own.
Well, Mo already passed out?
You just won't be able to get back on.
He's laying here snoring.
Hey,
as long as he's not
conspiracy
throwing
box in chat for the panel. I put my email address in there so you can reach out to me.
Okay.
So, hey, real quick, guys, real quick. Put the link in the chat room for the panel. If you're going to just leave it run and there's people in the chat room want to get on the panel, this is your last
There's nobody
chance.
here to add them. Once she leaves,
That's what I'm
there's nobody
saying.
that'll be
She's
able to
still
add them.
here. She's still here.
No, she's gonna.
I mean, I'm going to run to the gas station. I guess you guys can't kill each other on the panel, so.
You'd be surprised how much damage we can cause.
So you're coming back then, Kelly?
Yeah,
You're
I'm
coming
gonna
back,
run-
Kelly?
I'm going to run to the store and then I'll be back. But I'll wait a few minutes in case anybody wants to get up here.
You got to pick up some Newports.
Yeah, I want a cappuccino, really.
Red Bull.
No, I don't. You know what? My neighbor at 40 years old had a heart attack drinking that Red Bull every day.
Holy shit, I don't doubt it.
Yeah. So I don't fuck with them energy drinks.
I did those 5-hour energies and it was like, holy crap, I'm going to
And the
die
monsters
here.
aren't no better than monster drink.
Oh, man.
So
How
RB,
do I- wait a minute. They say I can make somebody admin, and that person can add people to the StreamYard. I don't know how to do that, apparently. I barely know how to work the button.
Shit, I wouldn't trust any of us with that kind of power.
Hell no, I'm gonna mute everybody and talk shit for hours.
I trust.
That's all right. We'll wait.
And
If anybody falls off, they'll have to wait backstage until you get home.
yeah, John runs his public figure page, so.
RB.
What's up, brother?
Hey, I was just curious. You said how long were you in the Marines?
8 years.
8 years.
Wow.
So what was it being in the Marines that opened your eyes, or were you already somewhat, open to what's been going on prior to joining the Marines?
I joined at 18, man, in 2005. So, I grew up below the poverty line in some pretty bad neighborhoods around LA. And so I was already kind of like against the system. And then I joined the Marine Corps because even though I'm against the way the system operates, but I still believe in like the words of the Constitution.
Right.
So I'm a patriot. And so I joined the Marine Corps. And then, yes, I get asked often, how is it I mistrust my government so much? And my answer is because I work for them. They used my patriotism against me, and who knows how many people were shot and killed due to actions, or bombs dropped due to actions, or me calling in all sorts of strikes when we should have never been there. So my favorite quote of all time is, a nation that differentiates between its warriors and its scholars will always have its thinking done by cowards and its fighting done by fools. And I was a fool. I was young, dumb, and naive, and they used it against me to push their agenda.
And that's why they attack young kids fresh out of high school.
That's right. Corporation.
And it's a shame that a lot, because I found that especially, how old are you?
33.
33,
Right on,
yeah.
dude.
So I found a lot of people from, I'm 41, so people from my generation and your generation, that went over and came back, that they are very scorned about what their government asked them to do.
Precisely. If it was a valid mission, warfare is nasty, period. If it's legitimate, it's still nasty. You're still going to have, emotional scars, issues like that, to know that you did it, to not have any confidence for the reason you did it. It's a different level of kind of like mental torture.
I could see that, it almost eats at your conscience all the time, all the what ifs, I bet.
All day, every day, man. I don't like the fact that I was able to just be used like that,
And unfortunately, what a lot of young kids don't realize is when they sign that contract, they no longer even own their own body or their person. Their person is property of the United States government.
And that is insanity. That's crazy.
That's what GI is, government issue.
I think the military is good in the aspect of it gives diversity to people that maybe didn't have it. Because it doesn't matter what you look like there, you're protecting each other. You're on the same team. Yeah, that's the one aspect I think is good about it. Not to mention, 20 years in and you're done. But I think the flip side is not beneficial at all. I mean, that kind of cancels a lot of that out,
Yeah.
Well, I'm a firm believer that I think that our military spends way too much money and has entirely too much involvement in foreign affairs that we really have no business being involved in, and our troops should be at home defending our borders and our soil.
Yeah, that's globalist interest for global corporations.
It's all about money.
And the politicians make money, like Halliburton with Dick Cheney. He made millions with the Gulf War.
And John understands because he was probably in the Air Force. But if you guys fully understood the amount of negligence and no oversight in things like spending and operations and things like that, I can't tell you We carry these batteries called BA 5590s, and they go in our radios. They're these huge. They're like 3-inch by 3-inch by. No, they're like 4-inch by 4-inch by 2 inches thick. They're huge batteries.
You get me one or two?
I can't anymore. But anyways, a box of 12 costs like 12 grand. And
that's insane.
We take many of them out with us when we go out on operations, particularly as a reconnaissance man. We're out for 30, 40 days at a time. So, we have a quad con on top of a flatbed that's just full of boxes of batteries. That's one of our, I guess, advantages over a lot of our enemies is that, or I shouldn't even say enemies, against whoever our opposition is that we have like the cryptographic radios and such, right? So, like we get low on gas, and like we knew we had to get rid of some of our load because we weren't going to make it back to base, and they weren't going to come out and refuel us. So we would literally burn half a quadcon full of these batteries, lithium batteries. We just throw them in a burn pit, dude. Fucking burn them. I couldn't tell you. Just batteries alone, just those batteries alone. My platoon, 30 men, 24 reconnaissance, six administration. We probably burned $500,000 worth of batteries.
So much waste.
You guys
use it or lose it.
Fucking astonished.
Yeah.
Well, that's like me and a buddy were talking today, and honestly,
start looking into Afghanistan and even Iraq. How much money wasted?
Well,
Thank you, Jose. I appreciate it. Thank you for the super sticker.
Me and a buddy were talking today earlier, in a private conversation, and we both agree that if the American people as a whole knew how much of their own personal wealth has been squandered by our own government, they would have all rose up like 2 weeks ago and said, "Fuck this shit."
Yeah.
Well, I can agree with that. That was one of the part of the conversation that I had with RBR on Books' channel the other day, was the fact that, the government will not list all of its assets and all of its expenditures to the American people because, one, they don't want us to know where all of that money goes, because there are certain allotments that go to offshore, off-site, off-the-books kind of things. And two, you don't want all of the other countries that may potentially be our adversaries to know what we have and where our spending is going.
Right.
It's a
you
weird
heard about the Afghan Air Force?
There's not a whole lot I haven't read about.
The planes that we bought for them that don't fly. The billions of dollars spent.
There's also the fact that we've had, I think, 74 shuttle launches in a year, and that's average. Now, how many do we ever hear about? One every maybe 4 or 5 years?
Yeah, but see, if we were there temporary and we're supposed to get out, you would think that we would want to make sure the Air Force was working so they could take care of their own problems. But the planes that they got, they don't even fly.
Well, the government has to contractually, quote unquote, on paper, spend the money. Otherwise, they don't get it back the next year. That's the use it or lose it theory.
There's people that are supposedly in the Afghan army that don't even exist. They just collect money for them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a big scam, the whole thing. If you look into it. You remember during the Iraq War, all those cases of $100 bills and stuff? There was like millions of dollars of cash. What happened to all that money? What happened?
It went in somebody's pocket somewhere.
All those gold bars. What happened to it all?
It went in somebody's vault somewhere.
I
believe a lot of that stuff.
It was in the hole they
were
found
handing out
fucking Hussein in with his fucking cheese whiz and spam.
Oh God!
We were handing out contracts left and right.
And I believe a lot of
stacks of cash.
I believe a lot of it has ties has ties and has very specific strategic moves to
And some of that leads
create
back to
alliances and
Jim
destabilization
Biden.
within specific nations because they either are with us or against us.
So I got a question. How, with all the knowledge that, is just in this panel alone, how many people actually actively, speak out on their own personal, forums or platforms that they use just to try to get people to speak out themselves? Because I'm a firm believer that we need to start getting more than just a few people speaking on this. We need to start getting the whole nation rising up and speaking very loudly, very boldly, and very unapologetically.
Well, you can bet I do.
I've been
Matter
doing
of
it for a
fact,
while.
before the country started doing the lockdowns of all the states, I started contacting everybody that I had contacts with, telling them to make sure they had all their shit together because it was coming. And before the end of that day, within 3 hours, that lockdown announcement came from my state.
Shit, our governor just extended it till January.
I saw that, and ours just extended ours as well.
Yeah, I was just curious, because that kind of goes back to what Conspiracy Box was saying, in my opinion, what are you willing to do and, to actually really try and get people to, really see and really listen and really hear.
Well, and that was part of the conversation. I've been posting this stuff and talking about this stuff with people for years. And people in my own family were saying, I'm concerned for your mental health. And I laughed and I said, I guarantee you, I'm a hell of a lot more content and peaceful in my place than you are in yours. And then not even 2 months later, she comes to me and says, so this doesn't make sense, this doesn't make sense, and this doesn't make sense.
My
And
own
then I
sister
drop
thought
her
that I
about
was a
10
traitor
links.
at one point.
I dropped her about 10 different links and I said, come to me if you have any questions.
There you go.
I talked to the kids at school about it, man. But,
Well, that's kind of where it needs to start a lot.
If you try to tell this to my 23-year-old son, he'll tell you I'm crazy, you're crazy, and the country will be just fine. It's gonna function the same way it always has.
Well, see, the thing is what a lot of people end up doing is they end up telling people entirely too much information right off, and it causes their fucking brain to literally shut down and not accept any knowledge.
Yeah,
That's called cognitive dissonance.
Right.
It has a
Welcome to
medical
my
term.
world, brother.
Dude,
Overload.
look, Conspiracy Box, I've literally had to learn how to train myself to read cues from people on.
This is Conspiracy Queen, not Conspiracy Box. Conspiracy Queen.
Well, I'm just
Get
saying.
it right there, Brian.
I've literally had to learn to read cues on people to know, okay, you've either getting pretty close to reaching their point of willful data collection, and they're about ready to break, or because I used to be, like I said, it's a learning experience even for people that are
I
trying
hear
to
only
get
one
the
person that's
out.
been quiet for a while. I just heard somebody moan in the background.
That was the woman.
Okay. Well, you're the only
She
one that
saw-
I hear. I can't hear anybody else.
You can't hear me?
Or you might have. Can you hear
Can
me?
you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear everybody. Wow.
Okay.
That was-
Well,
Use one ear,
maybe
brother.
you need to get that cheese whiz out of your
No,
ear,
he
buddy.
was-
That's
Brian
what
was
I'm
talking. Brian was talking, and then everybody went silent. It happens
Well,
from
that's
time to
because they
time.
were
It's been
listening
happening
for a
pretty
change.
How do you know I wasn't not listening?
No, I mean, back in the beginning when I first started trying to get knowledge out and was learning a lot of information and learning how to talk to people, I used to be very loud and very aggressive and very vocal and very all-putting.
I'm back.
Well, I still am. I'm
Yeah, we know.
still that guy that you don't want to see me walking down the soda aisle while you're a young puppy buying soda pop for your kids. I'm that guy. They'll see me and they'll say, "Oh fuck, here he comes. Gotta go." You know, it's a small community. But the fact is I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of these motherfuckers and these idiots. I'm not afraid of somebody because they're a county commissioner. Oh shit. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of this guy that calls him the county sheriff. I'm not afraid of you.
I know the county sheriff.
Well, the thing is,
right.
The thing is, you know, a lot of us aren't afraid either. But at the same time, you know, neither are a lot of these fucking tyrants, man. And you really.
Well, I'm not afraid of tyrants.
That's because they've been operating with impunity for so long. They feel that they're untouchable, the same way as the elites and the pedophiles have.
You violate my constitutional rights, you lose your immunity, and I'm coming after you.
Look, dude, I stand my ground on on protecting my rights and liberties as well, but I also will not put my children in harm's way from some tyrant just because I'm trying to prove a point.
Well, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. I could understand
Nobody's
that.
trying to put their kids in harm's way, but at the same time, I'm trying to educate my kids in the best way that I can about what their rights are, about what the government is, what the functionality of the tyrants of this world is, and what their place is and what their power is.
Well,
I ran my kids off. I said, "You guys, you're out of here, man."
Well, that's to me, that's a major
Go away.
issue with the rearing of our children today. How is too many parents think that it's the institution's responsibility to educate our kids. Their job is just to teach them what society says they need to know to be productive members of society. It's our job to educate our children the way they're supposed to be properly educated.
Absolutely.
And to monitor that education and correct it where it's needed to be corrected.
You know, too many parents
and
have given too much authority to-
holy shit, there brings up another also. I like alsos. And also, that brings up a big point. What the fuck are they teaching our kids, and who is holding them accountable? Okay, so if you think about it, sorry, I was rolling a cigarette. Shit.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. We know it's the devil's lettuce.
No.
Let's see.
I smoked that in a bowl. But the whole thing is who's holding them accountable?
Nobody.
You know, nobody's holding them accountable.
They investigated themselves and they found themselves innocent of all wrongdoing.
All our kids, and I'm guilty of the same thing when I was growing up and I had kids. Fuck yeah, I'm taking them to the fucking school and then I'm going to go home and get a freaking nap.
Yeah.
You know, holy shit, because they wore my ass out. Been there, done that. I understand.
I annoy my kids because their education doesn't stop when they leave the school doors. Their education begins when they leave the school doors.
Well, they've already said that, you know, the school is only a glorified babysitter. So, I mean,
that's what they've turned it into. You know,
well, if you look at if you're taking your kids to the
that's because
school,
we've got a slavery society.
Absolutely. I'm
you
sorry
know,
if I'm being
how many schools
rude.
actually teach you things teach our children things that will actually benefit them in lives anymore?
Like the Constitution, Bill of Rights. They teach
I
you
don't think-
about it and who started it
Trades.
and who did it, but they don't teach
Balancing their checkbooks, understanding finances and money, understanding financial responsibility, understanding the way the world works and how they have to conduct themselves in society.
right. So that would mean, what do you learn after 8th grade?
You know, like my daughter, last year she was in 7th grade in school, and when they got to the section of the Bill of Rights, she was actually debating and arguing and negating
Nice.
everything her teacher was telling her because of what I have taught her.
Oh my God, I bet you that was hell for the teacher. She probably can't stand your ass.
Well, he went from teaching history to being a math teacher because of it.
Amen. Good on you.
But you know what? The truth of the matter is all the faculty in the office, they always praised me and told me that I was one of a very limited few that actually believed that it was my responsibility to make sure my
Well,
kids
there
were
you
properly
go.
educated.
Holy shit. High five, brother.
Well, the other thing is how many parents, when I was going to, parent teacher conferences, or when it was go meet the police of the community, go meet the firefighters, there was barely any parents for either one of them things.
I was that parent that was home. I was that parent that didn't go to those meetings, didn't care. You know.
Yeah, well,
I'll be honest with you. I was that dude.
Well, I was one of the people that was actually in the fire department and in the EMS department. So I have a vested interest in teaching my kids the basics of not only fire safety, but also how to treat multiple kinds of different wounds if need be.
Yeah, how do you pack a bullet hole?
Well, you know, I'm not going to sit and say that I've always been this way. You know, I have 2 adult kids that I was just like you say you were, Ricky. You know, I was young when I had them, 18. You know, when I had my first one, and all I cared about was when am I going to get some fucking free time from these little bastards?
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And
I really didn't realize how important it was. I really didn't realize how important my influence on them was going to be until it was too late and I could no longer influence them.
Right. I was lucky. I was very fortunate because I prayed and I said, look, you said, if you ask anything of me, I'll give it to you, yada, yada, you know, whatever. And I said, Father, I'm giving you these kids. They're yours. I'm putting them in your hands, and I'm giving you full, total parental authority over those kids. You lead them, you guide them, you teach them. And he said, okay. And they turned out pretty fucking cool. But I was lucky. A lot of us aren't lucky, you know, and what's happening right now with the college students and the propaganda in the schools. Holy crap.
The anti-fascist movement.
Oh my God, it's insane.
What's going on right now? What's going on? That's not a now thing. That has been going on.
That's been going on for years.
Yes,
That's why
I
you
agree.
see everything going the way it's going.
Yes, I agree 100%. But right now they're ramping
it's
it
only
up.
part, and that itself is only part of the problem.
Right.
You know?
Well, what you see right now, the reason why you see it so aggressively is you got to understand that a lot of these people that are teaching these things, they've been on this whole socialist movement since the early 60s and shit. You know, they've been pushing this agenda, and now they're getting to the age to where they see they're about to die, and they have yet to see the fruits of their labors really come to fruition. They want to see the fruits from these seeds they've been planting, and that's why this push is being pushed so dramatically now.
Thank God we're
As in
awake.
the Queen of England.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Citizen Man was posted some stuff up. I think it was yesterday on his channel, and it's posted up so you guys can watch it. But he was talking about the pedo stuff, but he was talking specifically about the Getty Museum in California.
Yes. Oh my God. And the underground.
The underground palace.
Holy shit.
That's houses all kinds of there's different levels, but supposedly that's where they're doing a lot of child shit, where they're bringing a lot of children, making them into sex slaves and all that, doing rituals.
There's tunnels. There's city blocks of tunnels underneath DC
They
that
go
are
to different
specifically for
homes.
the Smithsonian, and they go to other places.
And to different homes and holy crap, huge stuff there.
Crazy shit. I wasn't aware of the Getty Museum until
Well, they actually popped one of those guys while they were doing all of the work. The military was doing all of those practice drills from like rooftops and with all of the night vision and stuff. They actually popped one of the Gettys out in California with a pretty decent stash of weapons.
No doubt.
Another thing is the Hugh Hefner's palace.
But that's why they went after Waco. It's
That's
because
a CIA thing.
they were amassing a bunch of weapons.
They had tunnels all under that. Not Waco though. Yeah, but what if Waco comes to us? What if What if all of a sudden, yeah, what if all of a sudden your sheriff turns into a tyrant, or your county or your state like California? Holy crap, let's not go there.
I can't see us having a black tyrant sheriff.
I'm not going to let it happen. Not
because
gonna happen.
he is actually serving the community better than any other sheriff ahead of him, or probably likely to be behind him, unless he continues to win the seat for sheriff.
Who's
and
this?
Considering he's only in his 40s, he's in his early 40s at that, I think he stands a good chance of continuing his seat.
You're talking about Sheriff David Clark?
No, the sheriff here in my area.
Let me ask you a question quick before I go. Don't you think that it would be fair to say that even if, let's say, Trump came in with good intent, which I don't know if that's true 100%. If he came in with good intent, okay, that it would be fair to say that anyone is going to get sat down and told XYZ.
Well, they all do, right off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, and your hands are pretty much tied. So he has a whole family behind him that he has to look at like, okay, am I going to sacrifice everybody or am I going to kiss the ring?
Well, they all do to a degree, because they all end up having to serve. And in all reality, they serve the Crown of England, despite the fact that we are our own entity.
Trump is the first president that turned his back on the Queen. Never happened in history.
He walked in front of her or something, right?
Yeah, he turned his back on her and he said, "Hey, fuck
Yeah, he
you,
walked ahead of- he walked
fuck
ahead
you,
of-
America first, America number one." He's the first one. That's why they hate him.
All
And
right, I'll
I'm
be
not.
back,
I'm
guys.
not a. I'm. You know. Come on now. He's already said. He said in his last
Rally.
that he's going after this big tech bullshit that's censoring everybody. He said
Well,
it.
Twitter just
okay.
let the New York Post free.
No shit.
Yes, they did.
Nice. But I'm saying, okay,
And,
I'm not
they were the
a
first
super
ones,
Trumper.
They were the
or-
first ones to run with all of the Biden stuff.
Right. Yep. I'm just watching.
Yeah,
We'll
those folks
see.
need to be taken down. But honestly, like if everybody's on Facebook, you're not going to take down Facebook. You know, you're going to contribute to what Facebook contributes to. If you're on Twitter, you're contributing to what Twitter contributes to.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because
They gotta get
96%
rid
of
of that
all
Rule
of the child pornography that is shared on the internet is shared on Facebook.
Wow,
They
no
gotta get rid of
shit.
that. They gotta
But
get rid
you
of that Rule
cannot
230.
post anything for veterans on Veterans Day regarding the American flag.
Oh, please! I got put in Facebook jail for posting an American flag, and
I know, that's what I'm saying. When you cannot,
I spent
when
a
you
week
cannot
because that was
speak
my
out
first
against the powers that be, i.e. Gates, i.e. whatever particular group, Soros, any of them.
The corporation.
When you cannot speak out against the people that are in power, you know that they are the ones that are censoring you. When you start calling out the pedophilia rings and the elites that are trafficking and the people that are responsible for their positions in society as celebrities that sold their souls for it, and you can't call them out and you get banned for that, that speaks
Or
to
when you
who
have
is driving the agenda.
Or when you have fellow brothers that are actively being arrested and charged with crimes against the nation for what our political leaders and our actors and actresses in the mainstream media say and do, that is said to be protected under First Amendment free speech.
And yet
Well,
our
you know,
First
the
Amendment free speech is being censored.
Well, the VA tells us as veterans that we're a threat. They see us as a threat. That's one reason why all the psychotropic drugs, but they flat out told me we see veterans as a threat to society.
And veterans that have PTSD can be labeled to be unable to have a firearm.
That's why they're
I've
putting
always
so
known
many.
that they saw you guys, you vets, as enemies. I mean, think about it. They taught you guys how to destabilize a country.
Right. And so we're going to give you all the drugs on the planet. You know, we're not going to diagnose anything or fix anything. We're just going to give you some more drugs. And I got firsthand holy shit, firsthand Vietnam veteran, man. Couldn't walk, couldn't talk. He was just fucking medicated.
To the gills.
Yeah, and
I told them,
within
and they got upset. They said, I told them, if you want me to take more medication, you got to take some away, because I'm not taking a whole, shitloads of meds. So if you want me to take more, you got to take some away. And
within 6 weeks.
They said they wrote me up for a patient refused to take his medicine.
Right.
I
of
didn't
course.
refuse. I just said I didn't want to take a whole lot of medicine. That's all.
Right. Within 6 weeks, we had Vietnam vet up walking with the walker. He was in a wheelchair, walking in a walker, going outside, feeding the hummingbirds, and living a life.
And having Mr. Squirrel.
Yeah, had squirrels coming up and feeding them peanuts, but they had him so medicated. They had him fucking holy shit, so medicated. He was in a damn. They silenced him and put him in a damn wheelchair.
Mm-hmm.
Firsthand, guys, seen it, been there. Now, if it was Moose Man over there in the chat room, we'd just keep him medicated. You know what I mean? Just keep that boy down.
Let me get a little bit in the world of the strange. Not that all this shit isn't already strange. Hey, RB, you still there? RB?
Yeah, I'm
you still
here,
there? Okay. Hey, man, I got a question for you. This is a strange one, but it's a serious one. There's a story out there that in Afghanistan there was a small platoon that was trying to find some missing soldiers that had gone missing, another platoon that had gone missing, basically. And they came upon a cave that supposedly had a giant in it. And that this giant had killed, they saw the bones of a previous troop.
I know what you're talking about.
I know what you're talking about, too.
You know what I'm talking about.
I'm listening.
So, what is your thought on that? Have you heard anything on that? In your lineage to the Marines.
No, I haven't. I mean, I know what story you're talking about, because I probably heard it just as you guys have. But it was a Green Beret platoon. So it was an Army unit, Army Special Forces.
Oh, was it Army Special Forces? So it wasn't Marines. Okay.
And they talk about, it gets real fucking crazy, dude. They talk about like there was like this geologist that worked for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers who like helps the government build bunkers.
Mm-hmm.
And like he's down examining some of these caves and like
Where? What country?
In Afghanistan.
Okay, go on.
That's the country you were talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Talking about like crazy shit like reptiles, reptilians, and I've heard those stories. I can't confirm them, but it doesn't surprise me if it's true.
Were you in that arena over there?
I did 2 deployments to Iraq. I didn't go to Afghanistan.
Oh, so you were in Iraq. What were the strange things that you heard in Iraq?
We were really just running and gunning, man. We were just running operations. The weirdest shit for me, and granted I was young, I was 19, right? So like the weirdest shit for me was like when we'd kick in somebody's door and go into their house, like we'd find like grown men fucking little boys and shit. It was fucking weird, dude.
Oh man.
Damn.
They're little Tai Chi boys. Chai tea boys.
So what happened in those situations? Did you guys kind of fucking oops? There goes his head. Or what?
Is this being recorded?
Yes.
Nothing happened.
Nothing
You gotta
happens
wait
because
to go offline.
yeah,
I believe
nothing
it.
happens.
We're still recording.
Nothing happens because you're on their turf. You're in their land.
Well, and it
under
also
their
depends on what's
fucking
legal
rules.
in their, it also depends on what's legal in their area.
Right. And you got to walk away. And I
Unfortunately.
understand, man. That's got to be
That's
brutal.
that's sick and twisted, man.
It is.
There's some. My
I mean,
buddy,
them fucking the animals. That's already on a level.
Bad
but,
enough.
You know.
here's what's crazy, right? Is like 96% of all the opioids in the world come out of Afghanistan.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Sure they do.
I've been wanting them to burn those fields for years.
Well, they were trying. Many friends from different units, some infantry, some recon, some MARSOC, have told me that they were given specific instructions not to burn the fields. Now, from a game theory warfare perspective, if that's the way that the Taliban is making their money, that's what you would go after, right? That's what we do. We don't have to just go out there and shoot people. We go after supply chains. We go after, you know, revenue generating sources. And they were told, like, nope, you can't burn the fields. And then, you know, I see all, like we were just talking about, like that Vietnam vet all doped out on different medications. Like,
Shit, they had no problem spraying. They had no problem spraying Agent Orange and stuff in Vietnam.
Yeah, that's just fucking crazy, man.
But they couldn't spray Afghanistan. Kill the opiate.
People come back from the war, and not just them. I mean, there's a huge opiate epidemic going on in the entire nation, right? It's not just veterans, but people come back and they're given these prescription drugs by the VA, who got them from Big Pharma, who bought them from
Afghanistan.
In China.
It's just a fucking cycle.
Yeah. Well, the military.
So where
and the
you
VA,
at now?
Most of their drugs are from China. They buy most of our drugs for the VA and the military through China.
Well, yeah. That just has to do with the way legislation and like trade deals and stuff are worked out. But you know where China's getting it from. They're getting it from Afghanistan.
Right across the border.
96% of all opioids in the world come from that land.
And fentanyl.
Fentanyl.
Fentanyl's coming from China, coming up through the southern border. No doubt.
Yep. Yeah, because they're delivering it to Mexico directly.
That's why.
So what is it that fentanyl ends up doing?
That's why you never.
Fentanyl is like a stronger version of a cross between like oxycodone and heroin.
It's like a synthetic.
It's literally synthetic heroin. I know this because my dad was on it for like 11 years, and when he weaned off of it, he literally had to wean off of it like he was a heroin addict.
Wow.
When
my dad's patches would when it'd be time for him to change his patches, I would know that it was time before he would, because he would start getting that great overlook that someone that's about to die gets.
Damn.
You know, and I'm telling you what, the worst thing you can ever do, if you've ever had to deal with someone trying to overcome a heroin addiction, you almost have somewhat of an understanding of what fentanyl does, because it's 100 times worse and 100 times more addictive.
That's insane. So they use that to fucking get people off of heroin.
Yep.
Well, actually, they use methadone.
No, actually, it's what is it?
Suboxone.
Yeah.
Suboxone is
There's
just
another
as
one that
bad.
they use too. I forget what it's called.
Methadone.
Methadone. That's it.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah.
Well, methadone has been the long-standing one. I didn't
And
know they
really,
were
all they're
using-
doing when they give them
RVA
methadone and Suboxone is they're taking one addiction and trading it for another.
Yeah, RVA
at
here
$10
was
a
giving
day.
out methadone for pain medicine, and
At
I was like,
$10
"Look,
a
I
day.
don't want methadone. That's for heroin addicts." And they're like, "No, we give it here for pain medicine." I'm like, "What the hell?" I was like
goes
embarrassed.
back-
I said, "I don't want to be taking that."
Yeah, it goes back to the pharmaceuticals and the corporations and all the deals that are made and the
Rockefellers.
the government. Oh my God. Moose Man, love you, brother. He said
But I'll
his
tell you what,
internet is going
They'll
down.
be
Love
glad
you,
to give you
brother.
a lot of psychotropic drugs.
Fuck yeah, they'll give you anything they want to shut you up.
Well,
I
that's the biggest
guarantee
thing I'm
it.
telling you.
Well, what I've always found rather, coincidental is, that the federal government allows Rite Aid and Walgreens and Walmart, Kmart and fucking Kroger, they give them all a free pass to be fucking dope dealers in this country.
Absolutely.
But, you know, people that, you know, are just trying to make an honest living, make a hustle, trying to get, you know, feed their family, they get put in prison for that shit.
Yep.
Yep.
Because the government can't
Purdue,
get their
wasn't
share.
that with OxyContin? Purdue with OxyContin, and they pushed it because the middlemen were getting commissions and
Yeah, I think there's actually lawsuits coming out
So how
against
many-
the family that created OxyContin because they knew how
they already
addictive
had
it
one
was.
that. Yeah, I thought they had one already that found them guilty, but they just haven't put a financial figure on it yet.
That's like, really, in all honesty, they need to bring out a lawsuit about the drug companies that push chemotherapy, because the chemotherapy does nothing but kill cancer patients.
Well, that was the reason for right to try, was so you could try other things than that.
When my mom was dying, she passed away from stage 4 small cell lung cancer about 3 years ago. And when she was diagnosed stage 4 when they found her. She was already terminal. And, you know, they convinced her to do chemotherapy, even though I begged her not to. You know, I'd already watched several of friends and other family members, you know, do that whole chemo thing and watch their quality of life go downhill, and watch them spend a year or 2 years being miserable, constantly sick, laying on a couch, doing nothing but withering away.
Well, that's what happened to my aunt. She had stage 4 bone cancer. She died last year. She never did do chemotherapy, but it took her out like in a year.
Well,
She
my
used to
mom,
be a strong woman.
they convinced her to do chemo when she was already terminal, you know, and
just killed
the one
her.
thing I did get her to promise me that if she did the one round of chemo and they could get it to go, if they couldn't get it to go down to the levels that she wanted it to, that she would not do anymore, that she would just step away and live out the rest of her life. Well, what happened with her was she did it for the chemo for about, I think it was 5 months was how long the first round of treatments lasted. And then the drugs that they put her on afterwards, they put her on this sodium pill, which is basically a salt pill. You know, my mom didn't have any health insurance, all right? So, and you know how much a 30-day supply of a sodium pill costed my mom? $1,000 a month for a 30-day supply.
That's insane.
For a salt pill. So, because they couldn't afford it, rather than, you know, Medicaid or actually paying for the pill, they found it to be less expensive for her to get sick and have to be hospitalized for 2 or 3 days at a time and have sodium intravenously put into it.
Jeez.
Well, there was also another drug that they put on. I forget what it was called, but it was this drug that they put on all cancer patients on after they're coming off of chemo. Well, my mom had an adverse reaction to it. And what happened is it caused, when she started her chemo, she had only had, I think she was at like a 25% level, and the chemo and the cancer was only in her, it was only in her lungs. After she took the medication, in a matter of 2 weeks' time, the cancer had went from, you know, they got it down to 5%, they said, but it went from 5% to where she was 98%, you know, infected with this cancer now. And it went from her lungs to it got inside her bones to it was in her spine and it was in her hip. And when my mom told me that she wasn't going to do chemo no more, I literally watched my mom die in 3 days.
Damn.
You know, and I firmly believe they killed her on purpose.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's what it sounds like, man.
That's what they did to my Marine dude. Oh my God, guys.
My
I
wife
agree.
just survived kidney cancer just 2 years ago. She lost a kidney to it.
You know, and I'll be honest with you, I miss my mom to death, you know, and I appreciate the condolences, but you know what? There's a part of me that is very grateful that God decided to call her home. That way she didn't have to live through this, because I know my mom would be absolutely fucking frantic and paranoid right now if she had to live in this world that I'm living in.
Well, I think the same thing to a degree, because my mother died of a heart attack from basically extensive pneumonias and having survived a lobectomy. And we had a pretty nasty hurricane come through here in 2011 that required them to send multiple other states out here. And she refused to go, her and my grandmother both, as
Stubborn
grown
old
adults, refused to go to a, help centers, somewhere that had power so that they could be on their oxygen. And within a month, she managed to contract another bout of fungal pneumonia, and she suffered a heart attack from the strain and died in the bathroom.
My wife's dad, my father-in-law, just a year ago, he passed away from pneumonia too. He was in the nursing home, and they put someone. They put a new roommate that had pneumonia in his room with him, and he was already, high risk for contracting other issues. Well, they left him there, knew he had pneumonia, left him in the fucking nursing home until his lungs were completely filled with fluid before they called the ambulance and sent him to the hospital.
Wow. So, hey, here's a little theorizing. Since we have all these different sacred societies, the medical field has its own societies as well. And when you get into the higher echelons of the medical world and you get in the higher echelons of the scientific world, it's kind of a religion of sorts in itself.
Yep.
You think perhaps some of this stuff, because, like what Brian just described, yeah, that sounds like just something really fucking fishy, And so I often wonder, is this shit so fucking deep that you got people in the medical field that are actually helping along the agenda, at their own level, at their own pace, by doling out the medication, by purposely killing people.
Because they get kickbacks for it.
Well, it ain't even
the more
that.
drugs that you push, the more kickbacks you get.
Well, like him, it goes beyond the money. This is a religion to them. You got to look, without sounding like a complete and total tinfoil hat wearer, you got to look all the way back to like the Guidestones and shit, where they're sitting and dictating a specific number of people for perfect harmony on the planet.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. I'm just asking it like I don't know a hell of a lot to elicit your ideas, because I look at all this stuff and it just seems too fucking convenient. It's such a bad script, honestly.
Well, look, dude,
it's such a fucking bad script.
Well, that's what makes it beautiful at the same time too, because some of it's so out there that people just literally shut it off.
Until my mom got cancer, man, I didn't know anything about chemo. When my mom got cancer and said she was going to take chemotherapy, that's when I started researching the fuck out of it. And I found out some information that I would have never known and that I shared with hundreds of people. That chemotherapy, first off, it is one of the few drugs that doctors actually legitimately get massive kickbacks from the pharmaceutical industry on prescribing to patients. Secondly,
and that's one of the biggest reasons why they were fighting with Dr. Sebi, because Dr. Sebi had different types of therapies that actually cured cancer.
Well, see, the thing is, they have salesmen that sell the narcotics or whatever drugs they're trying to sell for the company, and they'll go to the doctor and say, if you sell this brand and push this, we'll give you a rebate for each prescription that you give out. That's a normal practice in medicine for doctors.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll push a certain brand of medication because they'll get so many rebates back for that. So
that's why there's so much issue with. That's why there's such an opioid crisis in this country, because so many doctors are getting paid for that.
Yeah, and they get a bonus where they get like a free trip to Hawaii or to Tahiti or wherever.
See, but this is the scumminess of the fucking corporations as well, man. Because they fucking go ahead and do these things as well. And at the end of the day, right now, we're being ruled by an oligarchy as it is. So,
yeah, it's far from a free trade society like it's supposed to be.
But once again, like I said, dude, what are you willing to do? What are you willing to sacrifice?
Dude, personally, I'm willing to sacrifice everything if it will ensure that my children and my grandchildren have a future that I never knew.
Well, I mean, the picture doesn't look fucking...
Well, and I balance a fine line with that because I am Fauci and through the group there. So I saddle a very fine line because what I say or do may down the road prohibit my children from being able to participate in these studies. But at the same time, if the fish stinks from the head, then you better believe I'm going to throw that fish out.
Well, see,
I was going to say, though, in World War II, a lot of the citizens gave up a lot. We went on food rations, gas rations. You could only have so much sugar.
We're doing that. They're doing that now.
I mean, nowadays, nobody was willing to give up any of that stuff.
Well, let Brian say what he was going to say.
For me, part of myself, I feel like I'm obligated to do this because my younger children, that I have with my wife, what they don't know yet is I think it was their, fifth great uncle was Josiah Bartlett. And Josiah Bartlett is actually one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence.
You might be related to me.
My kids actually have patriot blood flowing through their veins. So I feel like I'm obligated to them.
With the Halls, John Hall on the.
My wife's dad was a Hall.
Huh.
But they merged with the Cheneys. And he was a judge.
That's crazy because that's all county names here.
That's not that crazy. It's just,
Let me find out I found two cousins.
I for me, that's why I feel obligated. I feel like I owe that to my children, to live to that same legacy.
Bloodline. That was my stepfather's bloodline.
My family, we were just a bunch. My family, we were just a bunch of poor fucking Irish fucking, we were Scotch, Irish, German, and then there was some fucking Norwegian mixed in there. Bunch of all we were fucking peasants.
With all the redheads.
I've been condemned.
That family was privileged.
I've been condemned with that evil redhead fucking shit in my life all my life. I know what it feels like to directly live right next to the devil.
Ginger country.
Hey, my wife's a ginger. Look, my mom was a ginger. My sister was a ginger. I'm part ginger. I got the attitude and the beard.
Mo's a ginger.
My wife's a ginger. My middle daughter's a ginger. My youngest son's a ginger. Dude, we had a barbecue one day in my backyard, and it looked like the gates of hell opened up and had a fucking ginger convention.
Hey, at least you got hair, brother. Ginger convention, yes. You should have had video, man. I mean, come on.
Walking around trying to steal everyone else's souls. You know what?
Ginger is as ginger does.
You know what?
He's a ginger.
You know what's actually happening when a ginger sneezes, right?
I'm gonna have to ask.
Taz in the chat room.
When a ginger sneezes, that's one of the souls that they have stolen from someone trying to escape their evil fucking body.
Okay, I gotta ask.
Taz, come on up here.
I gotta ask. What is a ginger?
A redhead.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I did one of those.
Now, why do they call them gingers?
Because they're evil.
Hell, fucking yeah.
What does ginger have to do with evil? I mean, where did that start, though? Is what I'm trying to say.
I have no idea. That's something worth Googling.
I mean, is it ginger from Gilligan's Island?
It started from a fiery temper. Yes,
Hey,
it started from
Kelly
having a
back?
fiery temper.
Is Kelly
Yes,
back?
ma'am.
'Cause, Taz is backstage, he said. He's been back there for a while. But Taz, Kelly ran to the store real quick. She said she'll be back and she'll be able
You
to bring
better
you
have
on.
brought me back a couple blunt wraps and a nutty bar.
Hey, Taz.
Taz wanted to know
we're-
what is Patriot Blood. He wanted to know.
Taz, we're actually waiting for your credit card to go through, buddy.
Before you could be admitted.
Right. Hang on, buddy. Waiting
We're
for that
checking your credit
confirmation.
score. We're
Right.
checking your credit score.
Hey,
Actually,
Taz, I've been
okay, here,
listening to
check
some of
this
your
out.
streams.
Social credit score.
So check this out. The term
I've been watching
ginger
some of your
actually.
streams, Taz. I agree and I disagree.
Do what?
Taz, I've been watching some of his streams.
So I was just looked up where the term ginger came from, and it says during this time and throughout the 19th century, Britain occupied parts of Malaysia, home to the red ginger plant. Beautifully bright as a beacon, this fiery-headed plant caught the attention of many visitors to the country and has since been cited as one of the first instances of redheads being called gingers.
Oh, look at it.
Wow.
Interesting.
The flowers, right? Is that
Learn
Kelly?
something new every day.
I still say it's because they come from the pits of hell and they are the fucking demon children of Satan himself.
Yeah,
Well-
but that has nothing to do with the word ginger.
Sure it does. What color's hell? Fiery red.
I'd have to agree with you, man, because I'm telling you what, there are some people I do not want to piss off.
He clearly has not read Dante's
Hey, I met a lot of
Inferno
redhead
because one
women
of
that
the
have
levels
some fiery
were
spirit.
one of the levels was hell, was cold.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you what. I have only seen my wife get like literally super pissed off one time, and it scared the fuck out of me. And she wasn't even mad at me. Like literally scared the fuck out of me. Where I looked at her and said, "Who the fuck are you, and what'd you do with my wife?"
Right. Okay, so I got a blonde German from Longshut, Germany. And I'm telling you, man, I just wait for that.
I lived there. My dad
Yeah.
was stationed there.
Longshut, man, it's fucking an awesome place. Anyway,
my wife is
Lodstool,
Scotch.
right?
She's Scotch, Irish, and Welsh.
holy shit, I'm Scotch Irish and she's
Ricky
German.
Landstuhl, right?
And
you're talking about?
she'll fucking chew me up and spit me out.
My wife's mom
I
told
ain't
me.
going there.
My wife's mom told me, my daughter is what would be considered a drunken fighting bitch.
Right on. We need more of that.
And I looked at her mom and said, yeah, my mom was a redhead. My sister was. She ain't nothing she can do to me that I ain't already been through. I ain't scared.
Well, I don't know, man. My wife is fucking scary sometimes.
But I will tell you this much, that I won't ever piss her off because I don't want to have to sleep with both my eyes open for the rest of my life.
Right. That's what I'm talking about right there.
I mean, honestly, in all honesty, if you want my opinion, I don't think it's really that hard to have a healthy, productive, meaningful relationship with somebody. I really don't.
Well, I would rather my wife be, on top of things and be bold and say her piece. And I'm telling you, she's a bitch.
Fuck yeah, I am.
My
Yes, you
wife
are.
doesn't really say anything unless it's something of value. To be honest with you, you know what I'm saying.
My wife
Hey,
will
is that
look at
Carolyn
you.
I hear?
No, that was my wife. She's back here in the
okay.
background. She's listening.
Oh,
Anyway,
she's making me think it's Carolyn.
she'll look you straight in the eye and say, "Hey, fuck you." She don't care. She went to what store? What store was that?
Hey, Ricky, will
City
you buy
Mart.
any of those fires? Will you buy any of those fires that broke?
No,
out?
we're
I think
good
there's
here.
Still one going.
We're good here. There's
Yeah,
a
my
lot of
sister's
fire.
house. My sister's house burned down. They had to move the horses and everything.
Ah, fuck, dude. Yeah, there's
So,
a lot of fire
quick
up here in Colorado.
A little off, on the completely irrelevant question. How many of you guys have watched the interview with that Jewish rabbi Abraham Finkelstein on YouTube?
Yes.
I watch that.
Yeah, I watched.
Yeah.
The one about how he talks about putting children's blood in the Passover bread
Yes.
and then grinding up their meat and selling it
Yes.
to McDonald's and it
Yes.
getting put in meat in McDonald's.
Yes.
That's actually an old video.
But
That's
yeah,
a very old video. Yes.
been there, seen that, done that.
I'd already boycotted McDonald's like 5 years ago, but I won't let anybody in my household eat any fast food like that at all anymore.
Amen.
Because I don't trust none of them.
Yeah. We try to buy as close to the harvest, and we do everything mostly at home.
Right. Right now it's hard to get beef or fucking pork from a farmer because the butcher houses are so backlogged.
Where are you at?
I'm in Indiana.
Okay. Why don't you fucking do it yourself?
Because I don't have the means to raise a cow or a hog.
No, just drag a fucking cow over to your house. Have them drop him off. They're fuck yeah. Have them drop him off in a freaking trailer, and you pop him in the head with a 45 and string it up, and do it yourself.
Hey,
Look, dude.
I made the deal that I've already had a deer for a cow. I'll trade a deer for a cow.
I've already had enough questionable things that the neighbors are probably concerned about with pigs showing up at my house and shit.
How much family do you have around you?
None.
You have no family. Do you have good friends around you?
No. Me and my wife moved from Ohio to Indiana, and we literally keep to ourselves.
Do you have a kitchen?
There recently.
Do you have a kitchen where you could string up a fucking cow?
No.
Living room?
No.
Garage?
Can you go deer hunting?
No.
Can you go deer hunting?
Yeah, I do go deer hunting. Slaughtering a deer is a little bit different than a fucking 800-pound fucking heifer, though.
Right.
Or deer. I'm just saying.
But I'll trade venison for beef any day.
Hey, you ever accidentally cut the stomach open?
No, I won't do that. But I've ate cow's tongue, and I've ate the cow's heart before.
How was the heart?
I tried to get the brain off of the last one we had just because I wanted to try it.
Fuck that, man. I can't.
Hey, dude, I was told as a young kid by a very wise old man that you don't be shot.
What's
too
wrong with old men?
Try food because you never know what you're missing out on.
No, I just don't want to fucking try brain, man.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
That really
say that again. I interrupted you,
I
brother.
don't want to eat brain.
I can't do the Fear Factor diet. No,
always some brain matter. I don't give a shit. If it tastes good, it tastes good. You never know. You might even acquire some intelligence from the damn thing.
Especially after the mad cow shit. You know, when the mad cow shit, I was like, fuck.
Dude,
isn't that what head cheese is?
You bought into that Oprah hope?
Hey, isn't that head cheese? Isn't that what that's made out of? His brain?
Yeah.
Cow brain?
Like, have you ever had blood pudding? I grew up in a Catholic German.
I know somebody that they used to eat the cow tongue. I was like, man, get that away from me.
No Fear Factor diet.
Blood pudding is something around Passover and shit for Lent that Catholics will eat all the time, man. And that shit is fucking some rank ass nasty shit. But I tried it.
Yeah,
I ain't doing it.
Filipinos make of it.
I know, what the
fuck? Whatever. I think it's pancit. The Filipinos make with blood.
Yeah, it's actually made with the blood and the gelatin inside the animal.
Yeah.
Yuck.
Coagulated.
It's basically
coagulated
the version of
blood.
nasty
It's called balut, and it's a fertilized
Balute's
duck
the egg.
Well,
That's
like I
it.
said,
Steak
fertilized
stew.
and it's pickled.
I think it's the Germans' version of some nasty ass haggis, because haggis is nasty too.
Damn Germans. Oh my god.
No Fear Factor diet, and I'm not eating testicles, ovaries, or uterus either.
Hey, I've had mountain oysters, man, if they're made right.
Ricky will know. He's Rocky Mountain oysters.
And
Hey,
chitlins,
if they're made right, dude, you
that
don't
shit's
understand.
nasty.
Chitlins are fucking disgusting.
They're fucking nasty, man. Disgusting
And they smell
shit.
like deep fried shit boiled in ass. There's a reason why when people that do eat those eat them, they have to douse them in hot sauce so their tongue can fucking taste what the fuck it is they're eating.
Yeah, gotta hide that.
You know, I'm here to tell you that most people that eat chitlins, they don't do it because they like it. They do it because it's tradition.
Man, I bet Taz is just dying to get up here now.
Taz.
Hey, that's
No
kind of
offense,
racist,
Taz.
John. That was really racist, John.
Ain't no more racist than Biden saying that, poor kids deserve the same opportunities and are just as intelligent as white kids.
Oh, rub my hair on my leg, buddy. I like it. Yeah.
You like
You
the
know
fuzz? You like the fuzz? You want to touch
Yeah.
the fuzz?
Rub my
I used
hair.
to I used to sit down and them little black boys used to come up and they'd rub the hair on my legs.
Ooh, baby. Ooh,
Jump in my
baby.
lap.
Ooh,
I especially
baby.
love kids when they're jumping on my lap.
Me and the wife, we took the kids out for trick or treat today, and the wife stumbled across this Halloween costume that we both were like, why didn't we find this and do this? There is a Halloween costume where it's basically a Biden head sniffing a kid's hair.
Bam.
So Tuesday's the big day, guys. What do you think? I mean, that's what this whole thing's supposed to be about.
Well, good or
I don't know
bad?
if we'll know by Tuesday. We might not won't know till next week. The week
Well,
after
we've
that.
already been conditioned to believe that there is not going to be no definitive on Tuesday like there should be.
I'm curious to see how close the asteroid that's supposed to pass us the day before the election actually does.
I ain't worried about no fucking asteroid.
Hell yeah. I had an asteroid. She was my like
They just
second
landed
wife.
on one 2 weeks ago.
I had a
Telling you
hemorrhoid
about that.
once.
Kicked my
They
ass.
landed
and
on
took
the
my
asteroid,
boat.
took samples, and took off.
Well, you've heard the latest fucking buzz that Elon Musk is actually mining gold from an asteroid right now.
I wouldn't doubt it, because there's a lot of precious metals in those asteroids.
I would say bullshit.
Well, I'm just saying that's what some of the new talk on that crazy mother. I think he's look, that motherfucker is one of three things: an alien, he is from the future, or he is a fucking robot.
Well, this remote-controlled craft that we had landed, picked up samples, picked up so much that the box didn't close, so they lost half the samples. But supposedly they got samples off the asteroid. And then they took off. That was just last week. They had it on NASA
Well,
TV.
they supposedly just announced that they're going to be making a shot for Mars, and if they get to Mars, that it's going to be sovereign. They're not going to be adhering to any earthly laws and rules.
Yeah, 'cause
There's not going to
they're
be a
outside of all
McDonald's on Mars. Is that what you're
No, they
saying?
don't want to eat kid meat.
No, worse, there's no internet.
No Starfleet.
No
There's
internet on
internet,
Mars.
man. Fuck the food. Forget
Well,
about
have you seen-
it.
have
We
you
need
seen some of the
internet,
new-
goddammit.
Have you seen some of the new pictures that have been coming back from Mars where they think that there's actually some other civilization already colonizing it?
God, man, that's been going on for years. Like what
Yeah,
new
the
photos
base,
are
the
out there?
pyramid.
That like there's literally pictures of it looks like people standing on Mars. I shit you not.
Are
man.
you
I don't know.
serious?
I'm dead serious. I'm
You
gonna have to
you
dig
found
through all my fucking
no.
files
Listen,
and see
Is that
if I can
Drop them
find
in
it.
Discord.
you
Drop them in
found
Discord.
yeah, drop them in Discord for sure.
Look,
but
dude.
you found actual pictures of my ex-wife standing on Mars. I love
Ricky
you, bro.
sent her to Mars.
Oh, you
One-way
guys,
trip.
everybody survived.
No, Taz is backstage. He said he's been waiting half an hour.
Oh, my bad. I was at the fucking around at the gas station with my son. He was buying up the goddamn store.
And you still didn't bring me
That's what
blackity
kids
black.
do.
Yeah, these
Kids do
motherfuckers, they got $15.
Mom's gonna get it.
Got
I told you I
$15
wanted 2
once,
green apple
man.
blunt
Hey,
wraps.
is Taz still back there?
I don't see
Hey, is
nobody
Taz
back
still
there.
back there waiting?
He's not back here. What was I gonna say? Yeah, they could do fucking $15 blunt wraps, man. They got me fucked up.
In Chicago?
No, we're in Madison. Hey, we're between Madison and Milwaukee. Because he's got his
Y'all just
place.
need to order the shit online and buy yourself a month's supply.
Oh,
What the
so-
fuck is a blunt
Yeah, I
wrap?
hope everybody
that's why I
changed their
don't even-
clocks.
The casing
look,
to
that's why I
the
stopped
cigars.
Clocks for
smoking
daylight
weed
savings time.
Oh, okay.
That's why I stopped smoking weed anyhow and went straight to dabs, man, because you get more bang for your buck.
Yeah,
Don't
I
forget to
hear
set
you.
your clocks back for daylight savings if you have
Oh,
that.
Fuck them.
okay.
I am not complying with their tyranny.
What's up,
Well, we
Taz?
voted against it, and they're making us do it.
What up, dog? What's up?
They
with
said
y'all?
we have to wait for California and Washington before we can do it. I'm like, what the hell? We voted on it.
Y'all had
Fuck
me
their
dying
tyranny.
the
I
other
am
night,
the same
Chaz,
thing with
talking
driver's
about
license.
food.
We voted against illegals getting driver's license.
I don't
and
even
they-
want to.
they-
I don't even
they
want to
gave
hear
them.
that fucking V word anymore.
What?
Voting.
Oh yeah.
Oh, B-word.
Voting.
Yeah, I'm
Vote,
tired of
vote,
it.
Taz, what you gotta say?
Election over. Election be over in like 48 hours. I mean, because for real, like I think somebody just brought it up, but you know, they giving all these extensions, but I don't think people gonna respect it after the election. I really don't. I don't think people gonna accept results a week later.
Where you at, Taz?
Huh?
He's at the bottom
Where
of the
you
screen.
at, brother?
West Coast, on the west side.
West Coast. All right. Go on.
Do you live in Nancy Pelosi's district?
No, hell no. Hell no.
I was going
He
to say,
lives
because
further
you
north.
motherfuckers better vote that fucking crazy crackheaded fucking nutty bitch out of office.
Man, you know what, bro? To be honest, though, I don't know how politicians get 40, 50-year runs in office. It's just something I've never understood. You know what I'm saying?
Because elections are
I
rigged,
agree.
man.
And why are we voting for presidents that are over 70 years old?
70
Right.
years
Why
old.
are we voting for people our own age that actually understand the struggles that we're going through?
Because you can, if you're over 35, you can vote. I think there should be a minimum and a maximum.
But see, don't you think that was the biggest draw to Barack, though? His age?
Yep. Because he
I
was
think
young
that's
and he
what-
was
Well,
fresh.
you know, the fact that he flip flops and he's a racist and a communist and a fucking Marxist.
Yeah,
Okay,
but he was
RJ.
young and he was
General.
fresh. He was young and fresh.
Yeah, but yeah, that's what I was alluding to. Not necessarily his policy, but his youth, his, you know what I'm saying? He was new, he was fresh, he was, you know what I'm saying? He was the hot guy at the moment.
Yep.
Who we talking about?
When he
Biden?
gave that speech at
Oh,
the
Barack.
DNC convention,
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Biden.
Oh, no.
he gave the speech at the DNC convention. I think it was for
04?
yeah, and
You know, because
after
Barack,
that he was like a rock star. After that,
Barack was just a letdown because nobody. I don't think anybody got the change that they were expecting to get.
No.
that's because I think change meant different things to different people. That's why.
Well,
But
you
see,
know,
but
honestly,
look-
with Barack, I really honestly in my heart want to believe that he went into it with the right intentions.
No,
I really
Yeah,
do
I can
because he
believe
was
that.
so only because he was so young. I mean, he was a freshman senator when he ran for president.
He also has
don't think
bloodlines
so.
that go back
No, I
to the
think he already
Bushes
served
and go
2
back
years.
to Charlemagne of England.
He
But
served
the
like
thing-
2 years.
But the
Man,
thing
he was
is
prepping for a presidential run in the 80s, though, man. When you know what I'm saying? He was it's almost like he was groomed to be in that position. That's why I find it hard to believe he just sprung up out of nowhere.
well, I can see that side
Well,
of
He
it.
was a
that's the
too.
community
thing.
organizer in
For
Chicago.
us, he sprung up out of nowhere. But the reality
if I was
is
gonna
much different, man.
if I was gonna screw up your garden, I would plant a seed.
Oh fuck, I got seized
You know?
again.
Yeah.
What?
No doubt.
You
That's what
spilled
Barack
your
was.
weed.
Barack was a
Don't
seed.
spill your weed, man.
So,
I did a
He said he
stream
got
last
seeds
week
in his
about how
consensus:
Joe
is
Biden.
Michelle Obama a man or a woman?
I don't fuck
Oh,
that
come
right
on.
there.
It's a dude.
But what I did
It's a
though, I did a
woman.
stream the other day about Joe Biden, and let me see how y'all feel about this. What I said was that Joe Biden's career is so horrible that had he not been Barack Obama's vice president, he wouldn't be the presidential candidate.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's the only thing that he's got going
Real
for him.
talk.
Come on.
But he
Well,
also
I mean,
has
if
he
you
also
think
has
about it,
lineage
All right, guys,
too.
I'm here, but
It
Real
really
talk,
says,
Taz.
it really says a lot about Joe Biden that Barack Obama didn't even want to support him and back him as a candidate until he was kind of left with no other option but to.
Yeah, he even said. Yeah,
no, he
even
backed
said,
Hillary Clinton all the way from
"Don't
day
do
one.
it, Joe.
Oh,
Joe,
yeah, he sure
don't
did.
do it."
That's when goddamn Michelle Obama came out and said, America's always been great. And now they won't say that shit at all.
Well, the funniest thing I ever heard Michelle Obama say was when she gave that speech to the immigrants, talking about how the founding fathers were also immigrants that came over here on a boat.
Right. That was crazy because they got mad when Ben Carson said it.
Right. And what's crazy is, every one of them immigrants that were going for citizenship status actually knew more about the history of this country than the first lady.
I see a lot of that now, though, man. I don't think these politicians are. I don't think they rooted in American history, bro.
They're not rooted in anything.
They're rooted in bloodlines and lineage and who they tie back to in the Crown of England.
Through the Bar Association, we got to remember that British accredited registry. Everything's being ran by this Bar Association cabal through the Queen.
Well, we also have to remember that regardless of how much we want to hold the founders up to a high regard and, high esteem, they are still part of the very societies like the Masons and the Illuminati and shit. They were all part of that when they brought all this together. And they literally left back doors and loopholes to the Constitution for this shit to happen.
That's why Shakespeare said, kill all the lawyers.
But see, I don't know if we can use that argument because was it as unhealthy? See, we see some secret societies used today as a way to control and belittle us. But I'm questioning that statement because 200 years ago, secret societies would have been a benefit to those who didn't want, let's say, detractors knowing their business, which would have prevented them from being able to form this country and what they were trying to do at the time. You know what I'm saying? You had a need for secret societies 200 years ago.
They built, and I can get with that because they broke with the Crown of England.
Infiltration, folks.
Not even 94 years later, they went right back to the Crown of England and became a corporation.
This country never left the crown to begin with. We never won the Revolutionary War. We signed a treaty with Great Britain that Great Britain never fucking signed.
Came back and attacked us in 1812.
Well, the thing is what people don't understand is part of that treaty was that Great Britain would allow the American people to have their country and have their quote unquote sovereignty. But Great Britain was to be granted a 10 mile by 10 mile square plot of land. Guess where that is?
Washington, D.C.
Yep. There's a reason why it's called Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia, and why Canada is called, British Columbia. And then you got Britain.
Well, I kind of go back to the fact that the founding
too.
fathers were also Freemasons. Quite a few of them were Freemasons. And right in the networking and the building and the infrastructure and the setup of the city itself is a pentagram.
The majority of every one of the signers of the Constitution was a Freemason.
Oh, there's a lot more than a pentagram.
Oh, yeah, there is.
Yeah.
There's a pentagram, there's a compass, and fucking square.
There's an effigy of the devil. Basically, if you look at the White House as being the head, it's the circle, so it has a head. And then there are the way the streets run creates a set of horns.
Mm-hmm.
And then the body is a triangle spread out to the different landmarks.
Mm-hmm.
And the roadways are built exactly that way as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
We're going
a lot
in
of
January.
symbology.
Have you ever noticed how the reproductive organs of a woman look just like the devil?
That shit do look just like the
Yes,
goddamn
it
Baphomet.
does.
It look like the
Yeah.
Baphomet.
Looks like the Baphomet, yeah.
It does, man. And I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm not even going to go there because there's a woman on the fucking panel, so I'm going to be polite.
I'm not sensitive. You can say it.
Just say what you're gonna say, man.
I've always found it hard to really truly trust something that can bleed for a week straight and not die.
I've heard
Oh,
that.
stop
before.
it.
I've heard that 100 times.
I'm just saying, man, that's not natural. That's from the devil himself.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy.
And you're literally bleeding out of something that looks like the devil's mouth.
That goes back to Adam and Eve and
I never thought of it like that.
tree of knowledge, the fruit on the tree of knowledge. So that's the curse that.
Well, it's told to us. It's told to us males, young, but I mean, of course, we have a natural attraction to women. So I mean, yeah, but I mean, we're told young that, hey, listen, you know, anything that bleeds for a week and doesn't die is something you should be afraid of.
Yeah.
Because if I get cut open and I bleed for a week, you can bet your ass I'm gonna bleed out and die.
When in all reality, it might be a tablespoon a day. That doesn't add very up to very
but
much.
It seems like a hell of a
Your
lot.
body makes up for that.
It seems like a lot. You can confirm that.
Yeah, any man that's got his Red Wings will tell you that it looks like a fucking horror scene afterwards.
What is that? What is that old saying? If you can walk through mud, you can fuck through blood. God forgive me for that.
Oh my God.
That's terrible. That's horrible. That's
And
terrible.
I was worried about me being, wow.
Look,
Thick skin, I guess. Thick skin.
Yep. Kelly's
I'm-
back.
I'm very candid. I don't give a
Kelly's
fuck.
back.
Proud of you.
Mo don't give a fuck.
That's because he's a fucking black ginger. Weirdest shit I've ever seen.
What the fuck? Why is that the weirdest shit you've ever seen?
I've only seen one other black redhead before, and that's my niece.
Y'all was talking about that gender shit before I came on. I was sitting there thinking like, damn, you know, they need to reboot that, bro. I would love to watch a reboot of Gilligan's Island, bro. Like,
for real, dude.
That's what came
Oh man,
up.
no, you know what? They would fuck it up, Taz.
Yeah, because it'd be all PC and shit.
They would have to have a couple of gay guys on there, a lesbian.
Yeah.
And
A
it wouldn't be
non-binary
fulfilling our fantasies.
unicorn.
It wouldn't fulfill our fantasies either. So I mean,
Man, I never thought about it like that. Yeah,
you
that
know,
would be fucked
the
up,
skipper
bro.
would be a pedophile. You know,
Yeah, but they had some weird shit.
They'd be
fuck
fucking
around, put a black
shipwrecked on
person
Epstein
the
Island.
with motherfuckers, all type of
Oh
shit.
God.
Mr. and Mrs. Howell would be fucking vampire blood sucking fucking like elite.
No,
Lizards.
Gilligan and the skipper would be in a relationship.
Yep.
Gilligan would be the gimp.
No, he would not in this version.
That'd be a
Yeah,
twisted.
I've never
fucking-
seen a show like that again. Actually, man, I like that show, to be honest, man. That,
Yeah,
Ben
man, it was
Gilligan's
fun,
Island.
dude.
I liked that shit.
It was a fun show, man.
You just
I would like to see a reboot of the Different Strokes, man. I miss that fucking shit.
Fuck no, they can
You know, a lot,
keep
you know, that was Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz that came up with those shows.
What you talking about, Willis?
We
I
just
didn't really like Different Strokes, man. I think Different Strokes was kind of corny. Maybe it's the characters.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I thought
Hey, I was a kid, man. I liked everything corny.
We just bought the 5 seasons of Archie Bunker.
One of my favorite shows as a kid, my stepdad got me into it, was what was that fucking
Barney Miller.
No, the old black man with the junkyard.
Sanford and Son.
Sanford and Son.
Yeah, we
man.
had
Fred
that too.
Sanford, man. That motherfucker tore me up.
Yep, we got
That
that.
was
But
funny.
Yeah,
That
no,
was good.
that was legendary, man.
And
Sanford
we-
Son was legendary.
What about the one
Now,
with
if we could
rerun?
somehow merge
But my
Sanford and
favorite-
Son with the
What about the one
Jefferson
with
Band,
rerun?
Listen, my favorite line on that show ever. Aunt Esther busts in. It's Christmas time. She busts into the house like she always does. She says, "I got the spirit of Christmas," and Fred says, "And the face of Halloween."
Yeah, Fred used to be playing her, and they used to go at it, bro. That was another one of them wild shows. But I think, man, if we do another show like that in 2020, you're right, but I never thought about it like that. That should be so PC and weak. We wouldn't even like that shit.
No,
We
Yeah,
don't
because
like,
nobody's
most
allowed
of them
to
feel
actually
bad he's
make.
missing out. Most
We're
of
not
them feel
allowed
bad
to
he's
actually
missing
make
out.
fun of reality anymore.
He loves to talk about those shows.
Dude, even the movies that they're making, man, they've made them
is on.
so effeminate and so fucking gay oriented,
Psycho
bro.
here. What up, fam?
How you doing,
Psychopatriots is on.
I guess if you're gay, it's good if you're gay, but I mean, I don't know if you guys have noticed that.
What?
Plenty of the movies that they've made in the last fucking 5 to 10 years, extremely gay oriented.
Well, yeah, that's because they're trying to emasculate men and get rid of alpha males and make everyone beta.
What'd you say? 5 years? I'm gonna take you all the way back.
I said 5, 10 years at least. I'm talking about.
I started noticing it when I seen Friends. Was it Friends? Miss Doubtfire, Queer Eye for the Straight Guy.
Dude, I started noticing it in high school when they started having.
What about the show Bosom Buddies with Tom Hanks? Bosom Buddies.
That was part of the cabal, John.
I don't
What's that?
I'm
dating
that was the first. That was the first thing that Tom Hanks was in. Was Bosom Buddies.
Yeah.
That was a
Where he
TV
dressed
show.
up as women. Yep.
They dressed up as women in order to be able to pay low rent in a sorority house.
And believe it or not, Rita Wilson was actually on that show with him as his blind date, and she was a Satanist.
Are there any of you guys that actually believe that what's his name? Fucking oh God, I just fucking lost his name. I'll get back with you.
Danny DeVito's Rita Perlman was a Satanist?
No, in the show Bosom Buddies, Tom Hanks's blind
character.
date was Rita Wilson, his wife, now, and she was the Satanist in the show.
Oh shit!
What is the name of the movie with Wesley Snipes where he was dressed up as a chick?
To Wong Fu, thanks for everything, Julie Newmar.
Yeah, that was Wesley
Patrick
Snipes.
Swayze was in there,
Patrick
too.
Swayze, and
John Leguizamo.
Yeah,
yeah.
But you know what's a trip, man? A lot of them early, like, okay, so in the 90s, man, it just seemed like that, like the little gay agenda they was pushing, we didn't catch on to it at all. Me and Wifey was talking the other day, man. If you look at In Living Color had a lot of that shit in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that show.
Remember Martin with
Man,
fucking what's her fucking nuts?
Dude, as funny as I think Marlon Wayans is,
Shanae.
I think he's a little funny. I think he's a little sweet. He got a little bit of sugar, man.
Bro, they used to have a lot of weird. You had fucking Jim Carrey.
What was the name of the
dressed up like a
character
woman.
Jamie Foxx played as a woman?
Jamie Foxx dressed
Shanae.
up as a woman.
Shanae, yeah, that's it.
No, Jamie Foxx was Wanda.
Wanda.
Oh, yeah,
That's
Wanda.
right.
That's right. It was Wanda.
Yeah, Martin played Shanae.
Shanae and
Yeah.
Wanda. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
Wanda. That was it, man. That was.
That's the emasculation of the black man, and that's part of the cabal.
That's where that shit started at, and people laughed at it. I'll be the first to say, from the black community, we should not have been accepting of that bullshit.
Yep.
Because a lot of it was diminishing black men, using black men to play women. You know what I'm saying? So like this is Doubtfire thing.
Yeah.
We have seen that.
What about men on film, bro?
I got one. I got one beyond that. MASH. MASH. You had Corporal
Hated it.
Klinger.
MASH was great.
Well, when's the last time
never
Tyler
watched
Perry
that.
put out a movie where he wasn't dressed up like a woman?
Who did?
Tyler Perry. He's always putting out them Medea fucking movies where he literally dresses up like a woman in every movie he does now.
He can never. Tyler Perry can never get my respect. He did way.
No, but you know what? He brings up real issues in communities.
You know what?
that movie called White
What
Chicks?
expense though?
Taz said
What was
a
that movie,
key-
White
a
Chicks?
Keyword.
With
You
the
said a
Wayans?
keyword, Taz. Code.
Yeah.
That
What
seems.
was that called? White Chicks?
Yes.
Yeah,
Where
yeah,
two
yeah,
black
yeah.
guys dressed up as white women?
That
And
was
went to
the
school?
dumbest shit I ever seen. White Chicks was. I couldn't believe they did that shit even.
Yeah.
Men dressing up like women and pretending to be women is weird to me, dog.
Fuck,
Like,
dude, I've watched pornos that had better storylines than White Chicks.
Yeah, but they didn't just dress up as women. They dressed up as white women. And they
Yeah.
had the Valley accent and all that.
Mhm.
That's part of this cabal state to where they have to emasculate men, and particularly they take great pleasure in emasculating black men.
Please explain why. Please explain why the target is black men. Is it because they're feared so much, desired? What is it that?
It's part of the Crown of England's place to destroy black men's identities, and part of the destruction of the family unit to replace her. Plain
I
and
don't think
simple.
it's just fear of black men. Though. I don't think it's just fear. I think there's a thing there where they don't want the average person to look at a black man as equal or regular or stand up. A lot of that takes a hit on our image, and not necessarily to do anything about brute or anything like that. Just the image that we're dumb, we follow everybody else, we don't have our own minds. It's that type of thing. I mean, that's why you don't see a lot of black male characters in those positions. And it's sadly, the only person I've even recently seen do something like that was Tyler Perry in that movie where he had the black dude as the kid's father. But you don't see movies often where even nowadays, white men, you don't even see white men in positions of fathers in movies like that. But they have been doing it to us much longer. But now they're doing it to white men as well.
You're right. You don't see any positive male role models at all in cinema anymore.
Right, especially black men, because
Hey, well, I hate to, I'm sure you guys believe it, but I hate to say it. I think the black culture in this country, and to a great extent, has been used as they're basically a petri dish for everything else that's going to be implemented. So
traditionally in this country, black men has been entertainment for white culture, right? And it goes all the way back to the minstrel shows and everything else. And I even take it deeper. Let's go to the clown. The whole clown image ain't nothing but a mockery of black men. And you look at the you look at the clown's hair and everything else. That's an afro. You look at the hobo image and everything else. That's an imagery of Zip Coon and everything else. Like the whole clown in America. I'm talking about the American clown. I ain't going back to the court jester and all that. I'm talking about the American clown is based around the black man. We have always been looked at as coonery, buffoonery, and emasculated and all types of other stuff for white entertainment. So.
That does make sense too, man, because most clowns are they face makeup. They emphasize the bigger nose, the big lips, look
what they did to Bill Cosby, and he was a father image when he did his show, and Bill Cosby they took out.
Yeah, well, they need to let his ass out. That was some bullshit. Fuck them bitches.
Yeah,
I don't even know how that.
Everyone.
But he was a role model. He was a role model.
Imagery, but I'm not a fan of the Cosby Show because I feel like what was going on at the time was more important than what they were on TV. I think they were showing America a false ideology about Black America with the Cosby Show.
Fact.
What do you mean? Expand on that.
Because when the Cosby Show came out, I was a teenager. My mind was growing, and I was too old for that little cookie cutter stuff that was going on in the Cosby Show, especially when you had other shows going on that was talking about more real things at the time. And the Cosby Show was kind of really Brady Bunch type stuff. When I was, my mind was a little too mature for the Cosby Show when it came out.
How'd you feel about Family Matters and how they portrayed real issues?
I didn't like that either. That's more silly stuff, and I hate cops, so whatever.
And, I mean, it was too much buffoonery with fucking Urkel, man.
Well, if you got past the whole Urkel thing, the thing with the with the family itself, and mainly the guy's son, he went through some real issues that I think a lot of the black community does go through.
But all of that that's the propaganda in the way it's written, because all of that is suppressed by the comedic act.
Right.
The comedy act is what takes center stage in them types of shows. So although even like the Cosby Show had life lessons in it or whatever, but the comedy is what always outshine any life lesson.
Right.
No matter what you feel about the Cosby Show, I'm here to tell you what, I had a fucking dying crush on Lisa Bonet as a kid growing up.
You had a boner for Bonet, huh?
Oh man, I'm telling you what, dude. I swear to God.
Still hot. She's still hot.
I still do, man. I ain't gonna lie. I would run away with her and Drew Barrymore, man. That's my perfect fucking a polygamy camp.
So tell me a show that you could that you actually look forward to, that you felt like you could relate to more than Taz.
The realest black show of the 90s was Rock.
Yeah, it was. I used to dig that.
That dude was an amazing actor, man.
He was, man. He was
amazing actor.
Live, man. That shit don't get enough press, bro. He did that shit.
I've never even seen it. That's the first time I'm hearing that.
Rock did his show live for a minute.
Oh, dude, that was hardcore, man. They touched on some real issues.
Yeah, Rock was like an Archie Bunker the way the show was set up, not the character,
The
live audience.
The grandfather was more Archie Bunker.
Yeah,
Right.
you had the live audience, you had the live script. That and the scripting was very much on social issues and stuff like that. More specific to the Black community, but social issues, just like Archie Bunker. It was
I didn't notice.
They're very similar in the writing style, I think, and it just the air of the shows.
I didn't see the difference when I used to look forward to the Cosby Show, and I didn't see. I was younger though, but I didn't see the difference. I didn't see a difference.
Well, I think that a lot of that I did too as a kid, but I think that's because we came from a different culture, so we didn't see it the same way as they might have saw it.
Right.
We saw a Black family portraying a white family. That's what we saw.
It just wasn't realistic. That's a lot of Black people problem with the Cosby Show. A lot of Black people couldn't relate.
Well, that's a lot of the problem with that industry and the Black people. Anyhow, is they don't portray Black people properly or correctly, and they have white people portraying what should be Black people all the time.
I used to watch What's Happening when I was growing up.
Like my biggest thing. You remember when that was
actually a relatable show more than the Cosby Show.
Yeah.
You remember when that movie Gods of Egypt came out about 2-3 years ago?
What's happening? They dealt with issues, man.
Yeah, they at least talked about them.
That was before my time.
Good Time started off as a real show, but it ended kind of the way it ended. Yeah, it started off
after a while too.
It was a good show, though. It was some good.
I like Good Times.
But you know what? I mean, the only problem I have with Good Times, it was just always fucking one day to the next, just drama, with humor. But it was always such fucking fucked up things that were going on with that family.
Yeah.
Every day they had another issue.
That was more reality, though. Every day it probably was fucked up things. They were in the projects in Chicago in the show.
Yeah.
Night at the Apollo.
Could have been, yeah.
Once the father died, it started getting silly though. Once they started focusing the whole show on JJ and saying Dynamite,
got
dumb.
He became the main. Yeah.
Please tell me you guys liked Fat Albert.
I did.
Absolutely.
I loved Fat Albert.
Man, I would rather read a Peanuts comic strip than watch a goddamn Fat Albert episode, bro.
Killing me, man. You're like sucking my childhood right out of my soul.
I don't know.
I don't feel bad.
But if you notice though, when you said like a good TV show, I said Unsolved Mysteries. I'm not really a sitcom guy. I never have been. So like, I probably wouldn't be.
Have you checked that out on Netflix? Have you looked at it on Netflix? It's like a updated version.
I seen that they dropped it when the first 10 episodes came out, but no, I didn't watch it, man. To be honest, like a lot of that shit had to do with Robert Stack. I didn't even like it when Dennis Farina took over. Like I like Robert Stack and what Robert Stack.
Man, he fucking had this really eerie presence about himself when he was.
Yeah. Man, my son said Sean Connery died. I didn't.
He did yesterday.
Yeah, I heard he died yesterday.
Okay,
yeah.
I didn't even know.
I mean, I was going to be sad, but he was 90 years old. He lived a long and happy, fulfilling life.
He's the original James.
Was it COVID?
Probably.
Yeah, stop it.
They're going. He died of natural causes. Influenced by COVID.
Natural causes due to COVID.
I'm surprised he was still alive. To be honest with you, I thought he probably already died.
He was knighted by the Crown of England 20 years ago.
Yeah, don't mean shit. They knighted fucking Shaq, man. He's a dumbass.
Man, do you guys think it's over for Offset?
Offset.
Yeah, Cardi B's husband.
Hell no. But rappers can always make money rapping.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you what. Most ridiculous.
She's gonna end his career for him.
The most ridiculous and fucking funny interview I ever saw was Cardi B trying to interview Biden.
Yeah, I don't get she trying to shift into that political because it was actually the fucking Bernie Sanders one that had me sitting there like, what the fuck? The Bernie Sanders interview, because I never saw the Biden one because the Bernie one was so bad.
But
the Biden one was even worse, dude.
This was a slow process. She started this like right after the Trump election. She started like saying like, just started making little random tweets here and there, talking about, social issues once in a blue moon or whatever, until it got to this point where she finally got the interview with the presidential nominee. It's all a joke, I don't pay none of these celebrities no fucking mind. Most of them, except Ice Cube.
But Tycho, you don't vote at all, right?
No, well, I went the last election, 2016, was the first time I voted since 2000. 2000, I took a layoff from voting after 2000. 2000 election damaged me on a political scale. Like I just had no trust in the election.
To vote for Hillary.
I'm still damaged, Psycho. I'm still damaged from 2000, man. Listen, bro. I lived in Florida, bro, and I didn't vote, but I just watched the process play out. And you know what I'm saying? I think that would have been my second election I could have voted in. And it was like, man, fuck no, I don't trust this bullshit. I had just learned about JFK Jr. I was already studying JFK. Like that shit, it wasn't right to me, bro. I've been out of it ever since. I was checked out, and actually at that time I was watching a lot of Alex Jones shit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Lordy, son.
Went down that rabbit hole.
You were red pill. You were red pilled with the spice, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I was shit.
Hey, did you see the latest Alex Jones, Joe Rogan?
I was in '98. You know what I'm saying? I was watching that shit in '98 before it got corporate, and you know what I'm saying. You start seeing a little extra shit.
Let me guess. It was the Waco thing.
I used to watch Rush Limbaugh on TV.
It was the Waco thing.
Morton Downey used to be on TV.
Taz, it was the Waco thing that turned you on Alex Jones.
Waco, and OKC. Absolutely.
Dude, I remember watching Waco happen live on TV as a kid, and even as a kid, I knew something was fucked up about that.
Just you wake up one day and the shit's on fire now?
Well, look, you have this compound that nobody's bugging anyone, and then all of a sudden you have tanks fucking trying to tear down the walls, and then explosions going off.
And helicopters?
Yeah, helicopters, military helicopters. Qualified with the American people, man. You know what I'm saying? Janet Reno was able to walk off into the sunset on that shit. And it's shit like that I truly believe is still stains on the Democrat Party, man. I'll never let some of that shit go, because I watch them damn Democrats do shit that allows people to say this Republican shit.
Hey,
Democrats got away with a lot of shit.
Hey, do you remember that little boy from Cuba?
Hey, same administration that was there.
Gonzalez or something, his name was, or something.
Elian Gonzalez.
Little boy from Cuba.
The same administration that did the Randy Weaver fucking ranch. I mean, blew his
fucking Ruby Ridge.
Yeah,
blew his wife away with
that
a
was
baby in
after
her hand.
Waco. Yeah.
What they did to him was fucked up. They literally murdered his wife and son right in front of him.
That was before Waco. That was after. That was before Waco.
Yeah, that Ruby Ridge.
No, Ruby Ridge was after Waco.
Oh no, that's right. It was after
Waco.
Yeah. No, it was after
Waco.
It was before Oklahoma City. That's
after Waco.
Yeah, it was before Oklahoma City, but it was after Waco.
Right, and then after that, that's when fucking
we only talking a 3-year period for that too.
I lost a friend at Waco.
And notice,
I mean not Waco. I mean Oklahoma City.
Notice that when Waco went down because of Ruby Ridge and Waco, the militia, patriotic people were paying attention.
That was the start of the militia, bro. That was the start of the militia.
That's when the militia started to get the media started to paint a bad picture.
That's
on
when
the
they
militia.
attacked the federal building.
Look. Now that you've swung that circle, conspiracy box, look at how the media is painting the Michigan militia again in the same light, just they did after Oklahoma City.
I know. But here's the thing: they're using the black community. They're using the black and white issue to continuously press that, to say that in order for all these fucking militias to be, come on, man, they're not all racist. They might be a bunch of white people there, but
right.
they're not.
I didn't necessarily buy the super racist narrative they was trying to sell.
But that's what
I'll tell you.
But when the Michigan militia in April went to Whitmer's mansion and shit like that, I think that was too much, though. They was doing too much.
Look. I have personal knowledge on this. Like literally, I know every one of them guys. I was at the meeting in Dublin, Ohio that they talk about on the news. I was at the meeting in Schools, Ohio that they talk about. And what they're saying and what they're portraying is lie. Straight up.
But I don't disagree that they would embellish it as far as like the kidnap plot. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is they put themselves in a bad light in as far as the American people when they stood out there with them guns and masks and stood in the office, and the picture didn't look right on the cover of the news.
Oh, you're talking about when they stormed the actual Capitol building.
That didn't look.
That was because she was preventing them from being able to buy seeds.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, but you know how the propaganda looks when you go and stand out there in masks and guns. You know what I'm saying?
Understood.
That looked bad for the state of Michigan.
It really did look at. Actually, if you want my opinion, I think a lot of people saw it as Michigan standing up against a tyrannical governor.
Yes.
You know, honestly, I mean that's how I saw it.
That's the message that the you do understand that. You do understand that's revolution, though, right?
Do what?
You do understand that's revolution, though, right?
No,
Yes,
that's
I
not,
do.
that's not full out revolution. That is not full out revolution.
All they had to do was fire a shot.
Now fire a shot. That's a revolution.
Now, really, by all rights, you know when the militia actually stormed the Capitol in Michigan, they had a tactical advantage. They could have actually held everyone hostage, and they could have taken the State House, but they gave it back. All they wanted to do was show that, look, we can come up in here and take this from you. But we don't want to. We don't want to have to go down that path. So let's be reasonable.
That's the problem. We don't control the media, so the way they present that is going to be propaganda of gun-toting white supremacists running all over Michigan. That's how it looked to those.
Yeah, but Taz, you realize that you yourself are now the media as well.
Oh,
you're independent media. So
I'm definitely black media. That's what I present myself.
Yeah, and you know, I've been on your channel watching some of your panels, you know, some of your shows. Actually, you talking mostly and going through all the different headlines. I agree sometimes, and a lot of times I really don't.
I can't promise you when it's a panel, dog. I know I'm gonna tell you the truth when it's just
No. I wasn't trying to get. I wasn't trying to get on. I just misspoke. I misspoke,
bro. You don't tell who might be up there, bro.
Yeah. No. I just misspoke, man. I'm just saying that I've been on your channel and watching some of your shows, you know. But
check this out, though, because I just read a comment. I didn't even think about it, man. So. You know, with all this, because I don't even say their names no more, man, because I don't want to put nobody's streams and shit in jeopardy. But all that shit with that laptop and the son of the presidential candidate, my wife was doing a stream about all of that information. But
yes, she did.
Wait.
Nyla got shut down.
Hold on. Wait. And they pulled it down in the midstream?
Listen, man, she was dropping shit I ain't seen nowhere else, and that shit got zapped midstream.
Mm-hmm.
And I still haven't seen the completion of it because I'm gonna be honest with you, she don't like that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that, I mean, that kind of diminishes what she wants to do. She want to be able to come and report some real shit. And there was nothing that she said that was, egregious or fucked up. And they zapped her stream for bullying, and we looking like bullying.
Do you think it was YouTube, or do you think somebody did that with intent?
No, that's
was it because of the information, or was it just one of her haters?
It would have had to been the information, man. She wasn't cussing. She hadn't said anything.
Or it could have been something in the chat log.
It wasn't. Nah. Because listen, I'm there being careful, knowing that this information ain't coming out nowhere else. We've been talking about it, and how, you know what I'm saying, you ain't seeing these pictures of the former president's daughter and all of that. Everything that's involved with that.
Y'all do got haters though.
Oh, you talking about OB's daughter with Biden's kid?
See, I agree, Psycho, but I mean, like, you know, we do streams that's doing a lot more and saying a lot worse than what she was doing the other day. You know what I'm saying? I know that.
But
it's because
understand when people flag, they're not necessarily flagging because of the numbers that's watching you. They flagging because they trying to attack your channel and they just want to get you some strikes and possibly get you taken down.
I don't even think it's so much that with that is they're actually trying to throttle the information around.
Hey, Kelly, by the way, how long are you going to keep this live?
Presidential candidate. You can bully
So,
a
like-
presidential candidate now? Like, really?
Like it's sleepy.
She's going for the record.
Now it could have been the information. Now I'm not going.
She's bound to determine
I
to
will
break
say
those
this
records.
much that I do know, like with YouTube and Facebook and Twitter, when you do
the info, man, because if it was just some bullshit, she could have got it back. You know what I'm saying? You know, when they
Conspiracy queen, you're right.
That's true too. That's true too. It can easily be reversed, but it takes a couple of days for that to happen too, though.
They said no within an hour, bro. They didn't even look at that shit.
Y'all still have
If you're a part of network, yeah, it happens quicker.
Do you
Well,
still
now
have
that New
it?
York Post has gotten free, she might be able to get away with having that stream again.
No,
Wait.
she gonna do it again on her Patreon. She ain't gonna do that.
Okay,
shit on
she
YouTube.
has, so she does still have the video.
Well, you know, she still got the information, so she can represent the information. But the
Okay.
video
save everything on library.
Strike is the problem. It takes 90 days for that shit to go away. It's a pain in the ass having it looming over your channel. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather just redo the whole shit. If it's me, I'm gonna just represent the shit.
Somebody's saying they got banned too after it got taken down. I don't know. On the chat room.
That's that. I gotta find you. He said he
Did y'all see the hearings this week? Speaking of that,
Yeah, I did.
Y'all see the hearings this week with Google and Twitter and all that?
Yeah, what's up with that?
They're trying to fucking get
late.
They're trying to basically fucking find a way to indict these motherfuckers for violations of antitrust laws.
They late.
Mm.
Very late. I remember
They only doing this because of the election. That's why
I'm
they
one of them people that was using Google in '97. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we watched this shit become a conglomerate. If I had any knowledge of stocks and shit like that, I'd be rich right now. Because I was using Google in '97. I just had.
And I still got my AOL account. I still have my AOL account.
I knew shit was bad when Facebook started.
I
asking
still
people to
pay. I
drop
pay
it.
$10 a month still. I can't believe it. I got to figure a way to get out of that shit.
Taz, why don't you?
When Facebook was asking people for their driver's license and shit like that to verify them, I knew we had an issue.
Yeah, that's when I
had to verify your identity.
That's how long I've been off of Facebook now for 5 years because of that. They all of a sudden one day my fucking account is jammed up and they want me to fucking verify with my license.
I just made it.
The one thing about
I went
them
through that
hearing-
with Twitter. Twitter kept trying to tell me I was a bot, so they kept.
the one thing with Facebook that and the hearings that I think everybody may have overlooked is the fact that Zuckerberg actually admitted right there in them hearings that him and himself and his employees are actively working in conglomeration with the FBI to get people indicted.
Well, you know they got 12 Chinese nationals working as censors
Well,
in Washington State.
Zuckerberg said right there that, you know, with the shit that's going on in Michigan, that he had gotten a hold of the FBI and made them aware of what was going on with quote unquote attempted alleged fucking kidnap and murder of fucking tyrannical bitch Whitmer 6 months before it happened.
Right, but you
Well,
gotta
that's
be
ridiculous
goddamn
because at the
idiot.
same time, if they're going to indict somebody, they need to indict all these people that are sharing all the 96% of child pornography on there.
Well, see, the thing is with that whole thing is all the evidence and information that they have on these guys is nothing more than these guys just speaking their mind and their opinions about things. All the threats and all the mentions of like explosions and blowing shit up, that all literally came from the FBI agents.
Well, I hope they got money.
Well, look, I was one of the guys that the feds actually came to my door and questioned me after this happened. You know, and I know eight other people.
Look, no disrespect, but I don't even like to hear that word because I know that's a dangerous game right there.
Well, you know, the fact of the matter is when you're out trying to speak the truth and tell people the truth and speak knowledge, that's dangerous in today's world. And they will
like Kelly.
So you think the feds are monitoring you now?
Yeah, but I'm saying like what them motherfuckers was doing though, bro. Like they wasn't just playing army in the woods, man.
No, dude, I'm telling you, I was involved in this, and what the media is telling you is a lie.
I ain't saying the media telling the truth, bro. But like once you've done training videos and shit like that, bro, you can't make it sound like you wasn't playing.
There's nothing illegal about training,
right? It's not. But it's definitely,
and they never made no active threats towards anybody.
But listen, once it's used, if it's going to be used as a threat against somebody, you have to understand that as a black man, dog, I can give you Mamiya, I can give you Matulu, I can give you a history of them doing that to our political prisoners who still locked up today after 40 years. What's happening to them is an understanding in the black community. You don't play with these people like that.
Yep. Exactly.
You don't play like
I just know for a fact that all these men want to do is
overgrow, none of that. They're gonna come holler at you.
All these men were doing their plan was they were actually going to arrest this woman. They were trying to get a state police department or they were trying. Look, they were what? Look, do we not? Do American citizens, by the color of law, are we not supposed to have the right to citizens arrest our elected officials?
You make it sound like I can just come and arrest you. You sound crazy.
What?
I mean, yeah, they say that. They say that's a right, but to try and pull something like that
Why do I sound
off,
crazy?
no.
Because you can't arrest me. Who the fuck are you?
I mean, right. That is a right, though.
But actually, official. That sounds crazy, bro.
But it's not crazy. If we cannot hold our government officials accountable and do not have the power to arrest them, then who does when they break the law?
Not in 1776 no more. Although I agree with
he's
you.
He's talking about citizens arrest
ideology, but
citizens arrest is still a very legal thing in this country.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Those times you cannot take a governor to another state.
They were going to take her to another state. They were trying to get a state police department or a sheriff's department to hold her in Michigan until they could get a court hearing set up to have her tried.
I'll be honest. I hear you, but I would never, ever, ever attempt it.
Yeah, but the thing goes back to what Confederate Box was saying early. What are you willing to give up to change shit?
What do you call me Confederate Box for, Brian?
Sorry.
What's going on?
Because it's 7, dude. I've been on here for 7 hours. I've smoked all kinds of doobies. My brain is mush, and I'm sorry. Fuck off.
But seriously,
Confederate Box. The fuck.
I think there was a time when that applied, man. I just don't think that time is now, man. We don't live in a time where you can just, sit around and talk about going to arrest a government official, bro. Like,
but the only reason why
illegal though, Taz.
That time doesn't apply now is because we've become complacent and we allow these officials to have power that was never granted to them.
Yeah, citizen arrest is still legal. I understand your premise about not doing it to a government official, but yeah, citizen arrest still is legal though.
Well, I mean, depending on what state you in, too, it ain't
every state.
Hey, honestly, that was my whole whole argument against the Kyle Rayner thing. That dude, that little white boy out in Michigan, Wisconsin, that was killing
Rittenhouse.
When they was chasing him, who's to say they wasn't chasing him to make a citizen's arrest because he had just killed the man.
Well, there's
look at Ahmaud Arbery.
There's the conflicting stories
Those
on
two
both
white
sides
guys
about
said they
that.
were doing a citizen.
Yeah,
they were saying they were doing
they had no premise with Arbery. There's no proof that he did anything
for that shit too.
There was no proof that he actually did something. They saw him
exactly.
They saw him
I agree.
Yeah,
they claimed they were doing a citizen arrest.
That Ahmaud Arbery case in itself is what makes my point, because anybody could say they did something. And I may not have done it. So who the fuck are you to make a citizen's arrest on something you can't prove?
Yeah, that one is their word against his, even though it was found that he did nothing. But
the Ahmaud Arbery case where they fucked up is they actually used violence against someone that they had no authority to do.
That Kyle Rittenhouse case, he actually did do something. He killed the man.
Really, in all honesty, Ahmaud Arbery should still be walking around. Those two fucking white dudes down there that shot that kid should be in prison.
Yeah, they should.
What's going on with that case? Does anybody have any updates
He's
on
being
that?
extradited he's
No, I
being
know about
extradited to
Kyle.
Wisconsin.
I know about Kyle. I'm talking about the Aubrey case.
Oh yeah, they just had an
Last time it
update
went to
with,
the Georgia
with the dude who recorded
Bureau
it.
of Investigation, GBI or whatever they call it,
Mhm.
and it's been in there. But
Well,
before
dude who
that, the local
recorded, they
attorney
got
wanted.
them indicted, but you know, once you get indicted, shit, like, that's when the slow process begins. So they probably won't even be on trial till sometime next summer.
But the local district attorney tried to squash it. She tried to hide the whole thing. It was only because the video leaked out that stuff got
She
done.
was tied to those guys' families, wasn't she?
Yeah, well, they worked. The father worked as an investigator for the district attorney's office, I guess, at one point. And he used to be. It worked for the police department too at
Nepotism.
one point.
No shit, guys. It's been a pleasure. I'd love to talk a little bit more, man, but I'm starting to get a little bit petered out here.
Right.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's 7:00 in the morning here.
Conspiracy Confederate, the pain in my ass box.
Okay, Brian.
Yeah, we live outside the box.
Hey, snag up my email and shoot me a message.
I already got it.
Right on, brother.
I already got it.
I look forward to pissing you off at a later date.
Oh, Taz, I was gonna
Psycho,
say,
you guys gotta join. You guys gotta join Mo's Discord, man. I can't wait. I want to send you those maps, Taz.
Somebody sent it to me. I've been forgetting. I got to click on it. I have it somewhere.
Yeah, I got Discord. I haven't been on it in years. I used to go on Discord and argue with white supremacists all the time. I used to get a kick out of that shit, but that was like years ago.
Damn, I didn't even know Discord was around years ago. And where the fuck are they? Why haven't I seen these white supremacists? I guess.
Are you sure they're white supremacists or are they just racist pricks?
I can give you Discord links if you need it. I know where they at.
Oh fuck, man. Now I'll get my
RBR will point them out to you.
Yeah, I'm a white supremacist according to him.
Yeah, he calls me that too.
Because only simply because I'm white.
Wait, who called you a white supremacist?
Oh, Taz, RBR, man.
You can't take it
RBR.
serious, man.
You know, and he called me a white supremacist from the very first day he met me.
Yeah, that's a motherfucker there.
That's how he is. He calls me Amber Geiger.
RBR calls everybody everything. He twists everybody's ideologies up. I keep telling them that the fact that you're calling people a Nazi and a Klan in the same breath that goes show you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Exactly. So I was going to ask you guys, but do you guys claim him? Because I don't think he's human, actually.
RBR is an individual on his own. He's
on his own
plane.
Yeah, I mean, you know how it is, man. You have to regretfully claim the people that you know that you there's nothing everybody crazy for him not to be a black man anymore. So it's like,
you know what? Look, man, I would never hold it against you if you didn't want to claim him. I could understand 100. I think everybody would understand.
I'm
literally starting to wonder if that dude ain't a crack baby that's a victim of a botched abortion.
No, I'll claim him. I know his background, and I think he does have. I know this may sound crazy, but it's something about him. I don't think he has bad intentions. I just think that
he just must not like having anybody like him.
Listen, for somebody that doesn't have bad intentions, to call everybody that he's never met and probably not had a full conversation, Nazis and racists and idiots and third graders, fuck him.
Well, yeah,
we talk that way about everybody.
But I'm just, I guess I'm
fuck it.
sensitized to it. You know, I think it's a joke. It's funny to me. So I guess I don't take it serious.
He is literally the antithesis of what most Democrats today think of the black community.
You know, I will agree with you on that. He kind of is the prototype of, everything that bothers me about the left. So, yeah, I almost kind of agree with you on that.
You know, and that wasn't meant as slander or anything, you know, but he tries to come off educated, and some of the things he says are borderline, you know, almost on point, and then he puts that fucking
He's a pseudo
A
intellectual.
little curveball.
Yeah, he's a pseudo intellectual. He started making up numbers. He started making up incidents that happened. He came on my show yesterday and told me that he got a hard on for Bernie Sanders. Told me Bernie Sanders was a communist back in 1962 and he met with Fidel Castro. I said, what? Bernie Sanders don't meet with no fucking Fidel Castro in no 1960. I don't think he ever met Fidel Castro, but I know it definitely not in 1962. Bernie Sanders was like 19 years old in 1962. A nobody.
Yeah, actually, I think in '62 he was protesting with the protesters, and he was one of the guys who got arrested.
Nobody knew Bernie Sanders was Fidel Castro was a fucking dictator of an entire nation. Why would he want to meet a 19-year-old nobody white boy from fucking America? What the hell?
Because he saw his future. He knew he was going to be something.
Then he said it was pictures of it. I said, well, wait a minute.
But have you all peeped that?
Images? I searched Google Images live on the show. All I could find was Photoshop pictures of Fidel Castro next, one picture next to a picture of Bernie.
But he did honeymoon in the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
He did.
Hey, but have you guys
I don't
peeped
think
that
that
other
holds
little
any weight, though.
conspiracy?
I don't think that really holds too much weight, but okay.
Have you peeped that other conspiracy about the Fidel Castro thing where Fidel is actually the father of Justin Trudeau?
No, I haven't heard.
No, I haven't heard that one.
Listen,
They look just alike.
All you got to do is do Justin Trudeau and Fidel Castro. Then you can also look up the background and the associations.
Dude, I don't need to fall into another fucking 2 week long fucking hole.
Justin Trudeau is fucking Fidel's bastard kid, man.
I'll give you another one that's really interesting. Look up Barbara Bush's mother's time vacationing with her friend over, and the fact that Aleister Crowley was going through a ritual that I guess one of Barbara Bush's friends drug her along to this little ceremony, and he was there, and 8 months later, Barbara Bush was born.
Interesting.
Yeah, if you look at Barbara Bush and you look at a picture of Crowley, they look exactly alike. It's fucking scary as shit.
Well, that's almost like the fucking Chelsea Clinton fucking conspiracy about fucking who was that weird looking dude that Hillary supposedly got pregnant by that wasn't her husband. Yeah, that lawyer. And Chelsea literally looks just like that ugly motherfucker.
She looks a lot like Bill when Bill was a kid too. She might have threw it in with them at least once.
These people don't fucking honor their marriages, man. They're fucking everybody.
Hell no, man. Look at what happened to fucking Will Smith and Jada Pinkett.
Yeah, but people, they live a completely different lifestyle. You
didn't know what happened to them? Fucking Will.
I told my wife.
Oh yeah. Pinkett is dating some other dude.
I believe
some dude her kids aged.
Wait, no. First of all,
They've had in the manosphere.
They've had an open relationship for a long time.
My thing is since COVID hit and shit like that, she been trying to get that show off the ground. They ain't doing no movies and shit with Will like they used to.
Talking about that red table or red chair or whatever it is.
Yeah, I think they just used some bullshit. And I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just don't think they gave a fuck about it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like they discussed their personal business right there on TV, but I don't think they cared because of this open relationship they've always had. So it was more of a propaganda thing and a money grab than, let's say, the outing of some crazy conspiracy with the Smiths. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think they've been divorced. I think they've been spiritually broke up for a while. I think they've been broke up. They just stayed married because, power dynamics.
Taxes.
Look, man, I still wish in my heart that Pac wouldn't have died that way.
Community property state.
Rumors of them having an open marriage was around for a long time. So I think they've been split up. I think that whole open marriage thing was a front.
Well, yeah, in marriage, a lot of people look at it like a business,
Well, it really kind of is if you think about it. You're signing a business contract with your partner.
I just don't think that everybody has to go. My whole thing is like, do I really have to solidify this through the state? I don't like the idea of that.
State shouldn't be involved in it. That's just their way of fucking getting a tax for you to get married. They're taxing your wedding.
I agree with that.
And every time you get married, it gets verified by the Vatican.
Yep, and then you got to get a divorce. It's all by the lawyers. All by the lawyers. They get paid each way you go.
Carolyn, man, you gotta. Oh wow, you need to do your own. You need to really go hard body on your channel.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to get on some of this Pope content, cause listen, man. Every time I turn around, man, you got a Vatican reference, a Pope, a Queen reference. Dog, I come watch the shit
with the Vatican.
You know what?
I'm not even.
You read my name on here, right? I like Mo. Mo got a point. I'm gonna keep it this.
Yeah.
You do know what the Vicar of Christ actually thinks, right? I know she does, but do
Wait.
you guys?
What did you say?
You know what the
You have my
translation of Vicar of
blessings,
Christ means?
No.
Because that's what they call the Pope. He's technically the Vicar of Christ, and that actually stands for Antichrist.
I did hear some shit about him validating same-sex marriage shit.
Well, if you look at Conspiracy Queen, she'll tell you that, just look at the way they're dressed. They dress their whole garb and everything is to mimic the ancient Sumerians.
Yeah, he's right. Me and my pops got a video on my channel talking about that, exposing the whole Roman Catholic Church. So yeah.
Oh wow.
They have that great big pine cone is nothing more than an altar to the Sumerians out right in the middle of Vatican City.
Psycho, what's the name of that video?
I think it's called Psycho's Dad Exposes the Roman Catholic Church. It's on my main channel. It's not on my live channel. It's on my main channel.
On your main channel? Okay. Tez, you have a channel that you do just straight content. I remember you doing something about the JFK. Do you have all them videos on one channel in particular?
I just renamed one of my channel to the Black History channel. And that one, I'm gonna put all that stuff back on there. A lot of those videos, they just everywhere for real. They mostly on my Patreon, but I'm about to come back and build a channel based on the JFK assassination. So,
okay.
I got I just got to put the videos I've done up, and then, like I said, I'm gonna do some more with it. But I hear a lot of talk about that time period. I haven't really seen a channel dedicated to the breakdown of all the theories. It's like I see people come with their own theory. You know what I'm saying? They talk about a popular theory, but I've never really seen somebody go through and do content based on all the theories put together. You know what I'm saying? Where even though it's not a theory you believe, you don't mind doing content on it. And so that's what I'm gonna do with this JFK assassination. Then I'm walking into some other ones, but I'm gonna start with that.
Are you going to add the whole conspiracy theory with the QAnon people trying to say that JFK Jr. is alive and him and Trump have been fucking planning this whole coup against the deep state since JFK went everything crashed?
I would touch on some shit like that for 1 minute, bro.
He's more about the assassination.
The first time I heard that shit, I was like, I'll believe that when Pac comes back.
Right.
Yeah, he's more into the assassination thing. I think it was the Klan and Lyndon B. Johnson myself.
I think it was the CIA.
You guys all got to remember, man. You got Bay of Pigs, so you got issues with CIA and Cuban and Cuban what's it called, dissidents. You have the
Iran Contra thing going on then too.
Oh, that's a long time ago.
No,
dude.
the Iran-Contra was under Reagan.
Was it?
That was with Oliver North.
Okay, you're right. I am thinking of Bay of Pigs.
The Bay of Pigs and all that. So you had Johnson administration who did not like Kennedy, but then again, Johnson was all part of that older deep state. And then, so yeah, you have all those factions. The governor of the state of Texas didn't fucking Kennedy. So there could have been, I mean, who knows? It could have been a fucking a whole conspiracy with all these fucking
the governor was supposed to
kind of playing their role. Because you had the mob involved as well. And the whole thing about the Bay of Pigs, there's a lot of people say because the mob helped Kennedy get elected. So when Fidel took over, he seized the bank accounts and all their money, the majority of their money was in Cuba. So the Kennedys owed them the favor. He says, we need to get that fucking money back. So, the CIA's also, plugged into that shit. So they fucking do the Bay of Pigs. I guess.
See, one thing about it, bro, all that shit go together.
Well, yeah, it's all tied in. I think that there's more actors involved in that than what people understand.
Psycho mentioned the Klan, right? That's their the CIA element is there. The Lyndon Johnson, the Texas element is there. It's so much with that shit. That's why I said I know I can build a whole channel and probably be next year still talking about this shit because it's so much involved and it takes you down so many avenues.
Are you also trying to tap into the actual assassination itself?
Yes. Okay, so
look out. I don't know if you found.
What about Jeff?
I don't know if you found this.
Hold on.
Hold on. I don't know if you found this, but look for these two. There's the two aspects that say that the driver actually fucking had a hand and put a bullet in him. There's even another one that says that Jacqueline.
I don't believe.
Yeah, I have heard that theory that Jackie was part of
the driver.
The driver stopped. The driver didn't shoot. The driver just stopped.
Just look into it. There's
he stopped.
Just look into it. There's some people that have done some decent. But the one that trips me out is the one about.
This, like I say,
I get it. The one about Jacqueline though being
the way his brain splattered on the back of that car is no way a driver would have shot a gun big enough to do that without being noticed.
But the thing is that the way his head was hit and the way the gunshot looks, it looks like it came from the front rather than the back.
It did come from the front. The picket fence was in front of JFK when he was hit.
But the book repository was behind him.
Right. Well, he wasn't
and
shot.
And technically, all the shots were fired from the book repository from Lee Harvey Oswald.
He wasn't hit from the depository at all. I've been there.
The grassy knoll?
It didn't happen.
The grassy knoll was a fucking. That was a ruse. It was that was a conspiracy within a conspiracy.
So think about it. What if it was Jacqueline Onassis?
Have you ever stood there? Have you ever been to Dealey Plaza and stood there?
No, I haven't.
The grassy knoll with somebody coming down in a drop top, it is a perfect shot.
You know what else though is a perfect shot if you look at the layout is right in the same area is a fucking storm drain that a fucking person could have been hiding in.
It's pictures that see on my channel when I'm doing this on. I've been there, but a storm drain is a decent shot, but it's not better than that picket fence shot, bro. The picket fence shot it's almost perfect, and the way his head splattered and went backwards is almost you can't take it anywhere else. You know what I'm saying? Because even from the storm drain, the angling ain't right. That picket fence shot, it was the one. And then you got to remember, you got Lee Bowers' testimony saying he saw smoke back there. You know what I'm saying? It's so much that we weren't told about that JFK assassination. You got people on a triple underpass that's right around the corner from the picket fence that's seen people at the picket fence. You know what I'm saying? So it's pretty much, man, it's pretty much the grassy knoll, bro. From having been there, studying it for almost 20-some years now, it's the picket fence, man. There's nowhere else that shot could have came from.
Well, I do think that what he was saying is there is some credibility, in my opinion, to the whole Jackie Kennedy thing, too, because if you look at the footage, she literally jumps out of the sheet before he even gets hit.
No, he was hitting the throat already. He was clutching his throat when she started checking on him. Then they blew his fucking brains onto the back of the car. She climbed onto the back of the car, grabbed his brains, and came back into the car. People think that Secret Service officer pushed her back in. If you watch it close, he didn't. She grabbed his brains off the fucking trunk.
Yeah, he literally was reaching and scrambling, trying to grab all his brain particles. Yeah.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, it was sold to us a different way than what it actually happened.
Oh yeah, go watch Jacqueline Kennedy when in the assassination all in full raw, and yeah, you'll see it back there. Soon as his head snaps back and his brains go out, she immediately jumps back and tries to grab it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
She was distraught.
You
know
can
what
show
I'm
the
saying?
video, Kelly, if you want to look it
Damn.
up.
So has anybody heard about the Mandela effect about that assassination too?
I ain't heard the Mandela effect on it. No, what's the Mandela effect on that one?
That there's people that believe that he was in a limo that only had him and Jackie sitting in the back seat, and that the limo that they're using now has 4 seats in the back. I shit you not.
But we can see the limo that he's in.
Well, what I'm saying is there's people that believe it was different. You know, kind of like the whole deal with the Berenstain and Berenstein Bears thing. You know, people that literally remember it different.
See, I
there's a
remember
Mandela
the
effect about
Bears
that.
thing different, man. But I don't see how you can take an event that happened on video everywhere across the world that's televised and change how it happened. But that's like
that's
like
what the
saying, well,
Mandela
plane
effect
didn't
is,
really
though.
crash into the World Trade Center.
That's what the Mandela effect is, though. That you know, take things that you saw or heard, and you think it happened one way, but it really happened another. And people saying, you know, they kind of switched it, and without people realizing it, like the whole Star Wars, Luke, I am your father. He actually never said that. It's like
fuck he didn't. The fuck he didn't. Darth Vader said that. I remember that shit.
No, he didn't say. He said something similar, but he didn't say it exactly like that. Like he said I forgot exactly how it went, but it was something similar where he said he was talking about his father, and he said I am your father. I don't think he said, Luke, I am your father. Like they added things on over the years, but that wasn't the direct quote.
But like even with that, you can go look at the movie and see it that way, right? And so I guess the Mandela effect thing is it didn't used to be like that. But my problem with it when we start talking about a fucking presidential assassination, bro, you see the plans of him going, and John Connolly is supposed to be there. Lyndon Johnson is supposed to be there. All these people were planned to go on the trip. They were in Fort Worth right before they went. It's just too much that says it was more than just him and Jackie in the car. Like they went to Dallas to do this as a grand, you know, riding through Dallas downtown as a group. This was a plan.
No, look, I actually got it pulled up on another YouTube channel. What it is there's one picture that shows up where Jackie and Jack Kennedy are both sitting in the back seat with another agent sitting right in front of them in another seat. And then in the footage, you see them sitting in the back seat with the 2 agents hanging off the ass end of the limo.
Outside the car, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, because no agents rode on the side of the car that day, and the only agents.
I got it pulled up on YouTube right now. If you look up Mandela effect on the Kennedy assassination, you'll see footage of it right in front of your face. I swear.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out, man. That sounds crazy as hell.
Because there's actually handles on the back of the fucking limo that they were using to hold
Was he
on
outside the car before or after the shot?
Do what?
Was he outside the car before or after he got shot?
They were outside the car before he got shot and after. But then there's at the beginning, there's a picture of, like I said, Jack Kennedy and Jackie Kennedy both sitting in that same limo with an agent sitting directly in front of Jack Kennedy and nobody hanging off the back of the limo.
Yeah,
and then there's another agent sitting in front of the agent that's sitting in front of Jack Kennedy.
Nobody was on the limo though. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem with that the Secret Service was called off the limo at Love Field. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the problems with the assassination is that the agents that were running beside the car when they left the airport, they were called off by the director of the Secret Service. So there was never an agent on the side of the car that day. The agents ran up beside the car when the shots fired out. See, that's what I'm saying. That's what's wrong with the Kennedy assassination, man. Too many people do bullshit with it. You know what I mean? Like that's bullshit. But agents were never on the car. That's one of the videos that we have from later on that shows the agents arguing about why are we not riding on the handles today? Why are we not covering the president completely today? You know what I'm saying? That was one of the problems with the assassination.
That's how you know it was an inside job.
George Bush Senior, bro.
Oh yeah, he's all over.
I gotta say.
He worked for the
Bush
CIA.
Senior.
And what was his and he's from Texas. What was his relationship with Lyndon B. Johnson?
Well, at that time,
Look
George
that up.
Bush was just a low-level CIA agent. He would have been the person, though. Now, there's connections, and again, this is the important thing on doing this content. So these connections with George Bush go all the way back to it's questionable things. You don't have that smoking gun. You got things like Operation Zapata, which is part of this Cuban invasion scheme, right? But then what is Zapata? Zapata is the name of the oil company that George Bush owns. George Bush is allegedly the CIA operator that's behind the Cuba scheme. So when they send these boats over there that's allegedly trying to do this thing in Cuba, it's a boat called the what was that boat called? Was the ship called the Barbara? Some shit like that. It's like 15 different loose tying things to Bush even back in 63, including on the day of the assassination, a call that J. Edgar Hoover got from George Bush, documented by J. Edgar Hoover. So he's all over the place. And then not to mention the photo out in front of the assassination site. I know y'all have seen that. The photo of George Bush standing out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah,
he's it, man. You got CIA agents, or well, to see the oil shit. That's the connection to H.L. Hunt, and also you got the quote that happened at H.L. Hunt's party like a week before the assassination. So that's what gave me the Klan, like CIA Klan, Lyndon B. Johnson, all that shit is connected, man.
Yeah, well, wasn't Bush's dad, Prescott Bush, also connected with the what was it, Hitler and the Nazi Party too?
Mm-hmm. That's going back to Prescott. That's going back to his daddy right there. You start talking about Hitler and that money in your bank. That's his daddy.
And that also, I don't know if a lot of people know this too, but also, what is it? Bill Gates's wife's dad was actually connected with him too because he worked for IBM and built the machine. Yeah, well,
eugenics with Margaret Sanger.
His wife is the one that worked for IBM. Bill Gates' father was the head of Planned Parenthood.
Well, it was one of their dads actually made. What I'm saying is one of their parents actually made the machines and the cards that the Nazis used to paper the Jews, because IBM produced all that.
My God.
Wow.
It's actually true that that America actually supported and backed up Hitler and the Nazi Party when they first started their campaign to
they
cleanse
backed up
Germany.
Hitler and the Nazi Party all the way up until 39.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
they had the American Nazi Party. They had the American Nazi Party here.
Yeah. Well, you got to remember, they marched in New York. The American Nazi Party, they were they had support from the Fords, from the DuPonts.
Well, right, and we actually helped fund the war effort for the Nazi Party in the early stages of it.
Exactly. Before, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't like the representation of it today, because what the Nazi Party represented back then wasn't the same as what the white supremacists represent now, or the neo-Nazi. The neo-Nazi is something completely different than what the Nazi was in America, because they were trying to create a political party originally.
Yeah. They trying to hold true to Hitler's ideology, the neo-Nazi.
Yeah.
Well, but here's the deal. They were creating.
America might not have gone to war.
You got to know something. It wasn't just Hitler's ideology. All the people that he had surrounded by, there was a religion. That's what that was.
Right.
I don't
fundamentally, America would have went to war with Germany if it hadn't been for Pearl Harbor.
But it's connected. That ideology is still connected to Hitler. I'm not saying
that. One of my videos.
Pearl Harbor's the reason we went to war with Germany. And then they blamed it on the Lusitania.
But the actual Nazi movement was a political movement. It had nothing to do with.
Hold on. Too many people.
Bloodthirsty person they sold him as, dog. Hitler wasn't that. Like, that's American propaganda. That is that same propaganda machine. You start looking at history, what you see is Hitler over there on those lands simply enslaving people and trying to do what America did over here. He was creating labor camps. He was. It wasn't just this walking.
He was
people
doing the same thing FDR did.
They were trying to create something there, what they saw created here. And I don't doubt that the American funding is proof that America was involved in trying to rebuild another America in Germany, which is kind of what you still see.
Yeah, Dinesh D'Souza put that in his movie about how they used the Southern laws against black people, and they instituted that against the Jews in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
But they tried to emulate what was going on here in the United States.
Yeah, they were using, it was
the
more,
one drop law and all
about
that.
Slave labor than
they used the one drop law.
Because we're taught hatred. We taught that Hitler was moving based on hatred. What I'm saying is it was based on money, economy, labor. It was less about hatred and more about turning the
He was trying to eradicate the Zionist Jew stranglehold on currency.
Because they were bankrupt after World War I, because at the armistice they were forced to pay back all the countries that they were at the war with in World War I, and that bankrupted Germany.
Quick dumb fact about World War I: did you know that in World War I, the fucking the fucking Tsar of Russia, the fucking whatever they call the leader of Germany, and the fucking
Bismarck.
leader of fucking Great Britain were they were all cousins?
Yeah, no surprise. I mean, that's not.
I wouldn't doubt it, because that's how it was with England and the Dutch.
So World War I was
Spain
nothing more than a family feud.
Yeah, the whole Europe is all interbred.
All right, gang. Peace out. Have a safe one. God bless. Hope I see you on the flip side of that fucking election, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you'll either see me on the flip side or in the newspapers.
Yeah, I'll probably be right behind you. I'm at 10% myself. Either that, I'm gonna have to switch.
Behave yourselves until you have to misbehave. Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
We'll keep
I'm about to hop off here myself because I got to get a fucking nap before I do this interview.
God bless y'all. Peace.
We'll keep our
Is that
powder
interview
dry.
tonight, Brian?
Huh?
Is that interview tonight?
It's at 11 o'clock in the morning.
And what channel again?
It's fucking hold on, let me pull it up. I feel bad for forgetting the damn name already.
So that's in 4 hours.
Yeah, it's not that far away. Hold on one second. I gotta scroll through all my fucking YouTube channels.
Kelly, you'll be sleeping probably in 4 hours.
It's on Da Vinci's channel.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
that's
right. I
right.
got his. Okay.
It's going to be me and another patriot from Ohio. He's actually a pretty well-known active patriot. Jeremy Dieters, like I said, we were actually,
D Clever or something.
Yeah,
is his channel.
but we're actually going to get on there and we're going to discuss the whole attempt to fucking murder Governor Whitmer and actually put out real facts. We're going to share video from the meeting at Dublin about the stuff that we were talking about, and put the real narrative out there of what really happened and what was going on.
Okay. Is this channel under
Bro,
his
you can't go arrest no governor, bro.
Hey, you know what? You can laugh all you want about it, and think it's funny, but at some point, people have to stand up and make a stand somehow, some way.
I'm only laughing because it's like, bro, like I don't even disagree with you. You gotta understand, I actually agree, but you have to be careful on how you strategize and do this, because again, I'm trying to make you understand that I'm laughing and it's not funny. But like I told you earlier, there are black political prisoners in jail for the same thing right now.
And I understand this wholeheartedly. I really do, man. I do. And the thing is these guys, there are a few of them that were, being manipulated to I don't know. I mean, it's if you have time, just watch the interview.
Hey, Kelly, it's Da Vinci 4D Clever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Da Vinci 4D Clever.
On here, ain't it?
And 4D Clever is one word.
That's the black dude that was on here, right?
Do what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm already subbed to him, so I come check you out, bro.
I mean, it's another day.
It said we're going to be going live at around 11 o'clock here this morning, and like I said, there's going to be a lot of information that's dropped that the media hasn't touched and doesn't know anything about. Because the whole purpose of all this is they're using these guys, like you said, they're political prisoners and they're being used for a political narrative.
You said 11 o'clock Eastern?
Yes.
All right, bet. Yeah, I'll come check you out.
I appreciate it, man. Because honestly, what we're trying to do, me and him, is we're trying to put it out, and hopefully some of these other guys that have bigger platforms will pick us up and want to do the same thing. That way we can get this out on as many platforms as possible. Because we're really trying to help save these guys and others from having their lives ruined and spending the rest of their lives in prison for falsehoods.
So, okay, so let me ask you this then, because since you're doing interviews, would you, because like I reported this already. I reported this just as some dumbass dudes who was planning to go kidnap the governor and put her on trial. So, I mean, I have a conversation with you in front of my audience as well, if you want to tell that side of the story to an audience who's already, been told that this was some motherfuckers plotting to go kidnap the governor. Because, so I do news. And that's how I mean,
there's a little bit. Right. I mean, yeah, we that's what we want to do. Me and him would have no problem doing it. We just have to, collaborate together and set up a day and a time.
You in that Discord?
No, I am not. And everybody keeps asking me. I don't even know what Discord is or how to use it. Look, dude, I'm tech stupid.
Yeah, I ain't. All right.
It's an app you have to download.
I get with you, man. I'm pretty sure we'll link back up on here.
Well, in the messages, my email address is in the messages for the panel.
Okay.
It's brianmhennon@gmail.com. So, you can get me at that, and it's in there so you can catch the spelling right. I'm on Facebook too. I mean, I don't know if you got Facebook. I know a lot of people are, straying away from Facebook, but I'm still holding strong and trying to use their platform against them.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure we would have some questions. Like I say, man, it definitely on paper, man, it looked like they was tripping, man. They was trying the goddamn government, but
I mean, they got it spun like it was a bunch of fucking, high school fucking GI Joes out there with, that wet the bed thinking about explosives, trying to do some dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, that's the way they spun it. And then to top it all off, they wanted to say it was white supremacy, and they were going after the most albino white governor we have in this country.
Yeah, everybody's a white supremacist these days, man. That's why, I gotta hear it to know the white supremacist part of it. I know that's generally a sticking point to get you to listen more. So I try not to take the propaganda on that. If they're going to kidnap the white female governor, I really can't put them within the white supremacist realm, because a supremacist would be perfectly fine with a governor. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's right. That's not true. That's not true, Taz, because those white supremacists hate white liberals. Those white supremacists hate white liberals. So if a white supremacist kill a white liberal in a heartbeat.
That's the thing is,
I don't disagree with that.
I don't disagree with that, but I think that just generally, racist, horrible people are also being labeled a white supremacist when they really aren't white supremacists, because they have no power or ability to do anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, white supremacy is just somebody who's trying to uphold the system of white supremacy in this country. They uplift it and try to uphold it.
White supremacy is trying to make, they're in a position to where they can actually control the power structure, if you want my opinion. That's what that is. Whereas a lot of these people that are being labeled white supremacists, like I said, are just generally dickhead, ignorant ass, racist, horrible motherfuckers that need to get out of their little small ass town and go see the world.
Well, if you actively trying to get race wars started and trying to push your neo-Nazi ideology on everybody and this, that, and the third, which deals in ethnic cleansing, and separation and this, that, and the third. Yeah, you a white supremacist. You're a white
Well,
supremacist.
and I understand where you're coming from there, but that goes, 50 different ways. Anybody that's trying to, push that agenda, regardless of what race they're from, because we have that all over in this country from multiple different races and cultures trying to do that shit nowadays.
So let me ask you this before you go then. So that militia, the Michigan militia, is any black people part of it?
I do believe there were a few black people in it. I really do. The problem is I was in a militia in Ohio for quite a few years. I was actually, I don't know if you guys are familiar with when Trump at the RNC in Cleveland, when Trump accepted the Republican nomination. I'm sure you remember that. I'm sure you remember all the news hype about how there was going to be a bloodbath because Ohio was an open carry state and all these people from, different sides coming together in an open carry state. And they tried to get, the governor to do away with the open carry rights for that week and shit. Well, I was actually, do you remember hearing about the militia that was up there patrolling the streets when that happened?
No. I don't remember hearing about the militia.
The militia I was in, we were actually up there Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday patrolling the streets to make sure that people could protest peacefully and not worry about getting assaulted. I watched some shit happen and witnessed things firsthand that blew my fucking mind. And actually, that's what opened my eyes up to the twist and how much everything is actually orchestrated by the media purposefully, intentionally, to set up scenarios and to push their ideology. Like, for instance, we were down there on Tuesday and we were getting ready to leave. It was around 11, 12 o'clock. We were down by Staples Center in the circle. We were going to have lunch. We heard a big commotion and we turned around and went back. And these motherfuckers that were organizing protests down there literally organized a protest for Black Lives Matter, the KKK, and the Westboro Baptist Church to all meet by the Staples Center and the circle of fucking Cleveland at the same time. Now, tell me that wasn't orchestrated intentionally.
Well, yeah. What's always crazy about that is a lot of these groups because even like Louisville just seemed like that was kind of orchestrated intentionally. So shit, it sounds like it. Yeah.
And that's just it. Is I witnessed things firsthand. That was it was when that happened. That was when Black Lives Matter was first coming around and making a lot of headway too. And that one kind of heavier set black girl from Berkeley that was trying to be the face of Black Lives Matter at that point. You remember who I'm talking about? I can't remember her name for the life.
Because I didn't respect Black Lives Matter as a national organization or a national group. I always understood Black Lives Matter on a local level.
The thing is I saw her there. She walked past me, and I literally tried to get her to stop and have a conversation with me because I wanted her. I was trying to understand what it was they were trying to accomplish. And this woman literally ran from me, like full speed, fucking like she was a fucking linebacker, And then the other thing that we witnessed while we were down there is we literally saw fucking UN troops down there dressed up like the fucking Peace Corps. When all this shit was going, there was some weird shit that happened down there, dude, that really opened my eyes up to what's going on and how much is actually being, what I call controlled chaos, to push a narrative and agenda and to push it, for people to believe the country's one way when it's really another.
Yeah.
That was when I don't know if you recall, but that was when Alex Jones got assaulted down there too. I watched Alex Jones get punched in the face by somebody from Black Lives Matter. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, I will see again, man. I watched Alex Jones change over the years, though, man.
He's opened his eyes and he realizes that some of the shit that he pushed, he was wrong about. But the one thing you got to give Alex Jones credit about is when he's wrong, he admits it. But 90% of the shit that he's put out there, he's been right about.
90 might be kind of high, but I give him like a good 70 though.
How about we meet in the middle and go 80?
I was.
They are gay frogs, man.
He admitted he was wrong. He admitted he was wrong
They
about
are gay
Pizzagate.
frogs.
He admitted he was wrong about Pizzagate. People still running around here talking about that shit though.
Well, the biggest one is he admitted he was wrong about Newtown and the Sandy Hook shooting.
Here's the thing, though.
Yeah, that too. Yeah,
and see, those are two that you know what I'm saying. I think that he was, you know, controlled enough to say he was wrong on, because I don't think he was wrong on those two.
Well, the Newtown Sandy Hook shooting is the one that actually tarnished his name. You know, that was the one that attacked him over.
That was his undoing. But I think it was because he was on to something.
Well, the thing is you can actually look on Google Earth, and at that time, if you looked on satellite images of Newtown was a deserted town.
Yeah, that school wasn't even fucking open, bro.
Right, and so it didn't make sense.
It, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, some of the shit I read about that Sandy Hook shit, I truly believe somebody got to Alex Jones and just told him, listen, man, you up out of here, man, if you don't stop, bro. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that Sandy Hook shit, it was laid out to a point where, for me, I never believed that shit happened, bro. Straight up.
Think about this for a second. I mean, and really think about this with an open mind. Don't you find it rather funny and coincidental that since this whole COVID thing has happened, that we haven't seen not one single school shooting or mass shooting at all? It's like they don't exist anymore.
But shit, it ain't no school. Shit.
There's schools are open where I live.
You said, oh, they are in school where you live?
Yeah, my son's been in school for the last 3 months.
Shit, my son in college on Zoom, bro.
You know, but even with that, there ain't been no fucking crazy lunatic run around and have a mass shooting anywhere either. And by now, that should have already happened.
I don't know about the timing, man. That shit fuck around happen next week sometime, bro. Don't say that shit, man.
How familiar are you with the Florida school shooting?
Parkland?
Yeah.
To be honest, man, by that time, I honestly was checked out thinking it was all propaganda, so I didn't do a lot of digging on it. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Just David Hogg and all that shit they did around that was enough for me to say, that shit was probably fake too.
Well, most of it was propaganda. There were kids that died, don't get me wrong. And that's the biggest thing that pisses me off about this. And people misunderstand when people like myself say that these are false flag incidents. We're not saying that they never happened. What we're saying is the government is actually murdering our kids for their own agenda.
Yes, people died, but it's not the story you were given. Absolutely. That's what happened in the Paul shooting with Omar Mateen.
The whole thing with David Hogg is he wasn't even at Parkland. He was in fucking California when the shooting
People
took
were saying he's a crisis actor.
Well, he is, because his dad worked for the CIA for the crisis acting department.
I thought he worked for the FBI.
Or yeah, you're right. It was the FBI.
Yeah, but I mean, shit.
And then that fucking little rebel-headed girl, she was the one who supposedly taunted and tortured the fucking kid that they say shot the place up. Now, here's the one that's the real twist, okay? There is only 2 reports that ever came out about this. Okay, there was one news report where they actually interviewed 2 separate teachers and 3 students. And these 3 students and 2 separate teachers kept saying how when the shooter came in, the shooter busted through the front door and this dude was wearing complete body armor from head to toe, like a knight. And this motherfucker was carrying automatic weapons that they had never seen before.
Well, that's kind of the same question in Aurora with the James Holmes shooting at the theater. I found a clip of it a couple years ago, and I wonder if I can still find it again, where the black witness, the little black dude, said that the motherfucker held the door open and somebody else came in that bitch, and there was 2 people in that bitch shooting. Eyewitness.
Right.
And I mean, how do you debunk an eyewitness?
Well, and that goes to the fucking Nevada shooting, the Las Vegas casino shooter. You know, the same incident happened there. You know, you can literally hear 2 separate fully automatic weapons going off at the same time that they try to say is the echo of the recoil from one, and you can clearly hear that they have 2 different fire rates. Not to mention that there were actually 2 separate videos that were leaked from the crowd where you can see people in the crowd shooting people in the crowd.
Right. Yeah, it was people shooting.
Well, I was listening to the police scanner at the time live, and they were saying that they were getting shots from another hotel. That it wasn't just coming from the Mandolin, but it was coming from another hotel.
Well, not only that, if you look at the I can't remember the dude's name right offhand, but if you look at the dude that supposedly pulled this shit off, explain to me how he removed a fucking 400-pound fucking bulletproof glass window.
Well, he wouldn't have had to remove it. He just had to get it open.
You know, not to mention the whole crime scene itself was all sketchy. The pictures of it that they had.
I think even like with that one, I think he was shooting. They were. Just
I'm not saying he didn't take part in it,
right?
But I'm saying that there were other actors involved.
Yeah, absolutely, there were other shooters. Yeah,
and I think that he was actually meant to be the fall guy.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. They literally put what was like a 10-minute video of his every step. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no reason to do that unless you're making that person the fall guy.
Well, remember when that happened, there was new information coming out about the Hillary Clinton fucking emails.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they could, and think about this. They couldn't figure, what was it? There was another shooting that had happened where they couldn't figure out anything that was going on. But with this guy that did the fucking Vegas shooting, they were able to figure out everything all the way down to what color and size underwear this motherfucker wore in a matter of fucking 2 days, and then just dropped it.
I would respect Trump's presidency more if he'd have followed up on them emails and arrested that bitch, bro. I would respect this presidency.
Y'all really thought he was gonna get him locked up? I never believed that.
I'm just saying, had he done it, because I
do mad respect for him, mad props.
Done it, I would look at this presidency as what some other, because others look at the presidency as he's doing something major, something different. I would look at it like that if he'd went after Hillary.
That has never happened. You have never seen a president or a person who ran for president ever be in prison for anything. So like they always get pardons, and even when they do fucked up shit, they always get pardons and everything else. This country ain't gonna arrest a president or a presidential candidate.
Nixon got pardoned.
Yeah, it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, Nixon got pardoned immediately.
And you know what's fucking ironic is fucking Hillary Clinton was a fucking intern for Nixon when that shit was taking place.
Mm-hmm.
This country don't want to see a president or a presidential candidate in jail. It's a bad look. So they're always going to look out for the betterment of the country as far as like.
I don't want to see him in jail either. I want to see him hanging from a fucking rope from a tree.
They said that would be considered a banana republic if we did that.
Well, it ain't a banana republic. You know what? How is that any different than that fucking kangaroo court fucking Congress they got going on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is another thing that a lot of people are unaware of. That fucking sham impeachment trial that fucking Pelosi and the Democrats fucking spent 3.5 years fucking trying to scam and make happen. How they funded that is with the Social Security funds. They used the people's fucking retirement to fund their bullshit sham impeachment.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, Donald Trump ain't doing a day in jail. Even if he loses this election, people are like, yeah, he's gonna lose the election and New York's gonna press all these charges. I'm like, he's not going to jail.
No, he's not. If he was going to go to jail, Clinton would be in jail.
He's going to get a pardon no matter what happens. I guarantee.
It ain't even going to be a pardon. They're going. Well, if he was to lose and Biden was to get elected, people are going to forget about fucking Donald Trump the next day. Just like they forgot about Hillary Clinton the next day after Trump got elected.
No, they ain't gonna forget.
Trump's not gonna go away quietly.
This country ain't gonna forget about Donald Trump no time soon. Trust me. Even if he
because Trump's not gonna go away quietly.
Let me put it this way: they're going to forget about the shit that pissed them off about Trump. That's what's going to happen. It's going to go back to the way it was when he was the fucking star of The Apprentice.
People ain't forget about the shit that pissed them off about Obama. They still talk about Obama. It's been 4 years. They ain't forget about Obama.
Dude, the only thing that pissed me off about Obama is he said, I ain't going to raise your taxes, not a single dime, and then turned around fucking 100 days later and raised my taxes $1.
So did Daddy Bush.
You know, I'm just saying.
Read my lips, and he lied. That's why the second time I voted for Ross Perot.
I think if Trump loses, he'll be the most talked about one-term president in this country's history.
I honestly believe that if
Yeah.
Ross Perot would have had a
That's
set of
true.
nuts and would have been able to actually run a campaign that people could have believed that he was really going to run, he would have been a great president. But Ross Perot was his own worst enemy.
Yeah, but he was talking about the financial, being in national debt and income tax, all that, federal taxes. And
Yeah, Ross Perot for me was the proof that a third party candidate will never win. That's what that was for
yeah.
me.
In fact,
Well,
he
like I
got the
said, the
most
thing
votes,
with
I
Ross
think, than any
Perot-
third party.
The problem with Ross Perot and why he did, and he had a headway for quite a while in that election. The problem is he was his own worst enemy. He kept backing out and then jumping back in and backing out and jumping back in, and nobody knew whether or not he was actually going to be a serious contender.
Yeah. And he had a whiny, high pitched voice with big ears, and people
Yeah,
made
he
fun of
looked
him
like
all the time.
he looked like fucking his Mr. Ed had a fucking love child with fucking Kermit the Frog.
Or Mr. Ed.
But I just fucking had a brain freeze. Hey, dude, I do enjoy talking to both you, Taz, and what's your name, dude?
Psychopatheus.
Psychopatheus. You guys seem pretty knowledgeable, and I enjoy it. Dude, I enjoy nothing more than having discussions and debates, even with people that see things differently than me, that that can actually have a conversation, and maybe bring a whole different perspective for me to look at things, because that's really where real change in this country is going to happen, when people can actually sit down at the table, talk about things that they don't agree on, and start seeing things from alternate perspectives, and then find a way to find a common ground.
Yeah, hell yeah, I'm cool with it, bro. I always find myself arguing with Psychopatheus on some shit. But it's all in good debate, man. And so, a lot of this shit for me, man, is like I don't be around a lot of white people, dog. I'm just be honest with you. I don't know a lot. I don't talk to them a lot. And so it gives me perspective to go with some of the understanding I have, because like I say, I like a lot of my history with white people ain't good. So, like to be able to talk at times and stuff beyond just your simple everyday conversations, it is healthy, bro. Because I don't talk to white people, bro. I don't.
Well, right. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, well, see, I think that as much as I hate, the internet and social media and shit like that, I think that we are actually fortunate now to have these platforms, because we're able to reach out and make these connections all across the country with people we would generally never even meet or talk to have these types of discussions that really need to be had.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's kind of discussions where you can actually get other people's perspectives and see things through their frame of mind, and how they were brought up and raised, and really get a clear view of what's going on, and then understand each other, and then be able to maybe try and come up with a solution.
Hey, Taz, I got a question for you.
What up?
Nyla's last name is Ahmed.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, she has the same last name as me.
Oh, okay.
I told her that the other day. I was teasing her.
For
I was
me,
like, my long lost sister.
For me, one of my biggest pet peeves are these, fake ass white people that pander to the black community.
Yeah, I don't like that shit.
The ones that, walk around like,
I hate over the top fake shit.
Right. I can't, people that, these white people that are ashamed to be white and think that, have this white guilt over something that they shouldn't be guilty for.
Yeah, that scare me the most.
For me, it's the closet racist.
That's interesting, because now you know how black
closet
people,
racist is what bothers me.
Now you know how black people feel when we see black people who pander to white people, who sit up here who show black guilt, and they break their necks to make white people feel comfortable.
And see, the thing with both of those situations is it's those people that make it that much harder for, the two major, well, for lack of better words, the two major races in this country that have been feuding with each other for so long to be able to come together. It's those people that shove a wedge in between that, because now everyone's fucking on edge and skeptical of what's your true intentions here, motherfucker.
Well, there's always a negative context with pride, and I think one of the crazy things about the programming is that when it comes to black pride, it's always looked at something to fear. When it comes to white pride, it's always looked at something to fear, and a lot of it is propaganda based, because blacks and whites ain't never really just got it on in America like that. You had your oppressive people, and you got your people who weren't oppressive. You know what I'm saying? Right. So there's never truly been a race war, even when it should have been. It wasn't. Right. Even when it should have been. And it's not like people were scared. It was just people wanted to see a better day, man. And I think if that was the propaganda, that people want to see a better day, you wouldn't have generations of this shit. But it's the mere fact that the propaganda works. You got people who do think they're supreme, people who do think they're above you. And like I said, the thing I hate the most is a white person who acts like they don't see racism. That shit will piss me off more than anything.
Oh, no. I mean, anybody that says that racism doesn't exist is a fucking idiot. I mean, we live in the most culturally diverse country on the planet. There is no other country like ours. And to have this many different races in one little fucking piece of land and say that there isn't racism is just ignorant in and of itself.
Right.
I mean, and that's just being realistic about it.
How many times have been called a terrorist? A terrorist, or you're not American, or.
And I'm right there with you, dude. I've spent, a lot of my life being like from people like RBR being told that, I'm a European fucking genocidal maniac that has built my fucking life off of the oppression of everyone else. And and I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? I was born in fucking Kentucky on an army base, and I was poor my whole life. I used to take my mom's food stamps and buy fucking bubble gum just to get the fucking change back to buy a pack of cigarettes.
So sometimes
you're allowed to talk about Islam too.
But look, sometimes, man, that's a tactic to see who you talking to, though, man. Because see, I say some shit like that to you, and if you respond like that, then I say, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes, man, you are talking to some fucking, rich, snooty, white supremacist motherfucker. You know what I mean? So yeah, I see what you're saying, but yeah, because I think I did that to you on here. You was like, man, what? Man, I don't fucking think like that. I don't represent that. Like, you got pissed off for a second, but for me, that is disarming, though. That lets me know, okay, well, nah, that shit is it registers a different way. Because some people just don't care about distancing themselves from the hatred that their fucking ancestors did, bro. Some people don't want to distance themselves. And then you got people like, I think that was you that said, my fucking ancestors wasn't even here. Like, you said just from somewhere else or some shit.
Right. My ancestors, they were indentured servants, basically a slave in this country.
Yeah,
well, see, I can't really comment, because even though my family may not have been here, they probably were slave owners in the Middle East, because the Islam, there's a lot of that. So, but for me, I have to deal with it on that part.
For me, really, all you got to do is sit back and just have a conversation with me, and within 20 minutes, you'll see that I'm the farthest thing from some fucking honky ass fucking racist redneck,
To speak on what John was just saying, the Arabic slave trade actually was worse than the transatlantic slave trade.
It absolutely is, man.
It took longer to end too. Some places it's still going on.
Well, and the thing is, what people don't understand is that shit that happened over in fucking Lebanon with fucking Clinton being Secretary of State and fucking bombing the shit out of that fucking place. That's why you got all these fucking people. That's why you got the slave trade that picked up even today over in that area. They helped propagate that shit with the war they started.
But like ISIS they have slaves.
Right.
You know, I mean, I'm one of the people that look,
That's
I
their
understand
culture.
that slavery is a big blight on this country. I'm not condoning it by no means at all, because I don't think no man should be another man's property. That's fucking garbage. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, there did come a point where this country was the first country on the planet to say, look, this is fucking wrong, and we need to put an end to this shit.
Yeah.
You know, and this country is the first country to set a precedent for other countries to say, you know, owning other people really is wrong.
Right. Now, that's where my platform comes in, because that's where I take it from, right? So the problem is, for me, that when the government did that and the government said, okay, that's wrong, they didn't do enough to make these fucking states follow. You did a lot of shit federally, but you never have Jim Crow if the states press down, if the federal government presses down on these states. You don't have Jim Crow. You don't have what happened during Reconstruction, and we wouldn't be here today. The federal government allowed too much to happen through the first 100 years of emancipation.
Right, and I 100% get that, and you know, and I'm not ever going to negate or debate that, because those are just facts, plain and simple. But the problem that I found the problem for me that arises, you know, is I find it, you know, troubling that in today's day and age that, you know, and please, by no means, don't take no offense to this. This is just how I feel. I don't think that I should be held responsible for something I didn't do. But I also do understand and accept that people did do that shit. I'm not trying to say it never happened. I'm just trying to say, why hold me accountable?
See, that's where we get into that conundrum, because I think a lot of people don't want to hold you personally accountable. I think our thought process, Psycho can correct me if I'm even wrong speaking for him, but I think our thing is more about the systematic part of it and how you feel about it. So a person that writes it off, they basically a part of it. Whereas,
I'm not saying, I will never say that there isn't a systematic issue there, because now there is no, we can't say that there is actually a particular law or so per se, and that actually targets one person over another. But I will say that I have literally been in a courtroom myself, witnessed it firsthand, where me and a black dude are being charged for the exact same fucking thing. And me get a slap on the wrist, and this dude go to fucking county for a year.
Yeah.
You know, I've watched it happen.
The thing, man, is the people that don't admit it and acknowledge it. You know what I'm saying? They act as if we're lying when we say these things happen. That's our issue. Because like I say, I don't point to individuals for reparations. You know what I'm saying? Again, that's something that the government needs to take care of. But if you support the history of whites in this country oppressing blacks, then yeah, you do kind of fall into a box. But like I say, I use a lot of tactics within conversation to figure out where a person at with it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm right there with you. I do the same thing if you haven't noticed.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think that's what we end up still talking, being cool. Because like I say, that first time it was kind of like, yeah, I don't know about him. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You know,
let me ask you this, Taz, about when you're talking about reparations. You know, if the government pays and you're paying taxes, you're in essence paying for those reparations indirectly. Wouldn't it be better for somebody like the corporations that exploited slavery, or like the DNC or the Dixiecrats, or those states that had slavery, that they paid for that? Because it shouldn't come from the general
that shut down Black Wall Street and shit.
Yeah, because it shouldn't come from your taxes that you're paying.
Yeah, they're going after the companies as well. And that's my issue though. But see, as far as like, you know, when I hear people say, you know, like, well, why should I be held accountable for things that my ancestors did, and my ancestors didn't even own slaves and everything else? And I hear y'all, but my ancestors, my parents, and everybody else, we paid for atrocities that other people did that we had nothing to do with. You know, every year our tax money goes into atrocities that the Jews went through that we had nothing to do with. We didn't gas nobody. We didn't put nobody in concentration camps. We didn't take over none of their land, none of this other stuff. But our tax money goes into paying for their reparations. 1988.
The internment of the Japanese.
Right, 1988 with the Japanese, exactly, with Ronald Reagan signed off on reparations for them for what happened to them out in after World War during World War II, I should say. So yeah, and that was tax money that my parents and everything was going. I wasn't paying taxes at that point, but my parents was, and my
we're still paying taxes on that.
And we had nothing to do with locking up those Japanese people,
right? But we had
the federal government paid that money with our tax money.
Right, but when it's time for black people to get their reparations, I always hear these arguments. Well, we didn't have nothing to do with it, and everything. Second, third. Well, you know
that's not how reparations work. Saying fuck reparations, and so that's what I'm saying when it comes to like a racist argument, or whatever. We have to look at that and question that. As a black man, I would wonder why a white person would say fuck reparations. Unless you like, it sounds like you would be perfectly fine with attending that lynching of a black man. That's how it comes off when you say fuck reparations. You know what I'm saying? There's no other way to read it.
Yeah. See, I would like to be able to.
I can understand. Like I can understand that viewpoint.
Free education, something that can be handed down generational. Because if you give them X amount of dollars
behind the
a
HBCU.
lot of people are going to end up losing that money, and it won't be able to be handed down as a generational wealth that's been taken away. You know what I mean? Because basically, you're trying to replace that generational wealth that you lost.
Okay, so Tiffany Denise says we don't want handouts, but see that can't be true because otherwise, what are you supporting a presidential candidate for? He's in office to make sure you get what you want as a person in America. I don't know why. Why would your president has always ran on handouts?
Right, and that's the wrong platform for anybody to actually support. You don't want government in your life.
And he actually made his money off handouts. You think he ain't get government bailouts and everything else all the times? He been bankrupt and this, that, and third. Like Donald Trump has made his name off of handouts. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Hey, didn't they pass a bill like two years ago in the House for LGBT reparations?
No, I don't remember hearing anything about
that. That was a spin. It really wasn't. What it was a tax break for same-sex couples.
Because they were saying that they were going to give a legalized marriage and all that shit. How did they jump in line? How did they jump in line?
It was just, they called it reparations because they took it and made it retroactive for them to be able to file their taxes as joint. You know what I'm saying?
I wonder how much of a rude awakening it was for those same-sex couples that got married when they realized they weren't getting no tax break for being married. They were actually getting penalized for it.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't really see a problem with reparations. I feel like as long as we clearly know that the HR 40 bill was written wrong, the people that represented it were the wrong people to represent it. And I think if it was written,
you know what else too? In that you got to think about, man, I would be perfectly fine with even some of the freedom riders getting reparations. You kill somebody's fucking grandfather, somebody's father.
Look, now that I could get down with, to be honest with you. See,
that died in this movement was not black, dog. So, like, I don't believe reparations would even be limited to just the people who die in some of these conversations. Some of these things do extend outside of blacks, but the understanding has to be why. It's because you kept people's families fucked up systematically. And a lot of times that extends beyond us because anybody who supported black got lynched, was kicked out of office, was propaganda was ran against them. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just us.
Tarred and feathered.
You got to get people out of this fucking mindset of black versus white all the time because with the reparations conversation, you got to get the goddamn reparations from the people at the top. So
you were speaking my language right there now when you said that shit. Seriously,
I have an understanding about this shit, bro. You can't play with history and use it one-sided. If we're gonna say we're doing this based on oppression, well, yes, the people that were oppressive were white, but those whites also oppressed other whites.
Yes. And see, for me, that's why I'm able to, honestly, that's why I'm able to really kind of relate a lot to, well, you know how it is, dude. a motherfucker walking down the street can automatically relate and recognize somebody who's been through the same fucking struggle.
Yeah.
Because we carry ourselves different. Yeah. I mean, literally, you know that motherfucker. There's no way to fake that shit. There's no way to lie your way through it.
I do wish, man, like once we get into these political offices, though, man, people carry because like I say, the pride thing becomes a problem. Because I don't go anywhere without showing my black pride, but for some reason, pride is always viewed as anti. You know what I'm saying? I'm not moving.
And there's nothing wrong with being proud of who you are.
You know what I'm saying?
Just because you're proud of who you are and where you come from doesn't mean that you're anti everything else. And nobody should be made to feel that way, no matter who they are or where they're from. Everyone on this planet should be proud of who they are and where they come from, period. You know, if you're not proud of who you are, what's the point in even existing?
Yep.
You know, and I'm right there with you that this whole fucking anti-white, anti-black thing. Look, dude, I was talking to somebody the other day and it blows my mind because, you know, I remember as a child, you know, like in the early to mid 90s, the whole gang violence thing that was going on. You know, I lived in a small town, but there was another town from another small city from me where they actually had some real issues with gang violence. I don't know if you ever heard of Lima, Ohio.
Dude, wait a fucking minute. Did you just say that shit for real?
Yeah, Lima.
Nigga, that's where I'm from.
No shit.
I wasn't gonna say it. I was waiting for you to say it.
That's
yeah, dude. I used to live in the Bean, dude.
That's my hometown, dude. I'm from the south side of Lima, Ohio, bro.
Hey, dude, I got a permanent south side pass and I'm a cracker.
Yeah, I'm the south sider, bro. That is exactly where I'm from.
Look, brother, I'll go walk right down on Hope and Nova and fucking hang out with motherfuckers. I'll go sit on a stoop on Catalpa where most motherfuckers are scared to even get out of a car.
Yeah, I lived on both of them streets, 517, Nova, 13, 31, Catalpa, bro.
Right. 4th Street apartments.
Damn, bro. I ain't never been in a conversation with somebody who know where I'm from, bro. That's weird.
Well, hey, look, brother, that just means it's destined, brother. It's destined.
Yeah, but you know what's crazy though, man? Because you know you get on the internet and a lot of people think like when I say I'm from Ohio and then I say a small town like Lima, they think that you're talking about a nowhere place, right? And
but it's not.
I try to tell them like, man, listen, man, that's
why I ain't called Little Chicago for no reason at all.
It's something wrong with that place, bro. It's one of the most violent places in America. I had to get my son out of there, bro.
Well, that's why me and the wife left, dude, because that's where, look, I got robbed by 6 motherfuckers. I was living up in, you know where Edgewood is?
Absolutely.
Up off of Brower Road and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know, I was living back in Edgewood up there where they have them fucking condos and shit. And, you know, we thought that's technically fucking Elida School District, you know, right by the mall.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And we got 1 o'clock in the morning, 6 motherfuckers run up in the house and fucking robbed me and my wife and my dad at gunpoint. Had some motherfucker fucking shoot a 40 caliber round right above my head.
Damn.
You know, I thought I was going to die that night. That's what led me on this path I'm on now. That's what actually pushed me to start doing what I was doing. And this was almost 7 years ago.
Bro, because listen, oh fuck. So I can tell you what got me on my path. I went to Elida. I'm from out south. When in my 8th grade year, my mom moved us out north to because my dad was gone. You know what I'm saying? We moved out to the other side of town. So we living on Cole Street. And I went to Elida from there. And at Elida, when I got to the high school, middle school was okay, but when I got to the high school, motherfuckers was writing KKK on the desk, white power shit, this and that. And it turned me into like this quote unquote race warrior for a long time where I just didn't even want to hear shit from white people. I ain't like white people. I finished school, but after that, it was always a chip on my shoulder against white people. And it kind of fucked me up in life because I wasn't willing to play the game. I don't code switch. You know what I mean? So, you know, I'm one of those who always had that chip on my shoulder, even from way back then, going to an all-white school. And, you know, me and my mom talk about that shit to this day. And she's like, damn, you know, I wish I hadn't have done that because it fucked me up, bro. I seen KKK written on the desk.
It may have fucked you up, but it also made you the man you are today.
Yeah, I learned a lot from that shit, bro. I learned a lot from that shit. But if generally when I'm talking about Elida School District, a motherfucker wouldn't know what I'm talking about, but you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, fuck yeah, I do, dude. Look,
Well,
man, you
Kev,
probably
I
know
will
that.
tell you, Wisconsin is. You said something about getting your son out of there. Wisconsin is nice. Madison is a nice city. People say, yeah, it's liberal, so what? But it's a safe place to raise your children. Yeah, we
Hey,
have.
I'll tell you, this man probably remembers when they had the fucking snake pit in Lima.
Mm-hmm. I see. That's when I was growing up. Yeah, that's when I was.
Yeah, I used to look. You know where that's where Lima Senior is now.
Mm-hmm.
I used to live in that white house. You remember where the old St. Rita's building used to sit by the snake pit, right off of Metcalf?
Mm-hmm.
I used to live in the white house that sat right across the street from it, beside the Salvation Army.
Okay, yeah,
So,
shit.
my ass will be coming from fucking the UD or Carms or something downtown, and I would be some dumb white cracker cutting through fucking the snake pit to get my house at 3 o'clock in the morning.
How old are you?
41.
Man, we'd have probably been in that motherfucker. I'd have probably seen you before, bro.
Probably you ran around with the Henderson boys, didn't you? You know Chris and Jason.
Yeah, brother, I know I'd have seen you before, man. They know me.
Actually, well, a funny thing is Chris Henderson was the very first friend I ever had in Lima.
Yeah, but do you know any Allens?
Oh man,
because those were my brother's friends growing up, bro.
Really?
I didn't. They went to Shawnee, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they went to school with my brother.
So you probably know.
I know them very well. They just
you know fucking Dennis Richardson too, then, don't you?
Who you say?
Dennis Richardson.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You probably know what's his name? Fucking
crazy.
I can't remember his name. Big old motherfucker that played piano and keyboard and shit for all them guys.
That's Will.
That's Big Will.
Yeah, that's my cousin.
Yeah, dude, I used to go to church with Big Will.
Yeah, that's my cousin, man. That's what I say, man. I don't generally meet nobody from my neck of the woods, and especially not no white people, bro. That's crazy.
Dude, look, dude, I used to play in the church band with Big Will, fucking Jay, Chris, when their uncle was running Living Word Fellowship down on fucking South Main.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's my fam, bro. That's crazy, man.
That's my family, bro. That's my family.
Imagine that.
I hear you, bro. You damn sure dropping some names from the past, bro. Because like my brother went to school with the Henderson boys. I didn't. My brother did though. And like I remember going trick or treating with them motherfuckers in honor of today. You know what I'm saying? I remember going trick or treating with them, bro, out in Shawnee. That's that's wild. You would say that shit. I'm gonna tell my wife.
I know you're tripping out right now. I'm kind of tripping out.
I'm tripping, bro. I ain't you bringing up names of motherfuckers I ain't seen.
Oh, who's that white dude that used to hang out with them? Fucking Todd something or other that worked for Grand Garages, man.
I don't know who that is.
That is. I remember. I also used to when I first met Chris and I was going to church. I used to have the world's biggest crush on his sister Kendra.
Yeah, Kendra was cool as hell. She was cool as hell.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. Actually, I remember. You remember? I don't know if you remember, but when Jay had a studio in the basement of his house over on Elm.
Yeah, hell yeah. Shit,
dude, I used to be that white dude that he used to call over to come over and play guitar and put guitar hooks on fucking people's
label now, if I'm not mistaken. They the Henderson boys got a record label and a studio still to this day.
Yeah, SUNY Records, brother.
Yeah, they still got. Matter of fact, I was there a couple years ago.
Yeah, they bought the building right. They bought that building on what is it, North and Cole, right across the street from Valero,
by the Dairy Queen. Yeah, I was over there.
Yeah, actually, he just put a bunch of money into it, and you know how the studio used to be upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
That room that he used to rent out downstairs, he actually turned that into the main studio and sunk, I think, about $10,000 into brand new studio equipment, dude.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because I ain't been there in a few years, but I know they definitely been doing the music thing over there. So
yeah, they got a private club down in the basement of that motherfucker too now.
Bro, god damn, man. That's some wild shit, man. He just blew my motherfucking mind, dog. Talking about some Lima shit. This motherfucker said, I don't know if you ever heard of Lima. Yeah, motherfucker. I went to South Middle School, bro. Hell yeah, I heard about
Hey,
it.
dude, speaking of South, dude, the very first fucking show I ever played out, because Chris was the one that got me to play out live, was at South Middle School with him and his brother and Big Will.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we did a show for it was the middle school kids. It was like an afternoon little program that we did for them, man.
That's what's up, man. So why did you leave? Too wild over there?
Look, man, first off, it was after getting robbed, I really didn't want my kids growing up having to go to Lima Senior and deal with that fucking nonsense. You know what I'm saying? And the whole nonsense of the constant violence and the racism and the bigotry going on. And to be honest with you, where we moved to, we actually moved to Muncie. I tried to get as close to Indianapolis as possible because I wanted my kids to be able to grow up understanding culture and diversity. I didn't want them to be stuck in a little echo chamber around a bunch of people that looked like them, thinking that this is how the world is, when that's not even close to what the world's like.
My son came to live with me in his 9th grade year. We was trying to get him to avoid Lima Senior. And the first couple years it worked, man. By his senior year, he was itching to get back to Lima Senior, man. He wanted to go back and live with his mom. And, you know, we don't have a bad relationship. We got the kind of working relationship where the child can just, you know, decide what he wants to do. And we kind of, you know, cool with his lead. We not at odds at anything, you know. And so
right.
By him wanting to go back to Lima Senior was like, damn, you know what I'm saying? And so we let him go back and shit, man. But, you know, he ended up running into some trouble there and got dropped down to D2. He was a D1 prospect and got dropped down to D2 because he went back to that fucking school where, you know what I'm saying, he was in Chicago doing something different outside of, you know, people he grew up with and shit. And he wanted to go back to Lima Senior. And, you know, I wanted to support him on whatever he wanted to do. And, you know what I'm saying, just in true to Lima fashion, that shit fucked him up. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know just as well as I do about the fucking Lima curse, man. You leave, you got to stay the fuck away from there because you go back and there's something about that fucking cesspool that draws you back.
I talk about Greg Simpson all the time, man. You know what I'm saying? You hip to Greg?
I've heard the name, but I don't think I ever had the pleasure of running across him.
Lima Senior's basketball prospect that went to Ohio State, then West Virginia.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He was supposed to. There's no reason why he's not an NBA player. You know what I'm saying? Other than, you know, where we from. You know what I'm saying? He was that, bro. And Lima, you know what I'm saying? Just where we from, Lima. He just couldn't get out his own way. And a lot of that is getting away from that fucking city, and he just did.
Well, it's the fucking lifestyle there, man, and a lot of it has to do with the way the city's run in general.
Mm-hmm.
You know, fucking Berger is a fucking tyrant.
Yep. The mayor.
Yeah, and you know he's actually retiring this year. He's not going up for re-election.
After what, 25? About 25 years, this motherfucker.
After fucking too many years of fucking if you want my opinion, a bunch of fucking racketeering and fucking money laundering and fucking complete and total fucking dismantling of what could have potentially been a decent city. Because look, dude, I remember when I was 18, 19 years old, Lima was the motherfucking town to go to for the nightlife.
Mm-hmm. It was.
It really was. I mean, you remember the Mirage? That motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
That motherfucker was the spot for high school kids and adults, dude. That was the fucking spot.
We'd have been in the same place before, bro. I know we have, bro.
You know, and it really had potential. And it's the people that were running the town, and then, you know, the people that they had enforcing the bullshit, you know, codes and fucking you know, laws and this, that, and the other in that town that caused that town to fall apart. You know, there's no, and now you're at the point in that town where, look, dude, me and the wife stopped even going up to the bars. Like we wouldn't go to fucking, what was that, fucking the Shamrock anymore. We wouldn't go to the Fight House anymore. We wouldn't go over to Mulligan's anymore. We wouldn't do nothing. Wouldn't go to the Roxy, nowhere. We wouldn't go to Harry's, nowhere, because you would actually literally get wanded and patted down before you went in to anywhere. That way somebody didn't get fucking shot or stabbed.
Mm-hmm. Then these places that you name is like right fucking across the street from the police department. You know what I'm saying? Like right around the corner from the police department, and still, you know, I mean, that fucking city wild, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, it's fucking insane. It's like fucking it's like you're in the dirtiest part of fucking Detroit.
Mm-hmm. That city wild as hell, bro. That's why I say, man, I had to get my son up out of there, man. I'm just glad, you know, he wanted to go to school and get away from there, because it is like you said, it's a cesspool, man. I tell my wife that shit when I'm there. Like, I still got family there, so I go back, of course. But it's like a dark cloud over this motherfucker, dog. To where
there is too, man.
I don't feel comfortable in Lima, Ohio, but I'm from there.
Dude, and I go back to Lima probably about twice a month, to be honest with you. You know, I do. And it's like you said, there is a fucking dark ass cloud around that motherfucker. Dark cloud. And it just won't go nowhere. It's stuck. Yeah, I mean, look at how bad the fucking old industrial park area is down off of 4th Street across from the fucking refinery that's been sitting there open and vacant, you know, and for how many years was it just nothing but piled up rubble and bricks sitting there and nobody doing nothing with it? That could have made prime fucking work for all kinds of people looking for
my grandfather worked there, man. My grandfather worked there, and then when my grandmother and grandfather got divorced, her husband at that time, my step grandfather, however you put it, he worked there. That was the source of income for the black community. You know what I'm saying? When they were growing up, when they shut all that shit down, the only thing that was left for us was the streets. And a lot of people don't understand those dynamics, man. But there was a real fucking steel foundry right there in the south side of Lima, Ohio, in the black community.
I bet that.
Wemco and Superior Forge are open up again. They've been open for, I think, about 10 or 15 years.
I bet you that whole town was built on that steel factory too that you're talking about.
Actually, Lima was built on the steel factory and the refinery. That is what brought that town to life.
And the tank plant.
Yeah,
the tank plant came after.
That's what built the Midwest. All the factories shut down and everything else starting in the 70s. Like that murdered the Midwest.
Well, people also forget that, you know, there's a Ford engine plant right there in Lima too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, right up there off of fucking what is that? Off of Blue Lick.
Off of 81. Yeah.
You know, and then you got Dana that sits right beside it that makes parts for Honda or for Ford.
But Honda's 30 minutes away.
Yeah, well, you got Honda up in Lakeview now. You got Honda over in Anna now.
But see, the problem is this is the problem with a city like Lima, bruh. Motherfuckers fuck around like I did and get a criminal record at 17, 18, 19, 20. And then you're
that's because that's how the system's set up there, man. Yeah. You're given no other opportunity but to go out and, you know, do the hustle and hope like hell you don't become another statistic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because look, dude, I've been to war with those fucking cops in that town. I was out with a bunch of buddies. We was up at a show. We got pulled over right over there on fucking North Street across from the fucking sheriff's department of all places, right in front of the sheriff's department. You know, it's winter out. We all know how fucking third shift Nazi Lima cops are. We know this. They're fucking assholes. Well, I'm one of them people that I pull out my camera and I video everything with cops. This one cop didn't like it, dude. He didn't like it at all. Well, anyhow, long story short, you know, he charged me on some bogus shit. And I went and fought it in court, questioned him in court, won my case, had him admitting he couldn't prove anything that he was trying to charge me with, and fucking Judge Dickhead fucking Warren, which I swear to God, he better die before I find out where his house is, because I'm a fucking burn it down.
Rickard Warren is dead, but that's who sentenced me to them 2 years for that goddamn crack case.
No, this motherfucker found me guilty on circumstantial evidence, dude. On circumstantial evidence, which is against the fucking law.
Yeah.
And you know, Dennis's mom is actually, she works for the courthouse. She was the one that was actually taking the minutes. She was the fucking stenographer for my case.
Mm-hmm.
You know, look, dude, I looked at him, I said, you can't do that. That violates your own laws and the way that court proceedings are supposed to be held. And this fucking tyrant looked at me and said, well, if you don't like my ruling, hire a lawyer and appeal it.
Yeah.
He was mad because I was smart enough that I was able to go in there and represent myself and prove my case.
And it didn't matter.
And it didn't matter. Look, dude, I might as well be a black dude in the eyes of fucking Lima PD in the court. I swear to God.
But look, that's what I'm saying. That's what shaped me though. So like, it's just interesting, man. Because like, of course, I know some white dudes where I'm from that had that understanding. But this is what I'm saying though, bruh. Like, I'm glad to hear a motherfucker from there say that shit, or that's been there and know exactly what I'm talking about. That's not black, because some people think you just get on here and you rant on race shit with no understanding of it. I grew up in Lima, bro. That's where what you talking about is how
that was your life,
as a young black kid.
That was your life, man, and I understand that. And I think that's why unlike most people, you know, I really am socially accepted down on the South End, which is uncommon even still to this day.
Right.
You know, it really is to see someone like me, because I look like a redneck fucking white dude. I really do.
Beginning, bro. I don't know no white people like that. Now you see why. I'm from,
you know, and I will literally, you know, I've rolled up and I will just fucking pull up. Like I said, I got a buddy who has a trap house over on Catalpa. He'll have a bunch of people, and who's this white dude rolling up on a motorcycle in front of your house? Oh, that's just Brian. Don't worry about him. He's just like the rest of us. He's just a little bit lighter skinned black than us.
Yeah, dog. It's crazy. That's crazy.
You know Chris Williams?
Say what now?
You know Chris Williams?
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's my homie, man. I used to drive him back and forth to work, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, it ain't too many.
So you probably know his buddy Shannon that works for Waste Management too.
Like I know everybody, bro. And like, cause I mean, again, this is where I grew up playing midget football at. This is where I was in the streets at. You go to jail, you locked up with motherfuckers know you. You know, it's one of them small towns where you know everybody. You know what I mean?
Hey, look, dude, Lima is what gave me my street smarts, you know?
Yeah, that city, it'll definitely prepare you for the streets. You know what I'm saying? I definitely say that. It'll definitely prepare you for the streets. I went to Jefferson Elementary, though, man, and I think I'm just glad that the teacher I did have, Miss Noikins, like, the teacher I had, like, she kind of just made me know that I was smart. You know what I'm saying? That I wasn't like supposed to be a statistic. You know what I mean? And so even though I did end up being a statistic on some levels, I know what a teacher is supposed to do. Even though we talking about an old white lady, she's supposed to be able to find the greatness in you and tap into it. See what I'm saying? So like, that's why I don't respect a lot of what I see today that come out of people's mouth, because I know even when I was in the 3rd grade, it was a fucking old white lady telling me, God damn, man, you one of the smartest people in this motherfucking school. Don't you see it in yourself? Like, you have the brain capacity. You know what I'm saying? Like, she literally sat me down and like told me, like, damn, dog, what the fuck is wrong with you? You are fucking exceptional.
Hey, dude, you know what? I swear to God, it's like you're fucking talking about me as a child.
Yeah,
because I used to hear the same shit, dude. I was a slacker and a juvenile delinquent.
Hey, I ain't give a fuck though. I wish I would have took that shit when my teacher was telling me that shit when I was young. I wish I would have took it and applied it. But I ain't give a fuck, bro. I didn't realize, you know what I'm saying, potential and shit like that I had growing up.
Hey, dude, hindsight's always 20/20, brother.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is I only had that one teacher to do it though. See, I think if you get that in elementary school and in middle school, which again, Southside Lima, South Middle School, you're not gonna get that. You get a bunch of motherfuckers that don't like you, they racist. Lima has a racist foundation, and so people that's in corporate positions are racist. And teachers and whatnot, they don't care about youth excelling. You know what I'm saying? I never had a black teacher. You know what I'm saying? All the way through school in Lima, Ohio, I never had a black teacher. And so you don't learn much about yourself outside of school unless one of those teachers sits you down and says, hey, you're this, you're that, you should be studying this, you can do that. And I only had one all the way up to graduation. You know what I'm saying? So imagine the people that had none. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of fucked up because your parents can teach you the best that they can, but
they can only go so far with it.
External. Yeah, you need it externally too.
You know, because I understand what you're saying there. You know, I was one of them kids that there was like one or two teachers in my life growing up that they told me the same shit you heard. Why you always slacking? Why don't you actually, you know, do what you have so much potential that you're not using. You're like, you act like you're dumb and you're this shit's easy for you, you know? And I always just took it as, you know, just a couple teachers just trying to be decent. You know what I mean? Because look, I grew up in a small town, Minster, Ohio, but I want people to understand something. There are racist white people that are racist against white people.
Yeah, I already know, bro.
You get what I'm saying? And this town that I moved to, this town was so small and so tight knit that the whole town had probably 15 families with all that carried the same last 15 names. You know what I'm saying?
But think about this though. What if history was taught that way? Because like we all know there's an understanding of the original Klan being that way. But history ain't really taught in a way where, again, like I said earlier, the oppressors oppress all. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
If history was taught that way, we wouldn't even have time for the small time divisive arguments because we would have an understanding of what the oppressors have done. The arguments come in because people align themselves with the oppressors.
Right. You know, and that was all part of the tactic in the brainwashing of the American people. That was done intentionally.
Yeah.
You know, and this is all things that, you know, people like myself and you and others that get on this platform and other platforms like this, we've come to understand because we didn't stop our education when we walked out of the halls of the school. You know, we realized that education wasn't enough, and we actually actively sought out more knowledge and to really understand the things that we weren't being taught and was being suppressed from us, because the suppression of knowledge is a form of oppression.
Yeah. That's some shit that people wouldn't even understand though, bro. Like where we at with it today, people can pick up the goddamn phone and push Google, bro, and find what they're looking for.
Yeah, how many of them know how to pick up a fucking map and figure it out?
But do you remember the time when it had to be locked in, bro? And if you didn't know it, you just didn't fucking know it because you wasn't finna pull it up right then. You better fucking know it, bro.
Right.
Otherwise, you ain't gonna fucking know it, and you're not gonna be able to talk about it in depth. See, nowadays people can just Google some shit and just talk to you like they know what the fuck they're talking about.
But see, the thing is people like you and I who have actual, real, active knowledge. Those people are so easy to weed out that I don't even waste my time with them anymore, because their whole mission in life is to be a distraction.
But see, when you know you're dealing with undereducated people, you gotta exercise that level of patience because you want to bring it home. You know what I'm saying?
We got also
people who wasn't afforded the luxury of, you know, going to the library all the time to read and shit.
Well, look, I understand that point, but at the same time, too, you got to also be able to differentiate between people that just have a lack of knowledge and people that use Google as a way just to cause, you know, conflict and dissent.
Oh, yeah. You got them people out here. But like I say, that's more of the younger crowd. People like, for example, people like Psychopathia, you don't have to tell somebody his age. Well, I don't know. I can't even really say that because as I say that, RBR old ass pops up in the chat. Somebody should know better. But somebody like Psychopathia, you don't have to explain that concept to them because, again, people that's 41, 40, 35 even, you didn't have this technology that affords you the luxury of not knowing shit.
No, we watched it actually be created right in front of our face.
Hey John, can you drop the link? Something's going on with the computer. I can't get to the thing.
If you was talking, you had to know something. You couldn't just in the chat room talk freely about shit you don't know.
You know, and quite honestly, man, if you want my opinion, I think the internet is actually doing people a disservice.
RBR's over there.
Because
it is. Technology is dumbing us down, man. The example I always use is the phone number. I used to be able to run you a whole goddamn catalog of phone numbers off the memory. Now
Hell yeah. Absolutely, dude. I'm right there with you. You'd use a pager and run to the fucking payphone.
I mean, I'm saying like when it came to my grandma, my mom, my dad, my brother.
Dude, I still remember my home phone number.
I knew all that shit. Now, if I don't look at the contact list, I don't know no goddamn numbers, bro.
Yeah, I'm there with you. I don't even know dude. I don't even know my own phone number.
That's real. That's real. I don't have nobody's number memorized no more. And I'm gonna tell you something even iller. You can't even find a payphone no more.
Man,
when was the last time you actually saw a payphone? That's real. I don't
There's
have
one in Wapakoneta, Ohio, still.
Hey, I seen one in goddamn, where's that payphone? I'd have to ask wife. It's in one of them suburbs in Chicago, bro. That motherfucker still work too.
Dude, there's still one in fucking racist ass Walpock, Ohio, and it still only costs a nickel.
Last one I saw,
I've seen privately owned payphones
at the airport. You probably got to go to like an airport or something. Maybe they still got them there, or whatever. Bus terminals. And
yeah,
shit
I've
like
seen privately owned type, where like the business owns the payphone, and so.
I've seen basically what I've seen with the internet and the information on the internet is it's being used to mislead, distract, and undereducate people while they're destroying real literature that it was created and used for millennia to actually really educate and make people smarter and more intelligent.
Yeah, white
wow,
people.
RBR being all quiet.
Well, no.
Well, he's going to say I'm a racist because that's how I feel. So.
No, you're born racist. You don't feel racist. It's in your DNA. We talk, man. Why are you so scared of somebody telling you the truth? I'm not going to kiss your ass like these dumb niggas.
Dude, I don't ask you to kiss my ass, but you don't even know who I am, nor do you take the time to understand or get to know who I am. You automatically assume you know me, and you put me in a category with everyone else that's ever wronged you in life.
If you could talk to me like I was a human being, like a racist ass, then we could find out who you are.
Well, RBR, if you could have actually approached me the first time we interacted like I was a human being, we wouldn't even have this hostility between us. But you're the one, hold on, you are the one that started this.
You see how you won't let me talk to you? You see how you treat me like I'm some kind of an animal? That's really what you think of.
Well, I do think you're an animal. I really do.
You really do. And
shots fired.
I think you are actually do a disservice to your own race.
You see how he doesn't want me to talk, Mo? This is what the character of a racist
Mo's sleeping. It's Kelly.
Right, he represents the extremely far left of us.
That's a lie. That's a fucking lie.
Yeah, just so we're clear. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know, man. I've already got him pegged.
Of black people. We don't have racist DNA. We don't want to kill entire races of people, entire populations of people.
Dude, to say that black people don't have racist DNA is racist in and of itself. Every fucking person, every race on the planet has the ability to be racist.
No other race has killed 200 million black people, 30 million Asian Indians.
I don't know. I think the Egyptians did a pretty good job of that one.
Oh no, the white Egyptians had white racist DNA, like all white people. But no,
really? I was unaware that there were white people in Africa.
Yeah, there are white people in Egypt, Middle East. Arabs are white. Yeah.
Oh, so basically everybody that's committed atrocities on the planet is white, and
Absolutely. Now, so what
I see the narrative you're trying to spin. You're actually the people that me and Cads have been talking about that actually do a disenfranchisement to both our races.
Right. Well, that's a lie.
He tells me I'm white.
Name the black race that killed hundreds of millions of people that went into Sandy Hook Elementary.
You do realize you support the same people that Malcolm X, probably your hero, used to warn you about.
Why would you assume Malcolm X is my hero and not Dr. King and Barack Obama?
Because you don't act nothing like Dr. King. I'm sorry. There's no way that you can even remotely understand Dr. King's beliefs, his standpoint, and his rhetoric on anything.
I like some of Malcolm X though. I fuck with them both, man.
Hey, Malcolm had his points too, Taz, and I respect where he stood.
That's Barack Obama. You can have him all to yourself, RBR. But I take Malcolm.
You like Dylan Roof. Okay,
look up the speech. Ballot or
You're
the
a
bullet.
fucking ignorant fuck, dude.
Ballot or the bullet. Look up that speech.
He thinks every white person with a gun is a Dylan Roof.
Yes, pretty much. They could
Look
be
up that speech, bullet or the ballot, or ballot or the bullet.
It could be a George Zimmerman. They could be an Officer Darren Wilson, but they're racist and they want to kill black people. Now, so what I'm saying is, you are afraid to have a dialogue with me.
Hey, Taz, why don't you hook this motherfucker to where I'm from?
You need to update your names, bro. You using old names now, man. Dylan Roof is kind of an old name, bro. That's your shit up, bro.
It's where it is. It's
some dumbass shit like that last week, bro. It's racist how you post every day. Like, update your talking points, man. That shit get old and boring.
Truth, well, the truth doesn't get old and boring.
Exactly, Taz.
That shit get old, bro. Like step your shit up, bro. Like, Dylan Roof is an old name. It's somebody that's some racist shit.
I'm not kissing these white people's ass because you're intimidated by
them. Listen to what I just told you and listen well. There was a white racist person that did something yesterday. You're out of touch.
Start letting these
Taz is trying to give you some good information there,
bro. Like, you ain't educated, you ain't teaching, you ain't showing nobody nothing. Still talking about Dylan Roof, bro. Don't fuck with Dylan Roof, bro. We all hip to Dylan Roof, man. Like, give us something new that we ain't heard yet.
Charles Manson, Adolf Hitler, Stalin, all the damn.
Give us something we ain't heard yet, RBR. Tell us something we don't know.
Hold on. These are all the goddamn racists that have Ted Bundy. Okay, so anyway, what I'm saying is,
Ted Bundy killed a bunch of white women, bro. What are you talking about?
Well, it's the same killing. He was still a racist. All right, now let's say this.
Hey, dude, it's funny. It's like he's like Biden. Just let him talk.
I know. They won't let me talk because they're afraid of the truth. See, they want white people attitude is you let them be in charge so they can kill you, or they're
You know what, dude? I'll tell you this. I really wish that you were the type of person that would sit and say this kind of shit to me to my face. I really do.
Man, don't go down that road with it, man. But look, I studied Ted Bundy, though, man. That's one thing I didn't pick up from dude. I don't think he gave a fuck about race, bro.
Gone. But do you see the pattern, Mo? I wouldn't say 2 + 2 is 4 to his face because he'd kill me because I told him the truth.
I didn't say I'd kill you, but I definitely save you a dental bill.
Kelly's running it.
Man, man, there's something wrong with him, bro. He ain't gonna reciprocate, man. So don't do it, man.
Yeah, you're right, man. That shit, entertaining that kind of fucking shit is beneath me anyhow. Because I actually have a mission in life, and it's a mission to actually unite people.
Look, you're a racist, not violent.
Yeah, and you know what? The truth of the matter is that is the argument for anyone who doesn't have a valid argument.
Valid argument. You killed 200 million black people. You killed.
I don't recall ever killing anybody. I'm just saying. I don't recall ever killing anybody. I'm a free man working and raising my kids.
But listen, though, man, this is what y'all got to understand as white people, though, man. You got to understand who's making the argument. Like, if it's somebody like him, you're not supposed to argue with this motherfucker.
Hold on. These racists are
like, for example, somebody like me, somebody like Psychopatheist, we're not going to give you a bullshit argument to substantiate the points we making. When you talk about RBR, you taking that shit serious, dog.
Shit, which is what they really want to do to all of us.
This motherfucker called me a Nazi, dog. If you think Taz is a Nazi or a white supremacist sympathizer, there's something wrong with you. And there's something wrong with RBR. Don't take him serious.
Wait a minute. You're a conservative. You're rooting for Putin. You're stepping for Trump.
I ain't no goddamn. Listen, man.
Oh, man.
If I call myself conservative, what I would be referring to is the ideology outside of politics. I'm a conservative individual by nature.
How are you going to differentiate Trump and the Nazis from politics?
Black
is the one-trick pony, RBR.
To be conservative, bro. Like, what are you talking about? And I'm not talking politically. I'm talking about ideologically.
Well, okay,
that's your problem. You got a goddamn problem with the word conservative, the word Republican. You already went to the Eastern Bloc. You talking about fucking
the United States and this nigga,
man.
Racism outside of politics. That goddamn racism is in their DNA.
I did this all like 500 times last year, bro.
Follows a racist president.
You know,
fix your mic.
saying, bro.
And RBR, I am sorry that your mom gave you up for adoption and didn't give you enough hugs in your life because, man.
Yeah, I was raised with my
How
parents.
much can you say the same shit, RBR? You gotta grow, fam.
Now, what did Taz, hold on, let me say this. What did Taz or Psychopathia say when this racist piece of shit suggested that was adopted by my mom? I'm telling you, white boys.
Hey, bro, stop attacking the man, bro. And I would actually defend you, bro. But you always attack the man, bro. I ain't about to say shit, bro.
White boys.
We was up here having a legit conversation, bro. And based on what I've heard from him, bro, I'm cool with him speaking on this motherfucker about anything you talking about, bro.
But if he told you the truth about how he feels about you,
the truth about the snake pit, nigga. You don't know shit about the pit, nigga. Fuck you. Fuck. You ain't fine with nigga. Fuck you, nigga.
Racist, and they insult me infinitum, and these niggas on the panel.
Look, you a racist and a nigga all in the same breath, Taz.
RBR, man, I'm gonna need you to put your ass together, bro. There's something wrong with you, my nigga. Like real, bro. I'm gonna try to shut your shit down, bro.
Goddamn racist kill you.
Shut your shit down, fam. Hey, bro.
Just say you're a Democrat, then he'll shut up.
No, I'm not a Democrat. I'm a Democrat. Fucking Nazi, Marxist, fucking Antifa.
What is it gonna take to get you in that straight jacket you belong in, nigga?
With me, because I'm telling the truth, and you idiots are lying. That's why we can't have a conversation.
Did you already vote for Biden?
Yes, all day. I voted for
an open racist.
No, you don't know.
He's a white guy. He's
Are you gonna cry when he loses? Are you gonna cry when he loses?
Racists don't get to define the word racist, just like these coons up here.
No, I'm going by your definition. He's white, so he's a racist by default. So you just voted a racist into office.
Hold on.
So that makes you a racist supporter. Racist?
No, because he worked with Obama.
Hold on, coon nigga.
So he gets a pass.
Now, someone white who hates Obama because he's black. Someone white who thinks the white race is superior. Now, all whites think the white race is superior. But
I don't think anybody on this panel thinks that.
Joe Biden used Barack Obama, RBR. Joe Biden used Barack Obama.
I gave you my definition of racist. Now give me yours. Somebody black.
My definition of so listen well. I'm good at this. My definition of racist is a man like Joe Biden who would use Barack Obama to erase his own 50-year legacy of hatred and bigotry working with Strom Thurmond. He used Barack Obama to erase all of that. All his efforts to go against the black community. See, you are not smart. And you're
So hey, why are you talking over him? Why ain't you letting this man speak? Because you don't want to hear the truth.
No, I have to define racism. And
dude, he just sat here and gave you the fucking floor and let you say what you had to say, and you couldn't even give him 30 seconds to respond and give his definition. That tells me that you are fearful from hearing the truth.
Hold on. To tell you the definition of racism. It's somebody white who hates Obama because he's black. It's somebody white.
Let me tell you the definition of truth. Anything that doesn't come out of your mouth.
Joe Biden. Joe Biden is
racism. You can't define racism.
Why are you in denial about Joe Biden's racism?
I
can define racism.
Why are you in denial about Joe Biden?
I can define racism.
And the Klan kill black people. That's not
racism in the dictionary. Things to be
though, man. Like, are you saying Joe Biden has done racist thing?
You define racism as somebody white who doesn't want to kill black people.
No, man.
You do realize Joe Biden looked up to the Grand Wizard of the Klan as one of his mentors, right along with Hillary Clinton, right? The other racist you voted for.
Bird, the Grand Wizard
Cyclops or whatever they called it.
Joe Biden has policy to hurt the black community.
Racist. That's your definition of racism.
Dude, this guy literally told you on national TV that poor people are just as smart and as intelligent as white people. And you look and gloss right over the fact that he just made a racist comment about black people.
It doesn't.
He also said that blacks weren't as diverse as Hispanic.
Wait a minute, John. Hold on, Ray.
Hey, and let's not forget about when the first black Supreme Court justice or senator got elected, and he said, it's nice to see this guy all dressed up in a nice suit and with dignity and pride, unlike.
Yes.
Well, I mean, come on, dude. You're literally going to erase and overlook 47 years of blatant racism.
Yeah. He said he was clean and articulate.
Not to mention he didn't want his kids going to a racial jungle.
Yep.
All whites are supremacists.
And he called black men
Not to mention the fact that he stated that he was able to sit in his basement during the pandemic because of some black woman stocking the shelves in a Walmart for him.
Hey, hold on, bro. I ain't here for that statement. What's this racial jungle statement? What does that mean?
You don't want me to talk because you're scared of the truth.
Hey, what was the statement made about the
when he was writing the crime bill, he said he didn't want his children growing up in a racial jungle. And that's why he called black men predators that need to be locked up.
If you actually read the things Joe Biden said and not heard it, and you just read it, you'll think Donald Trump said it. You think Donald Trump said it.
Could I ask the question? I have a question.
I think I played the audio of that, and I didn't even recall it. Now that you say that, Psycho, I think I just played the audio of that the other day, and it didn't register to you say somebody else say it. That's crazy.
Well, look, him and Hillary Clinton were both fucking quoted in calling black people super criminals, super predators.
No. Only Hillary called them super predators.
Biden said predator.
Yeah, she said
Biden only said predator. He said predator.
Biden said predators, and she added the super to it.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But let me ask you a question.
You voted for Hillary because she went on Sway 45 or Shade 45 with Sway in the morning and was talking about having a bottle of hot sauce in her purse, didn't you?
Yeah, no, I voted for her because she spent 8 years under that black chick. Yeah. God damn it. Now, let me ask a question to the Nazis and the coons.
Bill Clinton?
Why is this Nazi afraid to let me talk?
Talk.
Now, I have a question for the Nazis and the coons.
What you got, bro?
Biden was in the third grade. Anything he did in the third grade.
He's got his hot sauce.
Oh, shit, man. He brought up the third grade card.
He won't let me talk. You see, they won't let the real brother talk. You see,
really, you're the only one who has constantly been going nonstop and not shutting up and listening to anything anybody says.
I'm responding. It's called.
How can you respond if you don't even hear what people are stating?
You're racist. I hear you. You're a Nazi.
Ooh, somebody's triggered. Do you need a teddy bear and a hug?
I'll be honest. You need some blood pressure pills. Seriously.
What Obama
did out up there, dog. Calm down.
Did in the
I think a stroke would actually be a benefit for his health.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
They're scared.
Yeah.
So the issue is,
I don't want him having a heart attack.
What people did in the third grade, as opposed to what people did after they spent 8 years under that black genius. Now, what did you niggas do in the third grade? What did you dumb racists do in the third grade that you don't want to tell about? Okay.
RBR, that wouldn't change racist DNA, as you call it.
Right, but hold on. Let's talk about that, because that's a good point, Kelly.
I served in the military.
Hold on.
I got 4 degrees.
Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton have racist DNA because all white people have racist DNA. Just like
Obama got racist DNA too. He got white people blood in him.
Mother does.
His mother was white. Obama's mother was white, so that means Obama got racist DNA too.
No, his mother. He's not.
Yeah,
black people
dance out of this one.
Well, that's a
Obama got racist DNA.
Hey, let's hear him dance his way out of that, Psycho.
All in your head.
Okay, now.
All in your head, man.
You see, they want women to be scared. Scared.
No, it's the thing is we were actually having productive dialogue and conversation until you decided to come in and disrupt it.
Right. As long as you racists are being appeased.
Yeah, it was Old Home Week.
Then you
It was Old Home Week in Ohio before you came on.
Yes, it was. We was having flashbacks and shit.
The motherfucker did after he spent.
Yeah, it was Home Week.
You have a problem with the discussion. When the discussion turns to reality and today and in third grade, then you motherfuckers don't want to have no discussion.
You came and brought that real shit, RVR.
Because what Taz did in the third grade, does that disqualify him for the cooning and joining the Klan today?
What I did in third grade was ignore my third grade teacher.
Man.
Joining the Klan.
Taz joining the Klan, man. That's so funny.
I'm making. Now that's somebody address that point.
Hey Taz, if you want, I'll cut some eye holes out in the sheet and give you that complimentary Klan uniform.
Yeah,
Taz, are you Uncle Ruckus now?
I'm never amazed at the things RBR say, man. To be honest.
Customized uniform would be one.
I'm never amazed.
You know, he reminds me of Dave Chappelle's character playing the Grand Wizard of a KKK rally and being blind and not realizing he's black.
Somebody black who passed the third grade reminds you of Dave Chappelle. Yeah, right.
I mean, see how he just threw all that together in one sentence. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Right.
Together in one sentence.
Man, I tell you what, whatever college you went to and got that honorary fucking diploma from, you really need to give it back to them.
I want to go out in journalism. Yes. But
I mean, I know people that have pulled degrees out of Cracker Jack boxes that have more intelligence than you do.
White people.
I mean, my fucking 6-month-old daughter has more intelligence in her big toe than you do in your whole entirety of your head.
She's a racist, which is so fucking stupid. You have intelligence because you're a racist and you hate black people? That's dumb. All right, now, so what I'm saying
All right,
is,
now,
Taz graduated from the University of Washington.
Scared. They're scared.
You're ignorant.
Scared.
You're a dumbass.
I'm ignorant.
You're a dumbass. Nothing you say matters.
They're not white.
You're a dumbass.
Yes.
You're a racist coon.
But you racist motherfuckers are going to be
No,
out of the
Coonzilla.
Nobody cares.
My words.
Nobody cares.
New lie.
Even you don't care. Deep down inside, you don't care.
I can't believe this woman ignored Joe Biden's racism. That's crazy.
On Tuesday. What lie would they tell on Tuesday? Have you guys discussed what lie you're going to move?
You ain't even gonna know nothing on Tuesday.
Wednesday. When's the lie? When's the new lie
You
due?
won't know nothing on Wednesday either.
I don't know. Why don't you
Some
tell us
states
what the
have a
lie is
week
we're
to
going to
vote.
tell since you know us
To
all so
count.
well?
The new lie is going to be it's just going to go away. It's like COVID. It's just going to go. The new lie is just going to go away. It'll be a miracle. No, you have to have a new lie.
It's gonna be a miracle.
He'll be in office no goddamn more. He'll be going to prison. So get
Yep. We're going to be injecting bleach any day now.
I don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to be a
I
doozy.
dream for a day when I get to go.
Yep,
to
we're
the
going to be
depot
injecting
and
bleach any day.
people wearing masks and shit. That is great. Yes, miracle. Woo!
Yeah, that lies.
I'm down for that.
RBR, did you find that picture yet of Bernie Sanders with Fidel Castro from 1962?
Show, yes, I showed you. Show it's called Psychopathia and Real Dana thing.
Show the picture with them two together.
It's up there, yeah. I put it
One
on
that ain't photoshopped.
No. See, that's the thing. Bernie admits to going to
No. I'm talking about you said there's pictures of you said pictures with an S, meaning plural, meaning more than one. So you can have multiple pictures of Bernie Sanders in 1962 chilling with Fidel Castro.
Yes, it's two pictures. It ain't multiple pictures, but you can look at it. It's on.
Who is multiple?
Who is multiple?
You dumb motherfucker.
It's on the stream. What two?
I think you need to pick up a dictionary and expand your lexicon.
Wrong, fucker. Two is a couple. Two is a couple.
That's
Two
multiple.
is, that's multiple.
No.
Multiple is anything more than one, you dumb motherfucker. What's wrong with you?
That's couple.
You dumb, yo.
Yeah, multiple would be more than a couple.
No, it's not. There's no base number set the multiple like it is couple or few.
No. So
a few is three, a couple is two, multiple is more than one.
hold on, third grade education. So a couple is the same as a whole gang of pictures. Really? Shut up. Next
Multiple doesn't have no base. Now, what's the base number to multiple? How many numbers? What number materials do you need for it to be multiple?
More than 2. All right, now.
No, that's a few. That's a few. Dummy. Yeah. Now. What's the base number that it needs to be for it to be set to multiple?
Some. Oh wait, that's 4.
Exactly. Shut the fuck up.
More than 3. I'll say more than 3.
That's some.
That's 7.
Yeah. That's no.
Yes, it is.
So how do you go from 3 to a gang of fucking pictures? What would that?
You're the one making these picture claims, RBR. I just want to see the pictures. Where the pictures at?
Does your coon ass need to see a Bernie Sanders and Fidel Castro?
You do, because you made the claim. Stop making claims you can't back up.
You're making claims. Why didn't you?
You made the claim that they was chilling in 1962 together. And you got pictures of it.
Yes, I do. Bernie Sanders in 1962 admits, and there's pictures
at 19.
At 19. There's pictures of Bernie Sanders. There's a picture of Bernie Sanders at 19 supposedly at some sit-in where the Nazis
that's believable. I'm talking about the Fidel Castro, the outlandish claim.
Can I read the definition of multiple?
Yes.
Can I read you the definition of multiple?
I don't know. You can read.
Consisting of, including, or involving more than one.
Well, that don't count because that is a racist definition.
No, that's the same definition I use, so that's
the
correct.
Merriam-Webster dictionary. That's the Merriam-Webster dictionary.
But Merriam-Webster was a white woman and she was racist.
No, that's not true. Merriam-Webster was a dude. All right, so here we go. Let's go to racism and see if your picture.
Merriam-Webster was a dude.
Shots fired.
There's one dude.
Yeah, he was a family dude. He wrote the dictionary. God damn. Google. God damn.
Wait, Merriam-Webster.
Two separate people. Merriam is one, and then there's Webster.
You don't know nothing. Yeah, this is a dumb motherfucker.
Two people.
Dude, you walk right into traps so easily.
How did you get your journalism degree? I'm still fucked up off that. How did you get your journalism degree?
Well, how did you not get one with your coon ass?
I need to go to the school you went to. I could have breathed.
You know how when we were kids and we was hoping we would get tattoos out of the Cracker Jack box? He got a diploma.
Right. And well, anyway, I have a question for the coons.
University of Washington.
You motherfuckers.
He was one of the motherfuckers that was ripped off by Trump in Trump University.
Yeah, right. The real brother went to Trump University. Get the fuck out of here.
You ain't no real brother, dude.
You're mad, RBR.
You are not no real brother because I've been talking to real brothers on here for quite a while, and you are the farthest thing from that.
Yes, you've been talking to Herman Cain and Kanye West and Taz.
It's funny that intellectuals are not real brothers to you.
Yes, psychopaths are intellectuals and they don't
we
understand.
were actually talking about Herman Cain, his 999 plan.
They don't understand that these racists hate him because they black and want to kill him. They just don't know anything, but they claim to be smarter than me.
I bet you think Ben Carson is an idiot too, right? A fucking brain surgeon.
Fucking goddamn sellout. He ain't been a brain surgeon.
You know, I'm sure you think author of multiple books, Thomas Sowell is a moron too, right?
% moron. Wrote a book called Why
Obama.
I
like David Sowell.
Had to bury that book because Obama won by 10 million votes, which was a record. All right. Now, and his vice president was Joe Biden.
Hey, you know what? That is the first thing you said this whole time that is actually true.
Everything's true. You motherfuckers are racist. You're Nazis. 2 is a couple. Everything I said, right? Everybody.
Yeah, I think I'm about ready to take a break and go give birth to a couple of your kids here in a minute.
Everything.
You won't meet you halfway, Brian.
Before you spend 8 years under Obama doesn't count. Okay.
Okay.
In the room and shit doesn't count. Okay. All right. So everything I've said has been true. We could have a conversation. Stop insulting me because I don't agree with you about killing everybody on earth who's not white.
Stop insulting me.
Why did Obama put those immigrant children in cages?
Well, he didn't. It's another fucking lie that you dumb fuck racist started. So you can
really? That is insanity.
Hold on. So you
2014, it was under Obama.
Deflect, right? So you can deflect from Trump ripping babies away from their parents and trying to make
Nobody
Well,
gives
Obama
a
did.
fuck.
That's
You wanna
exactly
know
what
why?
they did under Obama.
'Cause Biden ripped babies away from their parents by sending them to jail. I don't give a fuck.
Right. You don't give a fuck about anybody who's not white. That's the
No,
point.
I don't give a fuck about somebody doing something illegal. I don't care about illegals. Guess what they do? They take jobs from black people. I don't care.
Somebody look at how many jobs the
And actually, if you really did your research on them kids, you would find out that the fucking officials have actually tried to reach out to their parents in Mexico, and they won't come get their kids.
That's a lie.
That is not a lie. You want to know why? Because they know that their kids are better off here than they are in Mexico.
Yes, they're better off with the Nazis.
That's true. That's true. What do you say?
Better off. They came over here because of Obama. They didn't know this nut was going to get elected. All right, now why would Psychopathia?
They came over here because of Obama, but yet Trump was already here and was already elected. Dude, your fucking argument makes absolutely no intellectual sense at all.
They didn't know that Trump was a Nazi. Come on, man. Most of them people are white Hispanic.
No, you just said they didn't know Trump was elected.
They didn't know Trump was a
Don't
Nazi.
deflect. Don't change your argument. These motherfuckers knew Trump was in office. They knew he was elected, and they knew Obama built the cages that Trump put them in.
Yeah, that's a lie. They didn't.
No, it's not.
They didn't know.
No, it's not.
Oh, shut up.
Anyway. No, I'm not going to shut up because I'm going to do to you like you do to everybody else that doesn't want to hear the truth. So you say you refuse to accept the truth.
No, I refuse to accept.
You are your own worst enemy.
No, I refuse to accept 2 + 2 = 7 is the truth. Where the detention?
No,
center-
instead you want to accept 2 + 2 + 2 = 12.
Yeah, well, that's not true. What I don't accept is lies. Okay, that would be 2 + 2 = 7.
How's that Common Core education you got in college coming along for you?
A lie, but I didn't get a Common Core education in college. It's for.
You sure about that? Because you're sitting here repeating the same shit these dumbasses out in Berkeley, California are trying to repeat.
Lying. You guys are a bunch of liars. Now, were there detention centers?
Dude, why are you the only person that gets to fucking speak?
I have a question, RBR. What is Biden going to do for the black race in America? What's Biden going to do? No, legitimately tell me. I'm going to listen.
Well, we already had this conversation the last time, and he said Biden was Obama's vice president. And then, if you recall, his second argument was he tried to say that Biden wrote and passed the fucking the Obamacare bill.
Right, he did.
Yeah, but let him answer. I want to hear what his answer is.
Now, let me say, my answer is he's going to do what he did for 8 years when he was under that black genius. He's Scottie
What,
Pippen.
ride Obama's coattails?
No, I said he's Scottie Pippen. Now, he ain't Jordan, but he's Scottie Pippen. So
use Obama to erase his racism?
Wait a minute. So when Scottie Pippen starts a team, he's not going to model the team after the Utah Jazz. He's going to model the team after Michael Jordan's Bulls.
Yeah, because Michael Jordan carried him, just like Obama carried Biden.
Well, what's wrong with that? Biden was white, so he had racist DNA. He needed Jordan.
Yeah, but what you don't understand is just because somebody rode somebody's coattails that you accept does not erase their racism and their.
So he doesn't have racist DNA now?
What's wrong with Steve Kerr and Will Perdue riding Jordan's coattails? What's wrong with that? Well, he's black, and you can't ride the coattails of anybody black. Well, whose coattails was he supposed to ride? John Stockton. Well, how many championships did he win? Well, none. But at least he ain't black. Oh, shit. Are you serious?
This guy, man.
Wow, dude, I swear to God, I don't need to smoke weed anymore.
No, you could just use the brain and use Google and use some information and stop lying all the fucking time.
Google's lying to you, bro. You need to stop using Google and pick up a fucking encyclopedia and educate yourself.
RBR will blow your mind.
Everything that's in the encyclopedia is on Google.
You know,
what the?
Hey, Brian, this goes back to what goes back to what Taz was talking about. Nowadays, people can just Google shit and they don't know really what they're talking about.
Right.
Exactly what Taz was talking about.
This is a prime example of.
Well, let me talk about it because I think that's important that you bring up the fact that the racists have flooded the internet with misinformation and fake news.
No, that would be the leftist fucking tyrannical fucking morons and that have taken over tech.
Why are you right wing talking points?
The only racist person I see here is you. Like, seriously.
Conservative racist.
Why are you using conservative talking points with that fake news stuff? That's conservative talking points. Why are you using those?
Well, what they do, Psycho, I just said, what they do is they take whatever they're doing, right? Caging kids, separating kids from their parents, and then they blame the Democrats. They have.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't the CEO?
Projection. It's what you do all the time, RBR.
If I'm wrong, but is not the CEO of Google a fucking Indian guy?
RBR, I think that was Trump term that you're using. Why are you using Trump terms if you hate Trump so much? If you hate Trump so much, you shouldn't be using Trump terms, right?
No, these aren't Trump terms. I'm telling you what Trump
is totally a Trump term. He popularized that.
To me, you're not listening to me. If they
ran in 2016 on the whole premise of fake news, his whole nomination run in 2016 was fake news.
The term before Trump, it was called yellow journalism.
Right.
Well, you know what I find interesting is this guy claims to, claims to be one of those people that, hold Martin Luther King near and dear to his heart and his beliefs, yet wants to do the exact opposite of everything Martin Luther King stood for. Everything Martin Luther King stood for was valid except for that part where he said men should be, judged by the content of their character, not the color of their skin.
No, that was for you. That wasn't for us. He wasn't saying that.
No, that was for everybody.
Not for you. Not for you.
He wasn't saying
of course
that we judge Hitler by the.
You should go and listen to it again.
Saying that we judge Hitler by killing 6
I think you need to listen to that shit again.
So anyway, what?
What the hell, man?
Can I finish? Dumb racist. Now, what I'm saying is,
I haven't even got
news
to
is
talk.
doing fake news, and Trump then told over 25,000 lies. Then they're going to accuse the Democrats.
Well, that just means he fits right in with the rest of the politicians. They're all liars.
See how fast he stopped me? You see how fast he stopped this truth?
See how fast he stopped me? See how fast he stopped me? Dude, you sound like a kid that just won a kitten.
That wants to destroy these races because they want to kill everybody.
You ain't destroying nothing but yourself.
Wait a minute. Listen. Now, if Trump has a fake bank account in China with $419 million in it,
you got proof on this? Can you prove this?
He closed. He did have an account. He closed it before he ran for president.
That's a lie because it's still open and they deposited.
Can you prove it? Can you prove it?
I'm not.
Then back up the link in the fucking in the messages.
Financials when Trump declared it on his financials when he was running for office. You have to submit your financials.
Get the fuck out of here. Of course he had to submit his financials, but he didn't. You don't have to submit Hunter Biden's laptop. What are they talking about? That's dumb shit. Now, so what I'm telling Psycho, this is not for the Nazis because you already
just
know.
Make it up. You're like adding things together that aren't even related.
Right? If they're caging kids, if they got bank accounts in China, if they bribed the Ukraine for $419 million, then they're going to accuse Democrats of doing it.
Oh, you mean
you know what this reminds me of? Listening to you talk is like listening to a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old put their fucking story together on how they're going to convince their mom and dad they didn't fuck up while they were gone.
The 3-year-old assessment about
you know who I think of? Brian. I think of the habitual liar. The habitual liar on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, I mean, they lie so much they actually believe their own lies.
Yeah, good point, Nick. When you've done 25.
Dude, you remind me of my dad. Now I know why I don't like you.
Well, he was a racist and he was lying too. Now,
yeah, actually, you know what? You're right. He was a racist. That's why I don't like him.
Right. Well, that's why you have racist DNA because you get it from your father. All right. Now,
no, wrong. That's where you're wrong, buddy.
Where did you get your racist DNA?
I don't have racist DNA.
All whites have racist DNA.
That's incorrect.
All alcoholics have alcoholic DNA.
Dude, wrong.
That's bullshit, RBR. My dad was an alcoholic.
But not everybody's an alcoholic.
I don't drink it all.
Not everybody's an alcoholic.
It has nothing to do with DNA at all.
You're assuming everybody's an alcoholic.
No, I'm assuming.
Don't use sickle cell because everybody doesn't have that trait.
I'm assuming that everybody who has alcoholic DNA has alcoholic DNA. I'm assuming.
No, that ain't what you said. You said all alcoholics have alcoholic
and
DNA.
The same
Stop changing your
you're
statement.
assuming that everybody's racist.
No, I'm not assuming that everybody's drunk. I'm assuming that everybody that has alcoholic DNA can't drink and drive because they'll fuck around and kill everybody. Now, so what I'm saying is
that's not true either.
Yeah, it's a complete falsehood.
Drunk doesn't have the potential to run the red light and kill a family of 4.
Hey, dude, I know all kinds of people that have gotten drunk and driven home and got home safe and didn't hurt nobody.
I didn't say that. I said, do they have the potential to drive drunk, run the red light, and kill the pitcher for the goddamn Angels? Yes
Yeah,
or
but
no?
so does a sober person.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
A
they
sober
do.
person's not drunk by definition.
A sober person does have the potential to run a red light and kill somebody. It happens daily.
Distracted driving. Distracted driving.
No.
Texting and driving.
Distracted don't have alcoholic DNA. Alcoholics do.
How do you know
No,
that they
distracted
don't
drivers have
that
racist DNA, John.
Well, if they're white, yes. But no, if they're black or Asian, no. Now, so what I'm saying is, just to finish the point, anything that they're doing.
I would like for you to get to any point.
Well, that's the point. Anything that racists are doing to destroy the
Just
planet.
a tip, man. Just a tip.
They accuse us
You
of.
can't.
All right?
You can't assume that
Because he didn't take journalism classes.
you can't assume that white people are indefinitely racist, and you can't assume that black people are indefinitely not racist. That's just not a
oppressed and enslaved and discriminated against white people for.
Oh,
You know, I'm gonna tell you what. I'm glad that I'm not a racist, because if I was, I would judge all people based on your ignorance.
Well, that would be stupid, because you wouldn't be judging all people if you're a racist. You would just.
You're
be
right.
judging-
I'd be judging all black people for your ignorance, and that's
Thanks.
not fair to the rest of your race.
But as a racist, you hate me not because of ignorance. You hate me because I'm black. Which is why
Nobody gives a
No,
fuck
I hate you
about
because
what
you're
color
an
you are.
ignorant black person that is actually doing nothing but trying to set his own people back.
Well, that's a lie. Joining
No, it isn't a lie. I hope that whatever kids you speak to don't fucking listen to you, because you are not giving them anything beneficial for life.
Okay, I'm black. So join the Klan and do
Yeah,
a
you are not black. You are the farthest thing from black.
Yes, all the blacks.
You are not black. I've met black people. You're not black. I'm sorry. You don't get to. You don't get to have that card. You're not black.
Flavor Flav is black.
Yes, a white racist dude is taking your black card from you.
Yes, they get to do that. Now, the problem with this lie that just because you have racist DNA, you have to Nazi who killed everybody white is just stupid.
I'm trying to figure out how I have racist DNA when, you know, we all come from the same African woman, and that's been proven through DNA.
No, you racists don't come from us. You come from the Caucasus
Yeah, we do.
Mountains.
Everybody on this planet comes from the same woman from Africa.
It comes from one African. That's a lie, because you would have.
That's true.
No, that's just a lie that you tell yourself because you don't want to accept the fact that you're whitey.
Right. Well, it's a definite fact, scientific, that 12% of our human DNA is what we commonly refer to as race. Now, you can find it on Google, but you won't if you go to the sites that are racist. Now, white people
It's actually a human fact, a scientific fact, that 99.98% of all human DNA is the same.
Right. Well, I understand that, but what the point is if a woman and a man.
You know, you're focusing too much on the one thing that matters the least, and that's how much melanin someone has in their skin.
That's a lie. That's a lie, because we have 4 million years on you dumbass white people. Now,
dude, there was no one here 4 million years ago.
Black people were here. You weren't here. The
No, they weren't.
Man wasn't here. But
No, they weren't.
They created civilization. Who
No,
created
they
that?
weren't. So you were walking around with the dinosaurs, Fred Flintstone?
Humans were not around 400 million years ago.
Yes, they were. Littlefoot.
No, they weren't.
Shut up. Littlefoot was 3.9.
Oh, shut up. I'm speaking.
Littlefoot was 3.9 million years
3.9 is not 400 million.
3.9
400 million years ago. That's what you said.
I didn't say 400 million. I said 4. God damn, this motherfucker dumb. I said 4.
Well, you know, maybe if you pull the dick out of your mouth and actually speak some real shit, maybe people will be able to understand you.
Well, they were
just saying. Didn't your mom ever teach you not to speak with a full mouth?
Insults are part of racist DNA.
Yeah, and calling people racist is part of a moron who has no actual intelligible argument about anything. That is your default mechanism to answer and respond with racist, racism, racist, racism, racist, racism. You're a fucking textbook fucking liberal moron.
Hold on, we're not talking about DNA. We're talking about human DNA. Now,
No, we've been listening to you talk about me. Now I want to talk about you and your idiocracy.
You hate me because I'm black. We realize that.
No, I don't hate you because you're black. I hate you because you're an ignorant fuck who make black people look bad.
Right, I make black people look bad by telling black people.
You sure the fuck do, man.
Now, let me say this.
No, I don't want to hear any more of what you got to say because you're ignorant and nothing you say has any value.
Scared. All right, Mo.
No, I'm not scared. You know what? You're right. I am scared. I'm scared of losing fucking brain cells and becoming more retarded and dumb listening to your ignorance.
Black people. You're afraid of not being black people because you won't be in power. Now,
you know what's funny is I was sitting here having a great conversation for almost an hour with two real black people, and I want to make sure that I want to highlight the fact that I said real black people, real brothers, real brothers. Something you don't understand, Whitey.
Want to join the Klan? Black people want to join the Klan, but I'm just saying.
Hey man, let me borrow your sheet, buddy.
Now, let me ask Kelly a question.
Let me borrow your sheet.
Let me ask Kelly a question.
Let me borrow your sheet. Come on, we can go to Klan rally together.
RBR is selling membership to the Klan.
Can I ask Kelly the question? Now, Kelly, here's the question.
Kelly doesn't give a fuck about your question either because she thinks you're ignorant.
You can speak for herself, Mr. Nazi. All right, now
apparently not. She's a racist white girl.
No.
What's the question, RBR?
Here's the question: do men and women have the exact same DNA? Go.
No.
No.
Thank you. So humans have different DNA. Now, the difference between a man and a woman.
Females have XX and males have XY.
Your brother teach you. Stop it, third grader. Now,
Gender and race is not the same thing.
A person's DNA and the human genome are two different things, buddy.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie.
No, it's not.
It is. The human
No,
genome.
it's not. You can keep telling yourself that everything that is facts are lies all you want. It doesn't change the fact that what you think are lies are actually facts.
Yes, it's 2 + 2 is 7. It's actually a fact. Okay, right.
You said 2 + 2 equals 15.
The human genome was tracking the DNA and tracing it.
How come they want to attack the human genome? Why do the Nazis who want to claim that black people don't exist genetically, why do they want to attack the human genome?
I don't recall ever saying that black people don't exist genetically.
When Nazis ever say
that
black
one
people don't exist
from?
genetically? What do you mean?
Go ahead.
Jesus Christ, man, you've been shut down so many times. Now you're, hey, Taz, he brought some new shit to the table, brother. You got to give him credit. He brought new shit to the table.
RBR is a provocateur. RBR is a provocateur.
Yeah, that's all.
How much does Soros pay you? How much does Soros pay you, dude?
Well, he doesn't pay me because I'm like Obama. I tell black people the truth. Well, no white people want black people to know the truth. They want you to be like Psychopathus and Taz. Now,
Like
the
you
reason,
can keep your doctor and you can keep your plan.
okay, so their plan. 20 million white people today have private insurance. They pay 30% more. They kept their fucking plan. You goddamn right. They did.
I have VA. I have Veterans Administration healthcare.
Did you keep your plan? Did you keep your plan?
I don't know. Prior to Obamacare, I was paying like fucking 50 times less for insurance than what we pay now.
Thank you. You have private insurance. Private insurance is 50%.
You know, I could tell you horror stories about the VA, the care we got.
Oh, dude, I understand. My father-in-law and my dad and one of my best friends deal with them. I used to have to take them up there, and it's
I
fucked.
wouldn't call that exactly care.
No. The VA.
No, it's more like them pretending they're giving you something that they promised when really they ain't giving you nothing.
No, you at the VA, you have a chance to buy into the Obama exchange. But you won't do it because you
get to buy into what?
Any American citizen can buy insurance on the exchange, on the Obamacare exchange. You hate Obama because he's black, so you won't do it.
You think Obamacare is cheaper than private insurance, don't you?
It is. It's 50% cheaper. That's the law.
Then explain to me why, when my brother-in-law and sister-in-law were having a kid, and they thought the same thing too initially, they switched from private insurance to Obamacare to have their child. The expenses for that child were 3 times what it would have been if they would have just kept their private insurance.
Well, that would be called a lie because when you get a 50%,
no, it's not a lie, dude.
Why should I go out and pay for more insurance? My situation is service connected. I got hurt in the military.
You
So
see
a
how they
kid in
go?
the military be taking care of my care?
We can deal with that later.
Oh wait, who the hell is burning up Saw?
That's one of the Nazis. They're chainsaws. They're killers. Come on now.
Is that Nick?
They're racist DNA. All right. So what?
Is that
Hey,
Nick?
I agree with you 100%. This dude right here is what stifles productive conversation and people actually being able to make meaningful change in the world and this country.
Stifles lies. You goddamn
He is the he is the definition of what is the problem with this world today.
lying to everybody because some people ain't gonna accept
Oh,
you.
he lying to everybody. He lying to everybody.
Oh, hey Kelly.
What?
No, Kelly, don't shut them.
You see how we get along, and then there's these individuals like RBR.
Telling the
As
truth.
much as you try to work with them, there's no working with them.
Try to get them to believe your lies. Yes. Now, Kelly, the reason that I wanted you to acknowledge that the difference between a man
Hey,
and a
Taz, you still with us, brother?
Hey, right. Well, he still got the uniform.
Taz, you still with us?
Niggas like their uniforms, their clan uniforms ironed and shit. They got all kind of wrinkles.
Yeah, I'm washing sheets, man.
You're watching sheets.
It's clan sheet.
Washing sheets, cleaning white.
Oh,
sheets.
I got you, man. You doing your honey-do list.
Right. No, he's watching his
For
clan.
the clan
outfit.
meeting.
Yeah.
I knew it. I knew RBR would come for that.
Clan member at the rally and shit. But anyway,
That was funny.
what I was saying to Kelly is that the difference between a man and a woman is 12% of your DNA.
It would be an X and a Y chromosome.
No, it wouldn't. That's
1911
science. That's old science. The 21st century science.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about this new age progressive Common Core science where everything's up for interpretation and we can have 85,000 different fucking sexes.
Okay, so this motherfucker lying.
No,
No,
there's 21 and 23.
Women have vaginas.
They said that they broke down DNA to a 99.9%.
You know, this motherfucker here is the same person that supports tranny men getting birth control.
Yeah, well, that's not true. And why would he make up a lie and then attach it to me? That's what racists do.
Because that's what you've been doing to me,
Because
buddy.
that's what you do
Making
to
up
us.
lies and attaching them to me, and you've never met me or fucking ever had any interaction with me other than your own fucking assumptions that you made about me because of the color of my skin. And that's really sad that's where you go with things. That's sad. That's really telling about you as a person. That's really telling about your moral character, your moral fiber, whether or not you have any integrity, whether you have any intelligence, whether you've actually read a fucking dictionary, whether you actually have a fucking lexicon to speak from other than spouting the same bullshit about being a third grader and a racist and a fucking Nazi. Did I touch on everything you usually touch on, you fucking moron?
Ku Klux Klan. The Ku Klux
2
Klan.
plus 2.
You forgot the Ku Klux Klan, okay? All right, what I'm saying is,
You a house nigga. Shut up.
hold on, 12%
Shut up, house nigga.
differs between races.
Shut up.
Is that Maurice? or
Nobody
was it
cares. You're stupid.
The truth.
You're
Nobody
an
cares.
idiot. You're an idiot. You're a moron. You're stupid. Nobody wants to hear your shit.
Nobody
You're
wants to hear-
dumbing down our youth. You're dumbing down everybody on this panel. You're dumbing down people in the chat board. Nobody wants to hear what you have to say. Why don't you walk away? Are you triggered yet, pussy?
Man, who here doesn't want to hear the truth? Man.
If it's coming from you, I ain't got nothing to, I think I'm going to turn my hearing aids off.
Truth is not my truth.
Okay, 2 plus 2 equals 4 is not your truth. Okay, great. Sounds good. Your truth is 2 plus 2 equals 7. Sounds great, Kelly. Perfect. We can work with that. You should be president, Kelly. If you think the
I
truth
don't want to
is-
be president.
You really are a botched abortion baby, aren't you?
You just want the president to kill everybody who's not white, which would be
If
the
he
same
was
thing.
gonna kill everybody, he would have done it.
He couldn't do it because he's a third grade child.
Then why the fuck are you worried about it?
Because he's still president. He's going to try to keep on kill 6 million Jews who thought they were black. So no, I want to kill
Oh
any-
my
a million people with the coronavirus. We don't want this motherfucker killing anybody. Why does it acceptable for Nazis to think, well, he's only killed
Can I ask a question? How long are we going to be forced to be put through this fucking torture?
until you become civilized.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm
No,
asking Kelly.
civilized does not equal Democrat. Stop it, RBR.
It does not equal Nazi. It does not equal Klan. It does not equal Proud Boy. It does not equal Antifa.
I feel like
There's nothing wrong with the Proud Boys.
Oh,
Like,
feel like I'm in
Well, they're
the
racist because they got a Cuban white guy that runs the organization.
Yes, Black Coon like Taz and Psychopathia.
Dude, you're a fucking house Negro. Shut up.
Yeah, the House Negroes don't want the racists in charge of the White House. Yeah, that sounds good. Now, so what I'm saying is, there's
fucking bedwench.
I'm about to end this stream. I've been on here 9.5 hours. RBR,
you want to take a
own show.
Psycho might want to take a breather and let Arthur come up because he's tired. He only shot twice. He didn't play no defense, but both the motherfuckers were running around.
Well, the motherfucker's actually going to pull the dick out of his mouth. Congratulations. I didn't think you could do it.
Carmelo Anthony was running circles around his ass.
Oh, Lord.
Tired as fuck. He had to come out the game. But what I'm saying is that
laughing at his own jokes. That's pathetic.
Well, you're too dumb to get the joke, so I have somebody.
There is no joke. The only joke is you.
You are the joke, you third grade Nazi.
Oh, nice comeback. I'm rubber, you're glue. You want to do some more third grade shit, third grader?
Third grader? You're the one that thinks a goddamn Nazi should be president, and you don't care how many black people he killed.
I never said. You see, there's another fucking assumption. You've never even listened to me speak. I don't support Trump, you fucking dipshit. I don't support any politician because their whole fucking platform is to lie to the people and steal our wealth to make them wealthy. So go fuck yourself.
Well, no, that's Tuesday's lie. You can't use that lie today. It's Sunday.
Oh, okay, that's Tuesday's lie. That's Tuesday's lie. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm wearing Tuesday underwear. I forgot.
You never supported it. You supported Joe Biden. Yeah, that's Tuesday's lie. Okay. Today's lie.
I didn't say I support Joe Biden either. See, that's your problem is you don't listen.
The spotted owl. You support the spotted owl.
You don't listen. You don't take the time to actually take in what somebody's saying and have an intelligent discussion or debate. All you do is hear to respond.
Well, let me ask you, who do you support that can get electoral college votes and become
Who do I support? Anybody who actually stands for the Constitution and believes in true equality for the people in this country.
After you're not listening, I said that only 2 people running in this election can get electoral college votes and thus win the election. And
so you want to know who I'm going to vote for? I am writing in freedom and liberty. That's who I'm voting for. And that's who I support, freedom and liberty.
How many electoral college votes can freedom and liberty get?
They should get all of them.
Oh, how many can they actually get? Reality.
They should get all of them. Because that should be every American's fucking goal is for freedom and liberty.
Liberty for racists and Nazis. Okay, that sounds great for the 1% of
Dude, I like how you just fucking take something that was a legitimate fucking comment and try and twist it to your narrative. Because you refuse to accept anything positive from anybody. You are the most negative person I have ever met in my life. And I have an ex-wife that I wish a tornado would suck up. But now I wish a hurricane would wipe you off.
All the black people off the face of the earth. Yeah, sounds good.
No, not black people. I like black people. I just don't like ignorant people like you. You're not black. You don't get the luxury of referring to yourself as a black person.
Because I didn't join the Klan. Yes. Okay.
No, because you're an ignorant fuck.
Let's go back to freedom and liberty and how many electoral college votes freedom and liberty can get. That would be 0 because they didn't get the nomination of the Democratic or the Nazi
Well,
party.
see, that's the problem with our election system anyhow, is we don't actually get to choose who is running for president. When's the last time you actually saw a presidential candidate that was nominated that was actually someone the people chose rather than someone the establishment chose?
Well, that's a lie.
No, it's not a lie.
That's the truth, RBR. I hate that you can't swallow that pill, but
we vote for our
Look,
elected.
dude, the truth of the matter is if we were actually selecting people that were going to be in the presidential office or in positions in Congress, then we wouldn't have the same motherfuckers that have been sitting in Congress for the last 40, 50, 60 years doing absolutely nothing but ripping us off and squandering our wealth and making us all slaves to their fucking draconian fucking nightmare of a system.
Lie.
Amen.
And our congressmen
That is
too.
not a lie. And the fact that look, the fact that you preach the stuff that you do preach and you can't even see this simple truth and meet me somewhere in the middle with it is really disturbing.
Tuesday we will have an election, and what's the point of the
Tuesday
election?
we are not going to have an election. Tuesday there is going to be a selection made.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
No, it's not, dude.
He believes so much in government, it's sickening.
Prove it? No, I believe in competent
But yeah,
government.
he calls us communists and Marxists when a Marxist and a communist literally puts all their faith and trust in government.
No, they don't. A communist and
Yes,
Marxist,
they do.
Hold on. A communist and Marxist puts all their faith in the 1% of whites who control 90% of white wealth.
You are about an ignorant fuck, dude. Dude, how does every definition somehow revolve around racist white people?
Racist white people.
Because you know what? I have yet to see that in any form of dictionary. I haven't even seen that one in the Urban Dictionary. And the Urban Dictionary tells me the definition of my name means I have a big ass horse cock.
Okay. Well, no, you just that's the definition of your name is dumb white racist. All right. Now, the public elects the president, the Congress. Really? Yeah. The House and the Senate. Now, if you don't
Really,
vote,
the public elects that, then how are there so many dumb racist third graders in Congress?
because dumb racist third graders like dumb racist third graders in Congress. Okay, to put it simply. Now, if you vote,
Really, because most of these dumb racist third graders that are in Congress were voted in by ignorant fucks like you.
Yeah, well, that's not true because I voted for the black people. All right, now
You did. You did.
Yes.
You just told me you voted for Biden, you fucking moron.
No, I'm talking about the Senate and Congress, you fucking idiot. But
Jesus fucking Christ, man. You can't even keep your own facts together. You know, you are literally like fucking arguing with someone who suffers from dementia and Alzheimer's at the same time.
Harris, you fucking piece of shit.
And you have multi-personality disorders. I figured that one out. So who am I talking to right now? Am I talking to Chuck, Dave, or Steve?
What race is Obama, you fucking piece of shit? You lying ass racist? What race is Obama?
Oh, so we're talking to Chuck right now, the one that likes to just puke shit out of his mouth.
See how violent and vulgar they dumb third grade asses are?
Me violent and vulgar, dude? You were the one who put me in this direction. Have you not listened to yourself? Oh, I'm sorry. This is Steve. Steve is trying to repent now.
He's black. He's using white people for borderline.
Well, you are a fucking racist white person, dude, trapped inside of what used to be a black man's body.
That would be a lie.
You're actually three racist white people, and I'm sure there's some fucking street walking fucking white fucking whore mixed in there somewhere too. I'm just waiting for her to come out. What's her name? What's her name?
But I don't know.
What's her name? What's her name? I know what her name is. I know what her name is. Trashy Tina, right?
Yeah. See the stereotypes? And Karen says shit. How come? Because he thinks
RBR, you've been
He's doing laundry.
Let's be real. You've been asking for this, RBR. You done pushed this man to insult you.
No, I did. By being black, I encouraged him to insult
No, you pushed me to insult you by insulting me by not even having a discussion, a legit discussion with me. I would respect you and I would actually sit and listen to you and hear what you have to say if you would have showed me the same courtesy from the jump.
Let's go with that.
That's RBR's MO. That's how he is.
No, yeah.
No, we can't go with that, dude, because you have already set the pace for this now. This is what you have created, and now you have to live with that. That's what our parents tell us,
took it to that level.
making your bed and now lying in that motherfucker.
You took it to that level.
It's the racist DNA.
But see, the thing is, you know what? I can be racist to you. I don't give a fuck what you think about me. I'll be the dirtiest, nastiest fucking racist motherfucker you've ever met because you know what? You ain't worth you ain't worth me having any kind of fucking anything about you other than you're a worthless piece of shit. Your mom would have been better off aborting your ass.
Yes, he's pro-life, but he wants his mom to abort the black people. Okay, now, so what I'm saying is. Yes, so
Tell us. Come on, tell us something new, something different. Other than you got two fucking white nuts hanging off your chin.
Right, there's 50 million black people.
Pull Biden's dick out of your mouth.
Right, there's 50 million black people.
50 million black people in the world.
Now name one. No, in the United States, there's 50 million. Okay, in the world, there's.
Well, you're the one that said world, not me. I'm just repeating you verbatim.
No, you're not. You're just too.
Yeah, I am. I literally am repeating you verbatim.
Third grader, you can't repeat. You can't even spell verbatim. All right,
dude. My fucking kindergarten age son has more intelligence than you have.
Yes, he has more intelligence than you have.
He really does.
Say this because he got it from you. He got it from his daddy.
yeah, you're right. Because you know what? His daddy's actually educated.
He's 27 years old, but he's in first grade.
I'm 27 years old. See, Garrett, there again. There you go, fucking assuming shit that you don't know because you automatically started off by assuming shit about me and never taking the time to actually seeing if we might have something we might agree on because you're a fucking worthless bag of shit.
Right. I said his kid in the first grade is 27 years old. He got it from his dad. Now, it was a joke, though. You wouldn't understand it if it goes over your head. Now.
Yeah, kind of like every joke that everybody's laughed at that I've said that everybody's ignored about you because the only person that finds anything you say funny is you because you're an idiot.
Right. People who
right. You're an idiot.
Okay, so
right. At least we can agree on that fact that you're an idiot.
So you think I'm an idiot because I passed the third grade? Okay, great.
No, I think you're an idiot because you're a fucking idiot.
I'm black and I'm telling black people the truth.
Yeah. You're an idiot and you make black people look bad.
I make the Nazis look bad.
You really need to go jump in a big old bucket of flour.
Yes, I need to jump in a bucket of flour.
You do. And then put a white hood on your head and go march out there with the rest of the fucking racist ass Klan motherfuckers that you seem to support because you talk about them so much.
Yeah, well, that's not.
No, but I think you have a welfare for racists.
I have to give you credit, RBR. Coonzilla was a good one.
All right. Well, thank you. Everything's a good one, but that one, third graders understood that one. All right. So let me say this. Of all the
that's why I say he won't meet you halfway.
I know he won't. That's because as much as he wants to say everyone else is afraid of the truth, he is afraid of anybody destroying what he's created inside his own fucking. I don't know if you can even call that a brain up there or whatever. It's more like
he lives in a house of cards.
It's like he's got a fucking big old bowl of fucking melted pudding in his head.
He lives in a house of cards. So if one card falls, they all come tumbling down.
Because I'm probably go to sleep. Can I ask this one question?
No, because nobody cares.
Well, everybody's scared of the.
No, nobody cares. There's a difference between not caring and being scared.
What's the difference?
Because we've let you talk for going on like an hour now and run your fucking mouth about a bunch of nonsense that makes absolutely no sense or changes any facts about anything. You're an idiot.
Hours long.
The fact that you actually have a platform on YouTube that people take serious is baffling to me. That just goes to show that any moron can create moronic content and convince people to be morons.
Right, because you're a third grader, you think everybody who passes.
Oh, because you're a third grader, dude. Can you come up with a different fucking slam? I mean, seriously, this is ridiculous.
Let me ask you this question.
I mean, seriously, it's like listening to a broken fucking record over and over and over again.
Thank you for playing scared of the truth, that white boy. Now,
thank you for playing. You know what? The only person that keeps repeating themselves over and over and over again is you.
Myself,
because I'm a racist third grader. Racist third grader.
Yeah, but he admits it's a game to him. See, he admits it's a game.
Guys, I'll put it in the chat room.
Oh,
finally, thank. Fucking piece of shit.
You know, he makes memes of stuff, and then he goes and covers it as news articles, and he's the one that wrote it. When he goes live, I watched his show. I started looking at that stuff that he started screen sharing.
You know, and I'm going to say this right now. I apologize to everybody for how I got there towards the end. I let the motherfucker get up under my skin and lashed out, and I shouldn't have. But, you know, goddamn.
That's why it's called thick skin.
You can only take so much.
Well, you know, and like
But
I
you
said,
know,
it'd be a
Kelly-
different story if this wasn't how he started our, you know, relationship on this platform.
Yeah, but you know, Kelly, that's the thing I was saying. That's people like RBR is what makes it hard for us to come together and resolve some common issues that we have.
Yeah, because me and Taz were actually really sitting here fucking rapping and fucking.
Well, he's done that a few times to us because we had Mo's friend Red come on and we were talking about stuff, and then RBR came on and just destroyed the whole conversation.
I think honestly, you want to know what I think? I really think that he is afraid to see white and black people get along.
Yeah,
I really do.
I kind of think he's a provocateur. Where
He's a Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, he wants.
RBR.
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Kelly.
No, you're good. RBR has tendencies of rubbing people the wrong way.
Yep.
Well, you can't go through life assuming that you know how people are based on one simple fact that is actually the most irrelevant fact about people, and that's the color of their skin.
And I don't know why the assumption that all white people are racist or have racist DNA.
Well, you know, to me, that's really kind of fucking. It's offensive because I have a niece and a nephew that are mixed. You know, so you're going to say that my mixed niece and nephew are fucking racist?
And what he doesn't get is at the end of the day, when it comes down to if something, God forbid, were to happen, the people that are with us, regardless of what they look like, have melanin or not, we're gonna ride together. None of that matters. So I don't understand why this rhetoric is even relevant.
Yeah.
You know, RBR, I want you to know one thing, okay? And this is being real. I want you to understand, regardless of how you feel about me, regardless of who you think I am or whatnot, and whether you fucking hate me or not, if something were to happen and we were standing side by side and we're both being attacked, I would fucking defend you just like I would anyone else that would be beside me. Regardless of how you feel about me, I would still defend us both. Even though I know that you wouldn't do the same.
It's just insult after insult with him. So there's no way. Sometimes you have to match energy.
Well, I did get on a roll there for a minute, man. I had him just popping off.
I mean, I'm the same way. You can't just come on here and keep insulting me over and over and over and expect me not to snap the fuck out. Eventually, it's going to happen. A person can only take so much.
You know, and I've tried really hard to keep that part of myself locked away. You know, I don't like that part of me. You know, I actually went through counseling for a lot of years and to try and deal with, you know, real mental issues upstairs from some of the things that I've went through in life. Hey, Taz, you still with us? Hey, Taz, put your clan robes down.
Hey, Arthur, come up here.
Taz is probably watching the show.
No, I was wanting to see if he wanted to exchange information because I'd actually like to get with him also.
You should follow his channel on YouTube.
What is his channel?
Taz Exclusives Goat.
He's got a lot of them. Fuck.
Yeah.
What's his main one that he uses most frequently?
Oh man, I can't even.
I think if you just put Taz in, you'll be able to find it.
I swear to God, if I end up with the fucking Tasmanian devil popping up.
Hey, V-Dub. No, I think it is Taz Exclusives though. If you put that in the search bar, you'll find him.
I found him. I got respect for that dude because, you know, I already know that, me and him don't agree on everything, which that's okay. But, we're still able to have a discussion and, find common ground, and that's where everything starts. Not everybody's not supposed to agree on everything.
No, and RBR thinks that if you don't vote for Joe Biden, you're racist and you want to kill black people, which is the most fucked up thing I've ever heard.
That's and that is a fallacy in and of itself. He's actually negating his own beliefs.
Weird. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to hop off here. I can't believe I've been on this fucking live stream for 10 hours.
Insane.
Kelly breaking the record, trying to break Mo's record.
His
Oh
was
my
8
God.
hours.
You guys literally just popped my cherry tonight on this one. Because I've been on it since it started.
Who joined the clan? See, that's the other thing. That's stupid to say in itself, RBR, because first of all, I'll be honest, I don't even know where is a clan. Not to say they don't exist, but I've never met one. And how, if there is one, how the fuck could any black person join it? So make that make sense. The clan is dead and over with. That motherfucker's got to be.
Well, the one thing that I've come to realize, this is what I was trying to express to Taz earlier before RBR come in and stifle the conversation was, I recall in the early 90s when all the gang violence was going on and everything, and then that kind of came to a halt, and there almost seemed to be like there was this slow but gradual, collective coming together of the white and the black race, where we were all starting to put our differences aside, and we were starting to, learn how to understand each other and talk and speak, and what I'm saying, and actually treat each other with some kind of dignity, and it seemed as the talks of racism started to slowly drop off and you didn't hear people talking about it, it wasn't constantly being, mentioned all the time. All of a sudden, out of the blue, it just popped up and became this major contender again in our society, and I really honestly believe that racism in and of itself at that point was in the process of dying, and you got to treat racism like it's a living organism. And any living organism, when it knows that it's dying, it's going to fight and grasp at anything it can possibly grasp onto and hold on to stay alive and stay relevant.
Yeah.
Well,
it's the same problem. It's the same problem with radical Islam.
And like the chick in the chat said, this is exactly what the elites want. If we fall for the trap, it's just making it easier on them. So we're gonna have a race war and then they're gonna eliminate whoever is left? If we are the majority and they are the minority, it only makes sense to me for us to come together and go against them.
Well, and what a lot of people don't seem to understand is just what you said and what she said. The ultimate end goal is to keep people separated. They don't want us to come together and realize that we have commonalities and that we aren't so different, that there is a big faction of even the white race that really does understand and has lived their own version of the injustices that the black race has been put through. It may not be the exact same, but they have an understanding because they've lived their own version of it.
I can't stand this.
Oh, Taz left.
Yeah, I saw that.
And you got an interview coming up soon.
Yeah, here in about an hour.
So you ain't gonna be able to go to sleep.
Dude, I'm gonna look like I was up on a fucking 2-night bender strung out on fucking
Yeah, well, I'm gonna try to stay up to catch it. But I'm definitely.
I appreciate it. That means a lot, man. Because really I do.
Doesn't Mo have to get up pretty soon?
No, Mo don't have to get up for shit. He's on vacation.
Oh, he's on vacation already?
I mean, honestly, that's how I got led to these
He'll be sleeping
panels.
in.
What was I want? I'm really trying to change a narrative, and I'm wanting to try and encourage more people to speak out and help change that narrative, because one or two or even a dozen people can't do it. We need everyone as a collective to speak up.
No, I hear you.
It really saddens me. It hurts my heart to see what's becoming of our world in general, and that one day I'm going to be left with no option but to leave my children and my grandchildren here with exposed to this shit, and I feel like that I'd be doing a disservice to everybody to not try and stand up and do my part to fix it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, I definitely agree. I know it's scary, for the circumstance, especially when you have children, hard to step out there, put stuff on the line like that. But if people don't, then how will we ever get anywhere, I guess?
But at least we live in a day and age too, though, that, if something were to happen, and my kids would actually be able to listen to these kind of things and read articles that have been written about me and see, news interviews that I have given and actually see what their dad was trying to do, rather than, have to go off of some narrative that someone else is trying to spin about them.
Okay. I know Arthur's asking me about what injustices have white people had to go through.
White people, there are a lot of very poor white people that, like I said, they don't get it to the same extreme as black people do. But, there's white people that might live in, wealthier, more upper class neighborhoods and whatnot, or towns in general.
Would you consider that an injustice? I don't consider that an injustice.
Let me explain.
What about the Dark Ages?
Like for instance, I grew up in a very wealthy town, all right, with a bunch of fucking rich ass, snotty nose fucking German Catholics. I was the only kid in that town whose mom was divorced and married to someone else. We were poor and on welfare in a very wealthy town. They were so fucking racist to their own kind in that town that I would literally get accused and charged with crimes by the fucking mayor court in that town for things they had no proof over. So I would get held accountable for things that other people did and get punished for it through the court system in that town, just because of who I was.
You're supposed to click on.
I'm not saying that that's to the same degree as what the black community goes to, but there are people that suffer that same problem that are white.
Hey, what's going on, Kelly Ray?
Hey,
good morning, everybody. On
can I answer Psychopathia real fast?
Go ahead.
What I meant by the injustice with the Dark Ages was the Roman Catholic Church, or the Roman Church, that used to do stuff that used to say everybody was a witch, and they had the witch trials. And I'm not talking about I'm not talking so much about the bubonic plague.
How you doing, Arthur?
Hey, I'm good. Good morning, Kelly. How you doing, my friend?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Hi,
good
Arthur.
Morning. Good morning. Hey, I just got a quick question. I keep hearing this comparison to the injustices that African Americans endured in America, and I keep hearing that there were white people who endured injustices, maybe not to the degree, but endured injustices. I'm trying to figure out what injustices that white people endure in America. Who befell injustices on white Americans? What ethnic group?
White Americans.
And you're saying systematically, not an individual.
I'm saying
single
in
anomaly.
I'm saying in any capacity.
Well, there are white Americans that actually
even a single anomaly. You're saying that
I'm saying in any capacity.
That?
What injustices were enacted on white people in America?
I'm saying, and I'm saying, and like I'm saying, I'm not trying to compare one person's struggle over the other. I mean, don't mistake.
No, you specifically said there were white people who endured injustices,
and I'm
like
trying to answer that.
African Americans.
I said that there are white people that have suffered injustices, not to the degree that African Americans have.
And I'm okay.
That's what I said. And what I'm saying is there are white people that actually that push injustices on white people.
And what,
and when it comes to that, it's more so rather than it being, I think, a race thing, it's more of a class thing. Where people of a higher class and the white race will automatically condemn and accuse and punish those in the white race of a lower class.
I mean, but what are those injustices? I mean,
well, like I just explained to her earlier.
Let me get it out. What are they convicting them of? What are they constituting them to? I'm still trying to understand what you're saying.
Well, that's what before you popped on, I just answered that for her. I grew up in a very wealthy town as a kid, and I was the only kid whose mom was on welfare, who was divorced, in a town full of rich, white German Catholics who were all, came from, both parents being at home, having wealthy homes. And I constantly, because of who I was and because of, the way I was brought up, basically, I guess, for lack of better words, I was the one who was accused and who was found to be, committed, or I was accused of, and I was convicted of in court in that town and punished for things that other people did just because I wasn't them.
But was it illegal what you were doing?
I didn't do, what I'm saying is I didn't do anything and I would be held accountable for things other people did.
So there was no way you could prove. So you think that your economic class put you in a position where the rich of your town was able to use you as cannon fodder and accuse you of things that you didn't do because you didn't have the economic status as them, but people who of the economic status got away with it, and you feel as though that's an injustice. Your individual story of just being not economically equal to your peers and to your fellow citizens is considered injustice when it's really just
when you're actually being
economic bullying, if anything.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is I was actually brought to court, and it wasn't just economic bullying. I was tried and convicted of these things as a young man. I was,
but it was economic bullying because if you had the money for adequate legal representation, you would have beat that because your legal representation would have found and showed that you were set up or that it was false and you was falsely accused. It was still economic bullying because they knew that you didn't have the legal funds to get yourself adequate representation in order to fight what they did to you. So, can
I respond to that? Can I respond to just that statement?
But how does that equate to black people being enslaved, black people being marginalized?
There can never be an equation. There's not ever an equation.
He said that.
I didn't. You're assuming that I'm equating, past injustices with current modern day injustice.
Well, I mean, how else can you equate it if you bring the two together?
Because I'm talking about the here and I am talking about the here and now. I am one that I still remember and I don't forget about the past, but I don't try to.
I know I understand
base all of my talking points on the past. I am talking and focusing on today.
But what I'm saying to you is when you contrast and compare what one group goes through to another, you have to take in totality what the injustices towards that group is. You can't parse it by historical, chronological order to fit the narrative of what you're trying to say. If you're saying that injustices took place, then injustices span our whole historical time here, right? On
that basis, then every race on this planet has suffered injustice by America.
We're talking about America. We're not talking about every civilization has went through something if they wasn't the controlling civilization.
Well, see, now you're doing what you said that I did, and
I'm not doing anything. We're talking about America.
You're taking a specific thing that suits what you're trying to say.
No, I'm not. No, you said America. You said that there are white people in America.
And I never said America. I just said that there are white people that still suffer injustices
in America, like African Americans, like African Americans.
I did not.
There's no need to bring up African Americans if you're talking
That is
about.
not what I stated.
About America.
That is not what I stated. You are misquoting me.
So you didn't say African Americans.
No, he didn't equate it to that. He didn't, Arthur.
Oh my God. Oh my
I didn't hear it. I did not hear it. I'd have to replay it, but I didn't hear him say that. I just heard him say there are white people that have injustice also.
Just like black people.
No, I said that. I did not say just like black people because you even stated a minute ago that I didn't say that.
That's exactly what you said. You can look.
No, I said that there are white people that have suffered injustice in this country, not to the degree of black people.
Right. So she just said you didn't say that.
That is not stating just like black people. Those are two different statements.
I didn't say
those
you
are two
said just
totally
like black
different
people.
statements.
I didn't. First of all, I didn't say you said just like black people.
Yes, you did. You just said that, dude.
Sir, I prefaced it.
You did just say that.
It with saying that you didn't say to the level of African Americans.
Look, man, I can't even have. Look, time out. Look, if you can't even sit and acknowledge the fact that you stated something that you stated, then we can't even have a real conversation. All you want to do is argue now.
Sir,
all you want to do is argue.
So I don't want to just argue. I'm trying to understand in what contextual way you can explain to me or show me a narrative where white people suffer injustices that are on par or somewhere near what African Americans have.
I never said that. You're misquoting me. I said that white people have also suffered their own form of injustice. Not near to the degree of what black people have suffered, but they have still suffered their own form of injustices.
What injustices are there? And I'm asking you what
injustices. And I just told you, dude.
Suffered in this country.
This is like somebody asking.
You're telling me a story about your. You're telling me an anecdotal story about yourself.
Yeah, and that's what I have personally to equate what I'm saying to. And I'm almost positively sure that there are other white people that have dealt with the same thing.
You didn't say
most people that
white people. You said white people.
I will say that our own people will ostracize us.
Kelly, let him. He got it. Kelly, like this is his question. I'm asking him. He said white people. So I'm just trying to figure out what injustices have white people endured. That's all. Let
me ask you a question. Do not when black people, want to make a point or anything, do they not insert their own personal experiences with these injustices?
I mean, yes, but there are so many.
So why can't I? Why can't I insert my? Why can't Why can't I? That's all I wanted was a yes or a no. Why can't I do the same thing?
You gonna speak? You gonna let me speak, or you just gonna keep talking? By all means, sir, you can use your anecdotal individual story as a basis for where you see injustice at. By all means, but I'm still getting to the point where that's your individual story.
So do you think that I'm the only one out of all the white people in this country that's
listen? It's not that. You're talking about a group. We're talking about injustice. We're not talking about
dude. Everybody in this country suffers some form of injustice at the hand of the government.
Classism. We're talking about injustice. Injustice and classism is two different things. Injustice derails the trajectory and the promise of a people. That's what injustice does. Injustice is just not some anecdotal situations that individuals go through.
Injustice is the wrongdoing and the complete
systematic and it's group writ large. That's what injustice does. Injustice handicaps a group. Injustice allows for another group to dismember and to alienate and to disenfranchise a group. That's why I'm saying. So when you use the word injustice is a all-encompassing, in-depth word that has a lot of handicapped features to it, has a lot of detrimental features to it. So that's why I was pushing back.
Injustice is the lack of fairness or justice. That's it. The lack of fairness. That's what injustice means.
That's not what injustice is. Right. But the
dude, I'm reading it right off of dictionary.com. An unjust act or occurrence.
Sir, but it's injurious to the people that it's done to, right? If it's not fair, if the system is not fair and it's not set up fairly, then
I
that
never
means one
said
side.
anything about the system. You were taking this to a whole different
where
level
injustice
than where I
comes
was.
from?
All I was
Where-
stating
so-
is there
so
are
how- but
white
how does
people
it-
that have
all
suffered
right,
injustice, and to
all right.
sit and claim that that doesn't happen is.
But you use black people as your preface, and I'm a black person, so you don't expect black people to push
I
back
did
on you
use
and
black
ask you
people as
what
my preface.
injustice
I
have
said
y'all
that we
suffered?
didn't suffer injustice near to the degree of black people.
Okay, so
because
I
I
mean,
didn't want to.
but
I
I
didn't
want to
want
know what
somebody to
injustice y'all
misconstrue what I.
suffer at all.
Dude,
I want to
I
know
swear-
what injustice. You still haven't said what injustice you told me some story about you. That's not to suffice
Oh
to
my
say that white people suffering injustice. That's some bullshit you went through.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm trying to figure
That's your
out
opinion,
what
sir.
injustice
And
have white people endured in this country.
I will respectfully agree to disagree and digress.
Lord help me. I'm like 10 hours in here. This is crazy.
Oh.
But there will never be, ever, a comparison. That's like comparing apples and oranges. There will
And
never
that's not
be.
what I was even remotely
Right,
trying to do.
right.
And I
There'll
thought I was
never-
making that very clear.
Yeah, there'll never be a. Yeah, that's apples and oranges, truthfully. But
I'm gonna hop off here. I got stuff I gotta get. I gotta take a shower and get prepared for this interview.
Yeah.
I appreciate the conversation tonight. I'll catch up with you guys on the next one.
Okay.
All right. Take it easy, fellas.
Yeah.
And Kelly.
All right. Oh yeah, this is definitely a new record. Over 10 hours. Sometimes communication gets misconstrued. Ugh. But I'm going, well, I don't know if I should go to bed or not. But we'll see. But anyway, thank you, everybody who came.
Yeah. Shit, I had to kept switching devices. Batteries kept dying.
Oh my God. All right, John. Have a good day. Peace out.
Don't forget to stop the stream this time.
Oh yeah, I remember. I'll remember. So
Yeah.
all right.
Mo's gonna be all sick that they talked about all those classic shows because he
Yeah.
loves to talk about that shit.
He's gonna hate that. He probably would have started singing fucking Archie Bunker or some shit.
Those were the days. Yep.
Exactly. All right. Well, have a good one.
All right. Have a good night. Good
Yep.
night,
Have a
everybody.
good day, everybody. Be safe.
Oh yeah, good day. Yep, you're right.
Exactly. Turn your clocks back.
Yep. Or you'll be
All right.
an hour ahead.
Yep. Exactly. Okay.